Chapter 61 Skip doesn't affect viewing. Chapter 62 Li Hansheng's weakness? The whole backstage lounge burst into laughter. But Li Hansheng was the only one with a slightly stiff expression, which seemed a bit out of tune with the joyful atmosphere. Really, human beings' joys and sorrows are not the same.
"Oh wait! You are dead! I said so!"
Li Hansheng clenched his fists and showed a vicious expression.
"Even Jesus can't save him! Ha! Oh wait, can do this!"
Kendi gave a thumbs up.
If you fail to learn, I will tell you the same thing next time when I am interviewed. Kui! Good pill."
Imp also looked gloating. This group of people was obviously happy to see the usually eloquent Li Hansheng frustrated. So they just asked, "What are you unhappy about? Say it to make everyone happy."
Go!
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes and waved his hands in disgust. What kind of teammates are these? Just wait for me. Write everything down in a small notebook. When it's their birthday, we must take this group of people to eat Haidaleo and let them taste the taste of social death. After a while, God ended the interview and returned to the backstage. It could be seen from the slightly raised corners of his mouth that he was in a good mood.
"Hey, Lao Li, I put up a wave of advertisements for your live broadcast room in front of everyone. This can be regarded as laying a solid foundation for you to become a big anchor in the future. I just want to ask you if you are touched. Should you give me one? Then I have to thank you."
Li Hansheng gritted his teeth and glared at him.
"I'm so sorry. Having fun alone is not as good as having fun together. Just ask everyone to have a meal."
God suddenly smiled and shouted loudly,
"Master Li will pay for tonight's consumption. Everyone, please eat hard for me."
"If you don't eat, you won't give Lao Li face. MD, I never thought that your boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes could be so shameless."
Li Hansheng looked at God in disbelief. Is this the same fat man who was speechless by his few words in the base? Quickly return my cute fat mid-laner. It is enough that he is a shameless person in the team.
That's right. Lao Li, you usually don't tell us. So why not express your gratitude verbally? Drink. I think there's nothing wrong with Alway's suggestion. Eat a big meal. Look, this is the voice of the masses.
Good guy. Are you starting to learn to follow the mass line? You are a professional mid-laner. Instead of thinking about how to win the game every day, you have started to learn Taizu's art of war. Right. Fortunately, someone came to help. Guihao smiled and clapped his hands.
If you win the game, you must celebrate. Let's pack your things quickly. Let's go. Or do you plan to leave after watching the next game?
Everyone then let Li Hansheng go, lowered their heads and packed their backpacks, preparing to follow them back to the team base. When he walked out of the lounge, he happened to meet Snake, who also packed his backpack and walked out.
Hey, isn't this a coincidence?
Guihao laughed and walked towards Zhuowu.
Brothers, what? Are you waiting for us to go back together? You know, we didn't come here by bus, and it's not convenient for us to go back. Look how embarrassed you are. Since you are so enthusiastic, we will be disrespectful. Everyone, please hurry up and don't delay others' return to the base. Snake is our good neighbor and a brother team. Everyone must remember this revolutionary friendship.
Guihao waved behind him to signal the team members to follow him quickly. Li Hansheng couldn't help but was stunned, and then secretly gave Guihao a thumbs up. He learned very quickly and has a bright future. There is a way to make money. Zhuowu looked down at the hand being held, then looked up at Guihao, with a confused look on his face. Who I am? Where am I? In the end, what happened? Oh, like we lost the game? Before he could react, Guihao carried him forward, arm in arm, without giving him a chance to speak. Snake's team members also looked confused until Li Hansheng came over and put his hand on brother Xingqiang's shoulder.
Xianjun, we can exchange experiences about the weird top laner. Today I specially taught you the top laner's gun. In return, do you have to teach me some black technology? I know you will never let your brothers suffer.
Right. Brother Xingqiang was also stunned, and subconsciously opened his mouth to respond.
Yes.
It's not right. What do you mean by specifically teaching me the top lane male gun? Wasn't it that he was brutally beaten by the top laner? God and the others still lacked skills, and were not so thick-skinned, so they could only turn their heads away silently, pretending not to recognize these two people. All the way to the parking lot, people from the two teams crowded onto the bus, and there was an immediate feeling of crowding. Li Hansheng sat on this side of the Snake team members very familiarly. Next to him were Zhu Kai and Zhuowu of Shi Tang.
Brothers, what? Do you have to go out to celebrate later?
Li Hansheng looked at the two of them with a smile. Zhuo Wu opened his mouth, and then looked at Li Hansheng with a faint look.
Only those who win the game are qualified to celebrate. Hansheng, why are you just mocking us? Winning the game is not enough. But you also want to kill people and hurt your heart? No way.
Li Hansheng shook his head quickly.
I'm not that kind of person. Brothers, what? How can you look at me like this? Then why are you still teasing us?
Zhu Kai said angrily.
No. No. No.
Li Hansheng raised his index finger and shook it from side to side, assuming a serious posture, ready to start talking nonsense.
Listen to me and tell you in detail. It looks like you lost in today's game. But in fact you made a lot of money.
All Snake members looked at Li Hansheng in astonishment, and the expressions on their faces said it all. Do you call this making a fortune? Fooling people into thinking they are fools?
Then why don't you make some money in this way?
Zhu Kai rolled his eyes.
We would rather lose a little. Or we ask someone from the L.AC Alliance to apply for a rematch. And then you lose to us? That's not necessary. The situation is different. The specific situation needs to be analyzed in detail.
Li Hansheng explained with a smile.
Look, did you discover some problems in the team after losing the game? Now that the league has just started, if you find a problem in the team, can you make adjustments in advance to address this problem? Looking at the long-term perspective. Maybe because you solved the current problem too early, you could only go to the playoffs. But now you have the opportunity to win the spring championship. Winning the spring championship means more league's points. If you work hard in the summer split, won't you get the spot in S6? Won't you have the reputation of a team that entered the world championship? Be bolder. You will win the S6 championship.
Everyone was stunned by Li Hansheng. The good guy went from the spring split to the S-split championship all at once, which is a slightly longer time span.
Thinking about it this way, do you have to blame us or celebrate properly? You have gained an opportunity to further your results. As a new team, we have gained the popularity and attention we want by winning the game. It's a win-win for everyone.
Right? Li Hansheng became more and more enthusiastic as he talked, and he almost entered the state of successfully learning from the master's lecture. Even though he knew that Li Hansheng was talking nonsense, he still felt that what this guy said was quite right, and he made a lot of sense. The teammates, who had long been accustomed to Li Hansheng's rhetoric, looked at each other. God whispered softly,
a win-win situation means we win twice. Right? Winning the game also wins popularity and attention.
Zhuo Wu shook his head in confusion.
It seems that if we don't invite you to this meal, it will make us look arrogant.
He immediately signaled the driver not to go back directly to the team base, but to go to a restaurant near the base.
Guihao, where did you find such a treasure?
Zhuo Wu joked.
No salesman I met in the mall could tell. Hey.
Guihao suddenly showed an awesome expression and almost put his hands on his hips, just like Wang Yusheng who was guarding supplies in.
Bright sword. How about it? My top laner is an all-rounder.
Right? I picked it up.
Are you envious?
Where can I find such an all-round player? He can not only lead his team to win games with his carry performance on the court, but he can also attract fans off the court to gain traffic for the team. And he can also liven up the atmosphere in the team. Who doesn't love a player like this?
Zhuo Wu shook his head and led everyone into a large private room. After sitting down, he handed the menu to Guihao.
Let's order first. What a pity. The child god is not here.
Li Hansheng sighed regretfully.
Huh?
Ming asked curiously.
What does it have to do with him? Child god is good at ordering food,
Li Hansheng said with a smile. Everyone smiled. Kids,
let's order first.
Meme is well known in the esports circle. Naturally, Guihao would not overwhelm the guest at this time, but returned the menu to Zhuo Wu.
You can do as you wish. I'm not familiar with this restaurant either.
Zhuo Wu did not continue to be polite. After ordering the food, he probably also thought that he could not suffer such a big loss. So he joked.
You said it was a win-win situation. So let Snake treat us to dinner. And you treat us to drinks? Right. Guihao obviously didn't expect Zhuo Wu to do this. But Li Hansheng responded quickly. He stood up quickly.
It's okay. We will be responsible. Brother Hao, come here.
He pulled Guihao out. Zhuo Wu was confused again. So he made a joke. Couldn't he just order the drinks directly in the restaurant and let the waiter bring them to him? Why go out of your way to get it yourself? It's such a ritual thing. After a while, Deng watched Li Hansheng and Guihao walk in carrying a large 1.25L bottle of Coke in each hand. Only then did Zhuo Wu realize that he still underestimated how shameless these two people were. Li Hansheng put the Coke directly on the table and greeted him warmly. Come on. Come on. Everyone is open to drink. You have to take the first sip of this thing. It tastes the best. Don't be polite to me. Anyone who is polite is looking down on me. Looking down on Brother Hao. Looking down on our top team. They are all bored. Looking at Snake's expressions, God and others silently turn their heads away again, pretending not to recognize these two people. It's really embarrassing. It was like shouting out an ordinary Coke like Lafite in 1982. The operation staff on both sides of the team took photos with their mobile phones to record the scene. 2 hours later, the two clubs seemed to have a tacit understanding and unanimously chose to post on Weibo after the game. Thank you to the Snake team for their warm hospitality after the game and giving all the players a full meal. Then there are some photos attached to top. It attracted many comments from fans. Guahao has finally become a human being. If you dare to take my husband to eat Shaxian snacks again, I will kill you. Wait a minute. Isn't Snake the team that lost the game? Are they still responsible for treating guests? Hey, I found that Imp and Ming are also very cute. Although they are not as cute as my husband. They are pretty good. Whoa. Li Hansheng. Eat less. Otherwise you will get fat. Jimei. Don't go to the barber shop. My husband is not called fat. That's called cuteness swelling. The situation is different on Snake's Weibo. Thank you to the top team for their warm hospitality and sending us delicious cola. They deliberately took some close-ups of the Cokes bought by Li Hansheng and Guahao and placed them in the most eye-catching position. Ghost? Is Top really that poor? The Snake team is really a kind person. Even after losing the game, they treated us to a meal. Is this the friendship between neighbors on Lingsha Road? Love it. Love it. I'm curious. Who is the stingiest club in the LPL? We were Top. I don't know who is the stingy one. But I think we and Top can share their opinions. Why am I so looking forward to the interaction between these two clubs? Hey guys. We agreed to go out to eat together. But when it came to paying the bill, we all showed our talents. Right. I can only say that in the LPL at this time, fans' fandom was not that serious. And their hostility was not that strong. Moreover, there is no grudge between Snake and Top. And fans like to see this kind of daily interaction between clubs. Feeling the ridiculous side of the club and players can actually bring the distance between fans and the club closer and eliminate that sense of distance. Up. 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 Just shoot Baron. If I lose, it's mine. Don't continue to torture Baron. We don't want to imitate EDG's habit of patting Baron. Go. Be decisive and crush EDG. Inside the training room, Li Hansheng was heard yelling loudly, and the two sides immediately struggled with each other in the picture. And Baron Nash became the only bystander in the canyon. In the end, Top won the team battle and took down the Baron. The opponent also played GG on the public screen, and both parties had a tacit understanding to exit the game directly. After defeating IG and Snake successively, Top ushered in two more opponents. We and EPA. This We 2.0 team has not yet waited for and at the same time, Kendi has not gone. They have dug out high scores from their own youth training team. The passerby King Wushuang serves as the jungler, and the lineup is not that strong. The current results are not very satisfactory. As for EPA, as a newly promoted horse, it is purely to accompany the prince to study. Top easily defeated them and won 4 consecutive league victories, while Li Hansheng won 3 MVPs again in these 2 games. Ranked first in the league MVP list with a total of 6 MVPs. Top also ranked first in Group A, beating QG and LGD. Once the results come up, it will be easier to arrange training matches. Before the start of the league, many teams like EDG would not accept Top's training match invitations at all. People think you are too incompetent to play training matches with them. The most important thing is that EDG has connections in South Korea and can contact LCK teams to play training matches. EDG is the overlord of the LPL. Based on this consideration, the LCK will not refuse EDG's invitation to a training match. Top couldn't even get an appointment with a Korean team for a training match. The LCK is the #1 league in the world. How can it be possible to look up to a new team in the LPL? The 4th league? Now, the situation is reversed. Thanks to the excellent results, now within the league, Top can easily make appointments for training matches. Of course, RNG and QG will not refuse, and Top will not invite them. Li Hansheng's speech after the game destined that there will be no contact between the 3 clubs. That's all? EDG feels so good. Li Hansheng joked with a smile. That's all, Tom Woody? It's just a training match. God rolled his eyes. if the results of the training match can be taken seriously. TSM has already won consecutive S games. I feel like Deft is not serious.
Imp shook his head. He was very familiar with his former good friend and old rival. The type where the other person knows whether to poop or fart as soon as he sticks his butt out. It's clear whether you fought seriously or not.
They are probably testing us.
White Crescent Moon also knew very well. Of course Li Hansheng knew it. He just made a few jokes. After all, EDG can be said to be at its peak in S6. In the LPL summer split, they directly won the championship and can be said to be invincible in the league. Now EDG is in Group B again, and they can't meet Top yet. The biggest possibility is to hide your clumsiness and learn about the true strength of Top through training matches and get the information you want. EDG's training room. Abramovich is communicating with Rapid Star, the team's coach, through a translator. After the S5 World Championship, Abramovich officially resigned as EDG coach, upgraded to replace Sanshao, and became EDG's manager. The coach is a fast star hired from South Korea. Kwai Xing is an ancient Korean professional player at the same time as Ruofeng and factory director. His best result is the world runner-up in S2. After a brief communication, Abu walked behind the factory director.
Minkai, what do you think of the strength of this Top team? It's quite strong.
The factory director thought for a moment and gave his answer.
The main reason is that their 3 lanes are very fierce in the lane, which puts a lot of pressure on the lanes. Ordinary teams simply can't match their lane intensity. When the lanes are all lane excellent, Kindi in the jungle can play very comfortably. He can invade the jungle unscrupulously, but you can't go to his jungle to counter him.
Jungler is never a position mentioned alone. Jungler and lane are bound to each other. Line superiority can help inferior junglers make up for their weaknesses. Correspondingly, strong junglers can also help inferior heroes survive the weak period in the lane. If the lane has an advantage, and the jungler also has an advantage, it means that the jungler can do whatever he wants and directly go to the opponent's jungler to shit.
Then you mean it's difficult to defeat them?
Abu continued to ask with interest.
That's not the case. Their weaknesses are also obvious,
the factory director said.
The overall discipline of this team is not very strong, and the operation is in shambles. If we operate with them seriously, we will not be able to make a comeback. Their handling of line switching was sloppy, and I specifically observed Li Hansheng, and he had several big problems.
Before the training match started, Abramovich specifically told the factory director to pay more attention to Li Hansheng. So almost the entire factory director was staring at Li Hansheng.
Oh, his operations are indeed very powerful. Tong Yang can't beat him in the lane, but his support ability is not as good as Tong Yang's. Moreover, he often gets confused after changing lanes, and he doesn't do well in team battles. But as long as he plays a lot of games and accumulates experience to a certain extent, it won't be a problem. As long as he doesn't have problems with his own thinking and doesn't lose himself by becoming famous prematurely. Train hard, work hard to improve, and give him a year. He has the ability to become the top laner in the league.
The factory director's evaluation is still very pertinent. If Li Hansheng heard this comment, definitely give the factory manager a thumbs up. The problems he pointed out are all Li Hansheng's current shortcomings. Li Hansheng's current team fighting ability and development ability are both low, and the factory director saw these problems through a training match. However, he also added many prerequisites. After all, the factory director has seen too many talented players fail to fulfill their talents in the face of many temptations after entering the LPL. Don't tell me if it's too far away. Isn't there a clear example in the EDG team? Koro won, blinded by fame and fortune, gradually lost himself in the praise of the female fans of the wife group.
Are you quite optimistic about him?
Abu smiled. His voice was very effeminate, and this smile highlighted his effeminate temperament even more.
It's useless to be optimistic. He's not suitable for our team.
The factory director shook his head. He understood Abu's thoughts. With EDG's current framework, it still develops tactics around the middle and lower lanes, and the top lane is bound to not get any tactical tilt. The team's resources are limited, and it is impossible to allocate all 3 lanes. The jungler cannot take care of it and focuses on the middle and lower lanes. Therefore, the top lane must make way for the middle and lower lanes at the tactical level. For example, the hero must be released first, and the hero must be the first on the field. An orphan that no one cares about. Just like FPX in the S9 year. The top lane was abandoned, and the midfielder had no brains to go to the bottom lane to fatten up the ADC with 4 packs and 2. Throughout the history of the League of Legends Professional League, Pinnacle IG plays a 3-core tactic. But the actual tactical focus of Pinnacle IG has always been on the top lane. The main reason to be able to support this style of play is because Ashui in the bottom lane can withstand pressure. And Rookie can also play in the mid-term. Don't eat resources. Forcefully eat grass and squeeze blood. The middle and lower C positions can still support the output of team battles without eating too many team resources. And then the Shy Plus Ning forces a breakthrough to the opponent's road. If any other team had played like this, they would have collapsed a long time ago. Only Peak IG has the capital to play like this. A large part of the reason why today's top can play like this is that Imp is also very capable of withstanding pressure in the bottom lane. In the S4 team of Samsung White, Mata often left the lane to roam, leaving Imp alone in the bottom lane to develop Imp's top-level pressure resistance. Imp is the kind of player who can overwhelm you and attack you in the landing, and the team can play around him. He can also stabilize the landing, develop into a team fight, and then take over the game. All previous champion ADCs have this trait. They can both suppress and intimidate. So it's normal for a god, who can't stand it anymore, and pursues overwhelming pressure without thinking to win the championship. The ADC can't drive the rhythm of the whole game, and he keeps kidnapping the midfielder and playing around the bottom lane. This kind of play is equivalent to directly showing his cards in the landlords. The opponent certainly knows how to deal with it. Although God in the middle is sucking blood, it is obvious that after experiencing the setback in S5, he has slowly changed his game style. Although it has not completely changed yet. It is a good thing that he is willing to take the initiative to make this change. But I am afraid that he will not step out. That step of change. Multiple reasons combine to create the current good record and team chemistry of top. In team competition, combining the 5 strongest people may not necessarily be the optimal solution. Only when 5 people with up to standard abilities, and the most suitable combination can achieve the greatest effect.
In the cross-group showdown with top after that year, it shouldn't be a big problem to win.
Abu asked with a smile.
Of course. No team in the country can beat us.
The factory director replied domineeringly. He wasn't exaggerating either. EDG can be said to be the best domestic club to learn LCK operational tactics. With this super operational ability, the LPL in this era is almost going sideways. The reason is also very simple. Everyone is learning how to operate the LCK. And they are all learning the same style of play. EDG has learned the best, and is naturally the strongest in the country. The personal strength of this group of EDG players is strong in itself. There are many reasons why the LPL cannot defeat the LCK. But blindly learning how to operate and play is a major reason. The LCK competition area started out by relying on operational play. No matter how much you learn, you can't imitate others. When you use the same play style in the world arena, how can you, a latecomer, beat your ancestors who played the operational style? In fact, starting from S8, in addition to the changes in the version that were not conducive to the operation style, the LPL no longer blindly learned brainless operations, but integrated the fighting style and operations of its own division to form a unique division style of the LPL, and then gradually began to win honors overpowering the LCK.
Okay.
Abramovich nodded.
The domestic competitiveness is also quite strong this year. Neither RNG nor top are good players. We cannot let down our guard.
For EDG, stabilizing the domestic fundamentals is the most important thing. After the domestic fundamentals are stabilized, they can then slowly improve their foreign performance. For ordinary people, there is nothing wrong with the factory director's inference. But the factory director didn't know. Li Hansheng is a bad guy. His growth rate cannot be judged by the growth trajectory of ordinary people. Before the year before, there were only 2 games left in top. If these 2 games were played, the first intergroup cycle of Group A would be completed. Immediately afterwards, the LPL League will usher in a half-month off-season, because the Spring Festival is coming soon. When you come back after the Spring Festival, cross-group confrontation will begin. By the time, top will compete with the teams in Group B. In addition to EDG, Group B also has RNG who kicked Li Hansheng out of the team. But that's all later. On January 30th and 31st, top will play against LGD and QG successively. These 2 games are both highly watched games. After all, top the Avengers have only 3 revenge targets in total. QG, RNG and LGD. The first 2 teams have grievances with Li Hansheng, and LGD has grievances with Imp and Godv. Imp and Godv also knew a little bit of the inside story. It was clear that LGD had given up on them on their own initiative. If LGD was reluctant to let them go, it would be impossible for them to negotiate personal treatment with Guahao. Imp and God themselves were holding their breath because of the S5 World Championship. And as a result, they were looked down upon by LGD people. Can they swallow this breath? As for Li Hansheng, he never thought about losing to QG and RNG. All the harsh words have been spoken out. Then you have to hit the opponent hard in the face. It is precisely the next two games that are so important. They are obviously just ordinary regular season games. But for the top team, this is an important game comparable to the S-Game Finals. Chapter 63 The Q from S5 should fly back. It's already 4 o'clock in the morning. Normally at this point, only the Liver Emperor Li Hansheng would still be standing in front of the computer playing ranking games. But today, the ticking, clicking of keyboards, mouse clicks, and occasional complaints made the training room extremely lively. Oh! Li Hansheng looked back and was dumbfounded. Then he looked at Ming sitting next to him and joked.
Tomorrow is the revenge battle between Ah Wei and Poo Poo. Why are you so nervous? We are a team. We are a team. Of course my teammates' business is my business.
Ming replied while operating seriously.
I must help them win this crucial revenge battle. Just like I will try to help brother Hansheng win the head-to-head duel with QG. Hey, you still have some conscience.
Li Hansheng chuckled twice, then picked up the happy water on the table and took a swig. The sour and refreshing taste made him hooked. At this time, Bai Yueyao walked in from outside. After glancing at the situation indoors, he walked directly behind Li Hansheng.
Hansheng, think of a way? You can't practice with such high intensity. Otherwise, how will you still have the energy to play the game tomorrow?
Bai Yueyao looked slightly troubled.
You can improvise and ease the atmosphere.
Not everyone can sleep 4 to 5 hours a day, like Li Hansheng, and still be active the next day. In fact, this thing is similar to the college entrance examination. Just because you read an hour harder than others on the day before the college entrance examination, it will not suddenly make you, who originally only had 2 books, soar to the level of 985 or 211. Rather than practicing hard, you should relax your mind at this time and treat it with a normal mind to ensure that you can perform your best in the game. Instead of worrying about gains and losses, fear of losing the game leads to timidity in playing, and cannot even display half of the usual strength. The consecutive wins since the start of the competition have earned Top a lot of attention. This popularity is not only a motivation, encouraging the team members to move towards higher goals, but it is also a pressure. Often, those who praise you and those who criticize you are the same people. The only difference is whether you win or lose. Where do you get so many true fans? Most of them are just mindless people who follow the trend. What Guahao and Bai Yueyao are most worried about now is that losing this kind of gimmick and high-profile revenge battle will lead to the collapse of Top's overall public opinion and reputation, thus putting too much pressure on the team members. Have you formed an atmosphere group with your buddies? Li Hansheng rolled his eyes, but did not refuse. He pushed his feet hard on the ground, and the pulleys of the gaming chair moved him to God's side. I just happened to see God browsing the esports Louvre, Hupu esports area, Weibo and other places, just to read the comments of the viewers.
Hey, is tomorrow the orthodox battle of the optimistic family? Who wins, and who is the real optimistic family? Tomorrow's game will be interesting. It's a head-to-head confrontation. Who loses and who is embarrassed? The duel on the top lane is also interesting. Didn't they say that Marin was beaten violently by Noob in the training match? God, this bloated stinky dog is just like that. Even if he leaves LGD, he can't change his habit of eating shit. Didn't Imp and God always say that they thought someone from LGD would play them? Now we can see who is playing whom. Don't I? Spring Dad. Kill God indiscriminately. I want to prove that it is reasonable for LGD to introduce him to replace God.
After all, they are just a group of people who come to watch the excitement. Even if it is not a big deal to watch the excitement, they also want to make this game more popular. There is no doubt that whoever loses will bear huge pressure from public opinion. When he saw Li Hansheng approaching, God pretended to be nonchalant and closed all the web pages he was browsing. Then looked at him.
What are you doing? Are you a voyeur? Go away.
Li Hansheng glared at him angrily for a day.
Am I sick? I'm spying on you. That's hard to say.
God looked him up and down.
You actually have the thought to tease me. It seems like you're not under that much pressure. Who told you that I'm under a lot of pressure? Do you think I'm a rookie like you? Instead of caring about me, it's better to care about yourself. Your hands won't shake when playing QG the day after tomorrow. Right. You won't be too scared to operate. Right. Am I the kind of person with poor mental endurance?
The two bickered with each other, and the tense atmosphere in the training room was relieved a lot. Imp came closer and could smell the faint smell of alcohol. He patted his chest confidently.
Tomorrow. Nest. Kill indiscriminately. No need to worry. Most talented players are very proud. Imp and God are arrogant people at heart. So these two can become very good friends. When Li Hansheng saw that there was nothing he needed to enlighten, he felt relieved, patted the two of them on the shoulders, and said with a smile, "That's right. What's there to worry about? I'm not Brother A or the princess. Xiang Renjie is not TBQ. Shi Siming and Lu Mao are not Death God PYL. You don't want to lose, and we don't want you to lose either. We will definitely win tomorrow. Tomorrow I will capture the middle and lower players and beat them to pieces." Kendi also came over and yelled. God and Imp looked at each other and then looked at him. "Lao Li, I always thought you could only take advantage. But I didn't expect you could still speak human words. Aren't you talking nonsense?" Li Hansheng chuckled. "As a son, I will be slapped in the face. And as a father, I will also be slapped in the face. How can a father be willing to let you be slapped in the face? Go away!" Imp and God laughed and cursed. And each of them punched Li Hansheng. Men's friendship sometimes doesn't need to be said much. Welcome to everyone to watch the second match day of the third week of the 2016 League of Legends LPL Spring Split. Today's first match can be described as a heavyweight confrontation and full of topics. The venue is packed. It can be seen that everyone is interested in this match. Focus on. The three commentators today are Wanwan commentator Wang Ji, who was newly hired this year, and Joker, who used to be the coach of Wii. This senior can be regarded as a dog keeper. He is the first LPL commentator to show off the power of Eastern metaphysics and the character of Poisonous Milk. The other one is Mr. Yin, Su Xiaoyan, who was once known as the Golden Girl in the LPL circle with Xiao Xiao. She is considered a less attractive female commentator. She spends a lot of time collecting data before the game. However, the barges are quite smelly, and she likes to use the word yin to make some nasty jokes, which made her finally choose to quit the LPL commentary seat. Yes, Imp, God and Dade will all represent the new club against their old club. Su Xiaoyan chuckled. The middle lane of both sides is full of highlights. The confrontation between the Emperor and Gao Dui is worth watching. And the bottom lane Pinji Aya faces her former good partner Imp. And both of them form a new bottom lane combination with their new partners. Who can have the upper hand? The top lane is also very interesting. Remember added. New player is currently ranked first in the MVP list. This is also the first time he has faced off against the world's top laner like Marin. S5's FMVP can be regarded as a good whetstone. The three commentators briefly talked about the general situation of today's matchup. The players on both sides of the field have already adjusted their equipment and are chatting in the officially created custom room. Although God and Imp left LGD, their personal relationship with PYL was actually quite good. If it weren't for the lack of funds and Ruer's refusal to let them go at the time, Guahao even wanted to directly pack LGD's bottom duo to join top. PYL was also typing and chatting and laughing with him, giving people the illusion of flirting in a duo queue. Haha. Gushing Beans B is really cool. PYL subconsciously thought about talking to God and others through voice. He raised his head and looked at Y4, who was staring silently at the computer screen. Only then did he realize that they were no longer teammates. I was chatting so passionately with my ex, and it seemed like I didn't care about my current feelings? Should say. He was the only one in the LGD team who smiled so happily. The others are not very familiar with the top people. But Dade and Kendi are quite familiar with each other. They have been teammates for a year at least. At this critical moment, Dade was under huge pressure and had no intention of interacting with Kendi. After all, his Chinese skills were bad enough, and he could only use some simple pinyin. The other side, Li Hansheng was also teasing. Is it really okay for you to flirt with Urano Ling like this? I feel like my green hair is really going to turn green. Meo turned his head and looked at Li Hansheng, then at Imp. At this time, he really wanted to order one of Adu's famous songs. I should be under the car, not in the car. It doesn't look like that. We are so powerful that we can defeat the opponent. Green hair is strong. Imp said a few nice words quickly, like a cheating man who turns around to coax his first wife after being caught in an affair. Bah! Scumbag. At this time, the referee behind him said, Every player, please confirm the status of the peripherals again. Once confirmed, the game will officially start. Accompanied by a crisp sound of zheng. The two sides have officially entered the BP screen. As the number 1 seed, LGD has the priority to choose sides in the first round of the group cycle. There is no doubt that they actively choose the blue side. In this version where the ban quota has not been increased, the red side is the naturally disadvantaged side.
because as long as there are bug-level heroes in the version, the red side will naturally have fewer bans. Just like in the S5 World Championship, the captain and Tetsuo must be banned to buy a house, and the red team will naturally have 2 less banned spots. And the red side cannot grab heroes first. The blue side can completely take advantage of the first grab to grab a hero with a strong version, and then build a system around this hero. For example, if the male gun is a hit in the arena, then the blue team only needs to regard the male gun as the core of the team and build the overall framework of the lineup around the male gun. Seize the line rights to ensure that the male gun can invade with confidence. The red side does not meet this condition. The red and blue sides are like a couple entering a hotel. The blue side is where the boys are on the offensive side, while the red side is where the girls are on the passive defense. When they are in the same room, don't girls just have to face the attacks of boys and take advantage of them? Boys have a greater advantage, but girls have the last counter position. If used properly, they can counterattack and become the final winner. A wave of counterattacks will change the situation from male to female.
LGD chose to ban Rise as soon as they came up. Top chose to ban the male gunner. After Noob developed the top order gameplay, the hero male gunner was basically banned to buy a house.
The reason why Top doesn't let men play is very simple. Marin can't play, but Amy can. This is the disgusting thing about the male gun in the current version. If you grab it, you can go to the jungle. The swing attribute is here.
LGD has blocked skateboard shoes.
Joker nodded in agreement.
Imp skateboard shoes are considered a signature. I have used this hero to carry LGD many times. Hirano I must know it very well.
Y4 is a newcomer to the game. Even with an experienced assistant leader like PYL, he will not adapt to the rhythm of the game so quickly. What's more, facing a player of Imp's level, it is reasonable for a hero like Skate Shoes, who has great landing suppression power, to be banned. Imp's skate shoes are very strong? My brother Yagui is not convinced. No matter how powerful the skateboard shoes are, can they be stronger than my Iron Man's 3 hammers? Hee hee. What are LGD afraid of? If Imp takes skateboard shoes, you guys take Iron Man. Imp will trigger muscle memory and shake his hands when he sees Iron Man. The second banned position of Top was given to Leopard Girl. There's nothing to say. Leopard Girl can't be released until Riot is officially weakened. It means that the red team currently has to take on the 2 banned positions of Male Gunner and Leopard Female. It is at a huge disadvantage. But there is nothing they can do about it. If both are released, the side that grabs the Leopard Girl first will obviously have the advantage. Currently, Leopard Girl is the only T0 presence in the jungle and does not have any natural enemies. LGD gave the Excavator the last move, while Top chose to send Bobby to the banned position. This move was mainly for Li Hanqing's consideration. Among the 3 Phantom Gods, Poppy's stats are the most exaggerated. Big Tree and Titan are both fine, since they can't be targeted. Just ban them. One more thing is worse than one less thing. To this end, Top would rather release the female gun. But LGD was not fooled and still grabbed the most popular auxiliary bullhead in the current version. PYL's bullhead can be regarded as the level of the sacred cow that protects the country. After Bayueya thought for a moment, he signaled to help Kendi lock down the role of Wine Barrel first, although Qianju is still outside. In the tactics that Top usually practices, more emphasis is placed on letting Kendi be the team's early rhythm engine, compared with characters such as Male Spear and Kindred, who can stabilize their own development and provide output in team battles. The team prefers to let Kendi bring out characters such as Barrels and Excavators that can gank in the early stage and serve as front row tanks and team starters in the middle and late stages. Character of. After all, with Top's current staffing, there is no shortage of people to deal damage. Nosuke does not need to do so many things. He only needs to act as a rhythm position in the early stage and be responsible for starting the team in team battles. After the Excavator was banned, Wine Barrels became the best choice for this type of jungle. Then he chose Brown, who was very restrained in the lane. The ecology of the auxiliary position in the bottom lane is similar to that of Battle Beast Chess. The strong opening hard auxiliary restrains the consumable soft auxiliary. The consumptive soft auxiliary restrains the protective reverse opening auxiliary. And the protective reverse opening auxiliary in turn restrains the force opening hard auxiliary. Form a perfect closed loop. Originally there was another option, and that was Troll. But since it was uncertain whether Marin would choose the tank top laner, Troll was obviously not as good as Brown.
Nosuke is an auxiliary hero, so the top seat positions in the future must choose heroes who can produce explosive output.
Su Xiaoyan speculated.
The Tsar, Victor, and Airplane are all there in the middle. But Wei Shen seems to be I rarely play these heroes. According to the content of the game presented before by Top, I think there is a high probability that Wei Shen will choose Ice Girl in the middle, allowing the top and bottom lanes to bear the team's output.
Being able to say this, one can tell at a glance that Su Xiaoyan really studied the top game videos carefully before the game.
In this case, should Marin also take out a damage-oriented top laner? I haven't seen him play since coming to LPL.
Remember said half-jokingly.
We also want to see the style of S5 FMEP.
There was a hint of arrogance. And the barrage also followed suit. No way. Right? It seems that FMEP hasn't won an MVP once after leaving SKT. Hey, Mod Datu is a chicken. If Guapi and Stupid Chicken hadn't worked hard to help him, how could he have beaten Sem last year? Indeed, I have always felt that FMVP should be given to Guapi. Feeling sorry for me, I lost the FMVP and lost to Unjing. The bitter wine enters the throat and causes pain in the heart. Tons. 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 Hard had the same idea as the commentators. The notebook in his hand recorded the previous top game records. And he came to the conclusion after observing it. Wei Shen will most likely choose Ice Girl. Because before this, as long as Ice Girl is released in the game, Top will eventually help Godlock Ice Girl. To fight Ice Girl, you need a hero who can be suppressed in the lane.
Ajin, you choose one. Victor or Czar. There is a high chance that the Ice Girl will appear on the opposite side.
Dade, who combed her hair like an adult and had a slick back, thought for a moment and gave her own answer.
Bring me the Czar. I'm a yellow chicken with AC. Yeah.
Hard nodded. And then said,
Take Jean. Why is he so sure that I will let Alwei take the Ice Girl?
Bai Yueyao wanted to laugh.
Hey, maybe Alwei has been a tool man too many times this season.
Li Hansheng joked. And then seriously suggested,
Alwei, play that hero. The hero that brings you infamy.
Although Li Hansheng didn't say it explicitly. But this can no longer be called a hint, but an explicit statement. God's whole expression was stunned. Which one else could there be? Virus. Of course. Means of reverse Q-Day gods can be seen everywhere on the internet. And they are used to make fun of God. In fact, even if there was no reverse Q in that hand, it would not affect the final result. It was just that the audience seized on this most conspicuous mistake to express and vent their dissatisfaction. Varus was very popular in the arena last year, and he was used to counter cumbersome long-handed mages like Czar and Victor. What better way to help God break his inner demon than to face his old club and take out a handful of Virus Blood C? Everyone looked at God. If he doesn't even have the courage to choose this hero, which only shows that he still hasn't gotten over the shadow of last year's defeat. After a moment of silence, God nodded.
Then take it.
When Top revealed the hero Virus in 3L, the audience was in an uproar. The commentators also exclaimed,
Oh my god!
Joker looked very surprised.
Is Top serious? Is Wei Shen serious? Virus is indeed an option to counter the Czar. But is Wei Shen suitable to play this hero now?
Su Xiaoyan also had the same doubt. Ghost, Magellan is going to prove on the spot that the Earth is round. Is that arrow from S5 going to fly back now? Woohoo! That arrow from S5 is going to fly back. Choose. 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 If Gao Dui dares to choose this hero, I respect him as a man. Top finally locked onto Virus, and then the aircraft. After the aircraft has been redesigned, it is actually more suitable for the middle lane. However, when Virus is already dealing AD damage in the middle lane, the aircraft can only go down. It can also supplement the team's AP output and form a double poke system with Virus. Both Deft and SMLZ have taken out airplanes in previous games, which proves that in this version, flying down the lane is still an okay choice.
It seems that Top wants to form a double poke system,
Juan Lauer said after thinking for a moment.
In this way, their top laner still lacks a front row and team initiator. Doesn't Marin want to take out heroes like Sword Princess? See the scene in the S5 World Championship where he chased the big tree with Sword Princess. Hart's thoughts collided with the commentary again, mainly in the current version. The poke system is generally formed. At most, there are 2 poke heroes. Very few people will go to the extreme and choose 3 poke heroes. Hart is also sure that Top will choose a hero like Big Tree in their last move to increase the front row's frankness and ability to force open. Moreover, Big Tree can also barely supplement the AP output that the top team lacks the most. Then let's take down the Big Tree, and then take Jinju.
Hart's idea is a good one. Use grab instead of ban to prevent Top from getting the ideal hero. And then let the jungler carry Kindred, who is very capable. In this way, The upper and lower lanes can take on the responsibility of starting a team and taking damage in the front row. Although the midfielder and jungler of Kindred plus Zar are a bit weak in linking up with each other, they can definitely carry the entire team's output in the later stages. Not to mention, this version of Jhin hasn't experienced any nerfs yet, so it's not that difficult to face tank heroes. It's true that Jhin can defeat tanks even if he uses the divine equipment. LGD locked on Dashu plus Qianju with their last two hands.
Wow! Grabbing the big tree with one hand makes Top feel a little disgusted,
Joker explained.
Now Top can only choose Titan. There is no other better choice for the top laner.
MD. I took off my pants? But you two choose a bastard to fight each other forever? That's it? FMED only dares to take bastard heroes. Right? Chioli Gao. Noob. Please choose a sword woman. Let Marin also taste the feeling of being chased and chopped by a sword woman. Can. Top's coach is White Crescent Moon. He just likes to play this kind of sexy game.
Han Sheng, why don't you and Jace come out? The opponent's lineup is quite stupid. We can completely overwhelm the opponent.
Bai Yueya suggested.
Hey, we thought of going together.
Li Hansheng laughed. The lineup needs to be a little more extreme. The more balanced the lineup is, the less outstanding it is, which is very mediocre. Why can't we poke 3 times? Say it again. Jess is much happier hitting a big tree than a hero. LGD's lineup seems to be very three-dimensional. But when facing the poke lineup of Top, it lacks the ability to start a team. The two heroes, Bullhead and Zar, seem to have the ability to force open. But if you want to start a team at a long distance, you must use Flash. Without Flash, it is impossible to open long-range poke heroes like Jace. Jin's group start method is very unstable. If Dashu wants to start a group perfectly, he needs to rely on the perfect back TPI position. Not to mention that the top lineup has 2 Nosuks with strong anti-opening abilities, Braum and Beryl. As protection,
although there is no head-to-head confrontation between real men in the top lane,
the 2 heroes in the middle lane are enough to attract our attention.
Joker chuckled.
Let's see if God picks Virus again after the World Championship. Can he break through? My own inner demons.
The lineups of both sides have also been finalized. LGD is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. Top road, Dashu versus Jess. Jungler, Kindred versus Grain Barrel. Middle, Zar versus Virus. Bottom lane, Jhin plus Bullhead versus Aircraft plus Brown. Chapter 64. The start this time is really wonderful.
It is said that the red and blue sides are the offensive side, and the red side is the defensive side. But judging from the actual lineup selections of Top and LGD, Top chooses an offensive lineup, while LGD's selection is relatively defensive. A little? Indeed. My impression of LGD this season is that it is less aggressive and more Korean-style operations. Maybe this is the change brought about by Marin, but it feels a bit nondescript to me.
The casters analyze the lineup. LGD and S5 is indeed focused on offense. This season they gave up Gao Dui and Imp and introduced Ma Datu and Dottie. Obviously they want to learn Korean operations instead. Everyone learns the playing style of the strongest. The Korean team has dominated the S competition for 3 consecutive years, which means that their playing style is the strongest. And there is nothing wrong with learning from the strongest. Just like in football, when Barcelona was invincible in passing and controlling, everyone was learning to pass and control. But after the high post press destroyed the pass and control, everyone was learning to press in the high post. The same is true in the NBA. When the Warriors started the small game with unreasonable 3-pointers. In the ball era, all NBA teams have begun to attach great importance to 3-pointers. If everything is based on performance, then there is nothing wrong with learning the best way of playing from the strongest. Isn't EDG dominating the LPL by learning first-hand Korean operations? No matter how bad it is in foreign wars, it is enough to be invincible at home. The audience was whispering and the barrage was also discussing. Top, this lineup selection is really awesome. Ma Datu is also a coward. He doesn't dare to confront anyone head-on, so he chooses a pure bastard. LGD spent a lot of money to buy an FMVP and then let him play Big Tree? If the requirements for top orders are just that, just look for them in China. The most indispensable thing in LPL is top orders who can play big trees. In-game, both parties quickly bought outfits for going out and were communicating.
You guys go and take your positions. I'll get stuck and go up the road toward Hansheng.
Lu Mao quickly sent signals to several key points in the jungle, and then he immediately went up the road. This has become a very routine start for Top. Unless a first-level team invasion tactic is specially designed and discussed before the game, the support will immediately go to the lane and insert holes in the grass in the lane to ensure that Li Hansheng can suppress the opponent's top laner in the early stage.
Come on. New players have a very high tactical status in the top team.
Su Xiaodan analyzed this behavior.
I asked some professional players to help the top lane at the beginning to gain vision of the grass in the lane. Just to let their top laners play against each other. The thread could be more comfortable. That's right. Didn't RNG learn this opening before? It seems that the looper got Quinn in that one. Right. In order to make him more comfortable in the lane. Mata went to the top lane to ward at the beginning.
Joker nodded.
This is a good thing.
Wang Lauer smiled.
Last year everyone criticized our LPL for not paying much attention to the top laner. Top has made a good start, and everyone is learning.
Huh?
How come the whole top team went to the top lane? LGD seems to have gone too?
Viewed from God's perspective. After the 5 people from both sides walked out of the spring, they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding with each other and rushed to the top road in unison. However, LGD's side originally went to the middle and jungle, and only turned around and headed to the top road when they reached the barracks. I don't know if it was a communication error. The other 3 people waited for a while at the Highland Tower on the road to gather together.
And then the 5 of them rushed onto the road together. If this continues, there is a high probability that the 5 people from both sides will meet directly on the road. This high-profile revenge battle will involve a Bronze 5 first-level team showdown right from the start? Gui. I know this scene well. Our Bronze 5 starts with Jiang Zi. I will not return to the city until I die. If I die, I will have to come back with TP to continue fighting. 5v5 on the road. Whoever doesn't come over is a coward. I just finished watching Sietahua last night. I want to replay it again today. Who is Cristiano Ronaldo versus Messi? Who is the football god? Who is Brother Duck? Since LGD's midfielder and jungler delayed a little time at the start, the 5 of them arrived on the top lane 4 to 5 seconds later than the top side. And it was precisely these 4 to 5 seconds that allowed all top members to get into the online grass closer to the opponent. And LGD was completely unaware of this.
Gui. Lao Li, did you step on dog poop when you went out? You were actually fooled.
Candy was ecstatic. Originally Top planned to start normally. But when he was about to go out, Li Hansheng stopped his teammates and asked them to follow him to protect Lu Mao on the road. Very simple. Top doesn't want to lose. And LGD doesn't want to lose either. This high-profile revenge battle is bound to be taken extremely seriously by both sides. No one wants to bear the pressure of public opinion after losing the game. Various targeted tactics will definitely be used. This can be seen from BP's tit-for-tat tactics. Then, there is every reason to believe that LGD will definitely guard against Top's tactic of assisting the start and going to the top lane to ward. Li Hansheng had already taken out Jace. How could LGD not understand such an obvious signal? Therefore, Li Hansheng speculated that LGD might come to arrest the green hair. Looking at it now, Li Hansheng indeed guessed it right. And it was a more perfect situation. LGD failed to come up immediately for some unknown reason, causing them to have no idea that Top had entered the grass. The 5 members of LGD rushed into the grass unsuspectingly.
Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. Count as many as you can kill. And try not to give up skills. Don't be in a hurry to take action. Wait for me to put AQ passive first. Don't use your skills to catch up. As long as you force the opponent to flash, we will make money.
Voice is communicating like crazy. LGD's overall formation was maintained very well, with the auxiliary Nyoto walking at the front. Just as the brave Nyonyo approached the grass and was about to step into it, Bu Lung, who was at the edge of the grass, raised his hand to draw A and put a layer of passive on the bull's head. And then Q, Winter's Bite, hit a big tree head-on with a brick, as Brown dealt damage. The vision in the grass was also visible to all LGD members. They also wanted to ambush Top, but they didn't expect that Top's people were already ambushed inside.
What the HL? So many people? Run! Run! Run!
Nyoto didn't even have a chance to use his skills, so he was instantly hit with 4 levels of passive and was stunned on the spot. Braum hung the ignition to Nyoto, and didn't care about the Nyoto on the side, but chased the big tree to continue a passive. Hirano Aya's bullhead brought Thunder Lord's Decree in order to pursue offensiveness, but this also made him less fleshy and looked very crispy. The plane's AQ, Varus' fully charged Q, and his face-to-face AQ. With all these bursts, Nyoto's HP dropped below half, or even to less than a third in an instant.
Save! 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 I can still save a little.
A wave of concentrated fire was not killed instantly. Hirano Aya found that she seemed to have a chance to operate, He immediately used his Q to knock away the people around him. And then with a buzzing sound, he flashed back and pulled away, allowing himself to escape to a relatively safe distance. Jin immediately delivers treatment, and increasing the blood volume is secondary. The main thing is to give the bullhead an acceleration effect.
Hey, can LGD run away?
Wang Lauer just finished speaking. The wine barrel landed on the ground and rushed into the crowd with a furious E-dodge. Meat, egg, onion and chicken. The timing of Candy's E-flash was perfect, and he directly launched a wave of AoE control. At the same time, he hit the big tree with 2 layers of Braum's passive, superimposing the passive to 3 layers. Seeing this, Li Hansheng directly switched his form to gain a short-term acceleration effect and rush forward. He directly Q leap of the sky, Q into the crowd to make up for the AoE slowdown. After switching forms, he fired a flat A with extra magic damage to kill the remaining health of the bullhead. Take it away. First blood. Then he made a backhanded tie A. And A used Braum's 4th layer of passive on the big tree to freeze the big tree in place. The teammates behind him once again kept up with the damage, lowering the health of the big tree. The big tree with remaining health flashed back, and Virus decisively followed up with A to get the kill. 2-0 at the start.
Top start was perfect. Since LGD wanted to come to the top lane at the beginning, why didn't they gather as soon as possible? If they had come to the top right away, they wouldn't have been ambushed by top. We don't know what happened. At the beginning, we did see that LGD's midfielder went to the middle lane first, and then came to the top lane. It was this behavior that caused LGD to fail to rush to the top lane as soon as possible and was ambushed.
In LGD's backstage lounge, they are the only ones besides the players on the field who know what is going on. Seeing that he was so heavily loaded at the beginning, Hard blurted out in anger.
And you and Percent and...
Because at the beginning of the game, Dade and Marin had a brief Korean exchange with each other. That is, Dad thought that top had Braum, so he might not necessarily go to the top lane as in ward immediately, but might come to invade the jungle. He thought go with the jungler to the rivers on both sides of the middle lane to get a vision, and then go to the top lane to meet up. This led to the opening scene, where the midfielder was out of touch with the team. Regardless of the motivation, LGD must swallow the bitter pill at the start. Li Hansheng almost died laughing. If it was just first blood, it would be a little embarrassing to go home with 400 yuan. But now one person has an assist, so he can go home and replenish extraction immediately, and even have extra money to replenish a real eye. What else can be done than this? A great start. More importantly, the flash of the big tree was forced out. This means that Dashu cannot cooperate with Kindred in ganking by flashing W. With the protection of his true eye, Dashu can suppress Dashu without any worries in the early stage. As for Gao Dui, he also surrendered flash. As long as he is slightly stable, Kindred plus Zar, before Zar reaches level 6, it is impossible to pose any threat to a poorly developed virus.
MD! It's obviously a revenge battle between me and Zhu Shengbin. Why do you always think that this guy Laoli is trying to steal the show?
Gao Dui was slightly unhappy. It's only 300 yuan per person, and returning home is nothing more than mending a pair of straw sandals, which is better than nothing.
How are you talking? Brother, I helped you slap your old boss in the face. You don't give me a kiss and you still blame me?
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. Gao Dui just gave him a middle finger and didn't say much. A wave of 5v5 team battle broke out at the beginning, but it did not affect the normal start of the junglers of both sides. After going home to replenish, extraction, and true eyes, Li Hansheng returned to the line again. Follow the minions. When the two sides' military lines met, Li Hansheng immediately crossed the military line and stood next to the grass on the line, using radical moves to try to suppress and consume the big tree. However, the moment he hit the minion and raised his hand to draw A, he also moved to draw A, trying to repeat the operation of blocking the minion's hatred for free of blood. After he was constipated and shot A. However, Dashu directly handed over W to force the man to lock the man, using the effect of W to force the loss of the target to avoid Jace's flat A, and completed the face-to-face. Just stand and hack with Jess. Jess directly backhanded AQ and tried to walk into the grass to draw out the hatred. But the big tree inserted his jewelry eye into the grass without saying a word, making Jessica's minion's vision control useless. The 3 remote soldiers on the side immediately followed the big tree to focus on Jace. After Jace switched to the Warhammer form, he launched another AQ, while Dashu fought and retreated, walking a while moving back to distance himself. Jace has no follow-up skills, and now he is in close combat and there is no hard pursuit.
MD!
Li Hansheng frowned. He somewhat underestimated Ma Dada's experience in landing. Li Hansheng's operation and thinking were fine. But the blood exchange made no profit at all. The reason was that Ma Dada dealt with it too well. He used Dash's W to dodge the damage from his A-level shot, and also avoided the 10% armor-piercing debuff of the A-level shot. The decisive ward inserted made him unable to avoid the hatred of the minions, and was defeated by 3 long-range soldiers. Zuji was on fire for 2 rounds. The hatred of the minions is the most critical, because Li Hansheng attracted the hatred of the blue side's 3 long-range soldiers. But the hatred of his own soldiers was not attracted by the big tree. It is equivalent to saying that just now 6 minions on the red side were attacking 3 melee minions on the blue side. Judging from the blood volume of the soldiers, the 3 melee soldiers on the blue side are almost dead, while the 3 melee soldiers on the red side still have nearly half of their health. Thus, the red side has an advantage in the number of soldiers, and the line of soldiers will automatically push through. However, the slow push line that Li Hansheng originally wanted to create could not be formed. Originally, once a slow push line was formed, he could block the level 3 wave and lead a large wave of soldiers into the tower. When he called the jungler, he could find opportunities to jump over the tower and kill the big tree that was only level 1. But with the current situation of the military line, it is estimated that at level 2, they will be uncontrollably pushed into the tower. At that time, it will be difficult to cross the tower and kill the big tree.
This guy's landing experience is really rich.
Li Hansheng sighed. The original plan was ruined, so he could only slowly suppress it instead of pursuing a wave of tower jumping to directly destroy the big tree.
Xiang Renjie, the level 3 wave cannot be crossed. There is something wrong with the army line.
Li Hansheng quickly fed back the information to Candy in advance.
If you don't have a chance on the road, you can try other roads. Okay.
Candy nodded. After glancing at the situation on the small map, Li Hansheng focused his attention on the big tree not far away again. Do you really think he has nothing to do? He began to actively push the line, no longer deliberately pursuing the tail knife, and strive to quickly push the line of troops into the tower. Marin understood Li Hansheng's intention immediately. Li Hansheng created a wave of slow push lines belonging to the blue side by forcing the line of troops into the tower. At that time, Li Hansheng can take advantage of his long hands to drive him out of the experience zone or prevent him from replenishing his troops.
Last year's Koro one wasn't that strong in landing. Why did LPL have such horrible details about landing this year?
Ma Dada also frowned incomprehensibly. Last year, he played against EDG's 2 top laners, Tong Yang and AJ, and personally taught them. But that's what he said. The landing between these 2 people is simply incomparable to Li Hansheng. Whether it is operation or some details, there is no one who can put him under so much pressure on the line. But they are all in LCK. For example, Duke replaced him as SKT's new top laner, and Subday and Sem, who are equally famous as him, and are known as the 3 top laners in the LCK. Why does the LPL, known as the top lane desert, have such a top laner with terrifying carry ability? This money doesn't seem to be easy to make. After exhaling a breath, Ma Dada's brain was working rapidly, thinking of strategies to deal with it. In the top lane versus lane game, the troop line is the most important, and Li Hansheng and Ma Dada's calculations at the beginning were all attempts to control the military line in a position more favorable to themselves. At this point in the development of League of Legends, it has long passed the point where it was no-brainer from the start. But Ma Dada thought for a long time. There is no countermeasure. The main reason is that this time LGD's output burden is placed on the midfielder, and the development of the midfielder must be guaranteed. You can't force Kaiju to develop into a big tree by letting him not develop. Right? Then you can only resist the pressure. Wait for gank opportunities, or opportunities for TP to support other lanes. Let's accept the disadvantageous situation in the lane for now. After all, Dashu is a tank hero who focuses on team battles. The outcome of the landing is not that important, as long as he ensures that his level does not fall behind. Xianju also observed the situation of his troops on the road. Therefore, Wild King Imi chose a very strange way to clear the jungle. After clearing the blue buff and the 3 wolves, he went straight to the red buff, and then circled back to the lower half of the wild area. There is a 1/3 chance that he wants to bet. Bet on the first passive mark brush to reach the river crab below. Facts have proved that the Wild King's luck seems to be quite good. The first passive mark was really brushed on the river crab in the lower half. He took the river crab away immediately, and then retreated to his own jungle area to continue brushing the wild. When Candy arrived late, and was about to ask his teammates to grab the river crabs, he found that the river crabs had been killed.
What the HL? Is the Wild King such a dick? I came so early and couldn't catch up.
Candy was a little confused.
Hey, how can I be called a Wild King if I'm not a dick?
Li Hanxing smiled. Even Soph was stunned when he met Amy. And Candy had to step back a little. Since you can't sanction the jungle, then find a way to sanction the lane. The Emperor in the middle lane didn't give him a chance. So Candy simply went to the bottom lane. The bull's head didn't flash. And Jin didn't have any healing skills.
Hack the cow head.
The goal of top is very clear. Brown directly flashed Q, Winter's Bite, and hit the bull's head to slow down and become passive. The wine barrel directly followed the control with E. And the aircraft also immediately followed up to supplement the output. The bull's head couldn't get away at all, and was kept by various controls. In the end, the head was given to the plane. Wine barrel also took advantage of the situation to help the bottom lane push the troops into the tower. Jin simply did not dare to fight under the tower, so he was forced to retreat to the grass.
The rhythm from the beginning of top is perfect. Indeed, this is the chain reaction of the first level team on the road. If Nyoto flashes, this wave of gank will never be successful. LGD needs to think about how to deal with it. If the poke lineup gains too much advantage in the early stage, it will be difficult for them to deal with it later.
Chapter 65 The Arrow is Coming. The famous scene reappears.
Beautiful. The team is getting better and better now. And Xiang Renjia's early offensive rhythm is also well controlled. So we can already handle a strong team like LGD so easily?
Guihao watched the team taking advantage one after another on the court with an Oni smile on his face. Judging from the paper strength of LGD's lineup, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a strong team. The team he built is like his child. Watching the team perform better and better, his old father mentality will naturally feel gratified.
The chain reaction caused by the opening wave had a great impact on LGD.
Although Bai Yueya is also very happy. As a coach, he has a lot to think about and cannot get carried away just because of a little advantage. Even if you win, you have to constantly find out the team's problems. Because no team can be perfect. If you are willing to look carefully, you can always find some problems. Only by correcting countless small problems can the team challenge towards the top position. The situation on the court was a bit stalemate. Mainly, both sides are currently unable to find a rhythm point. LGD's jungler is Qianjue. Qianjue's ganking ability is not strong, and he relies heavily on the line to provide stable first moves. However, Nyoto and Dashu were knocked out and flashed in the first level group. They lacked first-hand control, so the success rate of gank could not be guaranteed. Wild King was naturally unwilling to go online for gank, and focused more on counter-crouching. As for top, although the jungler is Wine Barrel with gank ability, Wine Barrel also does not flash. With and without flashing barrels, the pressure they create on the opponent during gank is simply not the same magnitude. If junglers in the professional arena do not have a gank success rate of over 80%, most of them would not be willing to reveal their whereabouts. Very simple. Without revealing your whereabouts, you can put pressure on the other party's 3 lines at the same time, and the other party doesn't know which path you will suddenly appear on. But once your whereabouts are exposed, the pressure on teammates on the other 2 paths will increase. So, junglers in the professional arena try their best to hide their whereabouts, relying on the advantages of the start and the upper and lower lanes. Top's economic lead reached 1500, excluding 3 kills. The rest was mainly the difference in last hit. Although the big tree can steadily shrink and withstand pressure to ensure that it will not die, it cannot guarantee the replenishment of troops. In many cases, it only dares to gain experience and dare not go forward to replenish troops. For a few minutes, the dull rhythm made the audience feel as if they were watching another Shakespeare play. I originally thought that the hot start was the beginning of a fierce confrontation, but I didn't expect it to be the peak.
Are LGD sure that they want to develop as steadily as top? Top is a poke system. They can fully accept the steady development until 20 minutes and enter the strong period of their lineup. When the 3 pokes advance together, LGD may not be able to handle it well. Nyoto went home. Hirano Aya didn't go to the bottom lane. It seems that she wanted to wander around.
LGD really couldn't sit still. As the team's main caller, Hirano Aya chose to take the initiative in response to the current difficulties the team was facing. Professional teams have the habit of recording the opponent's summoner skills, and they record them by hand. After all, skills such as flash and teleport have fixed times and are easy to remember. But with insight in his talent, the cooldown reduction of the summoner's skills will be reduced by 15%. In the chaotic situation of the first level group, he was sure that Top was only recording an approximate flash time, and would not record it so accurately. So he planned to use the most extreme flash CD to wander around. The target is the middle. The Tsar is the core of their lineup, and their development must be ensured. Moreover, once the Tsar has an advantage and can control the line, the Tsar can also go to the side to gank. After all, with WQ's combos, the Tsar can move across terrain obstacles, and the map running speed is not slow. Another point is that if Virus reaches level 6, he will have stable first-hand control of his ultimate move. Top will definitely use this to attack the Tsar in the middle, instead of sitting back and waiting for death. It's better to take the initiative.
Ami follows me to the middle, and you mark the person on the upper lane to give the other party a wrong message.
Hirano Aya directed.
Okay.
Ami immediately gave her passive mark to Jace, and a white halo suddenly appeared above Jace's head. Using the passive to attack the east and west is also a regular routine for Qianju to catch people in the jungle. The two LGD Nosex did not go to the sides to go around the back, but went directly to the front. The advanced communication made the Emperor deliberately set out to seduce Gao Dui. In fact, Gao Dui deliberately stood in a relatively safe position. When he saw the bull's head, he immediately retreated back. But it can't hold the cow's head because it moves too far.
Hirano Eye is on. WQ Flash. Super long distance displacement. Wow. Wei Shen can't guard it at all, and is knocked into the air. The Tsar and Qianju quickly face each other. Virus is in danger. Hirano Eye attacks her old teammate really kill me. This beautiful wave of wandering also reproduces the style of the God of Death.
Hirano Aya's name of Death was actually a compliment at first. Fans used it to praise his strong roaming ability. Every time he roamed, he could help the team open up the situation. He was like a roaming death on the field, harvesting the opponent's heads. But after the World Championship, Hirano Aya's performance was mediocre. There was no spiritual wandering. Instead, there were various scenes of death. She could catch the opponent wherever she went. Instead, she could send him wherever she went. The God of Death has since changed, become a derogatory term. But the timing of this wave of mid-lane roaming is perfect. Although Vera's talent also points to insight. In the top wave of the group, Virus only flashed to kill the big tree after the death of the bull head. This means that when both sides have insight, the flash is still there. With a time difference of about 5 seconds, Hirano Aya sees the only opportunity in this wave. When Vera's health dropped to less than half, a fat figure emerged from the grass in the river beside him. Meat, egg, onion and chicken. Wine Barrel's perfect E-skill interrupted the three people's concentrated fire on Virus. And Virus quickly ran back after landing. How could LGD let the cooked duck fly away? Buzz. The red-eyed Kindred and Tsar flashed in unison to try to make up for the final output. After a round of drawing A, Virus only had the last trace of blood left, and he was just short of the last shot to draw A. Qianju completed the A movement, and the crossbow arrow was fired. At this time, a strong figure appeared behind Virus, and Braun held up the security door and jumped in front of Virus with W. Duang. The security door confiscated Qianju's flatta directly. Virus was able to escape with blood. The audience was amazed when they saw the scene.
Wow! Lu Mao appeared in time, and successfully helped Virus resolve the danger. LGD was a little uncomfortable this time. 3 flashes failed to kill Virus.
Su Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel proud of Lu Mao's timely arrival, to let out an exclamation. But before she could finish speaking, Wang Lauer on the side exclaimed again.
Jess is here? A second QE to lower the opponent's health. Switch forms to catch up. Q to the Tsar's face. Can the LGD people leave? It seems that someone must stay. Nyoto once again chose to create opportunities for your teammates to escape.
While Braun saved Varus, he used Q to slow down Kaiju. Li Hanqing's timely arrival allowed 3v3 to form in the middle again. But LGD had already used up all its skills, and completely lost its combat effectiveness. Qianju is the core and cannot die. So Hirano Aya can only sacrifice herself. A backhand W pushed Jace away from the Tsar's face, allowing the Tsar with residual health to escape. Ping team. He really makes me cry to death. Brothers, it's unfair to be moved. I cry. But what about you? Gui Gui. Are you really going to sell yourself hard? However, Hirano Aya is worthy of being called the God of Death. And she has already died 3 times. Why can Jace come to support? But Dashu is still on the road to replenish troops? Is this the support speed of FMVP in S competition? It's really funny. Lao Nyo's head was given to Li Hansheng. In the top lineup, there were only 3 poke heroes who deserved to take the head. Nozook and the 2 pure tools did not deserve to take the head. Li Hansheng originally planned to push the army line in the middle into the tower, so that the army line could be completely reset to ensure that Gao Dui would have a perfect army line situation next. But he suddenly saw that Virus, who was supposed to go home with residual health, returned to the middle without knowing when.
Away! You're such a tough guy. You can't even bear to give up this little soldier.
Li Hansheng was about to make a joke, but he saw Virus still walking forward, then drawing the bow and charging up. This is the animation effect of Q skill charging. He was a little confused and refused to answer. The next second, buzz, Virus turned into a golden light and flashed in the direction of the opponent's F4. And at the same time, a purple withered arrow shot out. Baiyu, fly straight to the grass next to F4. The kill sound sounded instantly. Everyone was stunned, including Li Hansheng and others. Immediately afterwards, bursts of cheers erupted from the scene, and many people's memories were directly brought back by this wave of operations. This is one of Gao Dui's famous scenes in S5 LPL. Virus flashed his blind vision, and Q killed the enemy. However, in S5, he Q killed the stateless one. But now, he Q killed the Emperor.
This wave of operations by Wei Shen really makes people sigh that I am young.
Joker sighed after being stunned for a moment.
Familiar heroes. Familiar operations. Familiar pictures. Wei Shen seems to be using this arrow to say to those who are still supporting him that the tragic experience of S5 has not defeated this domestic genius mid-laner who has high hopes for everyone. The rumors about him on the internet in the past few months. Even verbal attacks failed to defeat him. The main thing is that my confidence is back.
Su Xiaoyan sighed.
The Wei Shen, nicknamed Wutian by fans, seems to be back again. This arrow can be regarded as shooting out his inner demon.
This time it's really Yi Qing's return. Welcome Buddha Wutian back to Ling Shan. Came back. They are really all back. I saw light in Wei Shen's eyes again. All top members turned their heads to look at Gao Dui. Virus's flash Q left the most impressive impression on Gao Dui.
Ha ha. Oh Wei, you are so handsome. Brother Wei, you are so brave. People really admire you. Naisu. Naisu. Good brother away.
Gao Dui, an arrogant and conceited genius boy, suddenly looked a little unnatural when faced with the adulation from his teammates. One look at Ding Zhen, and it was determined that he was in a shy state. In fact, he himself was stunned for a moment. He was supposed to go back to the city, but there seemed to be a voice in his heart telling him not to go back to the city. He also truly felt that his long-lost self-confidence, which had been shattered since the S5 World Championship, was finally back. He had not experienced this feeling of confidence for a long time. Go away. With his cold personality, he didn't know how to respond to the enthusiasm of his teammates. So he could only respond with laughter and scolding in this awkward way.
No. No.
Li Hansheng interrupted the atmosphere.
Away. Aren't you the so-called esports Magellan? You should wait until this year's S6 group stage before shooting this arrow. The Earth's revolution is 1 year. So your arrow in the S5 group stage will take a year to fly around the Earth. What the heck?
Gao Dui was stunned by this sudden seriousness, and made him laugh angrily.
It shows that you have a high degree of education. Right. Aren't you the same as me who dropped out of junior high school? Who said that?
Li Hansheng retorted sternly.
Brother, I just dropped out of high school, and my academic qualifications will overwhelm you. But I may not have been taught this in junior high school geography, so I can't blame you.
Listening to these people who had not even finished junior high school and high school comparing their academic qualifications, the referees behind them couldn't stand it and covered their mouths and snickered. People like them, who have received professional training, usually laugh easily. Unless you really can't help it. Backstage, Baiyu Ya and others couldn't help laughing when they heard the content of the team's voice communication at this time.
This guy Hansheng.
Guihao laughed wildly, holding his stomach. Baiyu Ya couldn't help but smile. Only 2 Korean coaches couldn't understand the conversation and looked at everyone in confusion, looking a little out of place. Top is chatting and laughing here. LGD couldn't laugh. He failed to catch 1 out of 3, and not only used 3 flashes, but also killed 2 people. How does this work? In particular, the Tsar did not flash. On the contrary, the barrel's flash had improved, and Virus was about to reach level 6. These were all fatal threats to him. Faced with such a threat, the Tsar could only retreat under the tower. But wouldn't retreating under the tower mean allowing the opponent to push the line? Varus does have short legs, but that doesn't mean he can't support and roam. As long as he has lane rights, any hero can roam. It's just a question of how efficient the roaming is.
Let's stabilize our development first.
Hirano Ai aside.
I'll look for opportunities to roam again. Marin, don't use TP randomly next time. We can only rely on TP to find opportunities. Okay.
Marin nodded. He cannot speak Chinese well, and can only communicate with teammates other than the Emperor through simple English vocabulary. At this time, he actually missed SKT's communication atmosphere. Ma Datu is strong in awareness and understanding of military lines. But it is unrealistic to describe and communicate these through simple English vocabulary. In a team that cannot communicate, Ma Datu's ability will drop by half. It is really unrealistic to expect him to rely on his personal ability to break through and hit the road. Sang Hyuk, I miss you. Sighing silently, Ma Datu put some unrealistic thoughts behind him and tried hard to think of ways to break the deadlock. Chapter 66 Who Surrounded Whom? After all, he is the champion top laner. Ma Datu knows that the more he wants to come back from a disadvantage, the more he must stay calm and not be impatient because he is at a disadvantage. The SKT team he once belonged to is known as the best team in the world at playing disadvantageous games. This is because no matter when, SKT will not panic because they are at a huge disadvantage. As long as they can maintain a clear mind, they will definitely be able to catch the opponent's mistakes. The comeback in League of Legends is actually not as difficult as you think. Often, if you win a team battle, the situation on the field will be completely reversed. After replenishing the equipment, Li Hansheng came to the top road again. He could only lament that a group of players, like Ma Datu and others, who played line-changing games all year round were really strong in their ability to handle disadvantages and withstand pressure. Professional players are very keen on judging the kill line and dangerous bloodline. If I really don't want to give you a chance to kill alone, there is nothing you can do. People just maintain a safe blood volume and hang up under the tower. You can't force your Ligi to rush into the tower and kill him. Right? Especially after a hero like Dashu levels up. It's a bit difficult for two people to jump over the tower and kill them. After all, Top's jungler is a wine barrel, and the damage capability of the meat barrel is a bit lacking. Li Hansheng could only change his style of play. Since you, Ma Datu, choose to be a tortoise on the top lane, I can't break your tortoise SHL, so I will mess with your teammates.
You can grow as long as your big tree grows. I'll see who will do the damage if your teammates collapse. You can't kill anyone with your flesh.
Li Hansheng no longer controlled the line, but took the initiative to teach skills to clear the line quickly. Because top is in a state of excellent 3 lanes. The ward positions set up by Nozook and Nozook are all used for offense, and most of them are inserted into the opponent's jungle area. It seems to be an offensive eye, but in fact it can also play a defensive role. Not to mention professional players. Even high-scoring passers-by in the passer-by game can basically guess the position of the jungler accurately if they really carefully judge it. Players with lower scores tend to place their eyes on the grass and rivers to protect themselves when landing. But in fact, when you see the opponent's jungle position in this position, you can't move away. Strong players always position their wards deeper. For example, the top laner on the red side will run to the intersection of the toad and the blue buff in the upper half of the blue side and take a look. Another example is that the top laner on the blue side will run to the stone man on the red side and take a look. This kind of advanced eye position can obtain more information. Based on the understanding of the game by top players, he will be able to know your general movements after seeing which area your jungler appears in. For example, if you see the enemy jungler in F4, you will start to take precautions in advance because under normal circumstances, the jungler will definitely come all the way up. After killing the wild monsters, you will take a look to see if there is any chance of ganking. This is also the reason why Icaz, who used an excavator to dig through the Korean server with a 97% winning rate, was like drinking water in the top division. But his performance was average after entering the professional competition. Professional players will have a certain lead time when defending. I will start to guard against your gank more than 10 seconds in advance. Unless there is an excellent opportunity to cross the tower. How will you catch it? LGD has Top's vision at several key points in the jungle. I happened to see the location of Chinju's F4. I just cleared F4 and then walked up. After Li Hansheng cleared the line, he went directly into the LGD jungle area, ran all the way to the grass next to the blue buff, and waited patiently. After a few seconds, Xianju's figure really came into view. The unsuspecting kindred seemed to be preparing to clear the demon marsh frog without any notice at all. The moment he approached the grass, Jess immediately got angry. The moment Constipation Ping A took action, QE's second battery of strengthened artillery blasted out. W opened and instantly switched to Warhammer form. A Kuei kindred, who was not in full health, faced Jace's set of explosive output. He didn't even have time to activate his ultimate move, and was instantly killed.
Jace's injury is completely incomprehensible.
Wang Lao looked shocked.
Qianju was killed instantly without even having time to react. I guess Amy might have cut the screen to observe the situation on other roads, and didn't lock the angle of view on herself at the first time, so she didn't react.
Su Xiaodong gave a more reasonable guess. With Jace's current equipment, it's not like he can actually deal a set of damage without even giving you a chance to react. Although Kindred's ultimate move is not instantaneous, it only takes a short delay to obtain the ultimate move's effect. With the reaction speed of a professional player, he can definitely react. It may only be because Amy's perspective was not locked on him at the first time. The moment, he was instantly killed. Amy apologized with self-blame.
Oh my god! I cut the screen to watch and hit the road.
In fact, even if he uses his ultimate move, it will only delay his own death. Facing a full-blooded Jace, it is impossible for him to complete the counterattack, and he cannot escape without flashing. But being caught in the jungle in this inherently disadvantageous situation is a big blow to the team's morale. Not to mention that he is the team's core output.
It's a nest.
Ma Dada also spoke immediately, showing a wry smile. He actually reminded his teammates about Li Hanqing's disappearance. But his instinct was to use Korean. The Emperor in the middle understood, and was on guard. But in the jungle Amy suffered. After killing Qianju, Li Hanqing went home directly, and finally synthesized Yumeng. And his damage received a huge increase. After returning to the line, he still took the initiative to push the line. As soon as the line of troops entered the tower, they immediately disappeared from the line, constantly putting pressure on LGD's jungle and mid lane. Candy is also a thief. Using his real eyes, and the effect of the real vision potion obtained by CJ Big Bird to forcefully clear LGD's field of vision in the river on the top road. In this way, as long as Jace disappears in the top lane, LGD will be under tremendous pressure because they cannot see Jace's movements in the field of vision. The manifestation of this pressure online is that many of the soldiers in the middle position of the Tsar in the middle do not dare to compensate at all. The Tsar is different from the big tree. Tanks like Dashu are just as useful in the early stage as long as they can stabilize mid-level team fights. C positions like the Tsar need to steadily replenish troops and pay money to get equipment. The Tsar with only level but no equipment cannot pose a fatal deterrent to top. Under the premise that Xinjue is not well developed, the Tsar should have taken on more output responsibilities. But now, he can't even replace his troops. And he has no equipment and money. How can he deal with output? But he still underestimated how disgusting Li Hanqing was. Electric energy surges. A blue-colored reinforced cannon flew out from the wall on the left side of the tower, in the middle of the blue square, and hit the Tsar. This shot was enough to kill nearly 40% of the Tsar's health. And Virus's charge Q also came towards him. Fortunately, the Emperor was focused enough, and we moved backwards to avoid the arrow.
Player Noob played very smart,
Su Xiaoyan praised.
When he already had an advantage in the top lane, he did not blindly get into unnecessary entanglements with Marin online, but looked for opportunities to help his teammates. The main thing is that he always runs to the middle and takes a shot. It's very disgusting.
Joker smiled.
As for how disgusting it is, you have to ask Dad on the court.
Dade, are you cheap? If you don't line up on the top lane, you'll be embarrassed if you run in the middle lane.
Right?
Ma Dadu is not good either. He was beaten like this in the lane. Now it seems that the real optimistic family is top. And you LGD are just a fake. Helping teammates doesn't necessarily result in a kill. And sometimes lowering blood volume, like this, is even more disgusting. The Emperor feels very uncomfortable now. At half health, it stands to reason that you should go home. But if you go home and don't have TP, you won't be able to get back online as soon as possible. The precipice is to lose the line. Don't go home. This amount of blood is really too dangerous. The operating space left for you when you are under the tower with full health, and when you are under the tower with half health is not of the same order of magnitude at all. Bet. In the end, the Emperor chose to fight this wave of soldiers under the tower. But he didn't realize that the wine barrel had locked onto him. The wine barrel crossed the river and came to the F4 pit in the blue square, staring at the Tsar under the tower through a wall. Drink in advance. This is very important. S6 wine barrel has not been weakened. If you flash E, you can directly receive a flat A shot, and then send the person R back. In other words, if he flashes AR, the opponent will not be able to use any displacement skills. When the Tsar enters his own shooting range, the barrel flashes E directly through the wall. Meat, egg, onion and chicken. The fat belly pushed the Tsar directly upwards. Flat A followed by R. Boom! The huge barrel exploded behind the Tsar like a bomb. And the air wave generated by the explosion directly blew the Tsar out of the tower. Virus connected with R and directly through EQ at the same time. The Q skill did not even need to be charged. The terrifying percentage damage caused by detonating the 3 layers of passive on the Tsar alone was enough to kill the Tsar with residual health. The Tsar died. After the top midfielder and jungler pushed the line, they immediately retreated and disappeared from the line. The lack of vision allowed LGD to only guess the movements of these 2 people. 15 seconds later, Ma Data smiled bitterly again. After Jace pushed the troops in as usual, this time Jace did not leave, but approached him under the tower. At the same time, in the triangular grass behind the tower, Virus has already taken the lead to charge up AQ and shoot over. And the wine barrels are also filling tons of wine and approaching him. Shiba! Ma Datu immediately handed over all his skills, thinking of quickly clearing the line of soldiers under the tower. Maybe there would be a glimmer of hope. But Top didn't give him this chance. Jace did not blindly hand over skills, but was waiting for the barrel to take the lead. The wine barrel hit with an E, and the big tree was forced to use the small soldier to evade control. But this was already the limit. After the wine barrel E is empty, use AQ in the backhand to slow down and attract the hatred of the defense tower. Jace still didn't blindly trade skills, but AW. After tying A for 4 times in a row with great proficiency, he then switched to AQWA with QE in the face. Virus also used E to detonate 3 layers of W after hitting A 3 times to deal percentage damage. Dashu had no choice but to forcefully replace the wine barrel. But the S6 version of the wine barrel originally produced a slag giant, and its talent is still Power of Time. It currently has nearly 2,000 health, and also has the percentage damage reduction effect brought by W, Drunken Fury. Resistance to tower plus damage from big trees has no effect at all. The damage of the dual shooters is enough to kill Dashu forcibly even when he activates his ultimate move and has 20% damage reduction. The bottom line is that the horse's big head is poorly developed. Both Virus and Jace have made a fortune, which is a development that transcends the timeline. The big tree was killed directly. The top, middle and jungle trio immediately began to forcibly demolish the tower. LGD wanted to stop the loss, and Kindred came to the bottom lane and tried to gank, but without the bullhead flashing. They simply couldn't force the plane to fly. They could only force the Braun to fly. Braun raised his shield with a backhand R and easily escaped to a safe position. The only thing LGD could do was to force the 3 of them into the tower and drive Top's bottom lane into the closed grass. After knocking down a tower on the top lane, the top 3 turned around and killed the Canyon Pioneer. Li Hansheng came to obtain the buff of the Canyon Pioneer, mainly for the 40 points of movement speed to increase my map running ability. When Jace hit in the blind spot in the middle, he blasted away nearly half of the Tsar's blood, forcing him back and consuming the health of the first tower in the middle of LGD. LGD can no longer sit still. You can't drop the tower in the middle, so you have to find a way to kill them. Hirano Aya frowned and took Y4 to abandon the bottom lane and head to the middle instead, and communicated with Ma Datu on the road to plan a counterattack. Nyoto left a field of vision in the river, and then came to the front. The Tsar commanded the sand soldiers to poke at the people in front of Top. In this way, Jin's W passive was put on, allowing Jin to use W to keep people. Jin, who was standing behind a tower, directly W Fatal Glory. But unfortunately it was empty. But when the big tree on the road lit up TP, Jin chose to activate our final call without hesitation, knelt down on one knee, raised his gun and started firing bullets. The first shot failed, but the second shot hit Virus accurately and had a slowing effect. The big tree in the direction of the river had already rushed over. He ducked to avoid Virus' ultimate move. After closing the distance, he locked the man with W and forcibly kept Virus. Nyoto followed the WQ second company, and Jin's third bullet had already been fired. Virus was instantly killed. Kindred Q moved forward and he slowed down Jace, hoping to keep people alive. But Jace directly opened the distance with his ghost sword and did not give the opponent a chance to further expand the victory. Beautiful counterattack. LGD gathered the strength of 5 people to stop Top's mid-promotion plan. But is it really profitable to give up so many skills and only leave one Virus? The plane and Braum in the bottom lane pushed down most of the health of the next tower. There's no way. It's the lesser of 2 evils. Hitting one tower is more important than the next. The problem is that this time, TP was forced to repulse Top's attack. What about the next wave? It will soon enter the strong period of Top's poke system. Looking at the situation from LGD's perspective, it will be clear how much headache LGD is having at this time. This one Li Hanxing did not make CD shoes, but chose 3-speed shoes, just to enhance his mobility, and he used a J's to support the whole field. 11 minutes. The plane picked up the explosive package from the spring and rushed to the lower road. Li Hanxing also rushed to the lower road on foot. He was bound to win the next tower. LGD really wanted to defend. But when a super missile from the plane and Jace's Q-enhanced cannon knocked out most of the full health of Ember, they completely lost their ability to defend. Although Jin has no displacement, the 3-speed shoes are not that bulky. But no matter how good your positioning is, there will always be times when you hit the right skill. Right? The ultimate poke system of top is like this. As long as you win a skill, your state is not enough to support you to complete a wave of 5v5 head-on collision. 2 skills? Sorry. You will lose your fighting ability completely. The poke lineup is actually not that powerful if you really have to fight head-on. But why is it so disgusting? The reason is that the poke lineup can use the ultra-long range to lower your blood volume, thereby making you lose combat effectiveness. It is not necessary to kill the opponent, but to give the opponent a numerical disadvantage to gain an advantage. Lower the opponent's overall HP, or even cripple it. Although no one died, the actual combat effectiveness was no different from attrition. Apart from standing far away and throwing away skills, what real help can the crispy skin with residual health provide? Imp also shows his violent side. I saw that the opponent's bottom lane retreat was not in time. Just use W, Valkyrie dive, and rush over, leaving a long trail of fire wherever it flies. Both the damage caused and the length of this fire path are of a level that would make Rambo cry after seeing it. After all, constant temperature burning is also known as the small Valkyrie dive. After being strengthened by the explosive pack, W has a dominating skill, and Nyoto's control cannot interrupt it at all. Moreover, Imp controlled the landing point of W very well. Just when he could hit Jin, Nyoto was unable to control it immediately. The plane directly touched the face and was instantly ignited, and the bull's head was completely blocked under the defense tower. Li Hanxing quickly activated W and Go Sword to gain a huge attack speed bonus, and quickly demolished a tower in the bottom lane to ensure that Imp could safely evacuate. The 3 of them worked together to kill the bull head in the bottom lane. After killing Jin and Nyoto, Top, who had the numerical advantage, easily controlled the first dragon. Now the dragon has just undergone its first revision. Every time you kill a dragon, you can unlock a layer of attributes. The first level directly provides an 8% panel AD and AP bonus. For a poke system that requires extreme output, this is undoubtedly a huge improvement. Next, Top only needs to find a way to remove the opponent's first tower in the middle. As long as the first tower in the middle is destroyed, the defensive pressure Top can create for LGD will further increase. At 14 minutes, when the 3 poke cores of the top lineup were initially capable of combat, directly push forward in a group in the middle. LGD is also prepared, but facing the 3 cannons atop, there was no resistance at all. Forced open, Beryl and Braum in front are like 2 walls protecting the teammates behind them, allowing them to vent their firepower as much as they want. LGD could only give up the first tower in the middle. They originally thought that Top would push down 1 tower and then retreat to develop. After all, Korean operations are all about slowly encroaching. After knocking down a tower, go back to replenish a round of vision, and slowly expand the advantage through the advantage of vision. Li Hanxing will not work hard with him. Keep pushing! Don't ink with him! Under Li Hanxing's strong command, Top did not retreat, but continued to advance with their troops. MD! Are you really giving me no way to survive? Hirano Aya cursed in a low voice, and he gritted his teeth. Can you drive? Everyone in LGD is in good condition. If they can force a fight, there may be a glimmer of hope. After all, the equipment of the top players is not yet overwhelming. If it were delayed for a few more minutes, each person would be ahead by 1 big item, and then there would be no chance to fight again. Aggressive play always comes with corresponding risks. Okay, Ma Dada nodded. In order to force him to retain someone, the first thing he chose was Glory of Justice. Although your tankiness will be slightly reduced with this piece of equipment, your ability to retain people will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Moreover, facing the terrifying output ability of Top, using other equipment is just to survive for 1 to 2 seconds longer? Does it make sense? Dashi returned to the city and spent all his money. In fact, he just bought 1 more cloth armor, and then directly TP them to stay in his F4 field of vision. After landing, he made a big circle to complete the complete back loop. All of a sudden everyone from Top was surrounded. This is equivalent to the top players being stuck between the first and second towers of LGD.
Marin's perfect back TP ward position. Can he become the team's hero this time? LGD chose to fight to the death. They seized this opportunity perfectly. Top seemed a bit too aggressive.
The 4 people in front of LGD also began to slowly approach. Instead, Top reached a deadlock.
How about we end our relationship with Lu Mao? And if it doesn't work out, you can sell us both?
Candy suggested.
What are you afraid of? Fight me back.
Li Hansheng was still worried that the other party would act like a coward and refuse to come out. The teammates haven't reacted yet. Li Hansheng has already started operating. The ghost knife opened, then flashed directly in reverse. A beautiful wave of Q flash he brought him directly to the faces of the Tsar and others. He didn't try to flatten A's output, but switched to Q. Q in the form of reinforced cannon and Warhammer directly dealt 2 waves of exaggerated AoE damage, lowering the health of everyone in LGD. Li Hansheng's unexpected reverse flash prevented everyone in LGD from reacting immediately. After all their health was reduced, the Tsar used his ultimate move to repel Jace. Vera's Q shot from a long distance once again lowered the Tsar's health, forcing Kind Ju to use his ultimate move and advance to protect his opponent. Jace's blood volume has bottomed out at this time, but Li Hansheng didn't care at all. He had already exerted all his output, and Qian Ju's ultimate move in turn protected him, preventing him from being killed instantly.
Go back to them, and don't talk to the tree.
Li Hansheng once again faced each other, and forcefully dealt with the opponent, lowering the opponent's health one by one. And at this time, Braun even jumped in front of Jace with a big backhand move that knocked away the Tsar and others, mainly because of Kindred's ultimate move. Tsar and others did not choose to flash to avoid this control. As a result, Candy was given a chance. Upon seeing this, Jiogong dodged E and rushed towards the crowd, then threw her on the spot. Boom! Tsar and Jin were directly blown out of the range of Kindred's ultimate move. Seeing this, the plane quickly flashed W+ and fired a flat A to take away the Tsar, and then fired another super ballistic shot at Jin, further reducing his health. And what about Virus? Virus was retained by the big tree and could not keep up with the output immediately.
Sheepa!
Ma Data never expected that Top would fight back so decisively. Before he even got close, all his teammates had lost their health, and now the double CS were dead and disabled.
Top's counterattack was very decisive. LGD didn't even react. Wow! Barrel's beautiful E flashes are. Tsar and Jin are in danger. Tsar is dead. If Dashu enters the field at this time and retains only 1 Virus, he will not be able to reverse the situation. Hey! Jin desperately tried to replace Jace before he died.
Li Hansheng originally wanted to retreat in the direction of the 3 blue wolves, but he didn't expect Jin to be so stubborn. The intention to kill has been determined. Flash over directly, and take the 4th bullet to Q to forcefully replace him. But it doesn't matter. If Li Hansheng cared about KDA, he wouldn't be so decisive in flashing and hitting output. As long as you can win the game. The death of Double C caused LGD to completely lose its output ability. Even if the big tree rushed into the crowd and acted as a stir stick, it would be useless. What's the use of retaining people but not doing enough damage? 1 for 2. Li Hansheng used his own life to replace the opponent's Double C.
Originally, this was a perfect counterattack by LGD, but Top was too decisive.
Wang Lauer did not hesitate to praise him.
Noob's Jess is really decisive. I am not exaggerating to say that Jess is the best.
Bo's decisive flash counterattack completely ended LGD's hope of counterattack. That's right.
Su Xiaoyan nodded.
Although this is a grudge battle between God, Imp and LGD, there is no doubt that Noob is the most eye-catching presence on the field. Although he failed to complete the solo kill of the opponent, he helped the team establish a huge advantage in other ways.
Is there really no solo kill? 1 minute later, Dashu's body fell beside the 2nd tower on the lower road of his house. And not far away was Jace, who turned and left. Jace, who already possesses Yomu and Kurogiri, has explosive damage capabilities. A big tree with just a pair of cloth-armored shoes, Glory of Justice, and Little Sunfire couldn't withstand Jace's damage at all. No calculation is required. As soon as the Ghost Sword is activated, Kiworkui, a theoretically perfect output method for Jace, is already full of residual health after hitting the big tree that activates the ultimate move. Moreover, Jace was carrying a Wind Rider, a yuppie with 3-speed shoes and a strong pursuit ability. He directly chased into the tower and killed a big tree with residual health alone. LGD's 2nd tower in the bottom lane was pushed down. Later, Li Hansheng came to the top road again and used the same method to push down the second tower on the top road again. 19 minutes. All 3 top C position members own 2-piece sets. And Jace even owns 2.5 sets. Yuang, Black Cut, and Small Armor Severing Bow. LGD was unable to resist at all, and the second tower in the middle was quickly pushed down. Next up is the Highland Tower. Just when LGD was still discussing whether to take the initiative to counterattack, Jin stood in a relatively safe position and fired R to keep people. However, at this time, Jess QE, a super missile from the aircraft. Virus's charge Q is fired from 3 directions at the same time. The flight trajectories of the 3 skills are like 3 straight lines, and the intersection of these 3 straight lines is exactly where Jin is. 3 skills trigger damage at the same time. The audience only saw the full-blooded Jin, who directly performed a wave of blood-barred disappearing spells. Instant kill. Xianju on the side didn't even have a chance to use his ultimate move. He couldn't react at all and watched Jin being killed instantly. Gui. What kind of harm is this? Why do I feel that even if Jin dies with full health, he still owes top half a tube of health? Like playing with big trees or playing with bastards? How you tortured us on the LPL road last year. Noob will torture you this year. You are the only one who is FMVP. Right? My brother Han Sheng specializes in FMVP. Top's damage is really outrageous. The 3 commentators couldn't help but gasp. Instant kill. He was killed instantly while standing under his own tower. This is the charm of the poke lineup. Su Xiaoyan sighed. Only the poke lineup can snowball and advance so quickly after gaining an advantage. Is this a hammer? Just over 20 minutes. The C position on top will have 3-piece suits per capita. What about LGD? 1.5 pieces per person. A full 1.5 big items behind. This is no longer a problem of being too weak or not having enough output, but a complete numerical crushing. 23 minutes. The top with the Baron buff does not have too much ink. Just use the Baron buff to push flatly. Win the first game. Chapter 67. Give Ma Data some points to fight against. Congratulations to Top for winning the first game. They still maintain their good performance since the start of the spring split. Joker made a small summary of the game that had ended. If LGD didn't want to lose this high-profile game like this, focus battle, then they need to take the initiative to make changes. That's right. Wang Lauer nodded. Marin shouldn't be acting like this. It seemed like he had 2 good moves around him, but he was almost invisible in the audience and was completely suppressed by the newcomer Noob. He is the most important player in LGD. At the core, he has to step up. The main thing is to avoid the situation like the previous level 1 group. Su Xiaoyan did not care about the choice of heroes, but paid more attention to the small mistakes in the game. They clearly calculated that the other party would attack in the top lane. But because of my communication error at the beginning, I was ambushed, which shouldn't be the case. Date also needs to roam more frequently and link up instead of being restricted to the middle. There were a lot of problems in the last LGD game. If you really study it carefully, you can talk about it for several hours. The commentators may not be able to see so many problems without conducting a professional review. I can only pick out some issues that are more obvious and can be seen by the audience at a glance. The top fans at the scene were ecstatic about the strong strength displayed by the team. The moment the players took off their headphones, they shook the support sticks in their hands very hard. And there were also some enthusiastic fans who shouted the players' IDs at the top of their lungs. Return to the backstage training room. Guihao praised the performance of the players. They all performed well. Xiaowei and Pupu also played well. It's not bad. Gao Dui shook his head. I originally wanted to show off twice, but someone took the show too far. This person is alluding to Li Hansheng. It's my fault. Li Hansheng shrugged. Isn't it a good thing to have strong teammates? Ask the people at LGD if they are willing to let me swap with Ma Datu. TCH. It's your turn to show off. It's natural to be happy to have great teammates. But Gao Dui knows Li Hansheng's character very well. If he also praises him, Li Hansheng might knock his tail to the sky. And he will give him a knock every time he opens his mouth. Boy! Lao Li! Imp gave a thumbs up and praised without hesitation. Ha! Just average. Li Hansheng seemed modest, but actually hinted wildly. It's not as great as you guys say. I still have many shortcomings and areas for improvement. Brother Hansheng, you are the strongest top laner in LPL in my eyes. Ming followed up and praised, making Li Hansheng smile even happier. Hey, originally I wanted to keep a low profile and get along with you as an ordinary top laner, but your vision is too vicious. Li Hansheng simply showed his hands. It's a showdown. I won't pretend anymore. My brother is the best top laner in LPL right now. 1.
Gao Dui rolled his eyes fiercely. He knew that as long as someone praised Li Hansheng, this scene would appear.
Be serious. The game is not over yet.
Bai Yueyao clapped his hands, planning to take a shot in advance.
The next LGD will definitely change the BP thinking. Especially on the top lane. Hansheng, you still have to be careful.
Li Hansheng smiled and waved his hand. It's not that he looks down on Ma Datu, but he knows Ma Datu too well. The only offensive top laner that Ma Datu is good at is Rambo, which is also the hero he became famous for. After all, during the S4 period, he had the reputation of being the best Rambo in the Korean server. In addition, he is good at heroes such as Nar, Big Tree, and Crocodile. Swordswoman? There is no team with strong execution ability that allows him to obtain more resources than the opponent's top laner through line switching tactics to form an equipment or level advantage. Relying purely on 1v1 operations on the top lane, Ma Datu's Sword Princess has nothing to fear. The short break passed quickly, and both parties returned to the stage. After a short commercial break, the three commentators regained a lot of energy.
LGD must let Dade and Marin be more aggressive in hero selection. Those two are the most reliable people on their team.
Since you can't control yourself from making too many mistakes like EDG, you can use the tactics of wide opening and closing to play more unrestrainedly. Close-up shots of the players. It can be seen that both Ma Datu and Dottie have slightly serious expressions. Especially the Emperor. He knew what this game meant to him, so he played very seriously. In fact, his Czar's performance in the last game didn't have any big problems. Those who died in battle were all caught and killed. And other than that, they were not given any chance. Before the time came for his Czar to take over the game was over. This made him very unhappy. Just backstage, he specifically told Hart that he wanted to get a hero who was more proactive in the lane. He wanted to take revenge for being flashed by Gao Dui.
The second BP for both sides has officially begun.
With a crisp sound of metal collision, the BP panel appeared in front of the audience.
Top, who has the right to choose sides, actually took the initiative to choose the red side?
Su Xiaoyan herself felt very surprised. The red side in this version is recognized as a natural BP disadvantage. But the top is so stubborn? But top has already made this choice. And they can only make various guesses along top's train of thought. The biggest possibility is that they feel that top is practicing how to break the game on the red side. But if they use LGD to practice, is it a bit too disrespectful to treat the opponent as a human being? But the bans have already begun. LGD chose to block Jace as soon as they came up. If they couldn't beat him, they would ban him. This was the greatest respect for Li Hansheng.
It seems that LGD has also realized that it can't handle the noob Jace.
Wang Lauer chuckled.
Jace is a hero who really has no natural enemies in the lane. Once he develops an advantage, he can hit you half a pipe with one shot from a long distance. Blood. There is no way to counterattack at all.
Laughing. FMEP is giving in now? Return the goods. Return the goods. LGD should quickly return Ma Datu and the chair to SKT. I seriously doubt that this is a fake. Not to mention the top order. Dade in the middle also returned the goods and asked Gao Dui back. MD. Gao Dui is obviously much better than Dade. Top still bans Leopard Girl. There is nothing to say about this. The red side must ban a hero. Then LGD chose to actively ban Poppy, which was a bit unexpected. After all, with the current numerical strength of the wave ratio, it is completely worthy of the blue side to grab it. The only explanation is that LGD doesn't want to grab it. But they don't want top to get it. Poppy does not necessarily have to go to the road in this version. Using the support position can counter auxiliary heroes such as Nyoto. Top backhand banned the male gunner. LGD's last ban was to Ice Girl. And top chose to block Qianju as well. The 3-ban jungler was flattered by this treatment. LGD still took the lead and grabbed the lead in seconds. To be fair, Hirano Aya's performance in the last game was actually pretty good. Although he died a bit too many times. I really can't blame him. The main reason is that the chain reaction of the first level group was too big. So it was no problem to give him a chance. But top's backhand locked the Shadow Island combination of Thresh plus Skate Shoes. And the bottom lane confrontation was full.
There are not enough ban positions.
Su Xiaoyan pointed out LGD's current predicament.
LGD's tactical focus must be on the mid to upper lane. So sacrifices must be made in the bottom lane. I even think that this time LGD's bottom lane may take Easy.
Really? The words just fell. LGD directly targets Easy and Excavator. Once the first 3 hands were selected, LGD's tactical intention was not too obvious. It was obvious that they wanted to focus more on the mid-range.
Bring me Lulu, and leave the counter position to Lao Li,
Gao Dui immediately suggested. White Crescent waited again and again. In the current version, most of the popular junglers are gone, leaving only the Blind Monk. But someone else uses the Excavator first, and you use the Blind Monk second. Isn't there something wrong with your brain? Think about it. He finally signaled the players to take down Lulu plus Spider's midfielder, then compete with LGD for the rhythm and compete in the early and mid-game. Finally, LGD directly locked the card plus Rambo. It is still to increase the team's early rhythm points. And Ma Datu, who is on the road, gets his best and most confident carry hero. In fact, it is a bit risky to play Rambo first. After all, Rambo is afraid of being caught. But LGD thinks it can still produce Rambo. Jace has been banned. And the other heroes that Li Hansheng is good at are Sword Girl, Raven, and Captain. Rambo is not afraid of these heroes at all. As for other tank heroes, Rambo is not timid at all. Sometimes candidates don't necessarily have to follow the version without thinking. And some heroes are based on ID. The big-headed Rambo is a choice that will not cause any problems whenever you take it out. Moreover, this version of Rambo is not unusable. It is just not a popular choice in the competition. Ma Datu really dares to choose Rambo? Does he think of me, Brother Hansheng, as one of those other top laners who only know how to play a gangster tank? Hey, Brother Hansheng, beat him up. Let Ma Datu see what the domestic carry top order of LPL is. Kendi, don't you go on the road and squad with your son? A stupid hero like Rambo, a brainless father and his son, could just sit there and be done with it. Noob. Give Ma Datu some strength and some confrontation. Li Hansheng was also stunned. Please. My own jungler has used Spider first. And the Crocodile is still outside. How dare the opponent choose Rambo? Or are you planning to play a line-switching game with him? But no matter what, Crocodile is the best choice. Professional military training in the zoo. However, if you think about it carefully, you can understand that Crocodile was the beneficiary of the Heavy Warrior version of last year's World Championship. But after the World Championship, all the Heavy Warriors were hacked by Riot. If Juggernauts are still strong, there won't be so many tank heroes on the road in the spring split. Maybe LGD thinks that Li Hansheng doesn't know how to play Crocodile, or that Top won't abandon a version like Crocodile at all. Unfortunately, they miscalculated.
Bring me the Crocodile,
Li Hansheng smiled.
It seems that no one has given Ma Datu a welcome ceremony yet. So as a representative of the LPL division, I will get him some strength and welcome him to the LPL.
Top's last choice is Crocodile. My heart was a little confused when I saw this choice.
Shiba.
He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He wanted to go backstage and kill the people in charge of data collection on the coaching staff. Li Hansheng obviously knows how to play Crocodile. Why can't he collect any data? The main reason is that the hero Crocodile has made 0 appearances in the spring split so far. And everyone has ignored this. Nowadays, the top ecological chain in the professional arena revolves around the 3 phantom heroes Poppy, Big Tree, and Titan. Either a hero who can develop against the 3 phantom gods in mixed lanes and play a certain role in team battles, or a hero who can mechanically restrain the 3 phantom gods. But Crocodiles don't meet these 2 conditions at all. He is not like the Sword Lady and Nose Ho who can directly attack the tank and have good single band ability. Nor is he like the Troll who can steal the tank's double resistance with one ultimate move and complete the restraint through the skill mechanism. Therefore, it is clear that the Crocodile has not been stabbed after the World Championship version. But still no one cares about it. But the BP result cannot be changed. The lineups of both sides were finally determined. LGD is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Rambo versus Crocodile. Jungle, Excavator versus Spider. Middle lane, Card versus Lulu. Bottom lane, Easy plus Bullhead versus Skateboard Shoes plus Thresh.
This is a good one.
Joker looked forward to it.
There will definitely be a lot of fighting between the 2 sides in the first half of the game in the early stage. The main top will definitely take the initiative to cause trouble. If Zhu Widow does not gain a huge advantage in the early stage, the team battle will become useless. Not to mention the Spider. The Crocodile is actually quite cumbersome in team battles, especially when faced with a lineup like LGD that has a lot of point control and is flexible in the C position. It is difficult to perform well. But if there are equipment advantages, let's talk about it separately. Accompanied by cheers from the fans at the scene, Summoner's Rift arrived with a bang. Both sides immediately chose to run to the wild area when they went out. LGD wants to protect Rambo,
while Top wants to break through directly from Rambo. So, the starting route of the jungler will determine the survival environment of both sides. LGD definitely wants to swap jungle areas with Top, forcing the spider to the lower half of the map, so that the crocodile and the spider, a pair of good partners in the zoo, cannot combine. This way, it can protect the big-headed Rambo to the greatest extent and increase stability. After the early stage, after all, from a purely landing perspective, Rambo is not afraid of crocodiles at all. The current version of Crocodile's W cannot break the shield. Rambo is a typical hero with high damage and squishy body on the top lane. He has the same virtue as the captain, although he has almost no natural enemies in the lane. However, due to the lack of control skills, the ability to counterattack under the tower is almost zero. So the best way to target this type of hero is to catch him. But here's the problem. LGD never expected that their top lane would be targeted in such a way from the beginning. The first level team ability of their lineup is a bit weak. The combat effectiveness of the top first level groups is actually average. But they can't stand up to others who have Thresh and their stable first-hand ability. Neither side can do anything to the other, and no one dares to start a first level group rashly. In the end, they will compromise with each other. They all choose to brush from bottom to top, in order to ensure that their own jungler's jungle clearing speed does not lose to that of the opponent. The duo of both sides help the jungler start the game, and they also reduce the health of the jungle monsters to the lowest before leaving. Spiders have a natural advantage. After all, the spider has two sets of skills in the early stage, and the Q skill has percentage damage in both forms, and the little spider helps. Although the excavator also has AoE damage, it can also use E to drill tunnels to quickly cross the terrain and save distance. But spiders can also use E to fly through walls and move. It seems that the speed is about the same, but actually the spider still has a slight advantage. Hit the road this way. A level 1 crocodile without anger is no different from a super soldier, and its combat effectiveness is not strong. Rambo can stand behind the minions and use Q, Arsonist Feast, for lossless consumption. But this time, Li Hanxing went straight out of the Dolan shield. The runes were full of magic resistance, and all the blue glyphs were filled with magic resistance. At level 1, if Rambo is allowed to use Q to consume him, he will use his A soldier to build up his anger. After accumulating Red Fury, he can directly use Q to recover a certain amount of HP even if he cannot hold onto Rambo. On the contrary, Rambo did not dare to come up for a physical fight. When he saw the crocodile pressing forward, he had to retreat back and forth. Rambo, who should have had the right to use the line, was instead actively pushed by the crocodile. Of course, Ma Data knew that Li Hanxing was so crazy about pushing the lane. Didn't he just want the troops to enter the tower and then cooperate with the spider to cross the tower? Judging from the position of his excavator, he wasn't that worried, because the junglers of both sides will definitely reach the top lane at the same time. Even if the troops enter the tower and are protected by the excavator, he doesn't have to worry so much. In a corner where no one cares. That is, the bottom lane for both sides. The Shadow Island combination has a very strong landing strength, and they choose to push the lane into the tower as soon as they start. After pushing the line of troops into the tower, they even look like they want to control the river crabs when they go to the river. Actually, walking to the entrance of Xiaolong Pit, the skateboard shoe's walking area circled back to the foot of his tower, while Thresh went straight back to the city and then headed straight for the road. The 2-level Thresh has a clear goal. Hit the road. At this time, both junglers happen to be fighting the second buff monster. Judging from the speed, the 2 Nosics from top will arrive on the top lane at the same time.
Oh my god! Top played so aggressively.
Wang Lauer understood Top's tactical intentions, and his voice increased a lot.
They know how to dig for opportunities to go on the road for protection. Since 2v2 can't kill you, Lawn Bow, let's do 3v2. LGD's bottom lane doesn't seem to be aware of it yet.
Hit the road this way. With Li Hanxing deliberately pushing the line at the beginning, the line of troops has begun to slowly advance into the tower, and Li Hanxing's anger has also been maintained in a perfect state. It's not full of rage, but the rage value is above 70 points. So you can be full of rage at any time. Spider and Thresh met under a tower on their own road, and then moved along the grass along the wall. According to the information fed back by Li Hanxing, there is no opponent's ward position in the online grass, which means that the LGD people cannot know that Thresh has arrived on the road. From LGD's perspective, they knew it was 2v2 on the road, but they definitely didn't expect it to be 3v2. The troop line was stuck in front of the defense tower, and at this time, the excavator had come to the triangular grass behind the first tower on the upper road to perform countercrouching. It was also because there was a jungler behind him that Ma Datu was not so wary. When he saw the crocodile pulling forward to get closer to each other, he didn't pay attention. Instead, he used Q to continue consuming the crocodile's health and the minion's health. He was the one being pushed. At this time, the crocodile has reached level 3. But Rambo is still only at level 2. Ma Datu desperately wants to reach level 3. With 3 small skills, he will have more room to operate. However, he never imagined that Li Hansheng would resolutely choose to move forward and take the lead when he knew that there was an excavator squatting behind the tower. Looking at the crocodile suddenly moving forward, Ma Datu felt very dissatisfied with Sisterly. But, soon, he mastered a national quintessence. Sichuan Opera Face Changing. Chapter 68, A Belated Welcome Ceremony. Welcome to LPL.
About the fact that I learned face changing in Sichuan opera without any teacher.
From the beginning, Ma Datu was dissatisfied with Sisterly, and then became stunned, and then horrified in seconds. The crocodile directly used an E to pass the minion and move forward, coming to Rambo's face, and then directly tied the A to the red angry W. If the crocodile uses a W combo, it will give the opponent time to react. As long as the reaction speed is normal, he can definitely use the flash to distance himself. But Ma Datu felt that his jungler was squatting behind him. Even if he was controlled by the first hand, the excavator could support him immediately and interfere with the opponent's output. Even the crocodile plus spider could not kill him instantly. In fact, the excavator did get stuck in the wall immediately and hit E, making its actual displacement distance farther than the normal distance of the E skill. As he expected, the spider came out of the grass and threw E skills in human form to try to regain control. He never imagined that there was a Thresh behind the spider.
Shiba?
Thresh used his Q at the limit distance. And the target was not Rambo, who was on fire, but the excavator that was drilling through the tunnel beside him. When the excavator moves forward, it will have a very obvious crawling action, and the enemy can see the impact point of the excavator in advance. The green hook hit the excavator in Ma Datu's shocked eyes. Ami was actually a little confused. He could actually use flash to avoid Thresh's Q. But the sudden appearance of Thresh caught him off guard. By the time he pressed flash again, it was too late. The spider's E supplemented the control when it was at its most extreme. It used W first and then Q. The self-destructing spider summoned by W took the initiative to walk to Rambo and explode. The spider also immediately switched form Q to Rambo's face and opened W to accelerate and cooperate with the little spider to bite madly. Thresh immediately flew over with the second stage Q and used a backhand E to sweep the excavator and Rambo outwards, and hit Rambo with a flat A with extra damage from the E skill. On the crocodile's side, A connects to the red angry Q, and then continues to draw A. Because it was the crocodile who took the initiative to push the lane from the beginning. The crocodile had already accumulated its anger in advance to pave the way for this wave of tower jumping. After all, whether the hero crocodile is angry or not is completely different concepts. An angry crocodile is an ancient ferocious beast. But a crocodile without anger is just a little bit stronger than a super soldier? Rambo's bloodline plummeted. With Rambo's fragile body, he simply couldn't withstand the burst of the full set of skills of level 3 Furious Crocodile and level 3 Spider. Even if this Rambo was played by Ma Datu, it would be impossible. The mechanics of the game, it's doomed. It's not like this Rambo is any meatier than other Rambos just because he has the ID Marin on his head. Li Hansheng directly tied A, and then connected with the second stage of the red anger E. A perfect set of explosions. The 2-level Rambo couldn't withstand it at all. He directly became a corpse on the ground without even a chance to flash. First blood obtained. The anger control was perfect from beginning to end. Whether Crocodile is good or not depends on how well he calculates his anger. After all, the difficulty of operating this hero is not too high. What makes him proficient and not proficient lies in the order of skill combos, the calculation of his anger, and his entry into the team battle. Timing. Although the crocodile is a warrior, its short legs make it difficult to enter the battlefield at the right time. Fortunately, after the skills were all CD'd, everyone in the top also lost the opportunity to continue killing, and the excavator was safe. He could even take down the 2 waves of soldiers under the tower with tears in his eyes.
LGD obviously underestimated Top's determination to help the top lane.
Su Xiaoyan was obviously curious about the situation in the bottom lane.
But what about the imp in the bottom lane?
At this time, Imp's ability to withstand stress is demonstrated. Because before Thresh left, he cooperated with his skateboards to push his troops into the opponent's defense tower. completely resetting the bottom lane's troops. Imp is hiding far behind. His distance is very good, just a little beyond the casting range of Nyoto's W. If Nyoto wants to take the lead, he must use Flash. And after the bottom lane troops entered the tower, Nyoto and Easy were unable to do anything with skateboard shoes. Nyoto's WQ went over twice. He stood under the tower with skateboard shoes and didn't even want to flash. He just took advantage of Nyoto's control and Easy's set of skills. Knock out half of the blood and then what? On the contrary, because Nyoto resisted the tower and took damage from the skateboard shoe and spear, he was reduced to residual health and was almost replaced. Skateboard shoes continued to replenish troops safely under the tower.
MD! These bad guys on the other side are trying to trick me. Right.
Hirano Aya had a headache. They had taken every precaution, but still failed to prevent Top's attack on the top lane. Just as he was thinking about countermeasures, another scream came from the road. This time it's not Ma Datu, but Jungler Aimi. Cut the screen and look up. The excavator was ambushed in the triangular grass behind a tower on the road to your house. Just when they were trying to kill Skateboarder by jumping over the tower in the bottom lane. Hit the road this way. After killing Rambo, the top three immediately retreated. It seemed that they were anxious to go home to replenish their health after killing Rambo. But in fact they were not. Withdrew, but not completely. Li Hansheng knew very well that Rambo never missed a beat when facing the lane, which meant that the upper half of LGD's map was completely black. He quickly asked Candy and Lu Mao to follow him along the river into the opponent's blue buff area, and then follow the wall all the way to the triangular grass behind the opponent's top tower. The excavator, who was clearing troops under the tower, didn't know it. The 2-level Rambo was resurrected very quickly, and Ma Datu immediately handed over TP to replenish the line to avoid losing too much experience. Naturally, the excavator had to leave. He thought about going back to brush his own magic swamp frogs, but he just got close to the grass. Facing him was Thresh's Q skill.
What the H.L.?
Aimi screamed.
When did these bees enter our wild area?
But he didn't give him any chance. All the damage from spiders, crocodiles, and Thresh were poured into him. Even if the level 3 excavator was equipped with Power of Time, he could face the crocodile plus spider before the layers were stacked up. How can the combination be resisted? Not to mention that there is also a Thresh that provides additional control time, still not giving him a chance to flash. He just killed the excavator directly. The terrible thing is, when the excavator died, the red buff still had a little time to disappear, which meant that the double buffs on the excavator were directly transferred to the crocodile. The crocodile once again harvested a human head. This time it was the turn of Ma Datu under the tower to be dumbfounded. Because the people from top didn't leave at all after killing the excavator. Instead, they stared at him under the tower. Also, the top 3 are all at full health. Why should they leave? This is really beyond his understanding of the game. In the LCK, this kind of behavior is simply unreasonable. After you kill someone, you go back to replenish your equipment and vision, and then control the map. How is it possible to still think about killing people without any skills? This is not a white hole. Is this the strength of the LPL against the road?
Ha ha. Ma Data must be stupid. I have never seen anything like this in the LCK.
Li Hansheng laughed happily. Actually, in the original time and space, Ma Datu S6 was also subjected to brainless and crazy military training after joining LGD. There was a very famous meme at the time. Welcome to LPL.
As hosts, we want to teach the new guy a lesson and welcome him to LPL. Up, up, up. If it doesn't work out, I'll force him to switch. I won't let him lose experience.
Ma Data quickly forcibly cleared the soldiers under the tower. As long as there was no soldier line, he would be safe. But everyone in top has decided to kill. When he realized his intention to clear his troops, Lu Mao takes the lead. Flash close to the face, and Hangi to slow down. The ignition that has been cherished is finally hung up, successfully attracting the hatred of the defense tower. Although the spider and crocodile's skills are still on CD, it does not prevent them from continuing to pursue with flat A. Rambo could only flash and run into the tower, while Thresh walked outside the tower, resisted the damage from the defense tower twice, and evacuated from the defense tower after reaching the limit. The hatred was transferred to the spider. The spider also resisted twice, and then directly lifted up with E to transfer the hatred. Finally, there is the crocodile anti-tower. At this time, Crocodile's Q skill CD has improved, and he just killed Rambo with a flat A followed by a red angry Q, and then flashed out of the defense tower. It's equal to Crocodile plus Thresh's flash. forcibly replacing Rambo's flesh and killing him. At this point, the game time is less than 4 minutes. Rambo has been killed twice. And the crocodile facing him has killed 3 people. What's even more disgusting is, the crocodile is already level 4. But Rambo is still level 2. What will happen next?
Whoa! Top is really squatting to the death? Even if you encounter the Widow Double Row in rank, you won't be squatting to the death like this. Right.
Su Xiaoyan could only mourn for Ma Datu.
That's not the case.
Joker chuckled.
If there is really a crocodile plus spider double row father and son squatting in the rank, I estimate that the crocodile will reach level 6 to 7. And Rambo will probably still be at level 2 to 3.
He really wasn't exaggerating. Why is the road also called Orphan Road? Isn't it just because? As long as your own jumbler doesn't care about you, and the other jumbler comes and squats, he can really beat you to the ground and defeat you. This excavator was here to take care of him. But they didn't consider that Top's top lane was not just a 2-man lane, but a 3-man lane. Unfair. Unfair. Is it really just 3 people on the road? Would this be too cruel? But I do think it could be more cruel. Cool. Seeing the domestic top laner beating the Korean top laner is inexplicably refreshing. Weren't you very arrogant during the S5 World Championship? Do you think Top's top lane is a 2-man lane? In fact, they are 3 people. If this were the case in rank, the average passerby top laner would be really depressed if he was caught like this. But this is a game. No matter how disgusted Ma Datu is, he has to swallow it. It's not that he couldn't accept being killed in battle. What he couldn't accept was that, when he was squatted by Lian Lian and his son on the road, he didn't get any advantage on other roads in his home. How could he fight? There is no TP now. He could only rush to the line on foot. But the crocodile, who had returned home to replenish Tiamat, had already TP returned to the line, and pushed the line into the tower again. MD, watching the crocodile cross the defense tower, and start to approach the second tower of his top lane. This is obviously a rhythm that does not allow him to gain experience online. If Crocodile is really stuck in this area, he really won't be able to go online as a level 2 Rambo. However, the fact is that Ma Datu once again underestimated Top's determination. After the excavator was caught and killed, Aimee assumed that his top jungle area had been countered. So after his resurrection, he went directly to the lower half. This is equivalent to saying, LGD still doesn't have any vision in the upper half of the map. So it's impossible for them to know that the spider is still squatting in the jungle. Condi clearly knows what spiders are all about. Spiders are different from other junglers. No matter how much emphasis is placed on catching junglers, such as princes and excavators, they still have to clear the jungle to maintain the most basic level. Spider? Identify a Big Daddy. Help him to the death. And raise the Big Daddy until one person can play the role of 2 people in a team battle. And then the spider will be considered half a person. At the same time, the enemy heroes who were targeted were completely destroyed. Not even human beings. Calculate it this way. It's equivalent to 5.5 people fighting for people on the opposite side. But you still make money. Go wild. What kind of spider do you want to play in the wild? While Rambo and the crocodile were pulling and pulling, Buzz, the spider at the blue square magic marsh frog, flashed directly over the wall. And the E skill, Cocoon, launched a ball of spider silk, hitting Rambo accurately. The alligator walks right into Rambo's face. With just 50 points of anger, he directly tied A, followed by Red Fury W, then Tiamat, and then AE quickly hit 2E damage, and then continued to draw A. After Rambo's health dropped to a certain level, immediately add A to connect with Red Fury Q, paired with a set of spider bursts. It's no exaggeration to say, level 2 Rambo still owes Desert Spider half of his health. In the past, Ma Datu, who could only smile wryly at most when faced with disadvantages, completely broke his guard this time. He spoke a long paragraph of Korean in his mouth, and no one else could understand it. Only the Emperor in the middle understood it. Busion 1 is spicy. How does this work? Crocodile is at level 5. But he is still at level 2. The most outrageous thing is that Crocodile produces Tiamat. And with the Q skill, his development is beyond the timeline. Even in a troop line with artillery carts, Crocodile can quickly clear troops into the tower. Face this situation. Either Rambo will completely hang up in the closed grass and not take any troops, or the troops will enter the tower once, and the Desert Spider will jump over the tower and kill him once. At this moment, shaking people no longer works. Whoever cares about this is going to die.
Isn't Top a bit too much?
Wang Lauer was also dumbfounded. Do you really treat professional competitions as ranking? This, Su Xiaoyan and Joker looked at each other, not knowing what to say. It seems a little too much. But if you choose Rambo first, you have to be prepared to be caught. Do you still dare to show off? Do you still dare to choose Rambo first? Does Ma Datu understand the value of desert spiders? Shaking with anger. When can women stand up? Why is it a desert spider? Not Spider Butcher? Since the spider is also a woman. Can it be placed in the front? Why do you keep oppressing women? The power of this punch may be able to directly shatter the void. Emperor Huantian will have to give in when he comes. And even Enlon will have to take a detour when he comes. Good guy. I call him a good guy. This punching angle is extremely tricky. When did the esports circle have so many boxers? Will all Japanese girls have to change their name to Sunshine Girls in the future? Ma Datu is completely disconnected. Facing such a crocodile, it is difficult for him to even get online to take troops. Because now the crocodile can completely play 1v2 or even 1v3. He is blocking the middle of the first and second towers on the top lane. And your Rambo cannot go online. It's not like LGD hasn't tried other ways. After the excavator came to the bottom lane, he pushed the lane into the tower. The card directly TP'd the bottom lane and tried to make a wave of 4 packs of 2. But Lulu in the middle also turned to TP to follow. Thresh timely support. Top was stunned to hold on in the 3v4 in the bottom lane. No one was killed. And LGD's counterattack was once again repelled. Game time is 5 minutes. The economic gap between the two sides has widened to nearly 3,000. Among them, more than 2,000 economic advantages belong to the crocodile alone. Rambo only has the Doran shield purchased at the beginning and a small cloth armor purchased later. Crocodile is already a luxurious combination of Tiamat plus small wooden hammer. And there is no comparison between the two sides. The huge disadvantage of going on the road is that even excavators dare not go on the road. And even cards that reach level 6 do not dare to fly on the road to catch people. This creates a vicious cycle. In the end, Rambo was forced to go to the jungle to follow the jungler to gain experience, completely leaving the road open. At 9 minutes, Rambo still hasn't reached level 6 yet, and all LGD members came to the top lane to launch a wave of attacks. Catching 1 out of 5. Nyoto directly hit the crocodile with 2 WQ combos. After landing, the excavator perfectly connected with the W to hit the crocodile, and then received the yellow card from the card. It takes at least 4 seconds to control the crocodile, but he failed to kill it instantly. Are you counting on the cards that only have a pair of CD shoes plus lunchbox now? Or are you counting on the easy of Tears of the Goddess plus Shining Light for output? As for Rambo, there is only one Prospector's arm guard on him, let alone dealing damage. All LGD members focused their fire and knocked out half of the crocodile's health. After the crocodile landed, it showed all the audience what a prehistoric beast was.
LGD seems to have almost been injured. All the teammates are on the way to provide support. The crocodile should be able to run away. Right.
Run? How can it be? Because of clearing troops before. The crocodile now has exactly 50 points of anger. Buzz. The crocodile turned into a golden light and disappeared suddenly. Instead of escaping, he flashed in reverse and came to easy. Instead of trying to tie A, he directly started with Red Fury W. While W quickly slashed 3 swords, he activated the skill, Ultimate Dominance, and turned on the cast of the ultimate move. He was perfectly caught by Red Fury W's 3 swords to draw A. To offset it, Li Hanqing even took the initiative to release Tiamat. After that, A was connected to Red Fury Q and then AE. Because they were surrounded, Red Fury Q hit 5 people. So the second stage he also enjoyed the bonus of Red Fury, and collectively put on the armor-piercing buff. This wave, flashing the terrifying damage of Red Fury WR Tiamat AQAE. Easy will be instantly killed. A full-blooded Easy directly performs a wave of blood bar disappearing techniques. And after killing Easy, because of the activation of the ultimate move plus the blood recovery effect of 5 people in Red Fury Q, the crocodile can restore the health to more than 2/3 even if it has the ignited serious injury buff on it. He didn't look back, but chased the remaining 4 people of LGD alone. A perfect interpretation of what it means. Don't run on the other side. You are already surrounded by me. There is no follow-up damage. The opponent's support is about to arrive, and LGD can only run back. As a result, the spider was once again left alone. 0 for 3. Only Kakar and the excavator escaped, and the others were killed again. Crocodile, still maintaining the huge size bonus of his ultimate move, stood next to the bodies of everyone in LGD. For Li Hanqing, the only pity is that there is no emoticon system now. Otherwise, after the 1v5 counterattack, You can show off a weak expression and hit the opponent with a murderous and heart-wrenching package. Chapter 69. Full education of all members.
This is the charm of crocodiles. This operation reminds me of the S5 group stage, when EDG couldn't handle Marin's crocodiles. No. The crocodiles in this game are even more terrifying than that one. It turns out there is someone who can chase down 5 people 1v5. Where on earth did Top find such a fierce newcomer in the top lane? Isn't it too fierce? I have been commentating on LPL for so many years, but I have never seen such a fierce newcomer in the top lane. This can no longer be simply described as a bright spot.
All 3 commentators were generous in their praise. Li Hanqing's performance on the court is also worthy of their praise, whether it is Jess in the last game or Crocodile in this game. Yi Qingjie. Will the LPL finally have a super top laner who can carry the team? Ah, my husband is so handsome. I really want to rush to build him. I really want him to check my academic qualifications. Soak it up. Can the fan circle curtain blade move away from you? RNG, do you regret it? Do you still dare to criticize others when you take a bath with your dog? Hee hee. Big guts. How dare you mock that adult? Bathing dog can't even join the main force now, and can only show the water dispenser to his former substitute. I'm curious now. Will bathing dog dare to play tomorrow? Although the crocodile has many limitations in team battles. For example, it is a bit bulky, difficult to enter the field and cut into the back row, easy to be kite, easy to lose plus no damage. But these limitations are not a problem in the face of Li Hanqing's terrifying development beyond the timeline. Moreover, LGD took the initiative to come to him. What Crocodile likes most is for others to rush into his face. He also likes to play gay and engage in hand-to-hand combat with others. I just like this banana-burning atmosphere. Have to say, this situation really affected morale. All LGD members turned into pressure boys, shutting up their microphones and saying nothing, and frantically sending negative energy to each other. In other words, Top still gave me face and did not fight to death. After all, Imp, God and LGD also broke up peacefully. Although LGD had the idea of taking the initiative to release them, they still respected the wishes of these 2 people and gave the initiative to them. It was Guihao who convinced them. Otherwise these 2 would still be in LGD. Li Hanqing's situation was different from theirs. Li Hanqing was truly kicked out by 3rd Young Master. That's exactly what it is. The game that could have ended very early was delayed until 21 minutes by Top, and even symbolically defeated the Baron. End the game with a wave of Baron buffs.
Let us congratulate Top for successfully defeating LGD with a score of 2-0, continuing to maintain their undefeated record, and consolidating their position as the first in Group A. That's right. Before the start of the game, no one thought that such a team that was not expected by everyone could become the first in Group A. And no one thought that the newcomer Noob could have such a brilliant performance. LGD's performance today was very poor. They did not live up to the expectations of fans and the outside world. I think the LGD coaching staff needs to think carefully about one issue after returning. That is, how to use Marin. He still has strength, but it is against LPL's environment is not suitable for the environment. The good news is that after this game, LGD's first round-robin group stage is over, and they can go to the Spring Festival holiday. They have enough time to adjust. And Marin also has enough time to adapt to the rhythm and environment of the LPL.
On the stage, Li Hanqing took off his headphones and stood up when he saw fans in the audience waving cheering sticks. With a winning streak all the way, Top has accumulated a lot of fans. From the beginning, there were almost no fans at the scene. To now, it can occupy less than half of the seats at the scene. This increase is very gratifying.
Old Li, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and shake hands.
Seeing that he hadn't been moving for a long time, Candy quickly urged him.
This guy probably knew he was going to be interviewed. He was probably thinking about what to say during the interview.
Gaodu really guessed wrong this time. Li Hanqing didn't defend himself. He just walked quickly to keep up with his teammates. It seems that everyone in LGD has not been able to get over the shadow of the defeat. Especially Ma Datu, who was sitting in his seat in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. He didn't react until Lu Mao came to him. When Li Hanqing came to him, he looked at Li Hanqing carefully and praised him with grace.
You're tired of it. Good game.
This was the limit of his Chinese vocabulary. And in the end, he simply used a simple English sentence to express what he meant.
TaiQ.
Li Hanqing responded with a smile. Then, they shook hands with everyone in LGD one by one. And Imp, Gaodu and Hirano Aya hugged each other. When he packed up his keyboard and mouse and walked back to the backstage passage, Yu Xuan was already waiting to stop him.
Xiaoli, we meet again,
she greeted warmly, and then reminded,
let your teammates take your things back with you. You will have to be interviewed later. Okay.
Li Hansheng handed the peripherals to Lu Mao, and then looked at Yu Shuang in front of him. He always felt that Yu Shuang must have been surfing the internet intensively at home, and he knew that some viewers praised her for her intellectual beauty in Cheongsam. Therefore, she wears Cheongsam most of the time she appears. Of course, there are other combinations, but most of them are Cheongsam. Today she is wearing Xia Guohong's Cheongsam again. She is tall among girls, and wearing high heels can really show the slimming effect of the Cheongsam. Yu Shuang smiled and handed him a line card.
These are the questions I will ask later. You can take a look first and prepare in advance.
After saying that, probably thinking that he almost failed to keep up with Li Hansheng's speed last time, he immediately glared at him fiercely.
Don't drive for no reason. I almost had a stage accident last time.
Li Hansheng laughed.
It's not under my control. Sometimes it's just the atmosphere that reaches that point. You know? What's more, after that time, the audience who didn't watch the post-game interview before will habitually take a look. Right. Yu Shuang was unable to refute, so she could only find another reason.
There are many girls watching games now. Especially there are many female fans. If you keep driving, won't it affect your image in their minds? No. No. No.
Li Hansheng shook his head and retorted.
It also depends on appearance. Female fans will only find people with looks like me and humorous when driving. Only those with looks like Ah Wei and Xiang Renjie will be found by female fans.
I think they are generally greasy. Besides, you are also a woman. Don't you know if you women are crazier than men when driving in private?
Yu Shuang's face turned red when Li Hansheng said this. The first thing that came to her mind was the scene when she was in the university dormitory, studying various knowledge, postures, with her roommates with red faces.
Anyway, be more serious.
The two of them walked onto the stage, and when they saw it again, Yu Shuang had already adjusted his condition, and his business ability was really impressive.
Hello everyone. I am the host Yu Shuang. The person being interviewed today is our old acquaintance, Noob, the top laner of the top team. Let me say hello to everyone. Hello everyone. I am Noob, the top laner of the top team.
Li Hansheng just finished speaking. The female fans at the scene immediately let out fanatical screams, and their momentum was not inferior to those enthusiastic fans with low traffic. As the results of the top team are getting better and better, Li Hansheng, who has performed brilliantly, has also gained many fans, coupled with the fact that the PR lady of the top team operates on Weibo, and the marketing Li Hansheng. Now he can be said to be the player with the most female fans in the LPL. Even WE's Mystic is not as good as him. Although the brother-in-law is handsome, he is not very good due to the overall performance of Wei, which is far inferior to Li Hansheng, who is handsome and has good grades.
How do you feel after winning this focus battle? Were you nervous before? It's okay. This is the focus of the battle between Ah Wei and Poo Poo. I'm actually okay. There's nothing to be nervous about. After all, LGD's recent results are not good, so I must be happy. Winning the game is the happiest thing.
Li Hansheng answered the question in a relaxed tone. He really had nothing to be nervous about. Is there anything that could make him nervous?
In the first game, Wei Shen had a wave of blind vision flash Q to kill the opponent. When we saw the close-up screen, you all seemed to be laughing. Can you tell us what happened at that time? Everyone was thinking about Wei. God is celebrating when he regains his form? Oh?
Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head.
That's not true. Ah Wei is very strong. We all know this. For him, that is just his normal operation. Then what are you laughing at?
Yu Shuang asked curiously. The audience is also very curious. After all, the audience has no idea how the contestants communicate on the stage and how they communicate, so they are particularly curious.
I was joking at the time, saying that Ah Wei's nickname is not the Esports Magellan. Then the arrow he shot in the S5 group stage should wait until the S6 group stage before shooting it. After all, the Earth's revolution is 1 year. He retorted to me. Like him, I both dropped out of junior high school, and I immediately refuted that I actually dropped out of high school.
And in terms of diploma, I have a higher education than him.
When two people who haven't graduated from high school start talking to you about academic qualifications in such a serious manner, it's hard not to laugh out loud. Yu Shuang and the audience couldn't hold it back and started laughing like pigs. I am wondering what is the difference between graduating from junior high school and graduating from high school. Aren't they all illiterate? Awkward. I seriously doubt whether these two people would spell
illiterate or husband-in-law.
right. Both of them are father-in-law. But they still insist on ranking. TMD. Are you planning to laugh me to death so you can inherit my Aunt Flower? This wave really made the audience laugh. When the top people backstage saw this scene, they all wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl in. It was so embarrassing.
What? Did I say something wrong?
Li Hansheng asked. Yu Shuang finally stopped laughing and reminded weakly.
It's not Magellan who can prove that the Earth's revolution time is 1 year. Magellan only proved that the Earth is round. So, Wei Shen shot from Paris to Magic City in the S5 group stage just confirmed his nickname of Esports Magellan.
Li Hansheng's eyes widened, and he was speechless for a long time. Broken! This is really embarrassing. Fortunately, Li Hansheng understands that as long as he is not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed.
It's all the same.
He waved his hand, and then advised him earnestly.
As a human being, you can't be too serious. If you are so serious, you will easily have no friends.
I'm going to die from laughing at this guy. Woo woo woo. Brother Han Sheng, please come back and live broadcast. The live streaming world cannot live without you. Just like EDG cannot live without you. After arguing for a long time, I realized that I was wrong. All members of Top were convinced. And it was most outrageous that no one refuted it at that time. Yu Shuang asked again.
In the second game, you targeted LGD's top lane in various ways. Is this a specially designed tactic? No. No. No.
Li Hansheng smiled brightly, showing his white teeth.
This is a welcome ceremony for Marin. By the way, I want to remind him that he may think that the top lane of the LPL is full of bastards. I just tell him with practical actions that the top lane of the LPL is very confrontational. Welcome to LPL.
Yu Shuang then asked the last question.
Tomorrow you will have your last game before the new year. Against QG. This is also a high-profile game. Is there anything you want to say?
Li Hansheng did not answer immediately this time, but thought for a moment. Then he still smiled brightly and said,
I don't have anything to say. I just want the fans to send a message to the QG coaching staff. I hope they can let the protagonists play tomorrow and let the people who deserve it play. Otherwise, if there is no protagonist in this esports Spring Festival Gala, wouldn't it make the audience very unhappy? I hope the QG coaching staff will know something and don't do things that ruin the fun.
This can no longer be called a hint. But Chigua's explicit statements did not hide what he wanted to express at all. Esports Spring Festival Gala? Hey, this statement is quite new and interesting. Indeed, the attention of this game is comparable to that of the Spring Festival Gala. Hee hee. Crazy. But I like it. Noob will kill and bathe the dog tomorrow. Don't be a coward when you take a bath. At that time, the live broadcast was about how fierce the spray was at the edges of the eyes. I hope you will be as tough as you are on the court tomorrow. Don't hide next to the water fountain and dare not go on the court. The training room of the QG team. They really attach great importance to tomorrow's showdown with Top. When Li Hansheng said those words in his first interview, QG was already on the shelf. So it's normal to watch Top games to study their playing style. But the game was obviously over. But it was unknown who watched the post-match interview and broadcast it to the public. Li Hansheng's words were clearly conveyed to everyone in the training room. The atmosphere suddenly stopped.
Everyone turned their attention to the seat where Uzi was sitting. Although Uzi didn't speak, it could be seen from some subtle movements that his inner emotions were very unstable, such as eating his hands and gnawing his nails all the time. West 8, QG's Korean coach Hero couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Even if Uzi's mentality is damaged, his words have undoubtedly caused trouble for the entire QG club. Even if he doesn't want to let Uzi play, fans will force him to play Uzi. Think about it from a purely coaching perspective. QG's lineup is actually very stable, with Doim and Swift, a pair of Korean players in the midfield and jungle, as the core of tactics. V in the top lane is a top blue-collar player who does not eat resources, is stable and can withstand pressure, and can play a certain role in team battles. Although the abilities of HGI and Natural Disaster Doomsday in the bottom lane are not that outstanding, they have been in the league for so many years, and are at least stable enough. Especially in the current Spring Split version, the ADC's carry ability has declined. The Tool ADC has risen. HGI is also very good at easy. And the hero pool perfectly fits the current version. That's exactly what it is. QG was the first in Group A in the original time and space. If it hadn't been for the Kano's feud, this QG team would have had great hope of making it to the World Championship. Of course, The conflict between Doim and Swift really has nothing to do with Uzi. In fact, OMG's Nakano Iniju also has nothing to do with Uzi. He is just the person responsible for taking the blame for these two incidents. OMG's Nakano broke off the relationship because of the woman and the team's core position. Cool state in the S5 spring split was hot, and it coincided with the sluggish state of Go-Going. He wanted the team to revolve around him as the core. As a result, he had a conflict with Jungler Lin Yao. Plus the woman's matter. The conflict completely broke out. In the final analysis, QG's Nakano Inju is due to women and the core position of the team. Everyone in QG is dissatisfied with Doim's live broadcast at the base being too noisy, and often brings his girlfriend Tang Xiaoyu to the base. In addition, Doim hopes to be the core of the team, but Swift also wanting to be the core. The conflict between the two completely broke out in a double row. Even if Doim helped the LPL division win an S championship trophy during the S9 period, QG's incident is a dark history that he cannot wash away. QG's original chemistry was perfect, but Uzi's airborne break this chemical reaction. Very simple. Uzi was so pampered during his 2 years in the royal family, especially on the court. He was treated as the absolute core, and all resources were given to him. Uzi did not deserve this trust. The results of the two runner-ups were actually not bad. The overall strength of S3 and S4 royal family was not as good as that of their opponents. But this makes Uzi accustomed to the team's core style of play. He needs resources as soon as he comes on the court, which will obviously destroy QG's original chemical reaction. Moreover, he is not very good at the current popular heroes in the bottom lane. EZ, Jin, Ice, and Skateboard. There is only one Lucian that he is very good at. And there is also the not-so-popular Wilmom. After all, or was it because the VN backup operation in the S3 World Championship was so aggressive that it affected Uzi's gaming habits throughout his career? At this time, Linko, the manager of the QG team, came to the training room and called Hero out. I heard my boss calling me. Hero couldn't help but sigh. He knew what the boss wanted to say without even thinking. Naturally, Uzi must be arranged to play tomorrow, and he must win the game. After all, the boss spent a lot of money to rescue Uzi from OMG because he wanted to use him to attract a lot of popularity to the team. His behavior of always letting Uzi sit on the bench has long aroused the dissatisfaction of his boss. This is just like Real Madrid spending a sky-high price to introduce Ronaldo. But the Magic Birds did not let him play in a game and kept Ronaldo on the bench. Even if Ronaldo can agree, Lafayette will not agree. Chapter 70 episode before the game. Li Hansheng returned to the lounge after finishing the interview. This time, Guihao and the others did not try to persuade Li Hansheng anymore, mainly because they wanted to get along with him for a long time. They also have a deeper understanding of Li Hansheng. Although Li Hansheng seems shameless, this is just an appearance. It is to facilitate the live broadcast to cater to the audience's expectations, and to liven up the atmosphere of the team. In fact, Li Hansheng is not so lively when he is alone in private. He also has a sense of propriety towards others, and knows when to joke, and when not to. Such a person is very measured in everything he does, since he chooses to do so. It has his own reasons, and persuasion is meaningless. Hey, Lao Li, if you do this, I will definitely win tomorrow, Gao Dui said with a smile. Today you helped my brother get revenge, and tomorrow we will help you too. But Brother Hansheng, if you say these things, I feel that QG will force Uzi to play, Ming interjected, and then looked at him curiously. When the two sides shake hands after the game, will you two be embarrassed? What's so embarrassing? Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. How embarrassing can it be to be OMG embarrassing? S3 and S4 were eliminated by the royal family led by Uzi in the World Championship for 2 consecutive years. As a result, Uzi was bought into the team. This means that if I can't beat you, I will tear you apart with my own hands. I don't know what Boss Ho was thinking at the time. Why did he think OMG and the others would get along well with Uzi? The man who personally eliminated them 2 years in a row? It is nonsense to expect a group of esports teenagers to open up the so-called pattern. It is reasonable for OMG to have internal strife later on. And Uzi can definitely be regarded as an inducement for the team's explosion. It's okay, Cuttlefish. I've never won both 5 before, Imp said confidently. Wood will let you win. I believe in you and myself. Li Hansheng smiled. After packing their things, everyone got in the car and prepared to go back to the team base. On the way home, the bored Li Hansheng chose to take out his mobile phone and surf the internet intensively. Obviously, Those watching the excitement on the internet are very interested in the highlight battle between Top and QG that will be staged tomorrow. Especially what Li Hanxing said in the interview just now is like adding a lot of fuel to the fire, making it burn even brighter. It's going to be hard to play with dogs in the bath tomorrow. Noob is so fierce. Why can't he break V to pieces? The main reason is that the entire Top team is in great shape. Although QG is in good shape, it is incomparable to Top. Didn't the fans of Bathing Dog say that in the S4 World Championship, Royal Family lost to Samsung White, but Bathing Dog did not lose to Imp? Let's try it again tomorrow. Laughing. How can a water fountain keeper, who can't even beat the main ADC, compete with the main ADC of the first team in the group? Does GSL like playing Porcelain so much? You like to say that Bathing Dog is the world's #1 ADC, so he must have a championship skin. Right? So here's the problem. Which champion skin is your Bathing Dog? I'm going to buy a skin to support it. Even if Li Hanxing plays well now, will he be able to clear up the fact that he was regarded as a favorite in that ranking? Those who didn't know thought Li Hanxing had already won the championship. But I am thinking that you are a champion even if you are a dog in the shower. What kind of champion are you? Are you worthy enough to ridicule others for not having a championship? Besides, someone has just been playing professionally for less than a month. But someone has been playing professionally for more than 3 years, and still has 0 championships. At this time, you are not pretending to be dead, and are still jumping online. Does GSL like to attack the tower against the wind so much? Uzi, who has just experienced the lowest point in his career in OMG, actually has not so many fans at this point in time. It seemed like they were arguing online. But in fact there were quite a few people waiting to see his joke. OMG fans hate him, and feel that he ruined the atmosphere in the team, and led to the fall of Galaxy. Fans of Royal Family hate him, and left the team when it was at its lowest point. We fans also hate him, because of Smile and his domestic #1 ranking. The ADC battle is also fierce. In the final analysis, there is still no achievement foundation. The peak of Uzi's popularity was in S8. That year, RNG won all championships except S. This was the reason why his popularity exploded. In the competitive arena, results will ultimately speak for themselves. Otherwise, if you talk to people a lot, they will say back, "What kind of champion are you? What kind of skin do you have? I can stifle you to the point of internal injury." After returning to the team base, White Crescent did not conduct a post-match review today. After beating LGD twice, the value of a review is not high. Instead, the players are allowed to play rank and maintain their condition for a while, and then move around freely, which is a way for the players to relax a little before the big battle comes. Li Hanxing sat in front of the computer, logged into QQ, and saw that there were constant beeps in the group. He didn't join many groups, and the only one who could make such a fuss without being blocked was the 7 Wolves of Ionia. It's a pity that there is no S/degree. Brother Hanxing's performance today is too exaggerated. Zhangqi Xiangxiang, another day of indie for Shi Siming. Why is he the big daddy in the top lane? But our team's top lane is a trap? Topming, he. Our team is currently undefeated in the LPL. Zhangqi TV. Katanda, what are you talking about as a substitute? Even if I win the championship, it has nothing to do with you as a substitute. Zhangqi TV. Xiangxiang, Shahai. Shi Siming still deserves credit. After all, Top couldn't get enough people to play training matches at that time. If he hadn't made up the numbers, Brother Hanxing wouldn't have been discovered. Topming? When you are not talking, there is no taste in your mouth. Zhangqi TV. Katanda, he. Are you anxious? Anxious? Seeing Ming on the side being squeezed by LQS and LWX. Li Hanxing wanted to laugh and just watch them bicker. But, at this time, Ashui opened a private chat window for him. It's a pity that there is no S/degree, Brother Hanxing. I will go to Shanghai to participate in trial training with several clubs after the year. You can receive me when you are free. Brother is just a legend. Have you decided to become a professional? It's a pity that there is no S/degree. Hey, all the group members are making their mark in the professional arena. How can I, the group leader, lag behind? It is not my dream to be a small anchor on a live broadcast platform, but to be a world champion. Li Hanxing hesitated for a moment, whether it was selfishly or judging from the subsequent trajectory. He very much hoped that Ashui could join Top and be his teammate. Imp doesn't know how long he can maintain his condition, but Ashui is optimistic about the future. Who can refuse such a talented ADC who is good at dealing damage to become his teammate? The premise is that the frequency of his self-destruction is reduced a little bit. But this is my personal game style. Is Ashue still Ashue who doesn't self-destruct? Is it like Uzi is still Uzi if he is not caught and targeted to death by level 2? Is a shy man still a shy man if he doesn't give it a try? Is a rookie who doesn't eat grass and squeezes blood still a rookie? Most star players have their own unique gaming styles, which is precisely the biggest difference between them and ordinary players, and also their biggest shining point. It's just that Imp's main position is very stable at present, and Top cannot promise the main position. I don't know if Ashue will mind this. After thinking about it, Li Hansheng took the initiative to send out the invitation. It's just like chasing a girl. How will you know if you don't give it a try? Great efforts can produce miracles. Maybe if you ask, you will get results? Brother is just a legend. Since you have decided to become a professional, why don't you consider joining our team? Anyway, our team is currently ranked first in the league. It's a pity that there is no if/degree. Hey, I'm just waiting for you to take the initiative. Brother is just a legend, ? It's a pity that there is no if/degree. This will show that you value me. Brothers also want to save face. If I take the initiative to ask to go, won't that make me look cheap? It's like I'm sending you thousands of miles away and sending it backwards. Li Hansheng, who was drinking water, choked with tears when he saw this sentence, mainly because the image of Ashue's sexual transformation flashed through his mind instantly. Oops. The picture was so beautiful that Li Hansheng did not dare to continue imagining it. It's a pity that there is no if/degree. Let's talk about it after the new year. Is Brother Hansheng free now? Let me, buddy, take advantage of your enthusiasm. I'll live stream it later. So why don't you come and play a few games with me? Brother is just a legend, no problem. Call me when you are ready. It doesn't matter to Li Hansheng whether he plays the Korean server or the Chinese server. Anyway, as long as he plays the king's game, it doesn't prevent him from collecting points to redeem attributes. At present, he has accumulated a lot of points and is ready to find an opportunity to improve his attribute values again. After a while, Li Hansheng received a ranking invitation from Ashue and came to the YY channel that was usually dedicated to playing black games. Hey! 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 Brother Hansheng. Say H, low! At least half of the audience in my live broadcast room is waiting to see you. Ashue said with a smile. Thanks to Li Hansheng's little wife for the super rocket. Thank you. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is very generous. Oh. Thank you Li Hansheng for coming to the supermarket for the super rocket I gave you. What's the point of supermarkets? Nima. I'm single. Don't talk nonsense. Li Hansheng laughed and scolded. Remember to give me half of the gift money you received later. Mainly, Li Hansheng has never broadcast live since joining Top. Everyone's curiosity about him has now reached its peak. The live broadcast contract between Top and Douyu will not take effect until February 1st, the day after the game with QG. So now Li Hansheng's fans can only go to Ashue's live broadcast room to watch the duo queue. By the way, Brother Hansheng, a fan asked me to ask you. Now can you tell clearly what Magellan proved? Go! 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 Ban this person! Li Hansheng cursed and said angrily. Ban forever! Ha ha ha! Ashue just kept laughing. There were quite a lot of people qualifying at this point in the national server, so the two of them didn't have to wait too long to get into the queue. The initial selection stage was fine. Li Hansheng and Ashue both got the top laner and AD positions they wanted. But as soon as he entered the game, the situation suddenly changed. Li Hansheng and his family's jungler, the blind monk, didn't know what the disease was. He didn't go to the jungle at the beginning, but went to hang up in the bushes on the top road. Just as Li Hansheng slowly typed, when the blind monk has begun. When Li Han was promoted to CNM, the labor and management had to release a sky monkey, boom boom boom, to send the bad guy to the sky, and then invite people to dance on the grave of the bad guy. You stupid dog is worthy of my dog? He is the 17-year-old world runner-up. Who do you think you are? You are not worthy of being promoted? Li Hansheng was not angry, to be honest. As a high-intensity online surfer and a former champion in Canyon Wrestling, I have long been accustomed to this level of personal attacks. You can't even break his defense. If you exchange insults with him, you will fall into his trap. He could even be in the mood to interact with this person, specializing in killing the superior dogs in one area. Brother, you said I am a stupid dog and you call me a dog master. But then I think they are all dogs. In terms of breed, there is no difference. The blind monk was sputtering and sputtering. But after seeing Li Hansheng being silent for a long time, he uttered such a sentence. On the contrary, it made him unable to deal with it. Ha ha.
Brother Han Chung, you have such a big heart. You really can't help but mess with me.
Ashui couldn't stop laughing wildly. Just the scene made him happy. A person is mindlessly trolling. But the person being trolled is not angry at all, but instead tries to criticize others. This is very funny. After a moment of silence, the blind monk resumed his mindless rant. Li Hansheng and the others lost this round. Blind monk sprayed him from beginning to end without stopping. Can you tell he is a true fan?
This guy is also very perseverant.
Ashui smiled.
It's also very sad.
Li Hansheng shook his head.
No matter how much you like Uzi, you won't be like this. Right. So there is a reason why Uzi's reputation is not very good. One fan is the most popular, and the other is unfavorable. They thought they were helping Uzi vent his anger. But they actually didn't know that their actions were putting Uzi on the fire.
I met this kind of person the first time I played double row. Ashui was too embarrassed to continue dragging Li Hansheng into a tandem. Their tandem journey had just begun, and was already over.
Brother Han Chung, remember to entertain me then. You can prepare for tomorrow's game with peace of mind. Come on! Okay. Then I'll go to the Korean server and play by myself.
Li Hansheng doesn't care either. I quit YY, and went to Hanbok to play a few games. Bai Yueya and Guihao both came over to take a look during the process. But when they found that Li Hansheng looked like a normal person, they were completely relieved. They did not doubt Li Hansheng's ability to withstand pressure, and his mental endurance. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the morning that Li Hansheng thought about taking a rest. Mainly because I was a little bored and wanted to lie on the bed, and play with my phone for a while. But as soon as I clicked on the post, I saw someone talking about what happened just now.
How do you comment on GSL's deliberate AFK in rank? Which is disgusting and noob. It's only been an hour since I posted, but the number of replies is close to 1,000. Didn't the dog hang up while taking a shower and feel disgusted with Li Hansheng? It can only be said that there are exactly what kind of fans there are for idols. Hey, I can't wait to see Li Hansheng beat up the bathing dog in the game. I'm just afraid that the dog will get scared after bathing and won't dare to play. The maggots in the anti-stress bar are just qualified to post disgusting things on the internet. Can you make as much money as a puppy? GSL, get out of the gram. Isn't it true that GSL is coming to resist and seek recognition? Do you understand that GSL and 60E have the lowest status in anti-bar? GSL, 60E and dogs are not worthy of fighting. At Barbatushi 1, the eldest child has come in to work. At Resist Pressure Bar Service 5, Rao Luoxiang, hurry up and get your father to come in and deal with the GSL here. S6 was indeed the year when Uzi's personal reputation and popularity were at their lowest. Such comments are unimaginable on the S8. However, the maggot baby in the anti-stress bar is a fun person who never goes against the wind. The crazy output now is just because he sees that Uzi's popularity is indeed sluggish. If it is the S8 Uzi, then the direction of the comments is probably different. After browsing casually again, Li Hansheng put down his phone and laid down on the bed to rest. During the S6 period, the LPL League was not so formalized. There is no need to announce your starting lineup one day in advance. Wait until 2 hours before the game starts. Top and QG teams have a tacit understanding to announce today's starting list. Visible to all. Today QG took the initiative to make adjustments. The original starting ADC HGI became the substitute. Uzi will replace HGI and become QG's main ADC player today. This time, those haters who were still afraid that Uzi wouldn't play immediately felt like it was Chinese New Year. The showdown between QG and Top attracted a lot of attention. Top's bus arrived at the Hongqiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center just after 4 p.m. because the game between Top and QG was scheduled for the second game of the day. Before them is Group B, where EDG and HYG will have a duel. However, this matchup was not interesting. EDG easily defeated HYG. After the factory director and General Pond returned to the starting lineup one after another. EDG also regained its form and started a winning streak. 2-0. EDG seemed to want to watch the next game as well, defeating their opponents cleanly in both games. After the game, there was an interview with the factory director. After the interview, the factory director returned to the backstage. The EDG people were not in a hurry to leave, but planned to stay at the scene to watch the showdown. After all, the first cross-group match after the new year is the battle between Top and EDG. And Top and QG are first and second in Group A respectively, and are in direct competition with EDG. Being able to observe the duel between the two opponents at once will also help EDG collect more information. Minkai, who do you like more? Abu asked with a smile. Judging from the state alone, I'm definitely more optimistic about Top.
The factory director rubbed his nose and smiled.
But maybe Jiangui will explode? Isn't it difficult?
Said the slightly green girl controller at the side.
This version of ADC is too difficult to carry. Even if the puppy can get Lucian, I don't expect him to be able to carry the team.
Deft also said a long paragraph. But he did not speak Chinese, and could only convey his meaning through a Korean translator.
Kim Hyuk-kyu said that he is more optimistic about Gu Shungbin. So he feels that the winner today must be Top.
Pawn and Deft are actually training madmen. But their unwillingness to learn Chinese is an important reason that restricts them, and even the entire EDG team, from achieving better results in the World Championship. They also stayed in LPL for more than a year. People like Doimb and Rookie can already communicate in Chinese on a daily basis. But their Chinese accents smell like mutton. But they still have to communicate through translators. The efficiency of communication during the game is not even the slightest bit worse.
It's about to start. I hope QG can be more powerful today and force more things from Top.
The factory director smiled.
This will also make it easier for us to collect information.
In the broadcast screen, the players from both sides have officially appeared. Fans from both sides at the scene had already begun secretly competing with each other, giving out huge cheers in an attempt to suppress the other side's voice. The duel between the contestants has not yet begun. The showdown between fans begins in advance. It can be regarded as adding a touch of gunpowder to this game again. Chapter 71: The Guillotine from Noxus.
Laoli, are you really not nervous? This game has attracted much more attention than the LGD game yesterday.
Before going on stage, Gao Di asked half-jokingly.
If you are nervous, just say it. We are all buddies, and we won't laugh at you.
Yesterday's event did not receive as much attention as today's event. Gao Dui, Imp and LGD broke up amicably. The only topic was probably that LGD let Gao Dui go, and then introduced M3's mid laner Dade into the team. And M3 is the predecessor of Top. The meeting between the two parties involved proving to his old club that letting him go was a mistake. But that's all. Li Hansheng is different. At that time, everyone on the internet knew about the incident with Uzi. And even Li Hansheng was exposed by many online fans. Although this was Li Hansheng's deliberate move to complete the task. It can even be said that he took advantage of dog fans and treated them as tools. But later in the post-match interview, Li Hansheng brought up the past and even personally raised the interest in the revenge match. It is true that QG and Uzi were put on the fire. But in fact, Li Hansheng himself will also be under tremendous pressure. And it will be his own unilateral pressure. Once they lose the game, no one will criticize the other players on the top. After all, the others are not as high profile as Li Hansheng, no matter how good a person is at ordinary times. Will it be affected to some extent at times like this? It's normal for Gao Dui and others to have such worries. They know Li Hansheng's strength, and naturally don't want to lose the game, causing Li Hansheng to be criticized by the entire network. And then his self-confidence will collapse. And the modern, injury Zhongyong story will be staged.
Don't worry,
Li Hansheng retorted deliberately and sarcastically.
No way. No way. No one is nervous on their own. You have to say that I am nervous too. Right. Rolling. Rolling. Good intentions are regarded as donkey's liver and lungs. Hey, you are so smooth talking. Are you going to take the postgraduate entrance examination?
Seeing that Li Hansheng was still in the mood to talk, they knew that Li Hansheng did not have any major problems. Under the instructions of staff, all top members are preparing to go to the stage. Although there are 2 channels on the left and 1 on the right when entering the stage. The players on both sides will be separated. But there is only 1 passage in the backstage. And the 2 parties will inevitably meet in the passage in advance. Oops. Li Hansheng's first reaction when he saw everyone in QG was, this team is worthy of being nicknamed the Rainbow Team by fans. The coach hero, jungler Swift, mid laner Doimb, and assistant Scourge Doom. Uzi and top laner V have black hair, and the others have different hair colors. Naturally, Uzi also saw Li Hansheng. This was the first time the 2 met offline. The quarrel online was in full swing, and they were fighting to the death. When they met offline, they didn't get into a fight. They just looked at each other. Can Li Hansheng see that Uzi seems to be extra serious and serious today? The 2 parties just met each other, and then came to the stage to debug the equipment. The moment the contestants took the stage, fans from both sides began to compete secretly.
Come on, Master Go. We will always believe in you. Li Hansheng must win today. Why is that fat guy over there so ugly compared to my brother Hansheng? Can the Rise Circle curtain blade be gone? Esports strength speaks for itself. What do you care about people? Can you please stop bringing the stinky culture of the rice circle over? But that fat man is just ugly. Even if he is ugly, he still has a straight face, making it look like others owe him millions. Welcome to everyone to watch the last match day of the third match week of the 2016 LPL Spring Split, which is also the last match before the new year. The two sides facing off today are QG and Top. Before the match, this match attracted a lot of attention and topic. Everyone knows it well, so I don't need to elaborate too much. Right.
Sitting in the commentator seat today are the Higher brothers. Usually these two old brothers will work together to commentate on important events like this. In addition, there is also a popular newcomer, Guanziyuan, nicknamed Idiom Brother. S6 Guanziyuan has just joined the LPL. He has not shown off his poisonous milk and Samsung braindead fan Park Ziyuan's persona. Now his persona is Idiom Brother. He likes to add a lot of idioms and vocabulary in the explanation process. And he can be proficient in memorizing each hero's skill name and full equipment name.
Yes, it is no exaggeration to say that the attention of this game is huge. Even if you watch this game from a neutral perspective like me, you will feel excited and can't wait to see a wonderful event. It's a thrilling duel, and I'm even more looking forward to the key players on both sides making amazing moves.
Gui, ask a question. How many idioms did Brother Idiom use in one breath just now? Why is it this stupid dog commentator again? MD, he doesn't understand the game at all, and he likes to show off. The labor and management are here to watch the game, not to watch you memorize
the complete collection of idioms.
I think it's quite interesting, especially when this guy explains team battles. He can compete with oxygen bottles. This guy actually has pretty good business skills, but he likes to show off too much, which is off-putting. Can there be a TM Lamboa NT again? In addition to screaming and screaming, they just talk nonsense. Why does the little fishman do so much damage to Thieves after he comes out of the lich? Why does Jinx do so much damage to Thieves when he is ahead with an endless piece? Why do you treat labor as a mental retard? The anti-BA observation group is here to report. Should I go through the process or spray directly? Miller and Wawa were not surprised by Ziyuan's explanation method. Wawa even joked,
with the wonderful team battle and Ziyuan's wonderful commentary, those who watch today's game will not be disappointed.
Sparrow food.
Miller also laughed and said,
whether it is the game or the commentary, I hope to satisfy everyone. Hey, the BP between the two sides is about to begin. QG has a record advantage, and they took the initiative to choose the blue side.
What can be said is that as long as the version does not undergo major changes, the blue side will naturally have an advantage.
Will QG specifically carry out BP for the top lane?
Miller smiled.
After all, Noob has proven his super carry ability.
The words just fell. QG directly banned Jace. The main reason is that Jace is a hero that is too bad at landing. Whether it is a warrior or a tank, he can easily landing. Even if you choose a top laner like Kennen, you will only be able to mix the lanes, and there is a high probability that he will be defeated. Even if you take out heroes such as Phantom God, Poppy, and Big Tree. But in a team battle, Jess starts to poke you, and you can't do anything about it. This is like the feeling of being pushed by the top laners of the top LCK teams in the World Championship with 41 points to break through you from the side. Korean coaches still don't have the strength of domestic coaches. Generally, Korean coaches feel that they can't handle it, so the best way is to ban them directly.
The core of QG is the middle. Ban Victor.
Bayuayal looked at his notebook and said, joined in the S6 period, was still in the early stages of his career. He entered the LPL as the #1 Carter in the Korean server. At this time, he was more responsible for the carry position of the team, and he usually took the big core. His strange hero pool only began to change during the RW period of S8. Before that, he almost never played the bastard mid laner, and his one-handed Victor was a pretty good carry. The big core heroes in the middle of this version are nothing more than Zar, Victor, and Airplane. These three heroes, Zar and Airplane, are almost unplayable. Victor is the only option. Ban them and you're done. Making the opponent's core players feel uncomfortable is, in disguise, making your own team feel comfortable. After all, the real core of this QG team is Doim and Swift, South Korea's power training midfielders. Hero seems to have expected this move a long time ago. His second ban position was given to Rise. This hero's current ban rate in the LPL still maintains 100%. No one dares to release this monster. White Crescent's second ban chose to send Leopard Girl up.
Nothing much to say. If a Korean jungler at the power level gets a hero like Leopard Girl, he can really counterattack you in the jungle alone and win the game. Leopard Girl's ban rate so far is also close to 100%. And she has basically won the few games she has been released.
Will QG continue to target the top lane?
Wawa looked a little surprised.
Although Noob is very dazzling, one thing must be pointed out. The top mid and bottom players are Imp and Wei Shen. Are you sure you don't want to ban QG? There are not enough ban spots.
Miller agreed with Hero's idea of banning.
There are only 3 ban spots in total. Instead of spreading the bans evenly, you might as well target one position until death.
Really? QG's third ban sent Sword Girl to the ban position. This is undoubtedly a signal that there is a high probability that you will get a tank hero on the road. The third ban seat on top side is given to the plane.
The coaches on both sides have very clear ideas. Top will target you in the middle, and QG will target you in the top lane. There's nothing wrong with QG grabbing the bull's head. It's the problem if you don't grab the bull's head when it's released. Top's response idea is also very clear. Grab Poppy, and Poppy assists to restrain the bull head. It can also prevent QG from using Poppy as a top laner. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone. The male gun is released. Don't you want to use it? Top actually doesn't want a male gun?
White Crescent's notebook records the current statistics of the QG team in the spring split. Here are some of the more critical data. The average game time is 35 minutes and 38 seconds, ranking in the middle of the league. And the first blood rate is only 45%. The jungler Swift's output accounted for 18.6%. The average level of LPL is 16.5%. And the mid laner Doin's output accounted for a terrifying 30.8%. Second only to IG's Rookie in the mid lane position. Rookie's the output accounted for a terrifying 31.3%. For those who have never watched the games of this period, it is difficult to imagine that Doin, a bastard, could have such a carrying side. Once these data are laid out, the average game duration is very long and the first blood rate is low, which means that the overall rhythm of the QG team is slow, and they are better at fighting late team battles. The midfielder's output accounts for half of the team's output. This means that the midfielder is their absolute core, and White Crescent's ban idea is aimed at this. Doin does not give it a mid lane core that can be carried in the later stage, and at the same time, heroes such as the male gun are given to Swift, so that Swift can focus on farming in the early stage and ignore the help of the lane. In this way, Swift must focus on his own development. Otherwise, he will not be able to produce the output he should have. Although QG plays Uzi, and Uzi's ability to deal damage is terrifying, the version is destined to make him unable to make waves. None of the traditional crit ADCs with long hands can play. He can only use Lucian, and Lucian's late carry ability is insufficient. Most people can't understand the game between the coaches of both sides in the BP stage. Which heroes to play, and which heroes to play all have their own considerations. The male gun was the bait he deliberately set out. Top locked the excavator directly on the second floor in seconds. Hero also doesn't understand why Top obviously got the male gun and could swing it in the upper and jungle positions. But he didn't take it and chose to release it. Is it a trap? His brows furrowed into a Chuan character, leaving him little time to think. Although he didn't understand what Top's plan was, he had to pick up a popular hero like the male gun without thinking when it was released. Why is this version popular? The popular version means that once this hero comes out, you can pick it up without thinking. It can match perfectly with any lineup. And it also has the ability to carry the game. QG took down the male gun and Lucian.
Wow! Puppy's Lucian!
Wawa exclaimed.
This is Puppy's best hero. And it's also his favorite hero to use in the past 2 years. This bottom lane is interesting. Indeed.
Zhiyun continued.
Although Puppy's results at OMG last year were not ideal, we have all seen his outstanding performance. Today's Lucian is also worthy of our expectations.
Bai Yueya smiled when he saw the opponent's selection. Everything was according to his plan. Then Top showed Easy plus Lulu. This time Hero was completely dumbfounded. In this hand, Dan Lulu restrained Doin's last carry character Enchantress to death. The other side shows Lulu first. And you use the second move to show Enchantress. Isn't that pure head iron? There is no Enchantress. So the alternatives are Ice Maidens. But for the Ice Girl in the S6 era, the effect of the passive skill, Ice Bloodline, can still cancel the mana consumption of the Ice Girl's next skill every once in a while. Obviously, she wants to give the Ice Girl more mana to use her skills to push the lane. Then go support the roaming side lanes. There is no effect of enslaving the opponent's soul and causing it to explode and cause a large amount of AoE damage after receiving an assist or killing. This makes Ice Girl a pure tool in this version, and does not have the ability to carry in the middle and late stages. Either they can forcefully take Czar and Clockwork, But Doim has hardly touched these two heroes throughout his career, and forcefully taking them will only affect the player's performance. And the counter position is reserved for the top lane. Judging from the current top lineup, the top lane must be a big output core. Otherwise the top lineup's overall damage capability is limited.
Taishang.
Hero pinched Doim's shoulder.
What hero do you want to get?
After much deliberation, Doim only had the option of Ice Girl, which just made up for the team's lack of rhythm. Moreover, the midfielder and jungler of Ice Girl plus Male Gun is very suppressive, and it is easy to cause trouble in the early and midterm. But it is easy to become a tool in the middle and late stages.
Get me the Ice Girl. Good.
QG's last two picks directly selected the combination of Ice Girl plus Big Tree. Look at it this way. QG's lineup as a whole is very three-dimensional, and in line with the current version. The version of the Spring Split has a slower pace, a bit similar to the version from the S5 period. Teamfighting still revolves around the middle and lower C positions. However, this version has a jungler due to the presence of Leopard Girl, Male Spear, and Kindred in the jungle, can become an output core in the team. Everyone is curious about Top's final choice.
The four options in front of Big Tree Top are very lacking in output. They need to have a very explosive output position. But Jace and Sword Lady have both been banned. Are there any other heroes in the lane who can beat Big Tree?
Miller frowned. He felt that Top's last draft was not easy to do.
Blade of Exile or Disaster of the Ocean?
Ziyuan blurted out subconsciously, which immediately attracted a burst of complaints. Damn it. Raven is Raven. Captain is Captain. What the H.L. is your full name? It immediately confused me. What? It's obviously Zhujian Foreigner. Hack. I was confused for a long time at first, and didn't realize what he was talking about.
Raven isn't very good.
Miller shook his head.
Raven doesn't do enough early damage against these tank heroes, because he can't use Ignition in the game.
Really? With the Ignited Raven and the Unignited Raven, the pressure on the lane in the early stage is not at the same level. Many times Raven just needs a little bit of damage to kill the opponent alone. But TP must be brought in the game, so Raven's damage in line will be slightly worse.
The captain is a good choice, but I am afraid of being caught. I can only say that QG was too smart to ban Sword Lady and Jace.
The commentator seemed so confused. But there was no confusion within the top team, because the tactics had been decided from the beginning.
Then choose.
Li Hanxing smiled.
Give the other party a big surprise.
In the spotlight, Top showed their choice on the last floor. Darius, the Noxian hand nicknamed the man-headed dog.
Huh?
The three commentators were all dumbfounded, especially after Top was locked. They even exclaimed in shock.
Real or fake?
The barrage is also scrolling crazily. Question mark. Gui. No matter what the result is, Li Hanxing has already won by choosing this hero. Good guy. I hacking call you good guy. How dare you play? Where are the friends at hand of Noxus? We are all Top fans tonight. No more pretending. I'm showing off my cards. 10 years of Top fans came uninvited. Laughing to death. Does Li Hanxing think this is a fight against rank? Kill the puppy for me. In this case, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. QG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. Top road, Dashu versus Nushu. Jungler, Male Gun versus Excavator. Middle lane, Ice Girl versus Lulu. Bottom lane, Lucian plus Nyoto versus Poppy plus Easy. As soon as this lineup comes out, Top's tactical intentions are very obvious. Nushu is the core point in their lineup, and Easy is only responsible for damage compensation and harvesting. And the reason why I chose Lulu when choosing Easy in the bottom lane makes sense. Lulu will become the best output pendant in Nushu team battles. Help Noso run rampant in team battles. But relative. Once Nushu cannot exert enough advantages and cannot stand in a team battle, it will be difficult for the top lineup to perform.
This is a focus battle for Noob. In the focus battle, he chose to resist the pressure on himself. No matter what. This courage deserves our praise. Yes, having the courage to take out this hero shows that he has full confidence. So let us wait and see.
Chapter 72. Have you ever seen Shan on the hunger strike?
Come on, little dog. Don't be stressed and perform well.
Hero also knows a little bit of Chinese. He squeezed Uzi's shoulders to relax and encourage him before leaving the stage.
Yes, puppy. We will help you win the game. Come on.
Doim also encouraged with his mutton-flavored accent. The personality traits of being crazy and familiar were already obvious during the QG period. Uzi didn't speak, just kept taking deep breaths. He had experienced scenes like the S-Game finals. after S3 lost to SKT that year. The Furious 60 even cursed all members of the royal family to crash on the internet. Even if they lose the game today, can the pressure from public opinion be greater than it was then? 60 hated the royal family with all their heart at that time. After all, it was the royal family that deliberately messed up and lost to P in the last round of the S3 summer split, which caused we to completely lose the qualification for the S3 playoffs. This also became an important reason for the disintegration of the old we.
It's okay. I'm okay. Don't worry about me.
Accompanied by the cheers and cheers of fans from both sides. After a brief cutscene, the full view of Summoner's Rift came into view.
Oh?
Miller exclaimed as soon as he came up.
Nozo actually brought Sprint. On the contrary, Easy in the bottom lane brought Teleport. What kind of trick is this? It's true.
Wawa and Ziyuan took a closer look and found that the summoner skills that Nushu brought were Sprint plus Flash, while the summoner skills that Easy brought were Flash plus Teleport. Such a trendy summoner skill selection is indeed very rare in the game. This is, of course, the advanced understanding that the time traveler Li Hansheng brought to the team. Do you understand what the benefits of time travelers are? The biggest shortcoming of Nushu is that he is bulky. Whether in laning or in team battles, he relies heavily on the sprinting skill. A big reason that restricts Nushu from being able to play is that in the professional arena, the top laner must bring teleportation. This is it makes Nushu too stupid to play in a group. If it can be used to sprint, it can perfectly make up for Nushu's biggest shortcoming. The summoner skill of teleport is suitable for almost all top laners, but Novo is not in this category. The reason why top laners are so popular in professional arenas is that Ignite experienced a weakening after S3 and was not as strong as in the early days. Secondly, everyone's game level and understanding have improved, and they have mastered the hero kill line and dangerous bloodline, more accurate than ever. So you can't kill the enemy with Ignite. Even if you kill the opponent with Ignite, you may not be the one to make the profit in the end. Once the line of soldiers is not handled well, they will be directly teleported online after resurrecting, and the line of soldiers will be blocked. There is a very high probability that although you kill the opponent alone, you will lose blood in the end. A person's head only costs 300 yuan. But the all-round improvement brought about by upgrading a level is far more than 300 yuan when converted into economic terms. Moreover, the opponent's teleportation can also threaten your teammates in other lanes, and you can split push to the side lanes in the later stage. The tactical and strategic significance of the teleportation skill is much higher than that of Ignition, a pure landing skill. Therefore, Li Hansheng did not completely ask the team to give up teleportation, but chose to let Easy take care of teleportation, and he took charge of sprinting. It is equivalent to letting Easy bring one less landing skill, and bringing one more landing skill, cancelling each other out. Easy plus Poppy itself is a combination of anti-pressure development. If the landing skill of healing is used to resist pressure, it seems a bit uneconomical. Backstage, everyone in EDG watching the game seemed a little unexpected when they saw this start. Abramovich praised.
There are talented people in Top's coaching staff. This wonderful idea perfectly solved the most embarrassing point of Nuasho on the court.
The director of Chieshur nodded in agreement.
If Nuasho teleports, the big tree can withstand the pressure quite well in the lane. But facing the sprinting Nushu, the big tree will not be fun. Let's see how QG can do it. You won't be able to change the line.
It comes down to it. No matter whether it's a landing match or a team battle, the intimidation power brought to the opponent by Nushu with and without sprinting is not at the same level at all. Change the line. This is the only solution the factory director can think of at the moment. After all, Dashu's ability to withstand pressure is still stronger than Nushu's. They, the bystanders, know it. And so do the top players on the field. After walking out of the spring, all top members gathered together and rushed into the lower half of the jungle area of the QG team. Next to F4, wards were placed at all the red buffs. Finally, under the cover of his teammates, Auxiliary Bobby ran to the QG bottom lane between the second tower and the Highland Tower and placed his ward in the middle between the two towers. Area. This side position is used to observe the opponent's opening of the lane. Before lane-changing tactics became history, most teams would choose to insert such a field of view to determine the opponent's splitting situation if they wanted to pursue normal landing.
Top clearly wants to seize the opponent's lane.
Miller knew Top's tactical intention as soon as he saw this ward position. Even people who have no understanding of the game can understand what the opening position is trying to do after watching too many lane-changing games. The QG first-level group's combat effectiveness is not very strong, and they cannot prevent Top from invading the field of view. After understanding that Top inserted this field of view, they also gave up the idea of changing lines.
V. Stay on your way. Shoot 1 volt and I will try our best to help you.
Doim specially warned. If QG wants to win this game, stabilizing the lane on the road is the top priority. QG's top laner V, who looks very similar to WE's top laner 957, nodded.
I'll try my best. The opponent's top laner is quite strong.
A person's name. The shadow of a tree. Precisely because this game is so important. QG has been studying top game videos recently, and V has focused on Li Hanxing's landing situation on the top lane. Reached a conclusion. I really don't blame those top laners, who were beaten by Li Hanxing for being too weak. But that this B is too strong in the lane. V asked himself. If it were him, he might not be able to do better than others. Obediently following the troops to the line, V deliberately avoided the grass on the line to prevent Li Hanxing from squatting in the grass. Seeing that the other party was so timid, Li Hanxing simply gave up squatting in the grass and walked out of the grass in a swagger. As per usual, press forward. If you want to be cowardly, then get out of the experience area. Before One Hao came out, Nushu was a real numerical monster on the top lane, which was hated by countless players in the rankings. When facing Nushu, Nushu can be single killed by you once or twice, and can make countless mistakes. You need to be 800 smart to plot him in the line. But you? As long as you make one mistake in front of Nushu, you will be completely defeated. Nushu will let you know what cruelty is. The most powerful skill of Nushu is naturally the passive, bleeding. Nushu is nicknamed
Elementary School Hand,
largely because of the power of this passive. Because in the eyes of those players who have been abused by Nuasho, this hero does not need to operate at all. He is level with A without any brains. After A bleeds and angers, he will kill people casually. He is simply the favorite of elementary school students. The effect of bleeding is very simple. Drawing Nose Hand with A will put the opponent into a bleeding state and obtain a debuff that continues to lose blood, which is equivalent to a small ignition in Nose Hand's duel. And this effect can be superimposed up to 5 times. After stacking 5 times, Nushu will directly enter the Blood Rage state. The current version of Nushu in the Blood Rage state will gain an additional 40 to 200 attack points. As long as you fight Blood Rage at level 1, you can get 40 attack points. The Storm Sword worth 1300. The attribute improvement brought by it is only an increase of 40 points of panel attack power. So, all of Nuasho's operations are to quickly play Blood Rage. As long as he can enter the Blood Rage state, any operation is nonsense. My hacking attack power is 40 points higher than yours at level 1. Even if I am even A, I will kill you. It's a pity that V didn't give him a chance and stayed behind.
Away! If QG and we play a game, even if 957 and V walk to the opposite player's bench, they probably won't be discovered. Right. If 957 gets sick and we temporarily hires V to replace him, he probably won't be discovered? It's true.
Gao Dui nodded.
These two feel like brothers who have been separated since childhood. Ha. 957 and V are almost carved out of the same mold.
Candy also chatted along, but he soon discovered something was wrong.
No, we are competing. Brother,
Candy said angrily.
Can you be more serious? Do you still have the time to stop chatting? I also want to operate, but the other side doesn't give me a chance. Don't you believe it?
Li Hanxing was helpless. Candy cut the screen to take a look. Nushu stood behind the blue side's long-range soldiers, while Dashu retreated further back, just short of being in double row with the defense tower. No wonder Li Hanxing is so idle. The junglers of both sides were still clearing the first wave of wild monsters, and there was no competition between the other two lanes. The director simply focused the camera on the top lane. Take a look at the results. Good guy. The top laners of both sides stood still, and Nushu was even in the mood to stand there and dance like crazy. What about Mars hitting the earth? Those who didn't know better thought the two were having a relationship. Is Dashu offline? What are you doing standing back all this time? Not adding troops? Are you blind? Do you dare to touch soldiers when Nuasho is standing in front? The big tree can throw E, and use the son of the tree to replenish troops. This V is really ridiculous. Anyone who said you want the big tree to use E to replenish troops, I will ban you, Juggernaut. If this big tree dares to throw E randomly, it will directly exit the game. The heroes who are good at attacking Nushu in the lane are basically heroes who have Q skills that can be used to avoid Nushu's outer circle. If the player can avoid the Q in the outer circle, you won't be so uncomfortable. Otherwise, if you lose blood, Nushu adds blood and stacks a layer of blood rage. You really can't handle it. Dashu is actually a good hero against Nushu. W Strongman Lockman can dodge Nushu's outer circle Q, Q's Kirin arm can have a short-term knockback effect. The E skill Tree's Sun explodes, and can also create a deceleration effect. QE2 The combination of these skills can effectively help Dashu open the distance between him and Nushu. But the problem is that it is also level 3. A level 1 tree has no resistance at all standing in front of Nushu. Learn how to replenish troops remotely from E's Lost Tree Sun? If V really did this, Li Hansheng would die laughing. The most taboo thing for the disadvantaged side of the line is to use AoE skills indiscriminately. The promise hand itself will be stuck in the line. If the big tree uses E, sapling throw, to steal troops. Right. You can be greedy and get 3 melee soldiers. But the price is that you will be completely disconnected in the next few minutes. V kept holding on to skill points to no avail. He wanted to see what Li Hansheng would do to decide whether to a Q or W. V's idea is very clear. You don't need to replenish troops in the early stage and only gain experience. When playing Big Tree, don't think about taking advantage of Nushu in the lane. Even if you don't get single killed, you can win. You can accept being behind by 20 to 30 knives in the lane. Team battles are where Big Tree shines. The reason why he was sure that he could gain experience was because Nozho was a melee player, not a long-range player. If Nushu wants to go back and replenish his troops, he must get close to the small soldiers, so that the big tree can follow him forward, re-enter the experience zone, and gain experience safely. At this time, the pulling behavior between Dashu and Nozho at the edge of the experience zone. It's like a couple going to a hotel for the first time. Dashu said I couldn't get in, and Nushu said back, I believe you. Dashu tried his best to get in, but Nushu had to guard against it. Soon, the 3 melee soldiers on both sides had all their health remaining, and V showed a successful smile like a scumbag, finally able to get in. However, then he was dumbfounded. Li Hansheng simply ignored the 3 remaining health soldiers behind him and allowed them to die naturally while still standing motionless. What kind of play is this?
Why doesn't Noob replenish his troops?
The doll looked very surprised.
If Noob doesn't replenish his troops and accumulate equipment during the landing phase, wouldn't team battles be a waste? Indeed. Does the Noob player have any fantastic ideas that we didn't understand his intentions?
Ziyuan couldn't understand either.
I've only heard of jumblers not clearing jungle, hunger strikers going to ganks online, and not replenishing troops online as hunger strikers? I've never seen this before.
Miller also shook his head. If this was an LCK game, maybe I could roughly understand it based on the commentary's understanding of the game. But this is an LPL. It's still the LPL in the S6 era. Although the tank heroes represented by Dashu and Nar were beaten to pieces by the heavy warriors in the S5 World Championship, no LPL team has made proactive changes. The reason is also very simple. One is due to inertia. Because after the end of S5, Riot admitted that he had made mistakes in the revision of the World Championship, and promised that there would not be any major version changes before the World Championship. After the World Championship, all heavy-armed warriors were stabbed, and with the addition of the new talent system in S6, tank heroes became strong again, so I'm too lazy to change it. Second, if you don't have to change, you won't have the ability, and you will be very blue. Not all teams can be as lucky as Top to discover Li Hansheng. Since the retirement of PDD and GoGoing, there has been no carried player in the LPL who can make the team brainlessly allocate resources to the top lane. Not even Holy Gun Brother. Looking at the entire LPL, apart from Li Hansheng, the only top laner who can take on the role of carry is Looper. Others, such as Korra 1, 957, Brother Xingqiang, Brother Long, AJ, etc., are either not at their peak, or lack talent, and they can only reach the level of a top blue-collar player. It is precisely for this reason that few teams in the LPL will give their top laners too high a tactical status. That is to say, with Li Hansheng on the road this time, he can get more shots. If it were another team's top players fighting each other, the director wouldn't show any footage at all. The commentators naturally lack understanding of the details of top lane laning. But the commentators don't know. It doesn't mean that V, who is the top laner, doesn't know. He quickly understood what Li Hansheng was thinking.
This guy is so disgusting. He goes on a hunger strike on the road.
V couldn't help but put on a mask of pain. In fact, Li Hansheng used a very simple theoretical knowledge of military lines. That is, when the factors of human interference are eliminated, the soldier line will always gather and consume in the middle position. That is, the position will always be constant there. Li Hansheng wanted to keep the military line at the center line. When the second wave of soldiers came up, Li Hansheng briefly escaped into the grass to avoid attracting the hatred of the soldiers. After the soldiers gathered at the center line, he walked out of the grass again. The same is true of not replenishing troops. Li Hansheng can accept it, because he can gain experience. It is really not important to replenish troops in the early stage of the road. What is important is experience. The big tree cannot gain experience. If it continues like this, Nushu will soon reach level 2, 3, and 4, while Dashi will always be at level 1 because he has no experience. Summoner's Rift is not a brawl, and it will not automatically increase your experience over time. If there are no human factors to interfere, Nushu will control the line to level 6, and then push a wave of soldiers in. At that time, the level 6 Nushu will forcefully jump over the tower to kill a level 1 tree. That is an operation that only requires skill. The only way. Just push the line through. But Dashi can't do it alone. Call it jungle? At this time, the male gunner had just completed F4, and was still in the lower half of the map. How could he help him? Wait until the male gun comes. It is estimated that Nushu is already level 3. At that time, a level 3 Norseman with sprinting will have room to operate against a level 1 tree and a level 3 male gun. Not to mention that the opposite jungler Candy is not dead. Oh! Candy is a pig. Don't you know how to squat? Help! 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 V was completely desperate and could only seek help from his teammates. Now he finally experienced for himself how desperate the top laners, who had faced Li Hansheng before, were. This person is not only a fierce operator, but also the operation, details, and ideas of the top order are all top-notch. Without any mistakes. Facing this kind of monster, my own hero is at a disadvantage. So I want to take the lead? Ah! Doimb in the middle lane cut the screen and glanced at the top lane. With his understanding of the game, he instantly understood what kind of dilemma his top lane was facing. But he couldn't help it. He couldn't just ignore his middle lane and force himself to go to the top lane to help. Right? At this time, you can only count on the jungle. Wait for me. I'll be here soon. Swift didn't have any good solution, so he could only brush up step by step. Going on the road is such a magical road. No matter how weak your hero is in the middle and lower lanes, if you survive until death, you won't be able to replenish your troops, and you won't even be able to gain experience. It is only on the road that this kind of situation will occur where even experience is not available. After all, it is the easiest road in the canyon to snowball. And it is also the road in the canyon that pays the most attention to alignment details. Hey, you can be timid, but I'm not in a hurry anyway. I'll see how long you can keep timid. Li Hansheng was indeed not in a hurry. Obviously the game time has been more than 2 minutes. But the number of CS on both sides is 0. The big tree cannot be repaired. But Nuasho deliberately did not repair it. This unique style of painting is simply unheard of for LPL at this time. Chapter 73 Canyon Lumberjack. Cutting down big trees with giant axe. V. Don't worry. As long as the opponent's jungler doesn't go up, Nushu will not be able to kill you with full health in the early stage. Swift comforted his top laner while brushing the jungle. There's nothing wrong with what he said. Even if the big tree is only level 1. As long as he stands under the defense tower. A level 3 Nuasho can't do anything to him. It's just that if the tower is disturbed during its replenishment, it will lose some replenishment troops. But for the big tree, it is completely within the acceptable range. And the people at QG also know it very well. It is impossible for Li Hansheng to go on a hunger strike forever. The ultimate purpose of the hunger strike in the early stage is to prepare for the wave of tower jumping at level 3. Once Li Hansheng starts to last hits, the big tree will only have to wait patiently under the tower for the troops to enter the tower and then develop. So, it doesn't matter what Li Hansheng does online, as long as he can figure out the movement of the excavator. The excavator is the one who poses a substantial threat to the big tree. And at this time, after Doimb pushed the line in the middle, the accessory I placed at the top home Sharp Hill camp just happened to detect the arrival of the excavator. It was slightly faster than the progress of the male gun, but not too much faster. The male gun was also close to the progress of his 3 wolves. Camp. Swift habitually pressed tab and glanced at the excavator's last hit count. The excavator's current last hit count was 6. After confirming that the excavator was open from blue, it had the blue buff and 2 younger brothers, as well as the ghost wolf and 2 little brother. Isn't it right? Swift frowned. If it is blue, and you want to go to the top lane at level 3 to cooperate with Nushu to complete the tower jump, the best route for the excavator should be blue buff 3 wolves red buff. Upgrade to level 3 with the double buffs, and then go directly to the road. There should be no reason for the excavator to use F4 at this point in time. After all, if he really wants to do a full brush, the excavator will definitely kill the demon marsh frog in the bottom lane, so that he can brush all the way up, and then look for opportunities to gank and return. After the family is replenished, the second group of wild monsters will be refreshed one after another. Swig couldn't beat the knight. He continued to observe, and saw that the excavator went to the red buff after killing F4. It was strange, but he didn't understand what Candy was thinking. This behavior was too weird. Is it because you know you will be squatting on the road, so you don't plan to climb the tower? He doesn't know Sisterly, but he can be sure that the big tree is safe at the moment. He doesn't need to go to the road to countercrouch at level 3. He can eat the 3 wolves, the blue buff, and the magic swamp frog, and then go to the road to take a look. When the time is up, go home and start the second group of wild monsters from the stone men on the bottom lane.
Isn't the excavator red?
The commentators from a god's perspective were surprised to find that the excavator pretended to go to the red buff area, but actually used the E skill to move into the dragon pit. This is Top's plan. The behavior of Doimb in the middle to insert the eyes of the sharp-beaked bird was so obvious. Gao Dui was not blind. He fed this information back to Candy. Candy decided to take advantage of the situation. The jungler needs the red buff to gank online, and the slowing effect of the red buff to continue to stick to people. At low levels, the damage increase brought by the red buff is not very obvious. What he and Li Han were missing was not damage, but opportunity and time. Use this method to paralyze the opponent's jungler and achieve an unexpected effect.
Old Li, I'm coming!
Candy reminded. Li Hanxing had already noticed his movements and had begun to push the line slowly, especially when the line with artillery carriages came up. He kept level A and quickly killed the artillery carriage soldiers. At this time, the excavator has penetrated into the upper half of QG's wild area, and the male gun is shooting blue buffs and magic swamp frogs nearby. However, because there is a wall blocking the field of vision in this area, and the excavator comes in against the wall, the male gun cannot. The gun didn't notice this at all. The moment the troops on the upper road entered the tower, it happened to be the time for the excavator to drill into the triangular grass behind the first tower on the blue square upper road. The troops entered the tower, and V focused on the Q skill that he had always treasured, preparing to replenish the tower with peace of mind. Nushu took 2 steps forward. V didn't pay much attention to it. After all, there was nothing he could do if Nushu was in a double row with the defense tower. It was just to interfere with his replenishment of troops. When the excavator that crawled into the ground came out of the triangular grass, V was dumbfounded.
What the HL? Brothers, help! The excavator is coming!
V responded quickly and called out quickly. Doimb and Swift were both stunned. They had clearly seen the excavator going to the red buff before. How could they run onto the road and jump over the tower so quickly? Cut the screen and take a look. There was only 1 blue buff on the excavator, and I immediately understood that this was Top's plan.
Sheba!
Doimb and Swift blurted out subconsciously, and they had a tacit understanding. Swift ignored the remaining health of the demon swamp frog and the 2 blue buff boys, and hurried up the road.
Are you going to go up? A level 1 tree doesn't have the skills to avoid damage,
Miller explained.
The male gun is standing by and can support you at any time. Top must be quick if they want to jump over the tower.
On the field, the excavator has already taken the lead.
The excavator walked up to the face of the big tree. First used Prey Search while hiding from the ground to cause the first wave of damage. Then, broken out, knocked the big tree into the air, and used Queen's Wrath to quickly level it. 3 times. After accumulating enough rage, Wild Bite dealt tons of real damage. Nuasho also moved to level A. Then, Crippling Strike. Then, kill all sides. This sudden attack from the upper jungle made the tree unable to move at all. It's hard to guard against. And the suffocating explosion damage. Can the big tree survive?
Ziyuan spoke quickly, showing off his professional knowledge. The level 3 excavator's burst damage is indeed very high. Even a big tree with a solid body cannot withstand it. No way. Who made the excavator's angry E skill cause real damage? As we all know, true damage is the most realistic damage in League of Legends. With Nashu's set of skills, the tree's health suddenly bottomed out. But there was no instant kill. Dashu still had room to operate. He kept staring at his status bar, and his passive skill, Secret Technique of Absorbing Elements, had been stacked to 5 levels. The reason why Dashu doesn't have high landing strength, but relies on landing in the top lane is because of his passive skills. Element Absorbing Secret Technique. Whenever a unit releases a skill near the big tree, The big tree can obtain energy from it. After 5 charges, the big tree's next melee basic attack will restore a certain percentage of its maximum health. In fact, it's the same principle as Kassadin's E, which requires charging before it can be used. It is precisely because of this passive that Doshu has the ability to stay in lane almost like a rogue. In this wave of overcoming the tower, the excavator used Q twice, once W and once E, and Nushu used a WQ, which had already accumulated 5 layers. Number of layers. After landing, he only needs to draw A to regain a bite of blood and then use Q to slow down. And he can successfully delay the time for the excavator and Nushu to leave the tower. Don't underestimate the passive blood recovery. As long as the blood can be recovered, it means that Noseho and excavator may need to deal 1 more level 8 damage to kill him. This will be more conducive for the male gun to come over and clean up the mess. When it is inevitable that you will die in battle, you must do everything you can to stop the loss in time. As expected of the top blue-collar top laner in the LPL, V did not panic at all in this situation, but had a very clear mind. As soon as the tree fell to the ground, he raised his thick right arm and threw it at the excavator on the side, trying to regain health by drawing A. Can. That's when Nushu on the side directly E, ruthless iron hand. V's eyes widened immediately, with a look of disbelief on his face.
Is this be a human or a monster? How could he calculate such details?
Even if he beats him to death, he would not believe that this was a coincidence. It was too coincidental. The only explanation was that Li Hanxing had calculated this in advance. So he left E in advance. Nushu's E can be regarded as a control, which can interrupt the enemy's normal attack. Li Hanxing has been holding E because he has calculated that the damage will not kill the big tree directly. There is a possibility that the big tree will fall to the ground and rely on passive A to recover health. Waiting for this moment, after the excavator made up for a flat A, he once again used W, escape, to sneak into the ground. The CD of his E skill, tunnel digging, finally improved, and he directly used E to move outside the tower, so that there was still 1 flash left. Nuasho also fired a flat A, directly taking away the remaining blood of the tree. First blood. A blood. The moment the big tree fell, the male gunman arrived belatedly, and could only help the big tree to collect the soldiers under the tower with tears in his eyes. Seeing this scene, the top fans at the scene waved their support sticks vigorously, and even some female fans screamed.
Candy's unexpected attack on the top lane was perfect,
Miller exclaimed.
This is equivalent to QG knowing that he was going to top lane and overcoming the tower, and was on guard, and passed through the jungle in a daze. Calculate and find an opportunity by force. The top lane is rotten.
Ziyuan began to mourn for V in advance.
Although V has tried his best to operate, he still cannot avoid death. The troop line will be reset soon.
Is Candy so fierce? It seems that Candy is also worthy of discussion in the future selection of the strongest domestic jungler. He performed very well in M3 last year. Doesn't we want to buy him this year? In the end, I was forced to stay by top. Send it from a big tree. 0 knives at level 1. Nushu is almost at level 4. Hitting hammers. 100,000 volts is a rotten fish. I, Candy, am the strongest jungler in LPL. After a successful kill, Candy ran to the entrance of the Dalong pit to kill the river crab, and then used the tunnel in the Dalong pit to run back to his own wild area to clean up the remaining wild monsters. When Li Hanxing returned home, he had just enough money to take out his 3-speed shoes. In the S6 preseason version, the biggest change regarding shoes is the collective price reduction of CD shoes and 3-speed shoes. The combined price is reduced from the original 650 to 600 yuan, and the effect of deceleration resistance is improved. Therefore, the extremely cost-effective 3-speed shoes have instantly become the favorite equipment of professional players, and their appearance rate is extremely high. The attributes of the 3-speed shoes are perfect for nostalgia players to hit big trees. Faced with Nushu's pursuit, the key to Doshu's successful escape lies in the combo of Wii or AQE, which allows Nushu to definitely take advantage of Shuzi's deceleration, thereby pulling away from each other. Once Nushu has the deceleration resistance of 3-speed shoes, Doshu will have no way to save his life in front of Nushu. Moreover, with the 3-speed shoes, Nushu's map running ability has been greatly increased, allowing Nushu, who has not teleported, to quickly return to the line. At the same time, V had teleported to his own defense tower immediately. But after seeing the military line, he became completely arrogant. Li Hanxing adopted a hunger strike style at the beginning, which consumed a lot of the blue side's minions at the beginning. If it was a normal slow lane push into the tower, then there would be at least 2 waves, when the dominant side single-handedly led the lane into the tower. The soldiers also brought artillery carts. However, due to Li Hanqing's hunger strike style, he lost a lot of soldiers in the early stage. When he led the line into the tower at level 3, only one wave of artillery soldiers actually entered the tower. It takes time for the big tree to resurrect, and it takes time for the teleport to land. And there is also a male gunman on the side to repair the tail knife. When the big tree fell to the ground, this wave of small soldiers was also cleared. Fortunately, a new wave of soldiers entered the tower, and the big tree finally successfully upgraded to level 2. But then V realized the seriousness of the problem, because the red side's troop line enters the tower, and he is replenishing the tail knife and the defense tower to help output. The red side's troop line is consumed much faster than the blue side's minions. After this wave of soldiers, the blue side has 5 soldiers coming out of the tower, and the new wave of soldiers has reached the second tower. Continue at this pace, the blue side's minions will eventually be stuck in a position not far in front of the first tower on the red side's top lane, which is an excellent position for Nushu. As long as Nushu wants to, he can always control the line of troops at that position, although Dashu can hide behind and listen to experience. If he wants to last hits, just dream. At this time, the male gunner had returned to the city after clearing the wild monsters in the upper half of the area. He was rushing to the lower half of the area and could not help him forcefully push the line and reset the army line.
MD!
V gritted his teeth, learned the E skill in seconds, and even took the initiative to move forward, blocking the red side's troop line with his body, and then used E to drop the tree sun to connect with Q to clear the troops quickly. He still has a flash in his hand. The worst thing is that if he sees Nuasho sprinting to pursue him, he will have to flash and run. He would rather use the flash than reset the troop line. But after Li Hansheng saw this scene, he didn't rush to go online. Instead, he took the stone man's side and stuck to the wall to get his ultimate vision from the triangular grass into the river. After entering the line of sight of the big tree, he started sprinting, seeing a Nuasho suddenly appear in the direction of the river. V was startled and turned around quickly to leave. At this time, S6 sprint has not been weakened. After all, the story of Faker's extreme escape in the S6 World Championship has not yet happened. The current effect of sprinting is immediately accelerate to 28% to 45%. The acceleration effect increases with the level, and it will give you the full acceleration as soon as you activate the skill. The 3-speed shoes made the effect of sprinting more obvious, and Nushu rushed into the face of the big tree in the blink of an eye. Directly engage AW to slow down, then chase and level A again. Dashu was stunned to resist the flat A 4 times before waiting for the CD of the E skill to improve. He threw the E first, then connected with the Q, and then flashed back. But V obviously underestimated Nuasho's movement speed at this time, and Shuzi was stunned and failed to catch up with Nushu. Instead, Nushu easily caught up with him and used E, King's Pull, at the extreme distance to pull him back in front of him. This time, instead of connecting with A, he directly handed over Q. EQ was sure to hit the combo, and Nushu was immediately covered in blood. Turn red, enter the blood rage state, and gain a huge attack power bonus. Every blow with a giant axe in his hand seemed to hit the main artery of the tree. In fact, Nushu no longer has any skills, but he just chases the big tree and chops it down. See the scene. Everyone was in a trance, as if this was a reenactment of the scene during the S5 World Championship. The audience at that time just watched the top laners of the LPL being chopped down by Nuo from other regions with a giant axe. Giant axe chops down big trees. I feel so happy when I see it. The B hero Nushu is so angry that after he draws A and beats others, I feel inexplicably happy. How dare this big tree push the line? Isn't this just looking for death? So what if there is a flash? As long as Nushu can sprint. If you can dodge and escape, I will lose. Gui, you're not going to really let Noob chop you up, right? When are you going to kill a wave of bathing dogs in the bottom lane? Nozo can't stop him anymore. Sit back and wait for the team battle. Nozo will kill a kid with a knife. Dashu is already positioned forward, and Nushu has sprint acceleration. So even if he goes A, he won't be pulled away by Dashu. He chased and chopped down all the way, and chopped down the big tree to death in front of his home's defense tower. Mine. After being killed in battle, V immediately took the blame. Fortunately, his teammates didn't say anything, and everyone else understood that he was not feeling well on the road.
It's okay. It's okay. Try to hold on as steady as possible. Don't die again. Wait for us to carry.
Dwayne is still working hard to enliven the team atmosphere. But this is easier said than done? Gaodui didn't give him a chance to push the lane and roam. Lulu's skill value was not weakened, and the damage was not low. Especially when he first put E on the minions, and then double Q to deal damage. The lane clearing speed was not slow. The main thing is, where can the Ice Girl go? It is currently impossible to go up the road. But there is a chance to go down the road. But we don't know the movement of the excavator at the moment. So we can't go there rashly. The best way is to link up the middle and jungle to go to the bottom lane with 4 packs of 2. But this requires the coordination of the whole team. The vision needs to be arranged in advance. The jungler is in place. And he can handle the line of troops well. For packs of 2 is not something you can do by simply saying something in your voice and grabbing it. Shiba! The bad situation made Doin couldn't help but curse in a low voice. The thought of a monster Nushu coming out on the road later gave him an even greater headache. After killing the big tree again, Li Hansheng turned back to deal with the soldier line. He deliberately left 5 long-range soldiers on the red side, and then stood where he was and returned to the city. Generally speaking, if you leave 4 to 5 of the opponent's long-range soldiers, you can achieve perfect line control. When he got home, he had just enough money to buy extraction. Very simple. There is no tappy in this version. And the speed of obtaining extra economy is not that fast. If he wants to stay online while suppressing the big tree and developing extra at the same time, he can only rely on extraction. After all, if he leaves the lane and goes to the wild area to farm, it will give the tree a chance to breathe, which would be a bit outweighed by the gain. Relying on extraction is the best way. Laoli, why are you extracting at this time? Candy looked very surprised. That's not true, Li Hansheng said with a smile. Do you think I am a reckless man like you who only thinks about doing things? My favorite thing is to replenish troops and develop troops. After hearing this, those who like to develop and those who like to fight fell silent. Chapter 74. Don't worry. Wait for the puppy's 3-piece suit. Noob, you are so greedy. Miller also noticed the extraction in Li Hansheng's equipment column. Is this the confidence that our LPL League single kill king has? Even if we use development equipment, we will still suppress you. You remind me of when Noob was interviewed before and said that his favorite thing is development. Wawa also added. It immediately attracted a lot of complaints. Like development? Why do you ask those top laners in Group A who were killed by solo players if they think so? Actually, there's nothing wrong with it. Brother Hansheng is developing well online. If the opponent wants to interfere with Brother Hansheng's development by teasing, he will have no choice but to kill the opponent. Indeed, a single kill is worth 300 yuan after all. That is a way of development. Good Guy has an alternative interpretation of what it means to like development. Right? He dares to say this. And I dare to believe it. He is the king of solo kills. So he is justified. The game time has been more than 5 minutes. And Li Hansheng's last hit count has approached 40 knives, while Dashu still maintains single-digit last hit hits. And the gap between the two sides has widened to more than 30 knives. In a normal game, at the same level, only on the top lane can you have the conditions to overwhelm the opponent with so much CS. The situation between the two sides was at a stalemate. It was not that Swift had not found opportunities, but it was too difficult to find them. If the hero male gun wants to gank online, he must rely on the line to provide stable first-hand control. In fact, QG's lineup is very convenient for the male gun to gank. Each line has a stable first mover. But the male gun has no way to do it now. Heading on the road? That's a gift. Nusha hopes that he will go to the road to gank now, so that Nusha can directly counterattack in 1v2. Go to the middle? The damage is not enough. And it is a bit difficult for the level 6 former male gun and Ice Girl to catch Lulu to death. Go to the bottom lane? Nyoto can take the lead. But the problem is that his support is Poppy, so you don't have a chance. Then if the male gunner wants to recover his disadvantage, there is only one way left, which is to invade the counter field. However, if you invade the counter jungle, you will also face a difficult problem. QG has no line rights in the 3 lines. Especially the top lane has collapsed. In this case, if he rushes into the opponent's jungle area, he will easily be surrounded. And if you really enter the jungle, you may not be able to beat it. The green jungle knife produced by the male gun is not helpful in duel. The red jungle knife produced by the excavator is a powerful tool for challenging CJ's damage reduction and damage increase buffs. If the two of them really fight in the jungle, the male gun may not be able to do so. Take any advantage. No way. The excavator is a meat equipment root and can produce ice stones, so that it can abandon the green jungle knife and turn to the red jungle knife to make up for its output ability. There is no rhythm, There is really no rhythm. Fortunately, top does not have a good rhythm at the moment, and the two sides have reached a deadlock. However, QG will soon usher in the first wave of rhythm points in the lineup. At 5 minutes and 30 seconds, Dwayne started calling Swift to approach the middle. Under normal circumstances, when the first melee soldier in the wave of artillery soldiers arriving in the middle is killed at 5 minutes and 38 seconds, the mid laner can reach level 6. Dwayne has not been disturbed in the early stage, and it is a normal development, so it will be in the normal state. Time point to reach level 6. As for this Swift, because he enjoyed a wave of artillery soldiers in the top lane at the beginning, he also gained a little experience when he went to the bottom lane to squat, and his level improved faster than normal, so it is almost the same as the middle lane. Reach level 6 at the same time. Double 6.
I'll take the lead. You prepare to follow.
The simple words paved the way for the next gank. For this purpose, the male gunner specifically handed punishment to the sharp-beaked bird to obtain the effect of the True Sight potion. After confirming that there was no top vision nearby, he went to the grass on the side of the middle road. In fact, Gaodui was wary. Calculating the time it takes for the opponent to reach level 6 is some basic common sense in landing. He knew very well that when the Ice Girl reaches level 6, the male gun will definitely come to the middle to make a wave. But he still underestimated Dwayne's decisiveness. Ice Girl directly connected with the Glacier Path, a cramp, and flew forward slowly and hit the minion, causing a small amount of AoE damage. Then Ice Girl directly tied A and connected with Q Ice. Fragment will kill the minion with residual health and instantly raise it to level 6. Immediately move the second section E over. Buzz. He handed over Flash and turned into a golden light before coming to Lulu. Boom! The power of ice in the body burst out, and the Ring of Frost held Lulu in place. The male spear took advantage of the situation and blocked Lulu's field of vision with W from a long distance. Then he quickly walked up to Lulu and drew A to Q, end of the road. The Ice Girl calculated her time and was stuck at the last moment to make up for her ultimate move, Frozen Tomb. Freeze it! Lulu immediately turned into an ice sculpture. And then the Ice Girl continued to deal damage with flat A and Q. And the male gun also took the time to deal crazy damage. The two of them worked together to reduce Lulu's blood volume to less than 1/3. Gaodu reacted quickly. He didn't get killed instantly, so he immediately backhand Q. The target is not the Ice Girl and the male spear, but the soldier on the side. Sparkling Spear kills the soldier with remaining health. Lulu instantly rose to level 6. Gained attribute improvements, and also gained ultimate move. Directly apply R, Wild Growth, to yourself. W turns the male gun into a sheep. He also applies a layer of shield to yourself. Flashes away, and runs back to your own defense tower. However, the transformation into a sheep at level 1 did not last long, and the male gun quickly returned to normal. Buzz. He also followed the flash and rushed into the defense tower. And directly our combos allowed him to still deal Lulu close to his face, and lowered Lulu's health. Another flat A shot. Lulu's health had bottomed out. At this time, in the Beak Bird's camp on the side, the excavator suddenly came through the tunnel, and before the male gun Ping A took action, he flashed over and knocked the male gun away. Challenge punishment. Open QAA. And turn in E directly after accumulating enough anger. The defense tower's second attack had already been launched, and the male gun's HP also dropped sharply. It was even more embarrassing after landing. At this time, Lulu had already hid further back and couldn't catch up, and she didn't have the skills to distance herself and couldn't escape. Lose. Result. The excavator cooperated with the damage of the defense tower to kill the male gun.
Beautiful. Candy's timely stop loss prevented Wei Shen from being killed.
Miller praised.
This Candy has a high sense of presence. Indeed, judging from the early stage of the game, the performance of this Swift is completely suppressed by Candy.
If you fail to gank, you will die in battle instead. Swift complained rather depressedly.
You brat. Why don't you keep up? If you do, you can at least replace Lulu.
Dwayne frowned and did not answer. Fortunately, Swift just complained and didn't say much. However, the failure of this wave of midfield linkage directly led to the complete loss of the only rhythm point that QG could use. The death of the male gun also seriously affected the development. It's not that there's no good news at all. On the bottom lane, both sides went home for the first time to replenish their equipment. Uzi takes advantage of the fact that when Easy returns home for the first time, it will produce Tears of the Goddess, which will reduce its landing ability. After forcing a fight with Imp, Uzi undoubtedly gained a lot of blood and successfully disabled Imp.
Wow! The puppy caught this opportunity beautifully.
The doll immediately praised. But as soon as he finished speaking, the imp, who went home to replenish his status, directly handed over the TP and returned to the line.
But it's useless to fight home. Imp brought TP, which can quickly get back to the line. Now it seems that the puppy's condition is at a disadvantage.
Miller shook his head. QG is like a headless fly now, desperately trying to find opportunities to recover some disadvantages. Or in other words, desperately trying to gain some advantages in other ways. No way. Li Hansheng, who was on the road, was under too much pressure. If they don't develop better, how will they deal with no Ho protected by Lulu in team battles? This is the invisible pressure that Li Hansheng brought to them. And on the road side? Not to mention how happy Li Hansheng was. The big tree had been killed twice, and its heads were not worth much. So he could just control the line and develop with peace of mind. Nearly 2 minutes passed again. Ice Girl's ultimate CD improved again, and QG decided to take the initiative again.
How about trying to catch a wave on the road?
It happened that Doin took down the blue buff with the help of Swift, because the male gunner went to the top to support the game at the beginning. QG's second blue buff refresh time was a little later than normal. It happened that both the middle and jungle players were on the road, and Doin thought this was an opportunity. Swift looked at the situation on the top lane and saw that the big tree was still only level 5. But Nosho was already at level 7.
Are you sure we can handle this Nushu? He didn't go home to replenish his equipment. This is his only chance. Once he spends his savings, we really won't be able to deal with him.
Swift thought about it and felt that what Doim said made sense. At present, Nushu only has a level advantage. Once Nushu spends all his savings, they will really have no chance at all. The two immediately hugged each other and headed straight to the road. When B saw his teammates coming, he almost cried with joy. After being an orphan on the top lane for too long, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable when teammates came to help him.
V, don't be in a hurry. Wait for me to make the first move,
Doin reminded. He was afraid that Dashu would have been beaten to death by Nuasho before the two of them arrived. When the two of them approached the grass on the upper road, Nuasho was still unaware. They immediately concluded that Nuasho had no vision.
Is QG about to go up? Ice Girl took the lead in handing over Glacier Path and moved to Nushu's side. Male Spear and Dashu followed immediately, and Ice Girl used Frost Ring to control Nushu first. Hands! The ultimate move, Frozen Tomb, controls Nosho again.
Coupled with the concentrated fire of the three of them, Nuasho's blood volume suddenly dropped. This time, the male gunman didn't have any skills left at all. The ARE combo directly reduced Nuasho's health to less than half. And at the moment, the Ice Girl's ultimate move ended, the male gun used W, Smoke Bomb, to cover Nuasho's field of vision, preventing Nuasho from counterattacking immediately. Nushu's blood volume was further reduced.
It's over. Noob hasn't gone home to update his equipment. He has too many savings.
Miller became worried for Li Hansheng.
Sprint? Yes. Yes. There is sprinting and flashing. Can Noob run?
Nushu sprinted away. The three players on QG, middle and jungle, immediately thought that Li Hansheng was going to escape. Dashu quickly handed over the W that he had been holding, and used a strongman lock to trap Nushu in place. At this time, Nushu's blood volume continues to drop. But fortunately, at this time, he was completely out of the range of the male gun's smoke bomb and regained his field of vision.
The center field on the other side didn't show up. Loudly, you run towards the river. I'm on the way!
Gao Du reminded him immediately. Run? The corners of Li Hansheng's mouth raised slightly. That was impossible. After adjusting the angle, he directly E-King's pull, pulling the big tree, Ice Girl, and male gun all three people to his face. And this he also interrupted the flat A action of the big tree and the male gun in detail. Li Hansheng did not try to level A, but directly EQ'd a sure hit combo. His blood volume was too low now, so he had to use Q, kill all directions, to regain blood. Stab! The rounded giant axe blade hit three people with a perfect outer circle, and combined with the empowerment armor in the defense system to provide 8% additional healing and shielding effects, allowing Noshu's health to return to more than half health. Here comes the awkward part. QG's middle and upper bands are all about teleportation, and the S6 version does not have small anti-armor. None of the three of them have serious injury effects, and they can only watch Nuasho perform a wave of medical miracles. Li Hansheng even pressed tab quickly to take a look at the equipment of the three of them, when he saw the lunch box and the ass-exploding wand in the Ice Girl's backpack. He finally understood why the other party's damage was a bit wrong. Doing's first big item is actually the Staff of Time. As a growth-type equipment, the damage increase of the Staff of Time is not obvious until it is made into a complete outfit and has full stacks. It's like saying that the Ice Girl at this time is purely a tool, and the damage is purely done by the mailed gun alone. But Swift's development is average. How can it be possible to produce terrifying output? The big tree has a flash, and the Ice Girl has a lunchbox. So the first target to kill is clear. Mailed gun. Because the E skill can obtain 15% of the armor-piercing effect at level 1. And the Q has another layer of bleeding effect. Li Hansheng directly hit the mailed gun with AW, and added 2 layers of bleeding again. And at this time, War Passion has been stacked to the highest level.
Kill him quickly!
The mailed spear, the big tree, and the Ice Girl quickly tied A. But the skills of the 3 of them were all in the CD. How to kill them? Nuasho used his sprint to cling to the man's spear. Once, twice, and slashed out with a flat A. Suddenly, his whole body was enveloped in a faint red mist, and he entered a state of blood rage. The basketball that was originally around the mailed gun suddenly turned into a basket above his head. Because this one Li Hansheng used the skin of a slam dunk master. Blood rage combined with a full layer of War Zeal effect made Nuasho's A-level shot feel as if an axe had chopped into the main artery of the mailed gun. After calculating the damage accurately, he directly fired Noxus Guillotine, and Nusha jumped into the air, made a dunk gesture, and slammed the basketball into the basket. The male spearman with nearly half health was immediately killed by Nusha with an R.
Shiba! Run! Run! Run!
Doing turned around and ran away without looking back. And so did the tree. But how could he escape? Nusha, who has entered a blood rage state, can directly add 5 layers of bleeding buff to the opponent with a single basic attack. Although the Ice Girl has a lunchbox to support her health, her armor is very low. Facing Nusha's high-value panel attack power, still can't hold a flat A. The Ice Girl tried to use Q to slow down Nusha with her backhand, but the deceleration effect was negligible compared to sprinting and the effect of 3-speed shoes. On the contrary, Nusha charged up a Q skill and directly forced the tree to flash. The Ice Girl was not so lucky. One time, after 2 draws, Nusha made a dunk gesture again. Double kill. Double kill. But Li Hansheng was not satisfied at all. Buzz. He also handed over his flash and forcibly chased the tree.
Oh my god! I'm going to kill! I'm going to kill! Noob's eyes are red with killing. Wherever he looks, he wants all his enemies to become corpses on the ground. Noob is too grumpy. But I like it. Ha ha! Our LPL needs such grumpy top laners.
After flashing to catch up, Dashu tried to knock Nusha away with a backhand Q. But Nusha used his dexterous movement to avoid Dashu's Q with his super high movement speed. Instead, he used an AW to slow down Dashu. Once, twice, still leaping high into the air. He dunked again. Triple kill. 3 kills. After defeating the tower and killing the big tree, Nuasho, who was still bleeding, left calmly. Lying on the ground were the bodies of the 3 upper, middle, and wild players on QG.
Is this the charm of Nushu?
Miller was dumbfounded. The top laner in LPL often puts on an escape show after being surrounded. But in this scenario where you surround me, and I directly counterattack. So far, only Li Hansheng has done this in the entire LPL. Kill! Especially the 1v3 counterattack severely stimulated the adrenal glands of the audience on site, and in front of the computer. The top fans at the scene could no longer hold back and cheered wildly. The barrage is also scrolling crazily. Oh my god! Last year's Ma Data was just like this. Right? Is Ma Data worthy of being compared with my brother Hansheng? It is estimated that only Someday and Smeb can compete with brother Hansheng. 3 of you caught 1, and 1 of them was counterkilled. Do you know how to play games? Gui Gui. Designers? Take a look. But you don't want to weaken Nushu anymore? He can actually do 1v3. Why do I feel that the bathing dog has started to tremble in the bottom lane? Nozho, who has 5 heads. Can't he chop off his head with just 1 blow later?
What the H.L. Laoli, you are too damn fierce.
Gao Dui was also stunned. He was still giving up the support. As a result, Li Hansheng could handle it alone without his support at all.
Awesome. I raised such a powerful top laner.
Candy understood the essence of Li Hansheng, and he quickly stood up and boasted, shouting out the posture of me and Kobe Bryant scoring 81 points together.
Hey! Xiang Renjie, could you please have a little face?
Li Hansheng even laughed.
What? Didn't I help you catch him on the road?
Candy immediately retorted. Li Hansheng was immediately speechless. Alright. This jungler does have a lot of merit. The QG team's voice was terrifyingly quiet. Uzi, who was far away in the bottom lane, was very anxious when he saw this situation. He was so anxious that he wanted to pass the level in the bottom lane. The result is a top opportunity. The excavator directly used his big move to fly to the bottom lane and attack QG's bottom lane. Fortunately, Top's ability to retain people and damage in the bottom lane is a bit lacking. It just forced out Lucian's flash. But this was enough to make Uzi sick. He who had been silent all this time couldn't help but say, "Don't be anxious. If you don't have a chance on the top lane, come to the bottom lane to catch him. The opposite bottom lane keeps hanging up under the tower. It's easy to catch him to death." Still silent. No one responded. Seeing QG in such a predicament, Wawa subconsciously said something. "I feel like QG played a little too anxiously. In fact, they could have waited for the puppy's 3-piece set." Miller and Ziyuan didn't know how to answer the call at once. By the time Uzi comes out with his 3-piece suit, I'm afraid not all of these players will already be wearing their 6-piece suit. Say it again. Can the 3-piece Lucian beat the Sprinter? Chapter 75. Uzi is really a 3-piece suit. Li Hansheng will die. After killing 3 people on the road, Li Hansheng took advantage of the situation and brought his troops to the defense tower. Then he immediately went back to the wild area to take down all his stone men, F4, and even the river crabs that had just spawned on the top road. Good guy. Noob status in the team is really high. He eats wild monsters more often than Wei Shen, Miller joked. At first, everyone said that Wei Shen would kill too many wild monsters. Why do you feel that Noob is no less generous? It's true. In my impression this season, Wei Shen mostly played as a team mid laner, and didn't eat much monsters. Wawa also added, Noob, this wave at least up 200 cc of candies, isn't it too bloody? This kind of treatment is a real bargain for the team leader. What happened to Daddy eating 2 sets of wild monsters of yours? No wonder Candy doesn't play heroes like Male Gun and Kindred very much. There are 2 jungle vampires in a team. If I were to play in the jungle, I wouldn't know how to play. Team Tyrant sucks blood. Dares to be angry but dare not speak out. After a long circle, he returned to the road. Although he was only about half health now, the big tree did not dare to approach at all. He could only watch helplessly as Li Hansheng unreasonably cleared the army line, and then go home. MD! Laoli, you are AB. I don't care. After you win the game today, you must treat us to a good meal. How much money did you eat in my wild area? I will get all the money back in the restaurant. Looking at his empty jungle, Candy could only describe it as heartbreaking. It was like playing an online hero and watching helplessly as the cannons and soldiers couldn't make up for it. Pain. It hurt so much. The MVP must be Lao Li's. Gaudi also interjected. This idiot has received so many MVP bonuses. I have to kill him hard no matter what I say today. Drink! 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 Imp also started cheering. Li Hansheng smiled and waved his hand proudly. Eat! You all will go and eat it later. In fact, he didn't eat wild monsters randomly. The main reason was that he was short of a few $100s to buy equipment. It was a bit uncomfortable to go home with hundreds of dollars stuck on him. Just go to the wild area to get some blood. At just over 9 minutes, Li Hansheng went straight home and performed his first big black cut naked. When he saw Nua show back online, a black axe appeared in the equipment column, and B felt dizzy. Is this a slap in the face? Buxian won his spicy 3 speed shoes. Black cut. This is not over yet. There is still a deposit in Nushu Bank that has not been withdrawn, which is the 350 yuan extracted. Look at the big tree. Straw sandals. Cloth armor. Dolan ring plus a 150 yuan compound potion. Gone. There seems to be nothing wrong with playing with 3 pieces of equipment. Right. This time, Li Hansheng did not control the line again, but directly handed over Q, kill all directions. With his current development beyond the timeline, he easily took away all the long-range soldiers with 1 Q, and then killed the melee soldiers one by one with A. Even in a double row with the defense tower, it can no longer give the big tree a sense of security. At this time, Nosho, who has the black cutter, can completely ignore the defense tower and force the tower to kill the stunted and low-level big tree. Facing the menacing Nushu, Dashu could only retreat into the closed grass and hang up. What's disgusting is that Nushu didn't demolish the tower and let the defense tower naturally consume the troop line, while Nushu himself took 2 steps forward and used his body to block the troop line. Anyway, Nusha can clear troops quickly now. Li Hanqing's purpose is very clear. I'll eat your soldiers. My soldiers and your defense tower seem to be fine. But the big tree has entered a rhythm that cannot grow at all. It just can't be solved yet. When Nusha had no equipment, the three of them were unable to kill him. Now Nusha directly took out a large item. Give the male gun and the ice girl 10 courages. And they won't dare to go on the road again. If you really want to kill Nose Ho, you must have the male gun and Lucian present at the same time. And you must have the ice girl, the bullhead and the big tree to connect the chain control effects, so that the monster Nose Ho can focus the fire and kill it instantly. Otherwise, as long as Nusha is given a little room to operate, Nusha can immediately kill them all with a backhand.
V. Please wait until TP comes down while we go to the bottom lane. We can't handle the top lane at the moment.
Now the only thing QG can break through is top's bottom lane. In fact, whether it is a professional game or a rank, the success rate and profit of catching the 3 pads are the highest. Because the bottom lane is a 2-person team. It can generally provide stable control and supplementary damage. And as long as you successfully capture the bottom lane, you will usually gain 2 heads. You may also be able to capture the dragon in the follow-up. And you can also free up your own support, so that it has room to roam. It can also speed up the formation speed of your own ADC's equipment. You know, in the League of Legends game, after the dodge mechanism was cancelled in S2, normal attack became the only output method that could not be countered. This is why the team's lower output limit must be guaranteed by the ADC. And the ADC's damage ability, a team that is not good will definitely not perform very well. After all, the skills of your mid lane mage may be avoided. And most of your top laner and jungler's melee hero skills will be empty, leaving room for them to be displayed. Only the ADC, which uses basic attack as its main output method, cannot perform any countermeasures. This is why the killing book has always existed. But the reason why the killing sword was directly removed has nothing to do with Vincent. The main reason is that the killing sword will overly strengthen the advantage of the dominant ADC. You can dodge the mage's 1 to 2 key skills to complete the counterkill. But can you dodge the ADC's flat A? Therefore, for guarantees, and 1 is the tactic with the highest lower limit. Because the ADC is the lower limit of the team. And the factory director likes to capture it for this reason. If you have a super ADC, you will definitely be able to stabilize the lower limit of the team. But the lower limit is limited. And the upper limit of the team is it must be improved by playing in the middle and jungle. Looking at the championship teams over the years, none of the team's ADC is a bastard. Except for the Ghost King of S10. This is also caused by the abnormal wild core version of S10. And judging from the performance in the finals, Seawhip Boy's performance is not as good as the Ghost King of Blasphemy AD. It's hard to say that the Ghost King of S10 is really bad. Li Hansheng is confident that this top team will be able to compete with the peak LCK after they are well adjusted. This is because of the current personnel composition of top. They have super ADCs, and are also very powerful in the mid and jungle. The lower limit is guaranteed. But the upper limit? With Li Hansheng here, everything is possible. The sky may not be their limit, but the stars and the sea are. It is normal for QG to turn its attention to the bottom lane after being frustrated in attacking the top lane. As the level of the male gun increases, the decline of the excavator in the jungle becomes apparent. After all, the male gun is equipped with output, and it is okay to have pure man tankiness. Your excavator relies purely on skill damage and does not provide output. Of course, the longer the time is delayed, the weaker your ability to fight in a single challenge will be. In addition, the 2 lanes of troops in the middle and lower lanes have a slight advantage, which also creates conditions for Swift to enter the lower half of the top jungle. The worst case scenario is that neither side can come to support me. I'm better than you in a duel in the jungle. So what's there to be afraid of? The male gunman directly e-shot down the Xiaolong pit, and then crossed the river. He was carrying the true sight potion effect obtained by punishing the sharp-beaked bird, so that he could be sure that he was not detected by the field of vision along the way. After entering the wild area, placed the free eye provided by the green jungle knife at the demon swamp frog on the partition wall. The wild monster is still there. Swift accepted it politely. He walked to the demon swamp frog to brush the jungle, and then placed a liner behind the top tower in the bottom lane through the wall.
TP, come here.
The big tree that hung up in the closed grass on the top road quickly handed over the teleport. The ice girl in the middle also immediately retreated to the defense tower and handed over the teleport. A wave of 5 packs of 2.
Beautiful 5-pack of 2. QG took advantage of the fact that Noob did not have teleportation to launch a beautiful counterattack. Wow! Imp and Lameo are so desperate. Their teammates can't support them at all. Let's see how the heads are distributed. Let's give it to the puppy. Let the puppy hurry up and get a 3-piece suit, so as to maximize the profits.
In fact, there is nothing wrong with that. Giving up your head to the C position is the best choice when you are at a disadvantage. Lucian, who is the most capable C and also the most developed in the QG lineup, is qualified to eat these 2 heads. That's it. It looks a bit like licking. No matter how much I give you a bath, a dog won't be able to defeat Nuasho. It should have been played like this a long time ago. The puppy is almost beating the shit out of him. But he won't help. That is, if I had helped the puppy so early, how could I have been at such a huge disadvantage? Master Go. Rush. Rush. Kill this stinky dog Li Hansheng. Woohoo. GSL finally got the chance to speak loudly? The head was actually given to Uzi. A wave of double kill. QG also took advantage of the situation and demolished the bottom tower. And turned around to take down Xiaolong. The status of Xiaolong in this version is actually quite embarrassing. Many times, the jungler would rather go to the jungle or mess with a wave of troops in the lane than touch Xiaolong. Kill once and unlock a level of attributes. The first layer is to increase the AP and AD of the panel. And the second layer is to increase the damage to defense towers and wild monsters. The first 2 layers are okay, but the last 2 layers are a bit useless. In the words of the coaching staff, unless this version of the dragon is the 5th one that can bathe in dragon blood, and unless it can be easily obtained before that, there is no need to spend effort to deliberately control the dragon. The reason why QG is anxious to knock down the bottom lane tower is also to free up its own bottom lane and allow the big tree to gain space to grow. If it is always in the landing phase, Dashi will never be able to develop when facing Tianfei's Nushu. Now, a tower in the bottom lane was demolished. QG can switch the 2-man lane to the top lane. Nyoto plus Lucian pose no threat to Nushu with this level of development. But at least Lucian is long range and has Nyoto protecting him. So at least he can get troops. Right? Dashi went to the bottom lane. And although it was a bit uncomfortable to face Easy plus Bobby, he was able to gain experience and replenish troops along the way. Li Hansheng had nothing to do about it. He could only demolish the opponent's top tower, then clean up the entire upper half of the opponent's wild area, and then cooperate with Candy to kill the Canyon Pioneer. They had long anticipated the scenario of being used by the opponent to teleport to cause trouble. Except that Imp is a little depressed. This level of loss is acceptable to top, as long as Nushu remains in a state of no fat loss. Top can maintain its advantage. After all, QG is the second-ranked team in Group A after top. Their disadvantage at the beginning did not make them lose their ability to think about operations. After a round of rotation, in the end, both sides switched their duo to the middle to free up their own supports, while QG let Ice Girl and Nosoho continue to line up, while Dashi went to play with Lulu. The next step is for the 2 sides to compete for the vision of the jungle. You look out, I take down the vision. I look out, you take down the vision. And so on. But QG is very stupid in that it always avoids Li Hansheng's half zone to cause trouble. 15 minutes. The male gunman entered the upper half of the top with a bull head and tried to make a few deep back eyes. As a result, he was discovered by the excavator's geo-hearing skills.
Away! Puff Puff! Come here! It's time to eat meat!
Candy quickly called his teammates. Lulu, Easy and Bobby immediately went to the jungle to surround them. QG's response was also very quick. When they discovered that the top 2 lines in the top had disappeared, they immediately understood and quickly went to the jungle to provide support.
The excavator uses Dig Tunnel to get close to the male gun and the bull's head, and directly flashes, breaking out, to push up the male gun. After Queen's Wrath is turned on, it quickly draws A to accumulate anger. And Wild Bite supplements the final real damage. Poppy, Heroic Impact, adds control. Will the male gun be killed instantly? Nyoto tried to use Savage Impact to push away the excavator, but was directly stopped by Steadfast Style. Easy's Precision Barrage is skipped. Lulu's Shining Spear also makes up for a wave of damage.
Guanziyuan explained the situation on the field quickly. The male gun was attacked first. Even with the passiveness of Pure Man, it was of no avail. After the male gun landed, he didn't even think about escaping. He backhanded Q, end of the road. The terrain in the wild area was complicated, which just gave the male gun a perfect terrain. After the Q hit the wall, it immediately bounced back. And then he used R to fire a wave of explosive AoE. Xiao Huangmaozi comes over. A beautiful EAQW. This is a little trick of Easy. Easy's E will automatically attack the nearest unit. At this time, if you directly shoot QW, You will definitely hit. Unless the opponent flashes or moves. The male gunman's head was collected. But the chaotic team battle in the jungle was not over. Dashu came directly into the field with his ultimate move and trapped Lulu on the edge of the crowd. Lucian activated Baptism of the Holy Spear and fired wildly. Lulu's health was low, and Bobby quickly activated his ultimate move to hammer Lucian away, but was directly interrupted by Nyoto's Q. Excavator could only physically come to help Lulu block Lucian's ultimate move. No way. Lulu was forced to give herself R to recover blood. But Uzi always controlled the distance well, and did not give Lulu a chance to turn W into a sheep. In this way, Lulu can only use W to speed up and distance herself. But it happened that the big tree's tree sun exploded. And this wave of deceleration effect gave Lucian a perfect chance to deal damage. Just E, W, Q, etc. Lulu, who was short of health, flashed to keep the distance, and Lucian flashed decisively to pursue. Bayubia kills Lulu with 2 shots. However, in this way, Lucian himself was trapped in a tight siege.
Kill Uzi! Kill Uzi!
After Kalulu died, there was only one Easy left in the output position on the field. At the moment, the Easy only had Ice Fist plus Tears of the Goddess plus Pickaxe. The damage capability of this equipment was minimal. Not to mention the 20% group damage reduction of the big tree. Aura. And, just behind the top crowd, QG invaded the specially arranged back ward position and had an effect. A blade of Orchid Ice Claw spread out from the wall. The next second, the Ice Girl appears on the battlefield. After W immobilized Easy, he then connected with R. 2 waves of chain control made Easy unable to move throughout the whole process.
Hack! Let's go!
Candy and LV Mal also walked decisively. Without the C position, they would have to be walked wildly by each other. So they might as well run away quickly. Double kill. Double kill. Lucian's head count has reached 4. Only 1 less than Li Hansheng.
QG's linkage is perfect. This wave of counterattack is beautiful.
Miller's voice increased in vain.
They just caught Noob and didn't teleport this point. However, Top's advantage lies in Noob alone. And Noob doesn't come. If so, it would be impossible for Top to win in a head-on battle. There is no way. This is why the hero Nushu cannot become the mainstream of the game. If you want to be comfortable in team battles, you have to bring Sprint. But if you bring Sprint, others will use teleportation to find opportunities. Although Top Easy has teleportation, but Easy's combat effectiveness cannot be compared to Nushu.
That's it. 1 person. I take 3 lanes. But in a team battle, I have 0 output? I'm talking about Li Hansheng. He sucked the blood of his teammates like crazy. But in the end, he couldn't do anything. Right. Exactly. Kill the puppy for me. Puppy fans, please calm down and learn from me. Don't panic at all. How many carry top laners have you retired? PDD and Gogoing are not inferior to him. Li Hansheng. Besides, is Li Hansheng worthy of comparison with PDD and Gogoing? Li Hansheng, who was far away in the bottom lane, really had no choice. He had immediately searched for the Ice Girl's position. But the Ice Girl's retreat was too deep, giving him no chance to interrupt the teleportation. Simply, Li Hansheng could only forcefully demolish the opponent's bottom tower, and then choose to clear the opponent's lower half of the jungle again, using this method to stop the team's losses. In this case, he is indeed still unfathomable personally, but the team is somewhat unable to withstand it.
It's okay. There will be a big dragon soon. Then we can force them over.
Li Hansheng was not in a hurry, because there is always a 5v5 front. This opportunity is when Dalong is officially refreshed. The outer tower can be placed, and the small dragon can also be placed. But the Baron is a map resource that must not be placed, as long as you make good use of the Baron to force the team. At that time, he will let the other party experience what cruelty is. And before that, what Li Hansheng has to do is to do everything possible to consolidate his personal advantage. As long as he is still the fattest person in the game, Top will still be the advantage. But QG's consecutive team battle wins restored their originally sluggish morale, especially Uzi, who has 4 kills and is already developing well. So his development will be even more advanced.
Yes. Yes. If we fight around me like this, we can easily win. Nushu is a Muggle hero. When our control skills are perfectly connected, we will definitely be able to deal with Nushu.
As his equipment gradually improved, Uzi's voice became louder. It feels a bit like dreaming back to the days of the royal family. Back then, he had the loudest voice in the royal family, and everyone would play according to his ideas. Seeing Lucian's equipment gradually getting better, Miller couldn't help but worry about Top.
Top really needs to think of a solution. If this continues, the puppy will really be a three-piece suit.
Chapter 76, the first pentakill of my career. If it were a normal new team, with such a strong start, the opponent would seize the opportunity to counterattack one after another. It is estimated that morale and mentality will be a bit broken. But Top did not. The whole team was still feedbacking and communicating various information in an orderly manner. The excavator even used his ultimate move to quickly fly to the bottom lane and cooperate with Li Hanxing to kill a dragon. At least it can improve the panel attributes, which is better than nothing. It can also prevent QG from unlocking Xiaolong's second-level attributes. Li Hanxing returned home after another wave of blood-sucking in the jungle. This time he took out the deposits in the bank. He also received an additional bounty of 100 knives from Extraction. He directly took out his second big item, Bloody Hands. This is the benefit of bringing Sprint and having Lulu in the lineup. If he didn't bring Sprint, he would definitely need to give priority to making Dead Man's plate armor to increase his mobility. Now he only needs to consider survival and output capabilities. Seeing that Nishu's equipment has been updated again, Top supporters are slightly relieved. The commentators also mentioned this matter.
Noob's lead is still large, whether it is level or equipment. The puppy has just got enough kills, but there is still a big gap in comparison.
Grade? Lucian is only level 10 now. Nishu is already the highest level 13 in the game. The mid laners of both sides are only level 12 at this time. And Dashu, who is facing Li Hanxing, has just reached level 10. Equipment? Li Hanxing is a solid two-piece costume. Black cut plus bloody hand. Lucian, the fattest one on QG's side, is just a blue sucking knife plus yellow fork. Barely 1.5 pieces. And Ice Girl is just a staff of time plus Prospector's arm guard. Both 1.5 pieces. And he has already thought about the equipment Li Hanxing will need next. That was Langton's Omen, known as the ADC's nightmare. But now that he has no money, he chose to use the remaining money to enchant his 3-speed shoes. Langton in the S6 period was not as hip-stretched as the mythical version, as you can see clearly by comparing his attributes. Compared with the S5 period, the price of S6 Langton has dropped, but its attributes have improved overall. 500 points of health, 60 points of armor, and 10% reduction in damage from critical hits. Unique passive, Cold Iron, when hit by a basic attack. The attacker's attack speed is reduced by 15%, lasts for 1 second. Unique active, reduces the movement speed of surrounding enemies by 35%, lasting 4 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. With such powerful attributes, but only costing 2,900. And the value and cost effectiveness of tank equipment are so high. How can the ADC's tactical status not be reduced? There are two things that are most uncomfortable for ADCs in S6. One is the talent revision. Those ultimate talents allow tank heroes to gain extra damage. Whether it is a warrior or a tank, you can obtain additional damage capabilities through Thunder, War Zeal, and Immortal Grip. Although ADC can also gain benefits, ADC itself does not lack damage. On the contrary, what tank heroes lack is late-stage damage ability, which can be made up for through talents. The second is the equipment revision, Endless Weakening, and the weakening of the armor-piercing bow. Especially the armor-piercing bow. Previously, the Last Whisper directly gained 35% of full armor penetration. Nowadays, the effect of the armor-piercing bow becomes the penetration of additional armor. What does it mean? In the past, the effect of armor-piercing bows was calculated directly based on the armor on your panel. Today's armor-piercing bows seem to have a percentage of armor penetration. But this percentage of armor penetration only affects additional armor. What is extra armor? The bonus provided by equipment and runes is extra armor. The hero's own armor growth does not count as additional armor. So a hero, like Dashu, can have nearly 100 points of basic armor effect by level 10. The percentage armor penetration of the armor-piercing bow has no penetration effect on this part of the armor. So the ADC is completely powerless against tanks. And the carry ability is greatly reduced. Once again, they came to the bottom lane to lead the lane. During this period, QG did not deliberately cause trouble because Ice Girl was teleported on CD. Both parties have once again entered a relatively stable development period. The main reason is that neither side can demolish the other side's middle tower. If one tower in the middle is not dropped, the game will not be able to move quickly. And both sides can only exchange resources. Seeing Li Hanxing in the bottom lane, QG teamed up and demolished Top's top tower. On Top's side, Li Hanxing found an opportunity in the bottom lane to force Ice Girl back. called his teammates to demolish the opponent's second tower in the bottom lane, and then immediately led his teammates to approach in the middle. Uzi is also very decisive. Lucian directly uses his big move to clear out the troops. The current version of Lucian's big move does not weaken the damage to the minions, so a wave of soldiers is cleared directly. Without the army line, Top cannot carry out subsequent advancement. The two sides seem to have done a lot of things for each other, but in fact, it was just a simple exchange of resources. However, through resource replacement, the equipment production speed of both sides has accelerated slightly. C positions have all come out with two-piece sets, and even the worst tree can barely have cloth armor shoes plus Sunfire, even though it only has such a small amount of equipment. In fact, this big tree is not afraid of anyone on top except Nuasho.
The dragon is about to be refreshed. Top will definitely want to take advantage of this to cause trouble. Right.
Top changed the line again. Let Easy, who has teleportation, go to the bottom lane to develop in the lane, with Lulu in the middle, and Nozho returns to the top lane. Candy took green hair to lay out his vision around the big dragon area. During the stalemate between the two sides, Candy once again used his ultimate move to the bottom lane, and cooperated with Easy to kill the dragon for the second time. On the contrary, Top was the first to unlock the second layer of the dragon buff, gaining additional damage to defense towers and wild monsters. But the price is, the mailed gun with the bull head cleared Top's vision in the barren area a lot, but a great deal.
The original Top lineup was not very fast at beating the Baron because the mid laner was Lulu and the jungler was the Excavator. But now with the second layer of the small dragon buff, the speed is different.
Miller pointed out that the most important thing is the key point is,
so Top is not a loss. The worst thing is to rearrange the field of vision.
On QG's side, Uzi, who was supposed to be in the middle, came to his blue buff area at some point. Seeing that Li Hanqing's line was too deep, he started to think carefully.
Give this guy a chance. Hack him.
Uzi signaled frantically. Nyoto and Minxiang, who were originally near Delongking, immediately walked directly to the upper road, trying to get from the river grass to the online grass on the upper road and complete the siege of Nushu at the ruins of the first tower of the QG upper road. The Ice Girl and Lucian met head-on to kill Nuasho. Surrounded by 4 people, there was control and output, except for the big tree far away in the bottom lane who did not participate.
QG is going to surround Nushu. The position of the bullhead and the mailed gun directly isolates Lucian from Nushu's escape. Ice Girl is here.
The Ice Girl is here. Directly hand over E to Nushu. Start with W to freeze, and then immediately receive R after AQ. Looking at Noho who was frozen in place, Lucian directly opened R first, and then Yodo WQ who arrived in time connected with the control twice, allowing Lucian to take full damage from one big move. Such a large amount of damage burst out instantly, directly allowing Nushu to trigger Bloodhand's passive, attain a shield of 30% of his maximum health, and his hero model became larger, and he also gained an additional 25% of basic attack power, which is quite so it provides 50% of the basic attack power. The male gunner quickly came over with R to supplement the output. Nushu's health suddenly dropped to less than 1/3, and he was on the verge of death. The bull's head was set on fire, which gave Nushu a serious injury buff.
Danger! Noob can't die. If he dies, the dragon will be gone.
Top supporters were worried about Li Hanqing's plight with their hearts in their throats. Li Hanqing took his time and started sprinting first, directly receiving a huge increase in movement speed. He did not move forward, but pretended to run away. How could QG let him go? The 4 people quickly pursued him. Lucian first placed the mark with W, then moved forward with E. In fact, Uzi was prepared for Li Hanqing's sudden look back, but Li Hanqing's distance control was really perfect. Nushu, who was running away, suddenly turned around. The king's pull, pulling the giant axe forward in his hand. You can see that Lucian has turned back, but did not pull away. Directly hit 4 people on his face. At this time, Nozho, who is already level 14, has full level E, which is 35% of the armor penetration effect. Li Han's boost was not greedy for output at all. It was a direct hit with EQ, killing 4 people and directly hitting 4 people. Although he was ignited and suffered serious injuries, he still regained a lot of blood, making his bloodline a little healthier. Then he tried to AW Lucian, but Lucian decisively handed over the flash to keep the distance. But Nozho followed decisively, and AW hung on Lucian, causing a huge deceleration and also giving Lucian 3 layers of bleeding effects. The male gunman behind him quickly used smoke bombs to obscure his vision, trying to help Lucian distance himself.
But the 3 speed shoes plus sprint plus black cut passive and multiple acceleration effects allow Nozo to directly walk out of the range of the smoke bomb, and then make up for it with another knife. With 4 layers of bleeding effects, Lucian directly heals and raises blood plus accelerates and continues to pull back. Nushu continues to pursue. The cooldown time of the full level Q, kill all directions, is 5 seconds. The black cut will provide 20% cooldown reduction. And the promise hand rune has a 10% cooldown reduction. A total of 30%. Now it only takes 3.5 seconds for Nushu to hit the second Q. As soon as the CD is good, Nushu swings the round axe and uses Q again, giving Lucian a direct 5-layer bleeding effect. And with 5 layers of black cut effect superimposed, 25% of the armor penetration was obtained. Combined with the 35% of E, Lucian's few armors were basically penetrated. Nushu's damage is almost equivalent to real damage. Not to mention there is a full stack of War Zeal. The basket has appeared. Nushu directly fired R without any hesitation. And the dunk action appeared again. Shut down. Lucian suddenly became a corpse on the ground. Kill him! Don't let him run away! Uzi didn't care about being upset about his own death at this time, but shouted for his teammates to take action. Nyoto's W had already turned around, and he pushed Nushu into the defense tower with a W. The male gun also followed up and continued to output, further reducing Nushu's health. Seeing that Nushu is about to die in battle, Buzz, a Yordle suddenly appeared from the demon swamp frog. Lulu, who came for support, applied her ultimate move, Wild Growth, to Nushu, and her E was also given to Nushu. At this time, the ignition effect on Nushu's body has disappeared, and the blood volume provided by Lulu's level 2 ultimate move is full and has not been reduced. Wei Shen's support was very quick. Easy's ultimate move also came over. Easy's ultimate move's precise barrage flew across the entire map from the bottom lane to the top lane, just enough to hit the Ice Girl and the male gunner. At this time, Nushu simply refused to run. He walked out of the range of the defense tower and turned back to hit the Ice Girl with a flat A. Since the incense burner was exposed, Nushu's attack speed was increased, and he quickly fired a second A. Just when Nushu was about to finish his ultimate move, ding! Ice Girl turned golden on the spot, causing Nushu's ultimate move to fail. Nyoto also used a Q to knock Nushu away, but at the moment he was knocked away, Nushu's E skill CD improved and he just pulled it. Both the bull's head and the man's gun were pulled to his face. Buzz, the male spear and the bull head immediately moved away from each other, fearing that they would be chopped off by Nushu. Just when Nushu turned around and planned to finish the Ice Girl's or move again, Ice Girl immediately dodged and refused to give Nushu a chance to jump. Oh my god! Isn't this dead? This Nushu is too perverted. The 3 commentators were completely dumbfounded. It's really hard to resist the output of 4 people and not die. It really reminds me of the S5 group stage when EDG also faced an unbeatable crocodile. The main reason is that Noob hit 4 people with a beautiful carbine E, and when he was at his lowest health, he EQ'd 4 people and restored a lot of blood. Miller pointed out the key point. Yes, this directly caused Lucian to be unable to continue his output, and he was even directly chased to death by Nuasho. Guanziyuan also nodded. Just this. It's useless to give you a chance to bathe a dog. It is outrageous enough that 3 people were caught and 1 was counterkilled. I didn't expect that something even more outrageous would happen. MD. Both are Nushu. Why does my Nushu die as soon as he is caught? But when someone else's Nushu was caught, he killed all his captors with his backhand. Nonsense. This is why you can only send comments when others are competing. The HLI and Peng Yuyan are both men. Why are women crying and shouting to marry him? GSL speak. Didn't you scream fiercely just now? Why are you mute now? What a good brother, Wei! Li Hansheng couldn't help but praise the middle laner after escaping from death. In the situation just now, it was the limit for him to replace Lucian. If Gao Dui hadn't arrived in time, he would have died on the road. Don't be rude. Remember to treat me. Please, please, please. Promise, please. To be honest, QG took good chances in this wave, but they overestimated their own damage and underestimated Li Hansheng's damage and frankness. Li Hansheng had actually calculated in his mind that he dared to lead the line so unscrupulously. The damage of this QG comes from the male gun and Lucian. The damage of the Ice Girl is negligible. The Ice Girl with a stick of time plus golden body is meaty enough. But the damage is undoubtedly much worse. And it also lacks cooldown reduction. You can only enter the field to control the first wave, and it will be difficult to have sustained output in the future. As for Swift,
This one has average development and has a warrior jungle knife. But the second black cutter has not yet been synthesized. And its combat effectiveness is low. The only real threat is Lucian, who has a blue absorbing knife, an electric knife, and a small armor-piercing bow. But this level of equipment is simply not enough. It was precisely because he knew that the opponent's damage would not directly kill him instantly, and that he had room to operate, that Li Hansheng led the way like this. The only core damage output in the lineup was killed. And Ice Girl, Male Spear, Nyoto and others all had no ultimate moves. Top has an excellent opportunity. Fight the Baron! Fight the Baron! Li Hansheng decisively called his teammates over. Even though he only had less than 40% of his health, Easy hands it over directly to TP. The damage of Top's lineup is not too high, but with the extra damage provided by the second layer of the dragon buff, this big dragon can be taken down quickly. Li Hansheng returned home. He directly took out the blue shield, and then used the remaining money to buy a mercury ribbon, which not only supplemented the magic resistance, but also eliminated the Ice Girl's interference on him. After a short rest, Top started to take advantage of the Baron buff. First approaching from the middle, IP's Easy now has a 3-piece set, with Magic Cut, Ice Fist, and Destruction damage already taking shape. After a few pokes, it forced the opponent back and forcibly demolished the first tower in the middle that QG had defended for more than 20 minutes. Then Li Hansheng went to the top road, and the remaining 4 people continued to team up in the middle road. Dashu didn't dare to defend at all, and could only retreat to the high ground. Li Hansheng easily took down the second tower on the top road. On the middle road, as Li Hansheng regrouped, the second tower was also demolished. Top was not in a hurry to get to the high ground. After all, Nushu's summoner skills were still on CD. Therefore, after tearing down all the outer towers, I scavenged QG's wild area resources, and then went home again to update equipment. Li Hansheng did not rush to upgrade the mercury ribbon into a mercury scimitar, but instead made a burning gem first. In this way, his cooldown reduction would reach 40%, and he could directly use green armor to enhance his blood recovery effect. Although they were unable to use the Baron buff to reach the high ground, Top can completely accept it. At present, QG's people have no room to develop, and the jungle has completely fallen. Miller analyzed. All of them are stuck on the high ground, and their development the space is greatly reduced, and the wild area resources are lost. The male gunner can only compete with others to compete for lane minions to develop. Male guns must eat resources and have experience. What should I do if I can't enter the wild area? Then grab it online. If you can't grab the Ice Girl and Lucians, then grab the big trees. Anyway, at this point in time, the damage of the big tree is not enough to clear the troop line quickly. Swift also has a reason. I will help you clear the troop quickly, so as not to start a fight later, and the troop line is not dealt with well. Thank you so much. Huh? V is miserable. But the blue-collar top laner in the LPL has always been treated like this, being a bully and a horse for the team. QG is not doing nothing at all. At any rate, they have arranged several visions in their jungle area to serve as backup TP wards for Big Tree and Ice Girl. They have not given up yet, and are still planning a comeback. This also reflects their resilience as a strong team. It's okay. Just hold on. Nushu's equipment is almost at its peak. They have no room for growth in the future. We still have a lot of room for growth. Uzi kept encouraging his teammates in his voice. He really didn't want to lose. It doesn't matter even if he was the substitute before. But he can't lose the grudge between him and Li Hansheng. With a little imagination, you can see how much attention this game will receive once you lose the game. Your reputation will drop to what extent. Therefore, he had to use these words to comfort his teammates, which can only be said by a person who has no understanding of the game. Really, Nushu's subsequent growth space is very small. But where does QG find the development space to allow its equipment to grow rapidly? This statement is inherently a paradox. But Uzi can no longer care about so much at this time. He must win. Emperor Tion pays off his conscientious people. From QG's view in the jungle, I just happened to see Easy choosing to gather after countering their own red buffs. They seem to be going out to get equipment. Excavator and Poppy also went home one after another, apparently to buy real eyes. This means that there is still only Nozho in the bottom lane. He caught one of 3 and was counterkilled, and caught one of 4 and was counterkilled. Could it be that Li Hansheng still wanted to catch one of 5 and counterkilled? Opportunity! Catch Nua's hand! Catch Nua's hand! Hakabono! Doinb and Uzi both spoke at the same time. It can only be said that top players have similar understanding of the game when it comes to seizing opportunities. Although Nushu is very fat. Although there are risks. But this is currently QG's only hope for a comeback. Kill Nose Ho. Get this final bounty. Buy yourself some development time. And finally overturn this game. If you don't try it if you have the chance, you will end up waiting to die at home. And they clearly remember that Nushu does not have double summons. After all, Nushu's flash was delivered together with Lucian. Why doesn't Lucian have it? You do? Without double summons, it would be impossible for Nushu to complete the 1v5 operation. Ice Girl and Dashu have chosen TP. The I position in their own red buff area. Nyoto, Nanqiang and Lucian pursued Nuasho head-on.
Huh? QG still wants to capture Nua's hand? Before they forgot. This time there are 5 people. They should be able to handle it. The puppy's large armor-piercing bow has been made. Dashu opens her first. Ice Girl uses E to phase. W freezes. QG is about to take action.
Seeing that QG chose a group of 5 people to arrest Li Hansheng, the audience was in an uproar. Dashu activates his ultimate move to provide a damage reduction halo to his teammates. Ice Girl starts with E to get closer, and uses W to freeze Nua's hand at the extreme distance, and then takes a Q. Doimb knew that Li Hansheng had Mercury, so he did not rush to activate R, but waited for Dashu to use W first to make up for the control. Lucian behind him still used R first to try to sweep away the damage of a big move. This time Uzi learned the lesson from last time. Especially pay attention to the distance between yourself and Nushu. The male gun directly connected R to Q, unleashed all bursts, and used West Smoke bombs to close Nushu's field of vision.
Why do I feel like QG is forming a team to fight the boss?
Miller looked a little weird. These older people have all experienced World of Warcraft and have been addicted to it. The competition on the field is like the original group to attack the boss of the large dungeon. If 3 is not enough, then 4. If 4 is not enough, then 5.
Indeed, Nushu's bloody hand has been beaten out, and his blood volume has dropped very quickly. Huh? Did Nushu start sprinting?
The commentators all let out a surprised exclamation. That's right. Sprinting received a huge enhancement in S6, and the cooling time was lowered from 210 seconds to 180 seconds. And Li Hansheng pointed out, insight. In addition, Li Hansheng enchanted his 3-speed shoes with distortion very early. Enchantment, distortion, the cooldown time of the 3 summoner skills of flash, sprint, and teleport is reduced by 20%. The enchantment of shoes is reduced by 20%. And the insight is reduced by 15%. This means that the actual cooling time of Li Hansheng's flash and sprint summoner skills is 65% of the normal cooling time. Flash and teleportation can be improved in just over 3 minutes. It only takes about 2 minutes to get better after sprinting. The enchantment of shoes is really a good feature. But it is a pity that it will be deleted in version 6.9. Li Hansheng actually enchanted shoes very early on. But no one at QG noticed this at all. The main reason is that the shoe enchantment is not conspicuous enough. It just adds a small symbol in the lower right corner of the icon of the shoe equipment. If you don't look carefully, you can't detect it. See Nushu start sprinting. Everyone in QG was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood that Li Hansheng had enchanted the shoes.
Kill! 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 Don't worry about so much. That's right. He doesn't have high health.
Get out of the range of the smoke grenade. Nushu backhanded an E and pulled the bull head, big tree and male gun in front of him. If he wanted to EQ, he would hit it. Ice Girl seized this opportunity and directly gave R to prevent Nushu's spell casting. As long as Nushu can't use the Q skill to restore blood, they will definitely kill the opponent. Doimb's teamfight thinking is very clear, showing his strength as a star player. Almost at the moment when he was frozen by the Ice Girl's ultimate move, Nushu released the Mercury instantly. The speed of this second solution even made Doimb wonder if Li Hansheng had opened a script. Really, before the animation effects could be fully displayed, Nushu had already fired Mercury.
What kind of reaction speed and hand speed is this?
The commentators were also amazed. Ice Girl's ultimate move failed to have the desired effect, and Nuasho still hit 3 people with EQ twice in a row, returning a large amount of blood. Then directly AW hit the male gun. Even with the 20% damage reduction halo provided by the big tree, he had stacked a layer of pure man, and also had the black cut to support the blood volume. But in the face of Nushu's terrifying output, the male gun still a little bit too much. Moreover, Nozo actively released Langton, giving those around him a 35% deceleration effect, making it impossible for them to distance themselves from him. Lucian was already struggling to output, The keyboard was almost smoking when Uzi pressed it, and Nuasho's blood volume finally dropped to a very dangerous value. What Lucian does is, mortal reminder, the armor-piercing effect is not as good as Giant Killer, but it has a serious injury effect. The blood recovery effect of Nushu is not obvious. But at this moment, a short figure once again caught everyone's eyes. Kyuji's jungle area was also covered by Top. Easy's teleportation was not good, but Lulu's teleportation was still there. Gao Dui immediately chose to hand over TP. With W acceleration, Lulu's running speed is very fast. Even if she doesn't flash, she can support her immediately. Growing wild, Nushu's size surged, knocking 3 people away from his face. Luluzi also hit Nushu, and Pixar would also help with output, obtaining the effect of Sense Burner. Li Hanxing's Nushu's attack speed surged. The backhand serves again to draw A, and since he has already reached 40% cooldown reduction, his Q skill only needs 3 seconds of CD. Another Q skill. Dashu dodges to evade, but Nyoto and Menqiang are not so lucky. They are directly hit, allowing Nuasho to regain a mouthful of blood. By the way, the blood rage was directly triggered, and a basket appeared on the head of the male gun.
Lulu's timely support. Nushu cut off the blood rage. What should Kyuji do now?
Noxian guillotine. Nushu jumped directly into the air. The giant axe turned into a basketball and made a dunk gesture. The man with nearly half health was chopped off by Nuasho with an axe. Lulu also found the right moment and fired a shining spear. Pixar, who was hanging on Nushu, followed up by firing the shining spear, hitting Lucian at the extreme distance and slowing down. Nushu ignored everyone around him and rushed towards Lucian. At this time, none of the remaining 4 players in QG have extra skills to help Lucian regain control. Lucian will hand over E later, but it will be useless. With such a small displacement distance of E's skill, Nuasho quickly caught up with him. At this time, Nushu's blood rage can directly provide more than 100 panel attack power. Not to mention, War Zeal. Directly AW, and then Q again. Lucian lost half of his health instantly. Still dunking. Double kill.
Puppy! The puppy fell, and no one can stop the massacre of Noob. Can Kyuji run away? There seems to be a chance for a pentakill. Can Noob seize this opportunity to get a pentakill for the first time in his career?
After killing Lucian, Nushu, who was all red with a light red mist, looked like an ancient ferocious beast. Anyone who was hit by him would not end well. Next target. Ice Girl. At this time, the Ice Girl quickly turned to E and wanted to run to the wild area, but he was interrupted by Nashu's backhand E, which made him unable to move in the second stage. Then he made a flat A and bleeds. So the Ice Girl was forced to stand there and wait for death. Nyo2 pushed Nushu away with a W and tried to escape, but Lulu's W has also been transferred to CD. Run fast. Nushu's movement speed surged again, and he directly hit the Ice Girl with a plus Q. After another flat A, he dunked. Triple kill. The top fans at the scene were already excited and stood up from their seats to cheer for Li Hanxing, who played a wonderful and famous scene. Lulu is the perfect pendant for Nushu, helping shield, accelerate, and slow down the enemy. Even after the sprint effect ends, Nushu can still catch up with the opponent easily. The tankiness of the bull's head plummets after the ultimate move. Nua held at AW, and then received the R again. Quadra kill. 4 kills. Only the big trees are left. V was completely numb at this time. How could he run? No matter what he does, he can't escape being chopped by the giant axe. As Nushu made the action of dunking the blue for the 5th time, the big tree also fell to the ground and became a corpse. And the exciting kill sound in the canyon also sounded. Pentakill. Pentakill. Wherever Nushu looked, not a single enemy could stand up. They all became corpses on the ground.
Damn it! Laoli is so awesome. 6666. You are tired. Han Sheng. I love you. Brother Han Sheng. You are too strong.
When the audience saw this scene in the slightly delayed broadcast, they burst into cheers. Li Hanxing seemed to have finally let out the bad breath that had accumulated in his chest. This refreshing feeling let him no longer be able to control his body. He immediately jumped up, raised his arms and shouted,
"Nice! Nice!"
The players at the scene were all sitting on esports chairs. When he suddenly stood up, his legs would naturally hit the esports chair, and the pulley underneath the esports chair suddenly received force and rolled the esports chair back a certain distance. After roaring for a few words, Li Hanxing remembered that the game was not over yet. I quickly thought about sitting down again, but in his excitement, He didn't notice that the position of the gaming chair behind him had changed. After sitting down without any precautions. Hack. He sat empty-handed and fell directly onto his seat. The director specially gave a close-up shot of the player's seat. The original intention was to let the audience see him raising his arms and shouting. The result was unexpected. Directly see him falling. The audience, who were still very excited and passionate, saw this funny scene. They couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 77: The Day When the Broken Sword is Reforged. When the Night Returns.
Ha ha ha.
Miller couldn't help laughing when he saw such a funny scene.
The new player chose the style with the most comments. One moment it made people excited, but the next second it was so funny that it made people want to laugh. The traffic aspect is really controlled by him. Awkward.
The doll was also laughing.
Let me ask you, who in the league can achieve 2 career-famous scenes in just a few seconds? After getting 5 kills in his career, he immediately creates another one.
Famous scene. I can understand Noob's excitement at the moment. Unless he is a robot with no emotions. Normal flesh and blood people will be excited when encountering such a scene.
Guan Ziyuan also expressed his views with a smile. And joked.
A wave of the operation stops the game. Even if you don't accept it.
That's right. The game on the field is currently suspended. The reason? Li Hanqing's headphone cord fell off because he fell. And the on-site referee team was getting him headphones. It was also clear that Li Hanqing had taken off his headphones at this moment. The top fans at the scene shouted at the top of their lungs.
Li Hanqing. Be serious. Win this game steadily for me first. Ha ha ha. Brother Hanqing. You damn want to make me laugh to death. You have 2 famous scenes in one game. Right? Aha. My husband is so cute and hot. I prove that even Faker can't do this kind of thing.
The Barrage is also talking about this situation on the field. Why is this scene so familiar to me? Should this be a Grandpa Lu? When will a baboon be worthy of touching the porcelain Hanqing Ge? Do you understand the difference in appearance? Director? TM is a close-up of a dog taking a bath. I want to see if he is Hongwen. So I'll give it a try. Brother, is it too cruel? Killing someone, but also killing your heart. Where is the cruelty? He could obviously be more cruel and kill again. Kill more times. The headset issue didn't take long and the game was back to normal soon. Only then did Li Hanqing remember that there were still operations that had not been completed. He deliberately walked to Lucian's body and started dancing directly on the spot. It was another day of missing the expression system.
Lao Li, you are very vindictive. If you don't kill enough, you still want to kill people. It's okay. Nest, I want to dance too. As long as I win the competition. Lao Li, do you want to kill me again? Or just reject it?
Wearing headphones means teammates can communicate again. The league has regulations that no one is allowed to talk during the pause for machine failure repairs. Almost suffocated them to death.
Then let's kill again.
Li Hanqing seemed to be hesitating. But in fact, he made a pleasant decision with a smile. QG was very upset when they saw that everyone in top just demolished the Highland Tower and didn't even touch the barracks. It became clear what top was thinking. They wanted to do it directly. But when they thought about the pressure of public opinion after surrendering voluntarily, they immediately gave up the idea. Last year, EDG took the initiative to surrender against SKT at MSI. Even if they won the championship in the end, they were criticized by the entire network. Not to mention IG's National Day surrender. This is a stain that cannot be washed away. You can find 10,000 reasons for your surrender behavior, such as not having a comeback point, not wanting to be tortured, etc. But these fans don't recognize it. They only know that you surrender and give up resistance.
Moreover, the people in QG actually know that after one game, they cannot guarantee that they will truly win the top in the next game. Then it will be surrender plus losing the game. Double buffs will be superimposed. And they will probably have to uninstall all kinds of social software. At this time, Uzi had completely transformed into a negative energy kid, muttering in a low voice.
If you had surrounded me earlier, we wouldn't have been like this. If the disadvantage is smaller, we can overcome it.
Although the voice was very low, the teammates still listened to it word for word. Although I didn't refute him verbally, I felt very unhappy. They also have something to say. Originally, we had no grudge against top. It wasn't because you, Uzi, troll people during the live broadcast that they were inexplicably burdened with the pressure of public opinion that they shouldn't have to bear. After going home to rest for a while, top directly gathered in the middle and approached. Li Hanqing wanted to kill again, but the situation on the field made him feel uncomfortable. QG seems to be resisting and defending. But in fact it is full of loopholes. Defended, but not completely. When Top's formation moves forward a little, they immediately retreat. When Top takes 1 step forward, they take 3 steps back. Does this really mean they want to defend seriously, or even seek a comeback? An even more hilarious scene appears next.
Away! Give me W, and I'll force it open,
Li Hansheng shouted. Lulu was about to give W to Nushu, and Nushu rushed forward quickly, then flashed and used E to keep the opponent. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, I saw that except Dashu. The other 4 people on QG's side handed over their flashes, and moved back to distance themselves. Why don't big trees make friends? It's not that he is a V-headed guy, nor is he slow to react. It's just that his flash was used during the wave in the bottom lane, and it's not healed yet. This scene was immediately screenshotted. The text above is a story about 4 cowards and 1 unlucky guy. Dashu was naturally brutally attacked, facing the output of the divinely equipped Nishu. There was no room for resistance. Everyone in QG just watched Dashu die, and no one came to save him. And also let the top people advance all the way. Although they cannot surrender voluntarily, they can give up resistance on the field. Until Top pushed down their base crystal, no one from QG took the initiative to defend. Such a negative attitude also caused dissatisfaction among supporters. To be honest, I was so sick watching this game. What happened to the puppy? What happened to that rabid puppy who went around alone and cut into the enemy's territory? Who led the team to the finals alone? If you lose like this, it's better to let someone else kill you again. How can you be so cowardly? I would rather see them die standing than live on their knees, let alone lose. Hey, that's why I hate OMG. What kind of experiences must he go through to turn such an arrogant and conceited mad puppy into such a disgusting appearance? MD, Doim and Swift are the so-called Korean midfielders who level up. There is no damage output, and I don't dare to start a group. How can there be so much trouble if we fight around the puppy early? V is a goofy bastard in the top lane. Giving him a hammer? Ah. Yes. Yes. GSL. Let's calm down. The royal family are all bathing dogs in sea. Co-authored by OMG. The whole team tricked you into bathing the dog? Why is it everyone else's problem? The only dog you bathe is White Lotus. Right? I want to scream. It's a classic to blame teammates. I am worthy of being a fan of bathing dogs. The barrages I send are so offensive. The atmosphere between the 2 teams at this time can be seen from the situation when both sides return to the backstage. Top is talking and laughing. Not to mention how happy we are. All members of QG have a straight face, and are all under pressure. How can we maintain such a team atmosphere?
Noob once again proved his strength to us.
Miller still refused to offend either side.
But I hope QG will not be damaged by the loss in the first game. As spectators, what we hope to see is a high-level confrontation. That's right.
Wawa nodded.
This is BO3, not BO1. QG still has a chance. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself in the defeat, it is better to summarize and find ways to defeat the opponent.
Guanza Yuan also expressed his opinion.
I hope QG can cheer up. Judging from the scene, QG was not unilaterally defeated. They were brutally killing each other. And they once found an opportunity in the midterm. But it was just that Noob was too fat. And Noob was too good. And couldn't handle it. Which ultimately led to the defeat.
The comments of the commentators only made the atmosphere of the barrage debate more hostile. Backstage, Guahao was standing at the door. When the team members came back, he patted the players on the shoulders one by one.
Well done. You played very well.
When he saw Li Hansheng, he hugged Li Hansheng harder and laughed proudly.
Ha ha ha! Hansheng! You are so handsome! Brother Hao, be careful of the impact.
Li Hansheng finally broke free.
The camera is filming. You can easily make my female fans misunderstand whether I have any weird hobbies. Are you sure your female fans won't become crazier if they know you have strange hobbies?
Guahao's question came from the soul. But Li Hansheng was completely confused. It seems right. It seems that the few fresh meat products that will explode in popularity in the next few years are all famous for selling rotten meat.
Okay. No kidding. This is the last game of the year. I hope you will continue your efforts and win it thoroughly, so that you can have a good year.
Guahao also suppressed his smile and said seriously. Then White Crescent started the tactical arrangement for the second game. QG here. Hero was actually summarizing the reasons for his failure in the previous game. But when he concluded that it was average, Uzi couldn't help but say,
in the final analysis, we just focus on the bottom lane. The first one comes to help me earlier and makes me fatter. Otherwise, There won't be so many problems. Every time I'm almost hurt.
Hero, who came from South Korea, was very upset when he was suddenly interrupted. South Korea is a country that pays great attention to seniority. In the LCK, even if you are a faker, you cannot contradict the coach. If KKMA asks you to go to the substitute, you must obey unconditionally and go to the substitute. But he also knows that this is not in South Korea, but in the LPL. Star players in the LPL can do whatever they want within the team. He could only continue patiently.
The second one will indeed be around the bottom lane.
Then he continued to look at V.
How do you think landing can be easier? If you can't play close combat, it's best to use a long-range weapon with the ability to clear troops.
V thought for a moment and quickly gave his answer. Not good at close combat. The reason why the top lane is easy to snowball is because there are too many melee heroes. Whether it is exchanging blood or replenishing troops, they are basically in a face-to-face state. And there will be many details. If one is not handled well, it will cause losses and snowball. This wouldn't be the case if it was a long-range weapon with the ability to clear troops. After all, the range is here, so it wouldn't be as miserable as a big tree.
Okay.
Hero nodded.
Then I'll arrange one for you. Rambo can't be played.
V reminded him quickly, as he seemed to be thinking of Ma Dada's tragic situation yesterday. The big-headed Rambo was beaten into a miserable state, and his head was weak. The short intermission ended quickly. The players from both sides returned to the top of the stage again.
There are no personnel changes,
Miller said.
Top still chooses the red side.
As soon as it comes up, QG's first ban position is given to Sword Girl. And Reese is full. Everyone knows this is aimed at Lee Han-shung. Top side still maintains the same idea of banning people, and sends Victor to the ban position. QG's second ban position began to change, and they chose to send Bobby to the ban position.
Huh? QG took the initiative to ban Bobby?
Miller looked very surprised. This version of Poppy is indeed worthy of a ban. And it makes sense. The reason why Miller is surprised is that Top basically uses Poppy in the bottom lane. Lee Han-shung rarely uses it. In his opinion, QG can completely use this. The hero, who is the head of the three illusion gods, is given to V for use. There's no need to waste a precious ban slot. Right? In fact, QG also has difficulties. Instead, they really hoped that Lee Han-shung would use Bobby. To be honest, this version of Poppy is a bit too wasteful to play as a support player. But Top has the luxury of using Poppy as a support player. And the effect is so good. The blue side is most likely going to grab the bullhead. And Poppy's support can perfectly defeat the bullhead, which directly makes the bullhead lose its offensiveness in the landing phase. And is also restrained in the team battle. Simply ban them directly. This is what Hero saw through the last game. The reason why QG did not go to the bottom lane to open up the situation in the early stage was because Poppy was there. And Yoda was not easy to coordinate with his teammates first. When faced with a situation that cannot be handled, banning the player directly during the banning stage is the best way to deal with it.
It's interesting.
Bayuya smiled and signaled the team members to send Leopard Girl to the ban position. QG's third move still chose to ban Jess. After Bayuya thought for a moment, he decided to deliberately release Jianju, the plane and the male gun on the field. He wanted to see if QG really wanted to change his mind. The third ban position of Top is given to Rise. QG has nothing to say here. Just grab the bullhead in seconds. Without Poppy, no one in the bottom lane can stop the aggressiveness of the bullhead.
Ban Poppy and grab the bull's head. It seems they want to focus on the bottom lane this time?
White Crescent Moon rubbed his chin, thinking about the strategy in his mind. After careful consideration, he decided to sacrifice the bottom lane. I chose the combination of Easy plus Braum for Imp and Lumao. Braum is also an auxiliary choice for the counter Nyoto. But the effect is definitely not as good as Poppy. Because facing Braum Nyoto, at least, he can hand over WQ for the second consecutive time to cooperate with his teammates. And face Poppy. For example, Nyoto didn't even have a chance to win WQ's second company. The effect is completely different. QG then locked on Ice Girl plus Excavator.
Huh? Is Swift playing Excavator? It seems that QG is really going to change its thinking this time. It proves that QG's mentality has not been affected. This is a good thing for us watching the game, and can enjoy a high-quality duel.
QG should have selected the jungle like this a long time ago. Is there a puppy that needs you to play output in the middle and jungle? Just be a tool, and help arrest people, and that's it. That is, it is best to choose a big tree on the road. And then give me a confident VN for Mr. Go. Don't mention it. VN is good. VN is not afraid of that kind of warrior taking the lane. Instead, it can walk the dog. How can you? Lee Han-shung. Take the warrior when you see Mr. Go choose VN.
Don't take the bait.
Bai Yue sighed.
The opponent has also woken up and wants to compete with us in the early stage. They have released airplanes and mail guns, but they don't even have a choice. Away. What hero do you want to use? I can do it.
Gao Dui smiled.
As long as you don't give me any more Lulu. I'm almost going to vomit with this bad hero.
White Crescent thought for a while.
Then take a hero with stable development of wave clearing ability in the middle. Czar.
Top directly targets the Czar plus Spider. The double C rhythm of Czar plus Easy will be a bit slow, and the early confrontation is not high. In the jungle, we can come up with a combination that can support the team in the early and midterm. There's nothing wrong with grabbing a Spider. Moreover, Spider jungle duels are not afraid of the Excavator. Anyway, everyone is useless in team battles in the later stage. It just depends on who raises the big daddy who can carry better.
Is Top going to use Desert Spider's top and jungle combination again? This is indeed a big test for V. What hero should I choose on the road?
However, in everyone's surprised eyes, QG directly selected Lulu on the 4th floor. If there is already a Bullhead plus Ice Girl and Lulu is exposed. Lulu's top order? Or the Ice female top laner? It can't be a top trader. Right? If this was the top laner in S4, he would be the dominant player. But since W was secretly changed and unable to connect with a draw and A for free, this hero has been locked in the auxiliary position in the bottom lane. Both Lulu and Ice Girl have one characteristic. Remote. With line clearing capability.
I think Ice Girl is more likely to take over. Right.
Miller guessed.
Lulu's body is too fragile. If Top wants to take the crocodile top lane, what's the difference between Lulu and Rambo? Ice after all. Women still have the ability to protect themselves and move. Indeed.
Wawa and Guanzi Yuan also nodded in agreement. Just when everyone was speculating on the specific route, QG once again surprises the audience. Because the hero who appears on the 5th floor of QG is 900 VN. And it's an instant selection. The scene was immediately in an uproar. QG fans cheered collectively. And the barrage also ushered in a wave of heated discussions. Ghost. Is it really a VN? Laughing. You crocodile has a hammer? Isn't it like being walked in front of a VN? Do you understand the value of Gui VN? Came back. Just from the choice of this hero. I can feel that the omnipotent mad puppy from the past 2 years is really back. Uzi is in the wind. Crazy puppy in the headwind. And proud of Jane in desperate situation. You can always trust a puppy. Seeing VN appear, the entire top team was also shocked. You must know that VN is the choice of sewers in this version. It has no line clearing ability. Is slow to earn money. And is slow to build equipment. But when I think of it, with Lulu, the strongest C position pendant, it seems understandable. After all, this Lulu is a solo player, has enough money to buy equipment, and has a high level. The benefits and increases she brings to the ADC will also be obvious.
It's interesting.
Li Hansheng smiled.
Hansheng, what do you want to take? The opponent is most likely the Ice Girl top laner.
Bai Yue asked. The significance of the red counter position is here. You can make the optimal choice after seeing the opponent's overall lineup. Li Hansheng thought for a while. QG's lineup is generally low in frankness, and not very fleshy. In this case,
give me Raven.
The day when the broken sword is reforged. When the night returns. Chapter 78. What is the core treatment of the team?
Ruiwen?
Miller looked in disbelief, and started to stumble when he spoke.
First promise. Then Ruiwen. Noob always chooses the play with the most barrages. This is a great match.
Noob laughed.
The puppy's signature VN. Noob took out Raven again. The two sides are obviously tit for tat. Is it me who sneaks you to death through my clever movement in the team battle? Or is it me? Raven finds the right opportunity to explode and take you away. Dear viewers, judging from the selection of players, it is destined to be a match without any ping points. If you need to go to the toilet, hurry up. Don't miss the wonderful scenes because of going to the toilet. Is Wei Shen destined to have a top laner teammate who plays Raven?
Guanzi Yuan joked.
Back then, LGD's Little Star top laner was known as the #1 Raven in the national server. Now that he is in top, his own top laner is also take out Raven.
Gui. Choose Raven to give me the world's #1 Raven. Has Master Lung written an application? If you don't write an application, who will let you use it? It seems that Brother Han Sheng also bought the teaching video of Lightspeed QA from Master Lung. Master Lung's Ruiwen. Lightspeed QA. Including teaching and training. 200 per person. Please contact number 2 my. Noob is so brave to choose. The selection of Raven in this hand is either a heavenly show or a sinkhole. Raven. Ever since Best Triven, a young genius from North America, developed Raven's Lightspeed QA gameplay during S3. It has completely changed everyone's perception of this hero. When Raven was first released in the S2 period, everyone's positioning of this hero was still a tank with tank equipment. And no one knew that this hero was actually a burst player. With the popularity of Lightspeed QA, Raven has gradually come into the public eye, and has become a popular hero with her highly entertaining gameplay. And he also performed brilliantly on the field. The classic shot of Faker's career is in the OGN Winter Tournament during the S3 period, facing Samsung White. His mid laner Raven Lightspeed QA instantly killed Dade's mid laner Keg. Since then, there has been a Raven craze all over the world. A large number of Raven's unique skills have also emerged in China, such as being the superior dog in the first area, Black and White Raven, and former LGD top laner Xiao Xingxing. The most famous one is me, Lung Xiaoma, Master Lung. After all, they are as famous as Shimon's Sword Girl. The two became famous for a while, and were known as the Nan Murong and Bei Qiaofeng in the teaching video industry. After experiencing the fire in the S3 arena, Raven has actually experienced multiple versions of weakening, and it is now difficult to encounter him in the professional arena. Just like Noso, Raven relies heavily on the damage of Ignite. If Ignite is not allowed in the professional arena, Raven will not be able to perform well in the landing phase. And everyone's understanding of the game has improved, and they also know how to deal with Chi. They can restrain Raven very well by not letting you enter the field, and even if you are weak. In addition, there are too many choices in the top lane that have better mechanics and better values than Raven. Naturally, Raven would not be able to compete on the professional stage. The last time we chose Novo, it can be said that Novo had appeared in the S5 World Championship. So choosing Raven this time was pure faith in the eyes of the audience, especially considering that this game is so important to Li Hansheng. Uzi shows up VN first, and you show up Raven later. Isn't it obvious that you want to catch him and kill him in a team fight? Raven is a little different from ordinary warrior top laners. He seems to be very flexible, but he relies heavily on flash, and his body is not solid enough. The various shots of Tianxiu's counterattack with residual health also rely more on using the shield provided by the E skill to offset fatal damage after the CD is full. Combined with QG's lineup, Excavator, Lulu, Nyoto, and Ice Girl are all particularly resistant to warrior heroes like Raven who enter the field to fight. Raven wants to kill VN under the strict defense of these heroes. It's simply a man plus a man, no matter what the outside reaction is. The lineups of both sides have been finalized. QG is still on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Ice Girl versus Raven. Jungle, Excavator versus Spider. Middle lane, Lulu versus Czar. Bottom lane, VN plus Nyoto versus Brown plus Easy.
The opponent is on top.
Hero was ecstatic and encouraged.
Use this one well. Our lineup has a huge advantage.
The QG players had similar thoughts. Li Hansheng chooses Ruiwen on the road. Facing their lineup, it is really difficult to have room to play. Selecting such a hero in the counter position seems to be a waste of the value of the counter position. White Crescent Moon didn't say much, just patted the team members' shoulders to encourage them, then took off the headphones and left. After the coaches from both sides shook hands in the middle of the stage, a brief cutscene followed. When the camera cut back, it was already a scene of both players in the spring.
It's normal for this noob to choose Flash plus Teleport. There's nothing wrong with it,
the doll said with a little regret.
Actually, I quite hope he can use Ignite.
Impossible. Miller shook his head.
QG's lineup puts too much pressure on the bottom lane. Imp can't teleport anymore. He must bring healers to enhance his landing ability. There is a healer who is being overrun. There is also more room for maneuver when the tower is installed. But what Raven brought was Thunderlord's Decree, not the regular War Zeal.
After the S6 talent system was overhauled, it actually gave players more choices. The choice of ultimate talent can be made flexibly according to the situation on the field. If Raven wants to face off against a tank hero, he must use War Zeal to improve his ability to continue fighting. Because no matter how high your burst is, you can't kill a tank hero in a suit of armor instantly. But in QG's lineup, the toughest ones are Nyoto and Digger. But if there really is a fight, Li Hansheng will not give priority to these two. The three heroes responsible for output in the QG lineup, Ice Girl, Lulu and VN, are all crispy heroes. Moreover, this version of the VN cannot produce a mutton knife, so it can only use the dilapidated, green cross, and endless ones. The meat is produced very late, so there is no possibility that the dilapidated and mutton knife will directly turn into meat. Because, after the current version of the sheep knife effect is fully stacked, it will not be regarded as an additional normal attack, but will provide a small AoE damage, which is more suitable for the big mouth with a 5.0 attack speed. The equipment that currently provides extra attacks is the Devourer in the jungle equipment, which requires 30 stacks. Each kill of a wild monster is regarded as one layer. Killing an epic monster adds a higher stack. So when faced with crispy skin, the best way is to enhance your ability to explode instantly. There is no doubt that Thunderlord's Decree is the best choice for this one. And from the perspective of the landing, a hero like Ice Girl will not give you the opportunity to continuously output him. Finding an opportunity to quickly hit a wave of thunder consumption is the best choice. Instead of choosing Dolan's sword as a starting outfit, he chose Dolan's shield to increase his ability to rely on lanes and avoid being consumed too much by the Ice Girl. The opponent's top laner was Ice Girl, so they knew that the opponent would not change lanes. So top did not deliberately invade to gain vision. Although there is Braun, the king of the first level group. However, the Spider and Czar in the midfield are relatively weak in the first level group. The Spider has no skills to deal damage after learning E, while the Czar can only learn W at level 1. It is not like summoning a sand soldier to poke at the opponent. Right? How could someone so mentally retarded just stand there and let you poke him? However, Assistant Braun stuck to the right time as usual and ran to the grass on the top lane to help Li Hansheng insert the jewelry eye, facing the situation where long hands beat short hands. For Li Hansheng, this eye position is more used to protect himself and prevent the Ice Girl from crossing the line of soldiers to consume his queen, and then use the grass to block the sight of the minions to draw away the hatred. Level 1 Raven doesn't even need to block the Q when facing Ice Girl. They won't give you a chance to get up close and consume her. As the minions from both sides come online, the landing period officially begins. The Ice Girl walked forward directly as soon as she came up, relying on her range advantage to suppress Raven. Li Hansheng is a thief. He is standing near his long-range soldiers, trying to trick Ice Girl into using her AQ to consume him. As long as Ice Girl dares to use AoE skills to consume him, it will inevitably lead to a lane push. The blue side's line of soldiers will push forward uncontrollably. At that time, if there is an opportunity for a solo kill, he will have enough pursuit distance to pursue. But V was not fooled at all. The Ice Girl's skills are very tight. After finding the right opportunity to draw, she does not use the skill, but directly goes back into the grass. But because of Braum's ambitious start, the hatred of melee soldiers and long-range soldiers was immediately transferred to Ice Girl. The method of blocking hatred through the attack interval of small soldiers seems to be a simple principle, but I want to operate it in actual games. In fact, it is quite difficult. V is a top-notch blue-collar man, with full pressure resistance and awareness, and a fairly good team-fighting ability. But he really can't do this kind of detailed operation. Mainly these days, the top laners are all about melee combat, and occasionally play Kennen and Ice Girl in the long range. They usually don't deliberately accumulate some profound skills in longhand and shorthand combat. Not everyone is like Li Hansheng. You can also enjoy the benefits of being a traveler.
Hack! What kind of treatment is this?
V admitted that he was a little bit sour. With or without the lane keeper on the top lane, there are two completely different results in the early landing. Letting the bottom lane give up a valuable early ward position to protect the development of the top lane is a tilt of team resources. It is almost impossible for a blue-collar top laner like him to enjoy such treatment. No, because it attracts the hatred of the red soldiers. Being focused by the long-range soldiers and losing some blood in one round is the second best thing. But the military line could not be controlled, because when the red soldiers chased the Ice Girl, the hatred of the blue soldiers did not transfer, but kept chasing the red soldiers. In this way, the bloodlines of the soldiers on both sides will decrease at different speeds, and the melee soldiers on the red side will die earlier. V originally wanted to control the troop line a little bit, but looking at it this way, he couldn't control the troop line at all. When he thought about the team's originally designed start, he couldn't help but have a headache. He could only find a way to push the army line in quickly to reset the army line. If Ice Girl really keeps using Q to clear the line, the speed of clearing the line is actually not bad. The CD of Ice Girl's Q skill has not been weakened in the S6 period, and she can also use her passive to gain free mana. Li Hansheng is even more amazing. Seeing that he couldn't control the army line, he decided to use his physical body to block the first wave. Anyway, Raven had the E skill to provide a shield, which could offset part of the damage. When he went out, he pretended to buy a Dolan shield. After hanging behind it for a while, he could change the state. After recovery, there was no impact at all. The hero Ice Girl has no explosive ability, and the amount of damage can basically be counted to death. Li Hanxing has a good estimate of his dangerous bloodline, and the bloodline of being killed. As long as he does not let himself fall to that bloodline, he will be killed. Danger is unlikely.
Currently, QG's changes in BP strategy still have a certain effect,
Miller praised.
V on the road is very comfortable in the lane at the moment. And it won't be like the last game, let alone replenishing troops. I don't even dare to smell it with experience. Really? Is the excavator going down the road?
Both junglers farm from bottom to top. However, the excavator's jungle path is Stone Man Red Buff Razorbill. After all three groups of wild monsters in the lower half of their jungle area are upgraded to level 3. Swift is also very detailed. He was afraid that the grass in the river in the middle road would be blinding. So he used the E-tunnel above Xyalonking to enter Xyalonking, and then crossed the river into the wild area. Partition Wall lowered his vision at the Demon Swamp Frog refresh point, and saw that Top's Demon Swamp Frog was still there. He judged quickly. Spider is a quick 3 route with blue buff, 3 wolves, and red buff.
V, be careful. But the spider will most likely go to the jungle area to oppose me,
Swift reminded. The moment they locked the excavator, QG had already made a plan to start the game. Catch the excavator at speed 3. Therefore, QG's bottom lane did not deliberately push the lane at the beginning. Both sides' bottom lane always maintained the line of troops near the midline. After clearing the Demon Swamp Frog, the excavator's E-skill CD is about to improve. If the excavator shows up in the bottom lane, the spider will most likely go back to the jungle. It doesn't matter. The excavator countered a group of Demon Swamp Frogs, and your spiders fought back 3 groups of me. To offset this, there were 2 groups of wild monsters. The excavator itself does not have a blue bar. In the early stage, it does not rely on the mana recovery effect of the blue buff to use skills to frequently clear the jungle. The 2 groups of wild monsters are exchanged for 1 blood. No matter how you exchange them, you will make a profit. The more important point, the top jungler is Spider. No matter how fat you are as a Spider hero, it will have no effect in team battles. If you destroy the jungle area, you will still be useless in team battles.
3, 2, 1. I'm done with E. You go first.
Swift feeds back its own skill information in real time. The 2 QG bottom laners immediately started taking action. Bullhead suddenly WQ directly to Brown next to the minion. However, the moment he got close to Brown and hammered the ground, he handed over the flash. Buzz! A beautiful wave of WQ flashed and successfully knocked Easy away. Nyoto's WQ dodge is the same as Shinzi dodge, and the wine barrel's E dodge is the same. It's impossible to dodge by relying on reactions temporarily. The only way to dodge is to predict that the opponent is going to do this to you and flash in advance. But this can easily lead to an embarrassing situation. That is, someone is lying to you. Therefore, in the professional arena, you can often see heroes such as Keg or Shin using E towards the enemy at a distance that is clearly out of reach. But the opponent is scared out and flashes. Are the hands of professional players shaking? No. This is a psychological game process. Imp obviously did not expect that Nyoto would drive him so decisively, because he himself had a field of vision in the river grass on the lower road. If the excavator came, he would definitely be seen in advance. This is the power of the hero excavator, because it has the E skill that can cross most terrains, and there are many routes for ganking in the early stage. After being knocked away, Imp saw a tunnel appearing behind him and understood immediately.
Shiba!
He immediately cursed in a low voice and quickly reminded.
Block Vayne! Block Vayne!
Lu Mao understood. The 2-level Brown did not rush to learn skills. Instead, he held the skill points and immediately learned E. He used Q to interfere first, but Vian also used Q to roll to avoid it. At this time, Buzz, the excavator, was afraid that Easy would hand over Flash plus E and run back to the tower. So he decisively flashed over to compensate for the control.
Wow! Swift is very decisive and doesn't give him any room to operate,
Miller exclaimed. After the excavator opens Q, he quickly hits A 3 times to build up enough anger, and then turns to E. One set of bursts directly wipes out half of Easy's blood. This set of bursts is really too painful. Imp quickly handed over the treatment to raise blood, but the ignition of the bull's head had already been hung up, and the serious injury buff was on the body, making the treatment effect negligible. But he still has room to escape, and the damage done by Nozook and the 2 of them is definitely not enough. After Vian closed the distance, the first flat A shot was blocked by Brown, who raised the shield with E. It can be seen from the temporary reaction to gank that Imp is indeed very capable. He calculates the opponent's damage immediately, and knows that as long as the Vian cannot make up for the damage, he has hope of escape. The idea was to be ahead of Lu Mao. Lu Mao didn't even think of this level at first. He only reacted after being reminded.
MD! We must kill him! This B-Brawn is so disgusting!
Uzi has killed the red eye. Buzz. He simply flashed past Brown. And the moment Easy landed, he used E to directly push Easy towards the wall. Boom! Easy was nailed to the wall by Vian's E again. Nosuk ADC. The three of them created a control chain that lasted about 5 seconds. Even if the 2-level Vian didn't learn W and didn't have 3 rings, it was no longer needed. After the 3 of them gathered fire, the head was taken by Uzi. First blood obtained. Braun was able to escape, as the opponent no longer had any follow-up damage or control skills.
3 flashes of force killed Imp. Isn't Imp's death considered unjust?
Watanabe took a deep breath.
This QG beating has the taste of the royal family in those days. Even if you try hard, you have to kill a puppy.
Isn't this the royal family's dog-raising tactic back then?
Miller laughed. This kind of scene is simply not too familiar to them, who have been serving as lead commentators since S3. This is how the royal family raised Vian back then.
V, you must be careful. The spider is here now. Doim, be careful too.
Swift reminded again.
Okay.
The middle lane is okay. Zar's ability to cooperate with Spider is not strong. And Lulu's ability to protect herself lies here. Hit the road this way.
V immediately chose to retreat to a relatively safe position, and also placed a protective eye position in the grass in the river to ensure that he was absolutely safe. He huddled in front of the tower and waited for nearly 40 seconds before V dared to move forward, thinking of replenishing the minions.
This spider won't be squatting on the road for so long. Right.
V comforted himself. He was careful enough that the spider had no reason to grab him. Chapter 79 One Tower. Raven. Instant kill. Because QG started with tactics designed around the bottom lane. Level 3 excavators would appear in the bottom lane. This is a very dangerous thing to do on the road. As a top blue-collar worker, V made plans early and could suppress them appropriately in the first 2 levels. At level 3, when the jungler normally comes to gank, he immediately retreats to ensure safety. If the excavator catches you in the bottom lane, then go find the excavator or the jungle monsters that are against him. Don't hurt me. An innocent top laner. Good idea. V was stunned and hung up behind him for half a minute before he stepped forward again to line up normally. And at this time, the troop line was just pushed past the center line by Li Hansheng, which is why V dared to step forward to replenish troops. He only needed an E+ flash to successfully retreat to the defense tower. However, if he were reviewing the game in the team's training room at this moment and had a god's perspective, he would definitely regret his step forward.
Wow! Can he really just squats? If you don't go against the wild, I will gank you,
the doll shouted.
V is in danger.
According to V's speculation, Spider, who was supposed to counterattack in the upper half of his jungle area, did not counterattack at all. Instead, he followed his own top lane, blocked his extreme vision, and pushed forward little by little until he got into the grass on the line, in the middle, and then entered the grass in the middle. Judging from the Ice Girl's position, it can actually be seen that the Ice Girl is still on guard and always keeps herself standing behind the long-range soldiers. But he still underestimated Candy, who was determined to kill.
Loudly, I'm ready!
Candy licked his lips and communicated in advance.
Give him some strength. Come on. Come on. You kid has quietly ruined half of my soldiers' experience. Don't think I didn't notice.
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes angrily.
Hee hee.
Candy turned into a he monster.
Hey, I didn't expect you to find out all this. Come on.
The spider in the grass got stuck directly on the edge, trying to get as close as possible between itself and the Ice Girl. Then there was a buzzing sound, and he flashed out of the grass.
Candy's on!
Cocoon started and launched a ball of snow-white spider silk. But there were long-range soldiers blocking the Ice Girl, so it was impossible to hit. Bang! The spider directly delivers punishment and directly kills the ranged soldiers in front of the Ice Girl. Just like the blind monk W touches his eyes and receives punishment with Q.
Hack, do you really have to squat down?
V cursed in a low voice. But the other party still gave him enough time to react, so that he didn't have a chance to fully react. Maybe it's a common problem among Ice female players? When I have E, Glacier Path in my hand? I just can't bear to use Blink. And always want to use E to move the remaining one Blink. When the idea of saving skills appeared in his mind, V's fate was already doomed. Before Ice Girl could use her E to move out, Spider Z had already taken the lead in targeting it in place. The spider immediately WQ'd twice. Under the guidance of the neurotoxin, the summoned little spider immediately transformed into a tracking fixed-point explosion bomb, and then switched forms in seconds. Q went to the Ice Girl's face, followed by W to bite madly, and quickly hit Thunder. Raven moved forward as soon as possible. After seeing the Ice Girl being controlled, she even moved closer with 2 levels of EQ, and directly dealt damage with a skillful Lightspeed QA. And Thunder was also triggered. Moreover, Li Hanxing deliberately held the third Q and W. At the moment when Spider E ended, he first knocked the Ice Girl away with 3 QS, then tied it with W to stun her. The Ice Girl directly became a corpse on the ground.
With Kendi's hard squat, Top opened up the situation on the top lane.
Miller praised.
They responded quickly. It seems that V can't be blamed this time. I think he has indeed been careful enough.
Guan Ziyuan said regretfully. Can you blame V? Obviously not. He also didn't expect that Candy would actually choose to squat hard for nearly a minute. If this is not caught, not only will Candy suffer a personal collapse, but also Li Hanxing, who has been divided by experience points for nearly a minute, will also jump slightly in the line. A typical Korean jungler like Swift would never do such a high-risk, low-return thing. But it happened that Candy did Jiang Zi. What else can he do besides Indy plus being jealous of Li Hanxing's tactical position?
Be more steady in the top lane.
Uzi frowned and accused in a slightly complaining tone.
We junglers are ganking in the bottom lane. Why aren't we more careful? Mine.
V didn't say anything to defend himself. He just took the blame. Fortunately, Uzi didn't say much. He also instinctively felt that if he continued to complain, it would be of no use other than passing on negative energy, and it would not be able to change the result of being killed on the road. After successfully getting the Ice Girl's head, Li Hanxing felt comfortable once he received the 300. After returning home, his outfit choices will be more flexible. The main thing is to scrape together 900 yuan, and you can directly wear CD shoes. In the preseason version update, both CD shoes and 3-speed shoes have received price cuts, and they can be bought for only 900 yuan. CD shoes are a divine item for Raven, with a 10% cooldown reduction and an additional 10% summoner skill reduction. Li Hanxing also selected Insight in his talent by 15%. If the shoes are later enchanted with Distortion, if you get 20% skill CD reduction, it is equal to, say, Li Hanxing's teleportation and flash can be shortened by a full 45%. What is this concept? The original cooldown time of 5 minutes has become a flash plus teleport in just over 2 minutes. Moreover, if the current version of teleport is used on a defense tower, it only has a cooldown time of 240 seconds. The price/performance ratio is simply not too high. Just for now, Ice Girl uses the teleportation line to develop. If Raven also teleports back at this time, there will inevitably be a time difference in teleportation even if the top orders of both parties teleport at the same time, because Raven released CD shoes in advance. 10% of 240 seconds is 24 seconds. 24 seconds is enough for a professional team to organize about 2 attacks. Just when Li Hanxing was preparing to quickly teleport back to the line, he observed the small map and found that the spider was wandering near the middle road. When Braun came home, he ran to the grass on the back of the opponent's red buff wall and dropped a real eye. This seems like an opportunity to attack?
Have fun with Lulu.
Li Hanxing immediately decided to send the relay directly, and Candy immediately moved to the middle. This happens to be the time when the mid laner reaches level 4. Generally, the mid laner with teleportation will choose to go home at this time to update the first wave of equipment and then quickly teleport it out. Lulu is trying to push the line and go home, standing a little forward. After Raven landed, he went straight to the middle, and the 2 spiders perfectly flanked Lulu in the middle.
Sheba! When did Raven come?
The first time he saw Li Hanxing, Dwayne quickly wrapped himself up and ran back. Li Hanxing, on the other hand, was very decisive in not giving him too much attention. Directly EQ plus flash. 3 steps of displacement came to Lulu's face, and W, Soul Calming Roar, fixed it in place. The control time of 0.75 seconds is enough for the spider to make up for the control of E's skill. And the Tsar also rushes forward with WQ.
Give it to me! Give it to me! Brother! I handed over the DF.
Li Hanxing shouted quickly. After playing Thunder, the Tsar and the spider immediately stopped with a tacit understanding. allowing Raven to harvest the head himself. Gui gui. Doimb is afraid of being electrocuted this time. 3 thunders. Ha ha ha. If this were in a passerby game, the cliff would be 5 thunders. Let you see what 5 thunders are like. Why did Raven dare to teleport down like this? Even if you get 1 kill, won't you still lose a lot of troops on the road? He couldn't go back immediately. Li Hansheng really couldn't return to the top lane immediately. So he simply stayed in the middle lane to replenish troops. The Tsar chose to return to the city as soon as possible, and immediately teleported directly to the upper road to capture the troops on the upper road immediately. Over and over again. Top did not suffer any losses in the battle line. After clearing the middle line of troops, Li Hansheng went all the way up and changed the line of troops back with the Tsar.
Top's situation has been revived by Noob again.
Miller obviously admires Li Hansheng very much.
Noob's 2 waves of support have made me see the shadow of Gogoing's leading brother in OMG.
In the 2 peak years of S3 and S4, OMG and Gogoing often staged the drama of the top laner running thousands of miles to support other lanes.
Ahem. Bro.
The doll reminded with a strange expression.
Are you sure you look like going?
His original intention was to remind Miller not to make random metaphors. After all, the ID, Gogoing, became completely bad after S5. Carousel. No training. Going to bars and hacking fans. Picking up corpses.
It's just a metaphor. A metaphor.
Miller reacted very quickly. He then remembered that Li Hansheng had a large number of female fans. If he used random metaphors, he would be criticized by female fans. So he quickly changed his words.
It's at his peak.
The big brother who takes the lead.
The desire to survive is really full. Top made counterattacks one after another. QG didn't have a good solution. When they forced first blood in the bottom lane, they handed over 3 flashes. Without flash to take the lead, the success rate of gank was not high. In that case, it would be better to just farm the jungle, wait for the flash CD, and then pursuing 100% kill. However, Swift knew that Li Hansheng on the top lane did not flash. So he came to the top lane and tried to cooperate with V. Ice Girl directly hit Raven's face with E. W took control and held it. And the excavator came to Raven's side smoothly. But the damage done by the 2 of them was not enough to kill Raven. Ice Girl, the hero, could only do so much damage. And the damage from the excavator was only that 1 burst. The 2 of them were simply not enough to kill the full-blooded hero. Raven was killed. I could only watch Raven successfully escape to the defense tower. Raven was still very arrogant with his remaining health. He stood under the defense tower to replenish troops, with a posture of entering the tower to kill if you have the guts. There was no spider on the map, and QG's junglers were really frightened and did not dare to do anything to Li Hansheng. Their fears are well-founded. Now everyone knows that the top laner of the top team is the core of their tactics, and the jungler often plays around the top lane. If Candy's position is unclear, the default is to hang on the top road. QG doesn't dare to bet. If the tower fails and the spider succeeds in counter-crouching, if Raven gets 2 more kills, Li Hansheng's operation can really win the game directly. Having already lost a game first, QG did not dare to gamble. In fact, there was no one behind Li Hansheng at all. He deliberately put on this hard outfit, which gave him a feeling of being at his peak to show off his sensei. Just take advantage of the fact that you all know that King Ming likes to help. The hard-armed jungler is behind, and the success rate is extremely high. However, QG still found a wave of opportunities. After QG pushed down the lane and prepared to go home to update their equipment, Nyoto did not go home with him, but went straight to the middle lane. Ice Girl and Excavator, who were frustrated in their attack on the top lane, also came to the middle lane together. The bull's head shot out from below, forcing the Tsar's position higher up. The Ice Girl and the Excavator took advantage of the situation and rushed out of the Sharphill camp. They didn't even give the Tsar a chance to flash, and killed him instantly. But the good news is that the head was taken down by the Excavator, not the C position. But Nyoto did not go home to replenish his eyes immediately, causing QG's vision in the lower half of the map to enter a vacuum period. And even the spider did not notice that it had entered the wild area. The unsuspecting VN went online normally after replenishing equipment, and wanted to quickly go to the tower to replenish troops. A shooter like VN, who is flexible and has control skills, is not afraid of Brown plus Easy at all under the tower. Easy has no burst damage in the early stage to assist in a strong kill. How about adding a spider? After the spider fell off the stone man on the road, he crouched in the grass beside him and waited patiently for the VN to come online. Really, when the VN was unprepared,
The spider started directly with blind side E. Direct and precise hit. A set of skills alone knocked out about half of Vien's health. Braum immediately jumped to the side of the spider with W, and tried to slow down, and passively used Q to slow down Vien. Vien rolled directly with Q to avoid Braum's Q, and then used E push Braum away to avoid being passive. But Imp has already decided to kill, because Spider used E to fly to keep up. And Easy Flash plus E to directly compensate for the damage with AQW. The three of them finally worked together to kill Vien.
The two sides are like boxing. It's a round system. After you attack, I will attack. And the cycle repeats.
Miller made a very vivid comparison. Actually, it makes sense. The two-party game in League of Legends is essentially like boxing in the ring. When defending well, catch the opponent's loopholes, and directly launch a set of combo punches. The difference is that when a strong team fights a weak team, you can stun the opponent with a combination of punches, and then immediately enter your own offensive rhythm and continuously attack the opponent. When a weak team fights a strong team, even if you throw a combination of punches, you may not be able to defeat the strong team. Instead, the strong team will seize the loopholes in your offense to counterattack. As for the strong dialogue, it is very easy for both sides to attack each other, and each side will suffer damage and gains. But, following this, the spider made a green jungle knife. The excavator made up the ice stone, and the auxiliary frequently roamed to improve the vision. The more lit areas on the map, the smaller the space left for both sides to attack. However, QG still found the opportunity to organize a wave of attacks, seizing the hidden dangers left by Top's previous attacks. Although Raven's teleportation in the middle of the road captured Lulu once, the cooldown reduction was not obtained because the Rail Eye was teleported and not the defense tower. Therefore, the current basic cooldown time of Raven's teleportation is 300 seconds, including the reduction of CD shoes and insight. There are still 224 seconds left. And the Ice Girl? Although Ice Girl does not have CD shoes, she still points out insight. However, any hero who relies on flash and teleportation either directly chooses defense for the main talent, or chooses defense for the secondary talent, and will definitely point out the extremely cost-effective insight. Because of Ice Girl's teleportation defense tower, the basic cooling time of teleportation is 240 seconds. After including insight, it is 204 seconds. A full 20 seconds difference. The excavator used its ultimate move to fly directly to the tunnel left by the Xiaolong pit, and then directly cross the river to invade the lower half of the wild area of Top, placing a view of the demon swamp frog through the wall. The Ice Girl on the road immediately chose to hand over the teleport. Lulu in the middle also immediately went to the bottom lane to support. Lulu's support was mainly to prevent subsequent counterattacks by the top players, and also to interfere with the speed of the Czar's support.
Ice Girl has teleported down. Are you going to take action forcefully without waiting for the troops to enter the tower? Ice Girl directly E went to the defense tower. Flash W to freeze Easy and Braum. Braum backhand Q. Easy also directly backhand output. But the damage is not enough.
Bullhead flashed WQ and did not give Easy a chance to distance themselves. Excavator to supplement the control. This is really like crumbling the cake and feeding it to the puppy's mouth. Vien will take the kill as soon as it draws the A. And the Ice Girl's ultimate move with residual health is given to herself. The hatred is transferred, and Braum is not. To survive.
Double kill. Double kill. The head was given to Uzi again. Go. 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 Let the puppy get 3 heads so early. The game is over. Gui gui. With such a huge advantage as a puppy, I simply can't imagine what will happen next. This is the puppy I know. This is the talented domestic AD that we like. Can you speak? Puppy is the world's #1 ADC. If his teammates hadn't held him back, he would have won the S championship long ago. Looking at QG's teammates now, they seem to be pretty good, as long as they can clearly understand that only puppies can carry the game, and play around puppies. I think there is hope for the S championship this year. Champion! Uzi is indeed very happy, and he speaks very forcefully.
Tear down towers. Tear down towers. Speed up the tempo. The opponent's double C is still very good in the late stage.
The immediate advantage did not let Uzi lose himself. Although Vien is very powerful, it also has obvious shortcomings. Afraid of AoE and long hands. Both the Czar and Easy have long hands in the late stage. Especially the Czar, which takes into account both long hands and AoE. In the late stage of team battles, QG's 5 short hands may not be able to handle the Czar very well. The hero with longer hands in late-stage teamfights has more advantages and can perform better. Moreover, Raven has many restrictions when playing in a group, but no one can limit him as a solo player. A warrior like Raven with extremely high equipment growth potential is very capable in late combat, and Ice Girl cannot limit him. Once it enters the stalemate stage in the late stage, QG is a little bit unable to get off, which is also the drawback of their 4 guarantee win strategy. In fact, speaking generally, the royal family in S3 and S4 in the past 2 years will also encounter this situation. The only solution is to accumulate enough advantages through team battles in the midterm or directly establish a winning streak. Everyone in QG quickly removed the first tower in the bottom lane, and then won the first dragon of the game, officially starting to speed up the pace of the game. Hit the road this way. Li Hansheng did not directly pull out the opponent's tower, mainly because the damage of one person was not enough. This V-line was particularly timid. She was an ice girl with strong self-preservation ability, although the additional troops could be suppressed. It was only limited to being suppressed. Press the last knife. But Li Hansheng also has his own way. After making 2 small items, CD shoes and burning gems, combined with 10% of the runes and 5% of the main talent, intelligence, a total of 35% of the cooldown reduction was obtained. After that, he was not in a hurry to use Black Cut. Instead, Tiamat comes first. With Tiamat, he can quickly clear troops with his Q and W AoE skills, and the ultra-short skill CD allows Raven to frequently enter the opponent's jungle area to counter the jungle. In this way, he can quickly accumulate own equipment. Currently this is the only way, but he soon found another opportunity. QG's top tower's health was not very healthy. He quickly cleared the line of troops and called the spider over. Raven directly YRQQ'd 3 stages of displacement to the Ice Girl's face. AW Tiamat triggered Thunder, and then 2 stages of R. This burst of damage was not enough to kill the Ice Girl instantly, but it successfully lowered the Ice Girl's bloodline. Seeing that Raven was about to hit her 3rd Q, the spider had already walked to Raven's side, and the Ice Girl could only be forced to stay in place and recover blood by herself. However, Ice Girls are in place can divide the battlefield in team battles, but once you are in place under the tower, although it can restore blood, it is actually equivalent to holding herself in place. Spider was able to keep up with the control, and Raven made up for the damage. The two directly killed the Ice Girl directly from the tower, and then demolished the first tower on the road. V is so desperate. Miller shook his head. I really can't blame him. Li Hansheng's intention is very obvious. I will beat you to the lowest level with a burst, and then force you to use your ultimate move on me. Raven's burst is so unreasonable. This is also because Raven has been weakened many times in the S6 version, mainly because of the S3 Raven. Even if it is not ignited, the level 6 burst can be easily drop the Ice Girl in seconds. After killing the Ice Girl on the top lane, Li Hansheng found another opportunity and teleported to the bottom lane. The Tsar directly WQ'd Lulu's face, trying to save her with her ultimate move, but Lulu directly dodged to evade. But Raven had already landed. Lulu used her ultimate move to interrupt the output of the two, and then set a W for herself and ran away. Lulu's escape ability is very strong, but what he met was Raven, who had a 35% cooldown reduction attribute. Can you run, Raven? Li Hansheng was stunned and chased Lulu to death, and then evacuated calmly before the opponent's support arrived. This noob is very good at seizing opportunities, Miller praised. It's a little different from the noob we knew before. That's right. After being caught to death once, V adopted a very conservative playstyle and didn't actually give Noob many opportunities during the landing phase. However, Noob still has 4 heads in hand and is the fattest player in the game. This can explain a lot of things. Wawa followed. The two sides attacked each other back and forth, which made the audience enjoy watching it. Someone's head is breaking out every minute, so it won't make people sleepy. The most exciting things in professional competitions are kills and frequent fights. The heads of both sides are very tight. Top can completely accept this situation. Currently, their easy development is only slightly damaged, but the easy equipment is cheap. Ice Fist plus Demon Sect Blade. A total of only 5,000 yuan. As long as you do with these 2 pieces of equipment, easy will have combat effectiveness. On the other hand, QG's side, in the late stage, their lineup is too short, so it may not be easy to play. QG has to find a way to speed up the pace. However, QG's offense relies on ultimate moves and summoner skills, so it cannot attack blindly. Moreover, as the assistants on both sides are released, they become wild assistants and roam together, as long as they disappear on the map. You don't dare to attack rashly. The situation was at a stalemate,
After the intense formula of the first 10 minutes, both sides fell into weakness. Just like after a fierce battle, it is inevitable to enter the Sage mode. No matter how fierce the man is, he has to take a short rest before continuing to hack hard. With the help of teammates, Vian, which has extremely poor money farming ability, unexpectedly made attack speed shoes plus Ruined Blade in advance at 12 minutes. You must know that this version of Ruin plus the price, which costs a full 3,400 yuan, has initially begun to have combat effectiveness. Especially he is extremely capable in single combat. The flexible body shape combined with the brokenness makes Uzi feel that he has room to operate even if he encounters Raven. As long as he avoids Raven's W, and does not give Raven a chance to kill him instantly, he can drag Raven to death through his operations. It's still a dull development rhythm. At 13 minutes, QG took control of the second dragon and unlocked the second layer of the dragon buff. It can also be regarded as a certain guarantee for your own future. Vian combined with the effect of the little dragon buff will greatly increase the speed of beating the big dragon.
We have to find an opportunity to pull out the first tower in the middle lane on the opposite side,
Uzi said.
We can't continue to develop like this. It's a bit difficult.
Doing shook his head. Everyone knows the truth. But top may not give you this opportunity. QG is far from having a huge advantage right now. And forcing a tower rush will only ruin its advantage. But Uzi still used his own advantage to open up a situation. The ADCs of both sides are developing in the middle. He caught the Imp's careless movement when he was doing the last hit. Directly QED forward to steal the movement speed, and used his big move to accelerate and forcefully pursue the Imp. Imp hadn't even made an ice fist at this time, and had no ability to resist at all. So he could only run away. I was stunned to be chased all the way into the defense tower by Vian. And I was able to escape after switching E. Flash and treatment.
Shiba!
Imp was so angry that he wanted to curse. But he had no choice. Without equipment, he could only run away after being beaten. However, Vian also resisted 2 attacks from the defense tower and lost a certain amount of blood. But Easy was beaten home, and there was a defensive hole in the middle. Vian could take the opportunity to consume a wave of health from one tower in the middle. Nyoto immediately ran back to the middle to protect Vian and advance. And Li Hansheng also came to the middle immediately. His original intention was to defend the tower. QG doesn't want him to guard the tower with peace of mind. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet.
Look for an opportunity to control Raven. He has no armor. We can beat him home,
Uzi said. He signaled his assistant Nyoto to WQ Raven. There was nothing wrong with his idea. He lowered Raven's blood volume, and forced Raven to go back to replenish his health. This is also a problem developed by bullying the top laner. In previous versions, the top laners were all tanks. The ADC might not be able to defeat the tanks, but it wouldn't be counter-killed. What's more, there's a bullhead on the side to protect him? But the problem he faced was Li Hansheng. When he saw Nyoto and Vian actually taking the initiative to move forward, Li Hansheng noticed something was wrong. When Nyoto WQ's second company approached him, Li Hansheng knew what the other side was thinking.
I'm already giving you face by not killing you. You have to be beaten. Right.
Li Hansheng laughed angrily. He didn't go up to fight because Nyoto held the control skill. Now Nyoto took the initiative to hand over the control skill. Didn't he clearly give him a chance? Uzi was actually on guard. In a flash, he just walked forward, holding Q in his hand, E in his hand, and flash, which can be said to be triple insurance. However, what happened next made him completely dumbfounded. The second company of the Bullhead WQ is not controlled instantly. Instead, it has to wait for the Bullhead W to hit Raven's face, and then make a hammering animation on the ground to knock the person away. So EZC's skill can be directly avoided or flashed. They've crossed that line. Familiar lines sounded. Li Hansheng chose Assassin's Creed Raven this time, which is also the favorite skin of all top Ravens. After all, although he is positioned as a warrior, Raven's style of play is more like an assassin with super explosive ability. Assassins kill people. Kill them with one blow. Raven seemed to sneer under the hood. The moment the bull's head rushed over, Raven directly reversed the ER direction and moved in the direction of the VN and the bull's head. The moment the bull's head approached him and was about to knock him away, buzz, it turned into a golden light and disappeared from the place, appearing directly on VN's face. Do not give VN any chance to operate. W, soul calming roar. Ha! Stun VN directly on the spot. After level A, Tiamat triggers thunder. Then the second stage of R draws the sword and slashes. And then the second stage of Q. I saw that 2/3 of the VNs with more than one health bar seemed to have been slashed on the main artery, directly performing a wave of health bar disappearing spells on everyone. Those who are more careful can also see a flash of green light on VN, which is the effect of the treatment. That is to say, the VN handed over treatment and could not use any life-saving skills. None of the skills Q, Flash, and ER handed over. There was an uproar at the scene. The three commentators couldn't help but take a breath and looked at each other with astonished eyes.
Too fast. What happened?
Because the combo's speed was too fast. They only saw Raven flash onto VN's face, and then throw out the shock wave of the second stage R. And VN was gone. Don't talk about them. Even Calamity Doomsday, who was watching the whole process, looked confused and didn't understand what Raven had done. After he died in battle, Uzi went crazy for Li Hanqing's equipment. Just over 14 minutes. Black cut. CD shoes. Tiamat. This equipment is more luxurious than him. But is it normal? After all, Raven, who was in the early 14th minute, had a full 151 CS, and still had 4 heads in hand before killing VN. Laughing to death. Is this the dignity VN of a dog in the shower blowing to the sky? Just this. His teammates tried their best to help, but ended up wasting his own life? Do you understand Raven's outburst? Why do you? A VN. Dare to show off to Raven. A VN of this level still plays Piglet, Imp and Bang every day. Are you worthy of that? GSL talking? Tianfei VN ended up playing like this? Just give people heads. Right? Cool. I just love watching Brother Han Sheng chop off the head of a bathing dog with his own hands. Chapter 80 that time, and that moment is exactly like this moment. Fortunately, the considerate director not only replayed this operation, but also played it back in slow motion. Let the audience carefully see this wave of operations. But they also unintentionally carried out a wave of public beatings on Uzi. But even after watching it once, many people didn't understand it the first time, including the 3 explanations. It took several replays and repeated beatings before the commentators could clearly see Li Hanqing's combos.
ER cancels the ultimate move and swings. Flash's WA Tiamat triggers Thunder. And then the second stage of R continues to receive Q. In fact, the damage of the latter Q is not even dealt, and the puppy has already been killed instantly.
Miller Li Hanqing's operation process can only be understood after breaking it down into parts.
It's only 1 second in total. Right. Isn't the most terrifying thing about hand speed?
The doll can always find blind spots that only Watson can find.
ER flashes WA Tiamat R. Is it really only 7 keys in 1 second? This how terrifying is your hand speed.
It's okay if he doesn't think about it carefully. But when he really studies it carefully, the doll is shocked. In the end, he can only sigh.
No wonder I can't play Raven well. It's mainly because of my poor hand speed.
With such speed of hand, one can see that he is practicing needlework. Gui. I would like to call him the Ko Taka of the esports circle. Really 7 keys in 1 second? Is this still normal human hand speed? Disabled player, impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a cover-up. A science fiction film. Is Bat Dog worthy of the advantage given to him by his teammates?
Not to mention Noob. Raven's combos feel a little smoother to me than others' Raven combos. I don't know if it's my imagination.
Guanza you inside. Nowadays, the domestic live broadcasting industry is very developed, and there are many Ruiwen's unique talents who are live broadcasting. Guanza Yuan will usually watch these people's live broadcasts just like the audience. But after carefully comparing it in my mind, Li Hanqing's Ruiwen operation was smooth and smooth. This is the case with the hero Raven. When you mention Raven, you will subconsciously think of Lightspeed QA. But with the popularity of this technique, even if others don't know how to do Lightspeed QA, they know better and cannot stupidly stand in the same place as Raven. To A. Everyone is not a stupid robot in human-machine mode and can run away. There are only a handful of places where Lightspeed QA can be used in a game. The real test of a Raven's strength lies in the timing of team battles, and the sequence of combos that adapt to the situation on the field. The so-called highest explosive combos are all based on driving stakes in a practice mode. Actual combat will not have such a perfect output environment.
Are you familiar with this operation?
Li Hanqing teased with a smile. As early as the S5 period, Imp was killed instantly in rank like this. But Raven's ID was called the Shy.
Shiba. I'm so tired of Raven.
Imp seemed to recall the scene of being killed instantly. But it didn't matter. Rank itself was about you showing off to me, and I showing off to you. It was normal. But Li Hansheng was actually able to perform such an operation, which really shocked him. Why is Li Hansheng's tactical status in the team getting higher and higher? But Imp and Gao Dui have no complaints. First, both of them have experienced ups and downs, and have little regard for this aspect. They have passed the stage of longing for the limelight, especially after the S5 World Championship. They were spurned and insulted by fans in the entire LPL region. Now they just want to win. Just want to win. Trying to win a championship to prove myself again. Second, they had to admire Li Hansheng's ability. Professional players in the S6 era generally only need to be proficient in 2 to 3 heroes, because there are only 3 banned positions, especially on the top lane. Your mastery of Poppy, Big Tree, and Titan is definitely enough in this version. A player who can normally master around 5 heroes can be considered a hero C. Li Hansheng was good. He took out one hero after another, and played them to the extreme. It gave people the feeling that there was nothing he couldn't do, and there was nothing he wasn't proficient in. You must know that proficiency in the professional arena is not the same concept as that of ordinary players. If professional players want to play a hero, they must master all the skills of the hero, including facing different heroes and how to deal with different situations. Only when you master all of this perfectly can you say you have mastered this hero and can take it out. Just like, in many games, players can clearly see that it is better to choose another hero. But the professional teams just don't take it. Why? It can't be done. That player has not mastered that hero. If he uses it rashly, he may not be able to achieve the desired effect, and he may be targeted by others. So shouldn't he dare not choose it? Top is now not afraid of losing 2 banned positions on the red side during the BP stage. Isn't it because the C position hero pools of the 3 lanes are almost full? Gao Dui and Imp are also almost proficient in the heroes in their respective positions. He knows how to handle things, has high emotional intelligence, knows how to build good relationships with his teammates, and has strong personal business abilities. Why can't such a person be the absolute core of the team? Li Hansheng's brilliant operation. It seemed like a bucket of cold water was poured on everyone in QG. From the inside out, it feels cool. Uzi is silent. Not only was he embarrassed after being killed by Li Hansheng Tianxiu, but he also felt ashamed of the huge advantage that his teammates had helped to establish. This time, he couldn't complain about his teammates at all. The whole team played around him. As a result, because of his temporary superiority, he gave Li Han a chance to be promoted. And Raven, who was already extremely fat, also won a finishing bounty. How did his teammates deal with this? The silent atmosphere in the team at this time further exacerbated Uzi's embarrassment. Fortunately, Natural Disaster Doomsday and others are veterans, and know that comfort is necessary at times like this.
It's okay. Poppy. Raven didn't flash. We can target them later. That's right. We'll target this Raven later. Raven is useless in team battles, and can't compete with us.
It's unclear whether the comforting words from teammates had any effect, but at least the team atmosphere was less embarrassing.
Mine.
Uzi took a few deep breaths.
I will be more careful next time.
Uzi's death was actually a dead blow to Top, and it did not cause any subsequent chain reactions, including the loss of towers or map resources. The main reason is that the blow to morale is a bit big. Both sides are the fattest in their respective lineups, and they are also the core points of their respective lineups. Our core is defeated by your core. Isn't it equivalent to the ancient confrontation between 2 armies? Our general directly kills your general. The morale of both sides is not on the same level, as the assistants on both sides also upgraded their salary equipment to the top level. And with the effect of ice stones, there were more eye positions on the map for both sides. The offensive space left for the opponent plummets. Both sides still maintain the rhythm of development. Li Hansheng still ate them all. After eating up the army line and eating the jungle area, he didn't miss any of the opposite ones or his own jungle area. Anyway, Candy played Spider, and Spider is not a hero worthy of taking economy. If possible, Candy wouldn't mind transferring all his economy to Li Hansheng. As long as Big Daddy is fat enough, he can fly with the Spider easily. He wished Li Hansheng could eat more. Even if there is no follow-up and no kills, Li Hansheng's development speed still dominates the audience. 19 minutes. Li Hansheng's last hit count has reached an exaggerated 222 knives, and his level is as high as a terrifying level 14. On QG's side, Ice Girl has just reached level 12, and her last hit is only 150 knives. The Fat Uzi is only at level 11, and only has 197 last hits. The worst thing is actually the junglers on both sides. The Excavator is level 11, and the Spider is even worse. only level 10. The excavator's last hit is 83 knives. And the spider's last hit is just 70 knives. Such data naturally attracted ridicule from the audience. Good guy. Brother Han Sheng is indeed a fun man. With a total of 2 last hits. Gui Gui. I can't tell for a moment who is the real heir of the Dracula family. Noob or Uzi. I visually checked. Uzi sucked almost 150 cubic centimeters of blood from Soup. Noob sucked at least 250 cubic centimeters from Spider. And 100 cubic centimeters from Excavator. So in terms of blood-sucking ability, it depends on Noob. If I were to be in the jungle, I would just hang up. This is such a hacking hammer. I feel sorry for the jungler's day. Noob. With this blood-sucking ability, even the peak god would be ashamed of himself. As for the comparison of equipment, Vian has already made attack speed boots, green cross, ruin, and a storm sword. It looks like a lot of equipment, but it is actually because the green cross only costs 2,000 yuan, which is a little more expensive than Easy's Demon Sect Blade. As for Raven, CD Shoe enchantments, distortion, black cut, greedy hydra, storm sword, 2 long swords. The same 2.5 pieces. But the prices are completely different. Especially in order to flash the CD faster. Li Hansheng enchanted his shoes very early in order to cope with the frequent team battles that will follow. After making the black cut, Li Hansheng's panel cooling reduction has reached the limit of 45% of the current version. Under normal circumstances, the limit is 40%. But when he clicks on Intelligence, every point he points can obtain a cooldown reduction of 1% beyond the upper limit. Up to a maximum of 5 points, which is 5%. At this time, his 2 small skills QE have been fully charged. And their CDs are both about 3 seconds. And Q takes more than 6 seconds. However, because the CD of Raven's Q skill, Dance of Broken Wings, is calculated the first time you use it. Just start converting to CD built-in, similar to the Q of the current Sword Demon. With the current cooling reduction. As long as the Q is not moved at the speed of light, but divided into 3 sections for displacement. Li Hansheng can achieve seamless Q jamming. But he is still not in a hurry. Easy already has a 2-piece set of Ice Fist plus Demon Sect. The Tsar's equipment is a little more expensive. But it is also a small set of Magic Wear Shoes plus Nashor's Fong plus 2 Ice Staffs. The S6 version of the Tsar has not been stabbed yet. The Tsar's passive is to convert the cooldown reduction into an additional attack speed bonus. Therefore, Nash's Fong, an equipment that provides attack speed and cooldown reduction, is the Tsar's divine outfit. This is equivalent to providing the Tsar with more additional attack speed. Of course, the current Tsar is far from his peak. The Tsar at his peak in S5 is considered awesome. W can be used directly on defense towers. And he can demolish towers quickly in the later stage. The lineup is already more dominant than top. So why be anxious? If you have the guts, QG will continue to develop steadily. And playing with them in the late stage is something Li Hansheng can only dream of. Give him a little more equipment. And he'll find an opportunity to kill everyone on the other side. Really. It was QG who was the first to lose his composure. They cannot accept such smooth development. Let's find a chance. Doing was a little helpless. He and Lulu really had no choice. Even if he came out with standard output equipment, such as the Ghost Book and the Abyss Scepter, it would not help. How does Lulu find opportunities? You can only rely on your teammates. I have Flash and Teleport. Maybe I can find an opportunity to attack the opponent's wing. And then take advantage of the dragon? V suggested. That's okay. Uzi nodded. Do some visual field work and look for opportunities. QG Nosuk began to arrange a large number of visions around the barren area, and inserted various back eyes at various tricky angles in the upper half of the top jungle area. 22 minutes. The Tsar, who relied almost entirely on adding troops to build his equipment, finally had the 2-piece set of Nash's Fong plus Ice Staff. After returning to the line, he caught Lulu and poked her twice when he found an opportunity. This actually gave QG a chance. V! Up 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 up! Ice Girl, who had already retreated to the Highland Tower on the bottom lane, directly teleported. The TP's position happened to be in the grass diagonally opposite the red buff in the upper half of the top area. V is also enchanted with Distortion. In addition to reducing the skill CD, Distortion will also give the skill additional effects. For example, after being teleported, you will gain 30% movement speed, allowing the Ice Girl to quickly move online. The excavator flew directly to the vicinity of Delongkang with his big move. And Bien and Nyoto, who were originally in the middle, also moved to the upper road immediately. Away! Be careful! Grass! Only then did Gao Dui realize that he was surrounded. But the ice girl had blocked his escape route, and he could not run. Gritting his teeth, WEQ flew directly to Lulu's face. And he tried to force Lulu with a backhand R. But Lulu turned him into a sheep the moment he flew over, giving him no room to operate. Ice girl he comes over and gives it directly to R. Her attitude is very clear, and she won't give you any chance to operate. The Tsar's health quickly bottomed out, and Vian rushed over to pick up the heads. The Tsar launched his ultimate move before he died. But it only knocked out a trace of Lulu and Ice Girl's health, and had no effect at all.
Big dragon, big dragon!
After killing the Tsar, all members of QG immediately gathered with the dragon. There is a Vian. And it is a Vian with Lulu. And there is a second layer of dragon buff, which can increase the damage to wild monsters and minions by 15%. QG has every chance to rush the Baron.
You go over and delay for a while. I almost have a little money, so I must delay them.
At this time, Li Hansheng, who was far away in the bottom lane, quickly devoured the new wave of soldiers, and then hurried home. Are you still greedy for soldiers? Doesn't it really matter if you lose the dragon? Laughing to death. Is this a brush with soldiers? The dragon doesn't care. Woohoo! QG is about to take off. And the front side. The dragon's health has dropped to about half health. There are only 3 Easies standing in front of top to poke in the distance. But the 2-piece Easies don't do enough damage. And all the damage hits the bullhead and the excavator.
If this continues, the dragon will probably be lost. Raven is TP. Huh? The spider seems to have gone down too.
The commentators looked surprised. But that's how it happened. Mainly lies in the voice communication within the top team.
Xiang Renjie. Swimming Ho. You go out and sell them. Trick the opponent's control skills. And I'll take them all in this wave.
Li Hansheng said with confidence.
Okay.
Candy and Lu Mao choose to believe unconditionally. When the dragon still had 1/3 of its health. The spider flashed directly into the dragon pit. And Braun also jumped down with W. Top knows a sudden intrusion caused chaos in an instant. Because the spider's Q skill brings beheading damage. The spider's kill line against the dragon is much higher than that of the excavator. Swift doesn't want to fight for punishment.
Kill the spider! Kill the spider! Control him!
Nyoto immediately rushed forward with 2 consecutive WQs. But Spider immediately fell into the sky. Brown made a backhand R. And the speed bump created by his ultimate move directly cut the entire Dalong pit into 2 terrains.
Look at the big dragon! Look at the big dragon! The spider dare not come down now.
The dragon still has 2,000 health. Uzi commanded quickly. But right now, outside the dragon pit, Raven rushed out from the blue buff area of QG's house.
Hack! Prepare to control him. Control him. And protect me.
As if recalling the fear of being killed instantly, Uzi quickly shouted, signaling his teammates to go out and interfere with Raven. He himself activated his ultimate move in advance. Then he only needed to use Q to enter the invisible state. As long as his teammates help control him. You can kill Raven instantly with your backhand. But Nyoto and the excavator were blocked inside. Especially the excavator who didn't dare to go out when the dragon only had 2,000 health. And Lulu was the last barrier in the VN and couldn't go out. Then it can only be Ice Girl. V was also very decisive and handed E directly to Raven's face. Raven has arrived. Learn from the past and learn from others. It's still the usual ER second hand starting position. And the broken blade in his hand is reorganized into a rune blade full of energy. Glowing with green light. Before the Ice Girl's second stage E displacement. Buzz. Raven flashed directly into the dragon pit. W. Soul calming roar. Ha! The Ice Girl, VN and Lulu, who were crowded together, were immediately stunned by the roar. After the level A, Tiamat Thunder struck down, dealing AoE damage. And the second level R drew the sword and slashed. A shockwave full of violent rune energy swept through the 3 of them. Just at this moment, the spider quickly fell down. And in his beast form, he used Q plus punishment to coordinate with Raven's second stage draw and slash. And Easy also decisively came down with E to cooperate with the output. Ouch. Baron Nash's health bar was cleared. He let out an unwilling roar. And became a corpse. And his powerful energy turned into a dragon buff and entered the bodies of the top 4 people, bringing them huge attribute improvements.
Oh my god! The big dragon! Top got the big dragon! Brother! The scariest thing is that Raven actually made 3 of them in an instant.
The doll looked like he had seen a ghost.
3 people. This Ice Girl still used the Staff of Time plus Golden Body. And Lulu had a chance to activate her skills. Nothing.
Is this a horror movie? True Blood bar disappearing technique. WTF? What happened? This Ruin TM is cheating. Brother Han Sheng. God forever. My roommate asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. I said I was watching God play a game. Designer? Come and see. Raven is so strong. Are you sure you don't want to weaken it? The barrage completely exploded. Everyone in the audience opened their mouths wide and looked in disbelief. This simply subverted their understanding of Raven. The director also naughtily gave a close-up shot of a contestant. The audience can see it. V, Uzi, and Doimb all looked stunned, as if they hadn't realized what had happened. But Raven, who has already started killing on the field, will not stop. No matter how tough the Bullhead and the Excavator are, they can't stop Raven when faced with a three-piece suit. Although Raven did not have the killing damage of his ultimate move in the follow-up, a set of light speed QA was used to defeat him, and combined with the passive, Night Curtain, effect of Current Blade, the Excavator, who originally had nearly 30% of his health left, died suddenly. Current Blade, as passive is equivalent to the effect of a Tribulation's ultimate move. Just when Li Hansheng wanted to get 5 kills, the remaining health of the Bull's head was killed by Easy on the side.
Huh? Damn it.
Imp apologized quickly.
It's okay. It's okay.
Li Hansheng shook his head. There will be many opportunities for Pentakill in the future, and this one is not missing. He doesn't care much about it. The only way to win is to win. A wave of 4 kills plus Big Dragon allowed Li Hansheng, who had just finished buying out his equipment, to be able to replenish the Mercury Ribbon immediately after returning home. As for QG, this time it was a complete mental breakdown. It's still the familiar good friends in the early stage, silent and sulky in the mid stage, and the closed mic and guarding the high ground in the late stage. Especially Uzi. Anyone who is familiar with him knows that his explosive mentality has several particularly obvious small movements or micro-expressions. Silence. Fleshy face turned red. These were all signs that his mentality was about to collapse. But the humiliation on the field was far from over. In a situation where there is a high probability of losing, even if QG is killed, they will not dare to initiate a surrender. Otherwise, the public opinion storm will explode again and again. Top used the Baron buff to start a 41-point push. The first tower in the middle road. The 2 towers in the upper and lower roads were defeated one after another. And soon, even the second tower in the middle road could not be defended. Their lineup is too short-handed. As long as they dare to clear troops under the tower, Easy's Q and SAR Sand soldiers will fly over immediately. Especially the Czar has Ice Staff, and Easy has Ice Fist. As long as you hit one skill, you can't even think about running away. Top seemed to have made up his mind to slowly play with the opponent. He did not rush to push, but chose to return to the city and take a rest. Li Hansheng did not buy equipment this time, but bought a bottle of red medicine and put it in his backpack. Anyway, the current version of the Baron buff lasts a full 180 seconds, and it will be extended to 210 seconds in version 6.9. Why should Top be in a hurry? When watching Top team up again and come to the middle, QG was forced to hang up under the tower, which was a bit of a headache.
I think QG should find an opportunity to start a wave.
Miller frowned.
It will be torture if this continues. Oh my god! Isn't Noob too arrogant?
The doll exclaimed. Turn out to be, after pushing 41 points, Li Hansheng, who was supposed to lead the lane in the bottom lane, actually ignored the Ice Girl under the tower on the high ground and chose to force his way up to the opponent's high ground. He blocked in front of the front 2 tower on the opposite side and lured all the minions in the middle and bottom lane that had just been refreshed over. Clean it up. Blocking other people's bases completely cuts off the troops. So arrogant. The barrages are blasting? Please let Brother Han Sheng be a human being. This behavior undoubtedly greatly stimulated the entire QG team. This time, they remember it clearly.
Ribbon didn't flash in this wave. Kill him!
Natural Disaster Doomsday gritted his teeth. That's called hatred. The second tower in the middle road is still separated by a hammer. All members of QG went straight to the high ground to surround Raven.
Damn it! Loudly! Be careful. They're all gone on the other side.
Candy quickly reminded loudly. But Li Hansheng didn't care. His flash is not good yet, but it is just short of the last bit of CD. Various equipment and talents allow his summoner skills to enjoy a 45% cooldown reduction. The original 300-second flash now only takes 165 seconds. The Baron buff hasn't disappeared yet, so his flash will be good again.
V, you go first.
Seeing that Raven was running down, the 4 people in front of QG quickly signaled V, who was already on the bottom lane. To take action. V doesn't have many BB either. Flash directly to close the distance. Result. Just when Li Hansheng was preparing to control the Mercury instantly, an extremely funny scene happened. I didn't know whether the Ice Girl's ultimate move was due to her shaking hands, but it was directed towards her. Ah! Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. Not to mention them. Li Hansheng was also dumbfounded. But QG did not stop besieging him. Nyoto directly flashed WQ's second company and knocked Raven away. Excavator added control in great detail. VN quickly AQ'd 3 rings. Raven, who did not have any defensive equipment, saw a sudden drop in health. Doim saw that the Ice Girl's ultimate move was not thrown properly. So he deliberately reserved a W in his hand and used it to supplement the control. This time, Li Hansheng chose to break Lulu's control instantly. And at this time, his blood volume had dropped below 40%.
Noob's wave was a bit too rough.
Miller shook his head sadly.
But it doesn't affect the overall situation. QG's wave is completely a revenge kill. Indeed.
The doll nodded.
As a young man, you can understand that it doesn't matter if you have a few waves as long as it doesn't affect the overall situation. The puppy is continuing to chase. He is still chasing. Raven can't get close without flashing.
Guanziyu inside. But what happened next was a scene that left him speechless. Raven ran all the way back and reached the point where he was about to enter the spring at QG's house. VN immediately tried to push Raven into the spring with an E and kill him. But the distance wasn't enough. So he couldn't push it in. Instead, it helped Raven move a certain distance. Raven quickly handed over 2 QS and walked up. Can a cooked duck still fly? QG continues to pursue. Li Hansheng laughed. I'm waiting for the CD. What are you waiting for? In fact, the CD he flashed was cured the moment he got close to the spring. But he still ran just to paralyze the opponent. Let the other party fall into the mentality of blind pursuit. Use the other party's huge hatred towards you, and make them lose their mind. After all, the picture presented by Li Hansheng was that he was trying to escape in a fear of choice. In this case, the other party would subconsciously relax their vigilance. It was this wave of opportunities that Li Hansheng seized. Seeing the other party approaching him again, he knocked off the big red medicine in his backpack, and his whole body was enveloped in scarlet mist, adding a fierce aura to himself.
Huh? Raven turned back. Flash. Huh? Why is it the blood bar disappearing technique again? The QG people just disappeared?
Guanziyu originally wanted to show off his professional knowledge under such a wonderful operation screen. But before he could speak, QG had already lost 3 people on the screen. The operation process is very simple. Li Hansheng directly uses ER and turns around to flash W. This time he directly stuns 5 people. After the level A, the AoE damage from Greedy Hydra, Thunder, immediately hit the 5 people. And then, the second R shockwave was swept out. And the third Q knocked the 5 people away. Triple kill. Lulu, VN and Ice Girl were instantly killed again. Although Nyoto reacted well the first time and activated his ultimate move to release the control. The problem was that without skills, he could not interfere with Raven's output at all. Faced with this wave of explosions, the meat-clad excavator's health was suddenly reduced to less than half of its health. It's Raven. The blood-sucking effect provided by Greedy Hydra plus Big Red Potion, as well as the 3 consecutive blood recovery of Dangerous Game, restored Raven's blood volume to about half of his health. And because it was stuck on Q, after the third Q shot, Raven had the Q skill again. QA directly hit the excavator, and immediately stopped paying attention to the excavator, and began to attack the bull head. The next second, the curtain blade on the excavator passively exploded and became a corpse on the ground. Nyoto kept running into his own spring, but Raven was still chasing after him, constantly QAing at the speed of light. Especially after the third Q knocked him away. He connected with A, immediately connected with W, and slashed with the next 2 swords. Then use E to distance yourself. The next second, Nyoto reenacted the scene where the excavator died before, and was killed by the passive attack of Muku Blade. Curtain Blade's passive, Night Curtain, after 2 seconds. The damage value caused by Night Curtain is 90 plus 25% of the opponent's lost health. If you get a kill or assist, you will refresh the cooldown of Night Curtain. Pentakill. Pentakill. Following the previous promise, Li Hansheng once again hit 5 kills.
Oh my god!
Li Hansheng used a wave of operations to knock out all the passiveness of the doll, and started to scream.
Is this the operation of Noob? Is this the most promising domestic newcomer in our LPL? It's so awesome. I have never seen any player perform such wonderful operations.
Miller was silent for a long time. After watching the slow-motion replay, he vividly gave a metaphor.
I just said that this wave of operations is so familiar. It turns out that we have seen it in the Dalong pit. This moment is exactly the same as that moment. Noob won't use Raven to create a psychological shadow on the QG players. Right. I seriously doubt that the QG players will ban Raven, a hero who brings nightmare memories, in the future rankings.
Guan Ziyuan also joked. GSL speak. Call? Why don't you keep calling? Although Noob is very good, but V's operation is too raw.
Right.
Ice Girl are herself? Laughing. Can't you see Raven's Mercury? What's the use of you Ice Girl are? MD. There's a gap in the top lane. And the puppy in the bottom lane has already destroyed him. But was tricked by this stupid top laner. That is, the puppy defeated the world champion ADC. And you, Li Hansheng, defeated a domestic garbage top laner, relying on your equipment advantage. What are you proud of? Ah? Can you still wash it with purple sauce? GSL is amazing. Ah. Yes. Yes. Our bathing dog Gigi is really like a white lotus. And he will never take the blame. All 5 members of QG had dark faces. Could there be a more humiliating scene than this? In the previous game, Nusha had 5 kills. It can be said that Li Hansheng had the strongest pendant. Lulu. To help him. So what about this wave? Raven had 5 kills alone. 1v5. How to explain this? There's really no way to explain this. It is destined to become a black spot on the personal career resumes of the 5 of them that will never be washed away. Just like Ryu will always be regarded as Faker's background. The 5 of them will also become the 5 muddle backgrounds that are shown off when others brag about Li Hansheng's wonderful operations. Bu Xian 1 is spicy. Chapter 81 Post-match interview with too many elements. The mentality exploded. At this time, it's not just a matter of Uzi's mentality, but the mentality of the whole team collapsed. The idea of the 5 people in QG now is that a hero will come and directly initiate the surrender, so that the other 4 people can obediently choose to agree, instead of being humiliated and tortured by the other party repeatedly. This Raven has proven through 2 Tianqiu operations that as long as he shows up, he will definitely be able to kill his own side. Unless, the moment Lulu, Vian and Ice Girl saw Raven moving forward, they immediately flashed back and distanced themselves. But this will fall into a strange circle. Raven is an ER flasher. If you flash to distance when someone is E, Li Hansheng is not brainless. So why should he follow the cross flash? In the final analysis, the initiative lies in Li Hansheng's hands. They are a passive defensive side, which is a natural disadvantage. At this stage, Li Hansheng is invincible no matter what. If Yar moves forward, it will either scare out QG's flash, or flash over and kill them all. Feeling bad?
Old Li, do you want to have another round of fun?
Candy asked with a smile.
I feel like you haven't had enough fun yet.
The teammates knew that this was Li Hansheng's revenge battle. So naturally they would not deliberately steal the show, and would go out of their way to help him. I just want him to be happy all at once.
That's not necessary.
Li Hansheng shook his head. There is a threshold for human excitement. Forcibly stimulating beyond the threshold will be counterproductive. This is not the only time he encountered Uzi. If the world line does not change, Uzi will have to go to RNG in the future. By then, Uzi plus RNG, this double buff will be superimposed, which will be even greater for Li Hansheng. Exciting?
Huh?
Candy looked very shocked.
How dare you be a monster? How dare you pretend to be my Laoli? Please show your true colors now. The Laoli I know would never say such a thing. That's right. Laoli is so petty and vindictive.
Gao Dui on the side nodded.
Go away.
Li Hansheng cursed.
Xiang Renjie. You pay for tonight's expenses yourself.
Candy is worthy of being a professional player. He immediately showed a professional level reaction. He changed his face in Sichuan opera and said with a flattering smile.
Brother Hansheng. Please. You are just kidding. You are just kidding. We are all brothers. They have given up resistance. There is no point in continuing to kill by force.
Li Hanshi explained vividly.
It is like Xiang Renjie secretly launching missiles for air defense operations in bed at night and entering the sage mode of filling missiles. Now I tell you that the plane has not been shot down. And I ask you to rub the gun barrel again to launch the missile. Can you really do it? What the HL?
Candy was shocked and looked at Li Hansheng in horror.
Old Li, are you a dog? You actually peeped on me?
Just as the two were chatting happily, a pleasant female voice sounded from the earphones. The referee girl behind them couldn't help but said,
Players, please pay attention to the content and vocabulary of the chat.
The referee was a little confused at first, and didn't understand the encrypted conversation between these two people. But as soon as she heard the term Sage Mode, she immediately understood it. If she didn't stand up to stop it, the two people might start talking. Click on content that you can't listen to without paying.
Copy that. Miss Referee, please remember to tell the technical team when you get back and stop this conversation.
Li Hansheng joked with a playful smile.
Don't chat with the referee. Don't say anything that has nothing to do with the game. Okay. Okay.
Gua Hao, Bai Yueya and others in the background heard these conversations and looked at each other dumbfounded.
This kid Han Sheng,
Bai Yueya smiled and shook his head,
has a great character to become a world-class player. Indeed, I thought our team needed a period of time to adjust. But with him here, the adjustment was faster than we thought. He is really a treasure in the team.
Gua Hao was also quite emotional. Then, he couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laugh while showing off.
It proves that my vision is still good. I discovered such an excellent player. Huh? Brother Hao, how do I remember that you said you wanted to learn the ETG model, and that Hansheng's hero pool did not meet our requirements? It was me who strongly recommended Hansheng to come. How can there be? It's obviously not true. I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. I'm suing you for slandering you.
He slandered me.
He slandered me.
Wahoo. Guba and other members of the coaching staff looked at these two people playing tricks and looked at each other in confusion. The style of the club seemed a little different from the clubs they had stayed at before. On the field, since Li Hansheng no longer wants to torture QG, his teammates will naturally not force him. Li Hansheng simply didn't bother to push 41 points, and instead followed his teammates to the high ground. QG once again staged the scene of the first game. Defensive, but not completely defensive. Hey, if you take one step forward, I will take 2 steps back and resist with a bluff. It's like you, an inexperienced person, meet an experienced person. It seems like you are attacking fiercely, but in fact, you are following her guidance and attacking step by step according to her rhythm. QG is like the experienced one. When Li Hansheng saw how cowardly his opponent was, he couldn't help but want to tease him to see if the opponent was really shadowed by him. It was clear that his flash had not healed yet. But in front of everyone in QG, he suddenly turned around as an ER second company. Buzz, Lulu, Ice Girl, and VN handed over and flashed like instinct.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing this scene, Li Hansheng laughed like a pig. This, an experienced commentator like Miller would usually hold back his laughter. But this time he really couldn't hold it back.
Did QG really suffer a psychological shadow this time? Good guy. This is all a subconscious reaction, forming muscle memory.
Wawa simply teased.
It seems that QG will not dare to face Raven for a long time in the future. It's okay. I have half a month's rest after this match. But they probably don't want to see Raven during rank training.
Guanzi Yuan also laughed happily, laughing to death, waiting for a post-game emoticon. These two games really contributed countless materials. Donjon Uzai at GSL. Where are the people? Where are people? Don't you like the output of headwind-resistant towers? Are you pretending to be dead now? Brother, your IT has been exposed. You are the one who praised baiting dogs. And now you are the one stepping on him. Right? How miserable must one be to be tortured to be frightened into being like this? If they maintain a stable mentality, QG should be able to clearly calculate that Li Hansheng did not show up. But in this case, who can maintain a calm mind and calculate everything on the field? This is a mentality thing. You can't see it or touch it, but it actually affects the player's performance on the court. The most direct manifestation of the fluctuations in mentality is that the player's status fluctuates greatly. Even if Li Hansheng is a time traveler, he still has ups and downs of mentality and emotions. But the cheating is the most awesome thing. That is, all of Li Hansheng's attributes have been digitized, and his performance is reflected based on numerical values without any ups and downs. Not an exaggeration. Players in the league who can perform stably for a season are the mainstays of their respective teams. Even so, it only ensures that the performance is above the standard most of the time. And occasionally there will be abnormalities. People like Li Hansheng who can maintain stable performance despite the huge pressure of public opinion are the real bad guys. QG had no intention of fighting, and Top didn't want to continue killing each other. The two sides hit it off immediately. Finally, push away the opponent's base crystal. The moment he took off his headphones and stood up, Li Hansheng immediately felt the enthusiasm of the fans. But he also saw that some seats in the auditorium were empty. It's probably the same reason as football and basketball spectators leaving early. You don't want to continue to see the teams and players you support being tortured and killed. The top 5 people came to QG's player seat chatting and laughing. You can see that everyone in QG has a look of despair. It's so miserable. Lee Hansheng shook hands one by one. And he was still thinking about whether he should shake hands with Uzi. Wouldn't it seem a little too provocative? At this time, he found that the people in front were blocking him. Looking sideways, it turned out that Uzi was covering his face with his hands and lowering his head. He looked very annoyed and frustrated. His teammates in front didn't know what to do.
What's this puppy?
The baby was stunned and froze immediately. He didn't know what to say, for fear of offending others by saying the wrong thing.
It's normal. Puppy is a player with easily fluctuating emotions. Young people are like this. It's normal for him to be upset about losing an important game and lose control of his emotions.
Miller speaks with a lot of emotional intelligence. At least, he won't offend others.
Yes. Youth is the greatest asset. The puppy is still very young. We believe that he can become stronger and more mature after this blow. Don't young people just suffer blows along the way and then rise up?
Guan Zeyuan also took the opportunity to say something chicken soup. A QG staff member quickly ran up to the backstage and lowered his head to comfort Uzi, who was out of control. The moment he looked up, only then did everyone realize that Uzi was actually crying. His eyes were red, and his fat little face was unusually rosy. Why is it a man who came up? Do you understand that the giant baby wants to eat any? Come here. Give me a picture of a giant baby sucking milk. Is it because you still have the face to criticize others? You like to take advantage of your popularity. And if you don't go well in rank, you'll just criticize others. Right? Whose father are you? Do people want to spoil you? Cool. MD. That is, Brother Han Sheng is not broadcasting now. Otherwise, I will go to his live broadcast room to shoot 2 rockets to add to the fun. The dog in the shower is like this. You know that this loser is a loser. He says he will mature every year. But his mentality is still that big of an infant every year. If you don't understand, just ask, where does Uzi come from? How mature is it in a year? Hey, I'm dreaming back to the S4 quarterfinals. If Insec hadn't taken LifeC back then, how would you have had the chance to show off in the shower? The barrage began to be output like crazy. And people who hated and resented Uzi were eager to seize this opportunity to trample him to death. In this situation, shaking hands was out of the question. Everyone in QG simply turned around to sort out their peripheral equipment. When they returned to the backstage passage, Li Hansheng was stopped again. It was still Yu Shuang who stopped him. Yu Shuang didn't wear a cheongsam today, but was dressed more modern and casual. It is still a pink skirt, with a white loose knitted sweater covering the upper body.
Hello, Xiao Li. We meet again.
Yu Shuang greeted him with a smile. After approaching, she continued to smile.
Congratulations. You won the game again. And you are still the MVP for 2 consecutive games. Just so. Normal level.
Li Hansheng waved his hand modestly.
Is this normal? Where are you going with me here in Versailles?
Yu Shuang rolled her eyes at him. Probably because she received a prompt from the background. He quickly handed the line card to Li Hansheng in advance and asked him to look at some of the questions he would probably ask. Then he brought Li Hansheng back to the stage. Before she could speak, the fans in the audience had already begun to welcome Li Hansheng's return with warm cheers and applause.
Congratulations to Top for defeating the strong enemy QG with a score of 2-0. We are also fortunate to have top laner Nu, who has won 2 consecutive MVPs, for an interview after the game.
Correspondingly, there is a large electronic LED screen directly behind the stage used to broadcast the game. It's a handsome final makeup photo of Li Hansheng. In the final makeup photo, he tilts his head, with an evil and provocative smile on his face, and stretches out his right hand to make a provocative gesture often made in martial arts movies. And on the side are the terrifying statistics he played in the last game. 13-0-1. The opponent's economy is 8,860 ahead, and the damage ratio is 50%. Who is not confused after seeing this data?
Huh? Did one person do half the damage of the whole team?
Watanabe looked dumbfounded. Even PDD, Gogoing and others who were known as the core of the team had never recorded such terrifying data. Wrong. Even if he is the FMVP winner, Marin has never obtained such data.
Right. Actually, it's normal if you think about it carefully. Top and QG have almost never engaged in 5v5 team battles. Without 5v5 team battles, the source of damage to Czar and easy is more from the exchange of blood during the Lang phase.
Miller explained. He added,
Even so, it's horrible. I'm very curious about who can punish Top or who can punish Noob.
Guan Ziyuan said with a smile.
No one in Group A can stop them. Now we can only place our hope on EDG and RNG in Group B.
On the stage, after Li Hansheng said Lo, Yu Shuang started today's question.
Beating the powerful enemy QG. What do you think is the key to the team's victory? Do you want to hear a serious answer or a non-serious answer?
Yu Shuang was stunned for a moment.
How unorthodox is your unorthodox answer? Is it something the TV program wants to broadcast? Otherwise, do you think it's some inappropriate content?
Li Hansheng asked in return. Yu Shuang suddenly blushed and froze on the spot. I just like to see Brother Hansheng look so immoral. It is recommended that the LPL officially open a paid channel so that we can also listen to the kind of inappropriate content that we cannot listen to without paying. Driving. Right. If you win the race, you drive. Right. Pooh. It must be those crooked teammates from Top who led my husband into bad ways. But I really like his ungrateful look. Li Hansheng smiled and said,
The unserious answer is, isn't the key point very clear? That's me. I beat the opponent on the road and cast a psychological shadow on the opponent with a magical outfit. I am the key to victory. The key to victory is I. What about a more serious answer?
Well, Li Hansheng suddenly became serious.
The key to victory is that we are a stronger team. I am strong and my teammates are also strong. I can have an advantage on the road. I must thank my teammates for their unconditional support for me.
Support? You only saw me killing everyone on the top lane. But you didn't see me being attacked by the enemy at home and down the tower. This is all because they are sacrificing for me. Behind every successful man, there is a group of good friends who sacrifice silently.
In the background. When Candy and others saw this interview, Gao Dui said,
This is a human saying. He has a conscience.
A social person like Guahao simply wanted to secretly give Li Hansheng a thumbs up and praise him. This is also what he admires most about Li Hansheng. Li Hansheng knows when to joke and when to be more serious. If he were a young player who is generally less sensible, the focus would be on himself at this time. And he would definitely be caught in a compliment. Although there is nothing wrong with it, the teammates are still a little unhappy. This will be the cause of the collapse of the team in the future. How can a teammate like you sacrifice yourself to help you create an advantage in the future? Not every spectator can understand the game. When they see your inferiority in lane, they will criticize you without thinking. If you complain that you can't beat them, they won't think about it at all. The opponent's jungler has no brains to capture you, and your own jungler will capture you on the top lane. Can you survive the fight? When you are having fun, it is best to take your teammates to have fun together. Yu Shuang was considered a half-society person and couldn't help but take another look at Li Hansheng.
So in such a high-profile battle, Yu successfully defeated the powerful enemy QG, continued to maintain the first place in Group A, and also ushered in a perfect final battle of the year. How do you feel? Well,
Li Hansheng thought for a while, then said with a smile,
A professional Yen Yuan like me has received professional training. It is reasonable to say that he can control his emotions. But now he can't control it. And it's very difficult. I'm happy. I want to laugh. And I laugh proudly. Ha ha ha.
Good guy. The group has started. Right. My level 5 Pansen. Da Huang Xingyun followed me directly. My level 1 Stone Man flashes directly to join the group. Gui Gui. The bat dog will be so angry after listening to this interview? Yu Shuang didn't understand it at first, but she quickly realized. What about Li Hansheng's group start? The three commentators couldn't help but smile.
This is a young man who will retaliate for his anger,
Miller said with emotion.
Indeed. If this person is a social person, he may want to turn conflicts into friendship. There is nothing wrong with doing so. But it seems incompatible with young people. Young people should be full of vigor, dare to love, hate, and speak out the true thoughts in my heart.
Wawa also sighed with emotion. People like them, who have been in society for a long time, are particularly envious of the real appearance of young people. Yu Shuang then asked,
Do you have any plans after the game? Get ready to have a big meal with your teammates. Big dinner? It's not Shaxian snacks again. Is it? Can MVP add an extra egg?
Yu Shuang joked with a smile.
If it doesn't work, just ask brother how to post the QR code on Weibo. And let's crowdfund it. You guys go have a real meal. That's not the case.
Li Hansheng sighed helplessly.
I'll treat you to a treat, and tell Rinjia how much of his jungle economy I've eaten. He'll eat it all in one go tonight. By the way, I will resume normal live broadcast on the Douyu platform tomorrow. If you are interested, you can come and take a look. Thank you for your support. TaiQ.
The scene burst into laughter again. The main reason is that these jokes that Li Hansheng made casually are so funny. No way. As a time traveler, it is natural for me to tell some advanced
stories
in advance. This is a subconscious thing. For example, Li Hansheng often said,
chain Q,
which means that he used Douyin too much before time travel. Yu Xuan couldn't help but laugh for a while before asking the last question.
Thank you, new player, for accepting our interview. I also hope that the top team can have a good year and won't disturb you to have a big meal. I won't eat right away.
Li Hansheng shook his head and explained.
The main thing is that I was so excited just now that I seem to have sweated a little. After eating a hammer meal, I have to take a shower first.
Yu Xuan was stunned for a moment. What's the point of taking a bath? She was still wondering if Li Hansheng should stop driving. The barrage exploded again. Good guy. I call him a good guy. I thought it was just the beginning of the group. But I didn't expect the excitement to come later. Ha! Brother Hansheng will never let me down. Gui Gui. The Stone Man, appears again and joins the group. My level 5 Pansen, Da Huang Xingyun, keeps up with me. Brothers, none of your skills require CD? Can't I play with unlimited firepower? The bathing dog really lost the game this time and was embarrassed. The three commentators looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment.
Ahem. This is also Noob's usual style. He always speaks so boldly during interviews.
Miller quickly smoothed things over.
Indeed. The content of this interview, I can only say that it is a standard Noob answer, and it is not unexpected at all.
Wawa also followed suit. In the backstage of QG, Uzi listened to Li Hansheng's interview verbatim. His expression became more depressed. You can't really transform into a bedroom Uzi and find someone to compete with real people offline. Right. That would be really embarrassing and embarrassing. On the other hand, look at Top. When Li Hansheng returned to the lounge, his teammates surrounded him.
Loudly, considering that you said a few human words today, I can consider eating less later. MD, you must eat more. Otherwise this kid will miss me wild monster every day. Brother Hansheng, you really dare to say that. But I like it.
Ha ha. The whole room suddenly became noisy. Guihao finally stopped the team members.
Okay. How can we really ask you to pay for it yourself? For the last dinner before the year, I will pay for it privately. Go to Shaxian Snacks, and I will take you to have a good meal today.
Really? Li Hansheng's eyes widened with an excited expression.
Brother Hao, if you say that, I won't take a shower first. I'm going to have a good meal.
Chapter 82, the big one, is coming. However, the top people can't leave yet. It seems that the bus driver has something to do temporarily and has to send another driver over. A large vehicle like a bus cannot be driven by an ordinary C license. Li Hansheng and others simply sat on the sofa and played with their mobile phones. As soon as he opened QQ on his mobile phone, Li Hansheng found that his private chat had exploded. And the group avatar of 7 Wolves of Ionia, with a husky glaring at people with intelligent eyes, was also so conspicuous. It's a pity that there is no if/degree, hack. Just my brother Hansheng. This Ruiwen. This Nushu. Who else can compare? Zhangji TV. Xiang, MD. Every time I watch the game, I envy Shi Ming. Why is this kid so lucky to meet such a strong thigh? Zhangji TV. Katanda, it's okay. He can't play as a substitute. God is still very fair. Top-Ming? MD. Leave this disgusting person alone. Right. Ming is always envied, jealous, and hated by all kinds of people. But he is the only one in the group who is a teammate with Li Hansheng. The better the top score, the more Li Hansheng carries, and people in the group will always criticize him. It's a pity that there is no if/degree after the next year. I will have to go to top to go around. To play professionally, I have to be teammates with strong people. Being teammates with rotten fish and rotten shrimps will only make me more and more useless. Such as those in the group. A few guys at the bottom of the LSPL. Zhangji TV. Katanda, go away. You Winba. You GDX. Are you worthy of competing with him? Zhangji TV. Xiang, that is. What kind of champion is him? And what kind of champion are you? It's a pity that there is no if/degree, hee. Brother Hansheng didn't win the championship either. But his performance was worse than that of Looper? Dude, Why can't you just rely on your performance to push him to the bench? Topming, you win Ba. Don't pretend. From what I feel, Poo-Poo is still a bit more powerful than you. It's a pity that there is no if/degree. Sure Ming. Speak human words. When you talk like this, we can't even be considered friends. I'm angry. Unless you give me a skin, I won't forgive you. Li Hansheng just smiled and did not participate. Maybe Ashui really wants to come to top? After all, he has performed so well. Right. He is the top laner appointed by Ashui. When IG was able to defeat many clubs to recruit Ashui, it was not because of how high the salary was, but more because Ashui felt that Rookie was strong. Just like what he said, if you want to play professionally, you have to fight with strong people. If you hang around with bad guys every day, you will easily become a bastard.
Ha ha ha. MD. These idiotic netizens are really capable of surviving.
Candy's laughter attracted the attention of everyone in the lounge. He smiled and raised his mobile phone, as if he was browsing Weibo, Tiaba, and other software.
This group of bees are really good at making sand sculptures. Just after the game, the pictures they made can be used as emoticons.
Oh,
show me.
Li Hansheng came over and saw that he was resisting. All the great masters were sending out their own entries. It's said to be a work, but it's actually just some pictures taken from the competition with some text on them. For example, the picture below shows Nosho in 1v5, Ruiwen in 1v5, and the picture of Ruiwen ER scaring out 3 flashes on the opposite side. It is a funny picture in itself, and combined with some silly comments from silly netizens, the visual and funny feeling came to me immediately. Then there were an overwhelming number of comments about Li Hansheng's wonderful performance in this game, and some cynicism about Uzi. You don't even need to click in. You can tell what the content is just by looking at the name of the post.
Actually,
Li Hansheng still didn't know that something more outrageous was happening.
The game between QG and Top was scheduled for the second game of the day, which started at 7 o'clock. The 2 games were finished only after 8 o'clock. This time period happens to be the point when popular anchors on major platforms start broadcasting. It is also commonly known as the golden hour. After all, this is basically the daily entertainment and leisure time of ordinary people. Except for the rich second generation. All online games basically have the highest number of online users at this point. And League of Legends is no exception. With the rise of the live broadcast industry, many players feel that playing games is too tiring and prefer to watch others play. It is this psychological reverse that makes the live broadcast industry grow stronger. Douyu League of Legends section. After watching the game, the audience immediately rushed into the live broadcast room of Grandpa Lu, the first brother on the platform.
Baboon, your brother Uzi was beaten to death. How do you evaluate Li Hansheng's Ruiwen and Nushu?
With the addition of the black technology of the beauty camera, and then finding a perfect side profile angle, Grandpa Lu was photographed looking like a young man. He spoke in his signature tone as soon as he opened his mouth.
I know the puppy lost. And I feel bad too. But there's nothing I can do about it. If you're not as good at this thing, you're just going to be stupid. How do you evaluate Li Hansheng's Raven? My rating is that the anchor is not qualified to evaluate. I watched the game just now. I really can't learn the smoothness and operation of his Raven. I am only a retired god of war, not an active god of war. How can you compare with other young people?
But Grandpa Lu changed the topic and suddenly raised his voice. This surprising live broadcast style is particularly popular in the current live broadcast environment.
Brothers can't learn Li Hansheng's operations, but you must learn the operations of retired god of war LBW.
If you can learn the operations that I can perform, you will definitely be able to perform them too. Hee hee. Give everyone a chance to play Raven.
This iconic baboon smile, he simply injects soul into the entire live broadcast room. Same platform. The popularity is only second to Grandpa Lu. And the live broadcast is in the duo mode. The live broadcast room is assisted by Xiao Sunyayo, who is known as the invincible top 5 IG, and the P-positive energy Sika Li Haoyu, who has obviously retired but is still an active player. People partner build.
How do you evaluate Nuba's Raven?
Xiao was stunned for a moment. Sika on the side quickly retorted.
Your brother. His name is Nuba, not Nubu. Let's call him Nubu. Right, brother. I'm a serious college graduate from a scholarly family. Don't mess with me.
Xiao shook her head quickly.
Nima, why did I lie to you? Just call me Nuba.
Sika insisted on her opinion.
If you don't believe me, ask your brothers. Do you think what the anchor said is right? Ha 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 ha. It's so funny that labor and management are so ridiculous. It's obviously the husband's education who insists on ranking. Both those from a scholarly family and those not from a scholarly family fell silent. My advice from the brothers is that if the anchor can't read English, he doesn't need to do it. There's no need to be awkward. Understand? 30-year-old men like to be awkward.
The two people didn't argue at all in the end, and just called each other.
What can I say? When Nubu broke the posture, I thought this person was very fierce. IG looked for opportunities to dig him. Nubu added chicken. This both the mid and top lanes are strong in the lane. And even a dog on the bottom lane can win.
Sika also nodded.
Brother, do you understand the value of being number 1 in the MVP rankings? Go and look at the top 10 in the MVP rankings. Not the top 20. Besides Nuba, who else is there in the top lane? It would have been unthinkable if our team had such a strong top laner.
On John G's side, in Brother EPD's live broadcast room, Saju also made a weird laugh of.
Hee hee.
His laughter and Grandpa Lu's laughter were both magical.
My evaluation is not as good as Lu Mao. Hee hee. You're kidding. Brothers, he and I are not from the same era.
This is equivalent to comparing Xiang Yu or Lu Bu to see who is stronger in a one-on-one fight. To be fair, how can we compare between people from different generations?
No doubt. With the help of this competition, the two words top and Li Hansheng are completely out of the circle and attract a lot of attention. The other side, the driver is already in place, which means you can leave the scene. When they came to the parking lot, everyone in top discovered that there were quite a few fans waiting here. Seeing the top players, this group of fans immediately surrounded them. The winning streak makes top the most handsome player in the LPL spring split. In the final analysis, esports still depends on performance. Appearance and humor are just bonus points. As long as you can get results, no matter how good you are, you will be a first-class handsome guy in the eyes of your fans. If Deshai were an ordinary person, no one would ever say that he was handsome. But once, he was crowned the world's #1 top laner and SA champion. He was considered the most handsome and lovable person in the eyes of fans. Top is the most true portrayal. A month ago, no one knew it. But at this moment, fans are swarming.
Ah! Brother Han Sheng is so handsome. Away! You performed very well today. Puff! Try to fight back next time and let others know that you are actually better than Uzi. Li Hansheng, I love you. You are the strongest top laner in my mind.
In the face of enthusiastic fans, as a fan-loving idol, Li Hansheng personally explains what a high-quality idol is.
Thank you. I love you too.
He responded enthusiastically. Such enthusiastic and approachable remarks naturally attracted even more enthusiastic responses from fans. Gradually the scene evolved. Male fan, Brother Han Sheng, I love you. Li Hansheng, thank you. I will work harder. Female fan, handsome brother, I love you. Li Hansheng, thank you. I love you too. It was fine at first, but after a while, someone noticed something was wrong. Candy glanced at Li Hansheng with disdain, sighed softly in his heart, and even wanted to spit at him.
Say, shameless thing. Is this a man? Sure enough, men are all GDX.
Huh? Wrong. Candy was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was also a man. So he was scolding himself for this?
Not every man is GDX. But Li Hansheng is definitely GDX.
After thinking about this, Candy was satisfied. The number of fans is not very large, and their requirements are not high. They just want to take photos or sign autographs. Without wasting much time, the requests of this group of fans were met. After seeing off the fans, the top crowd returned to the car and prepared to return to the team base.
Fans are so enthusiastic, especially female fans. Are female fans so open-minded nowadays? I remember when I was a child, a girl in my class would blush and be shy if she found out that I was peeking at her. Good guy. Those female fans just now couldn't feel their shyness at all. Fortunately, I am a good man who keeps his integrity. If it were someone with a worse character, wouldn't he take advantage of them?
What Li Hansheng said was so righteous and righteous. His teammates sneered, and Candy rolled his eyes.
Ah. Yes. Yes.
As long as you didn't take the initiative.
It's not your fault.
You GDX.
When I didn't notice? When we took a group photo. Those beautiful female fans. I am willing to take more photos with people. And my movements are intimate without resistance at all. No. No. No.
Li Hansheng shook his head.
Am I that kind of person? It's not that I only pick beautiful female fans. But I happen to pick beautiful female fans. This only proves that I have a pair of eyes that discover beauty.
Candy laughed angrily.
You can say shameless things so confidently. Even if you say that your kid is GDX. It's an advantage for you. Hee.
Li Hanxing smiled. Guo on the side said with emotion.
Watching the number of fans in the club gradually increasing. I feel inexplicably happy. It's like over there in Neon. Watching an underground idol grow into a superstar step by step. It's a kind of nurturing pleasure.
Gao Dui said as soon as he opened his mouth. He became two-dimensional.
Yes.
Guo nodded. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he pulled this top with one hand. The coaching staff, players, and investments were all brought together little by him. It's normal to have feelings. Returning to the team base, the team members put their peripherals back on their seats. Li Hanxing even ran to take a shower. During the interview, he was not joking when he said he wanted to take a shower. They both changed into homely and casual clothes before going out again. Guo took the team members directly to a relatively high-end restaurant nearby. Recently, the parent company Toppo Group has injected another amount of capital into the team to maintain daily expenses. This is of course inseparable from the team's outstanding results. Only with results will people pay attention. And only with attention will there be traffic and topicality. Is Toppo investing in an esports team just to gain popularity and attention in the esports circle, which is dominated by young people? Since it has been proven that the esports circle can bring a lot of attention, it is reasonable for Toppo to increase its investment. After exchanging glasses with each other, Guo raised his glass and said,
I won't say too many sensational words. Thank you all for your hard work and struggle over the past month. When I return after the new year, I hope you can maintain the current momentum as always. I will do it first as a token of respect. Then he went on to explain.
Also, the live broadcast contract we signed with Douyu will take effect from February 1st, which is tomorrow. The live broadcast duration per month is 80 hours. You can calculate the time yourself. And you can add more broadcast, but not less than the specified time. As for Hanxing, what you proposed before was to let them greet the big anchors on the platform. Douyu has also communicated with the anchors. If you have any ideas then, just tell the super management directly, and they will be responsible for communicating.
Okay. Li Hanxing nodded. He is now pointing to the live broadcast to earn a big vote. You really need to think about it. Why will there be a big live broadcast tomorrow? Chapter 83. Let's get started as soon as it starts airing. Live streaming. This is a hurdle that all professional teams cannot avoid, as the fastest way to attract and monetize traffic in the esports industry. The two can be said to complement each other. The live broadcast industry has begun to gradually seize more traditional media markets with the help of the esports boom. The esports circle, represented by League of Legends, also relies on live streaming, an emerging traffic pool, to attract the attention of many capitals and obtain more generous rewards. The income of professional players in the domestic esports circle is basically based on S5. Before S5, the salary of professional players was really not high. Basically a few thousand. So many talented young people during this period would rather go out to play singles and practice than play professionally. In recent years, the LPL has not been as strong as the LCK, especially after poaching nearly half of the LCK's professional teams. This is largely due to the fact that for talented young players in the LCK, you can only take the professional path. After all, it is illegal to train as a substitute there. In China, there is a shortage of talent, and the speed of talent iteration is not as fast as that of the other party. On the contrary, after S8 became a league, more capital was injected to improve the treatment of players and even youth training teams. This allowed more and more talented players to choose to join professional teams. After S5, capital led by major live broadcast platforms began to compete for traffic in the professional circle, and launched various sky-high live broadcast contracts, which directly increased the income of professional players by several levels. During this period, wages are still not very high, but the price of the live broadcast contract is basically several times or even more than 10 times the salary. Players want to get higher wages and better treatment, and live broadcasting is the only way.
MD, it's actually a bit of a loss. If we negotiate a contract with Douyu now, the price will definitely not be the same as before.
Guo sighed. There was no way. Who made top anxious for money at that time? So they could only negotiate the live broadcast contract before the league started to ease the financial pressure faced by the team.
Brother Hao, don't worry.
Li Hanxing was not in a hurry. He knows very well that we are now in the bubble of the live broadcast industry for 2 years. These live broadcast platforms are just like those internet companies. They spend crazy money to attract users in the early stage. However, internet companies use free means to attract users, and then they can attract more users. As a time traveler, Li Hansheng has experienced it himself. So he understands that free is always the most expensive, and it is not as good as charging a clearly marked price. The live broadcast platform, on the other hand, attracts users by grabbing popular anchors and popular professional players, with the ultimate goal of going public. So, in the past 2 years, there have been countless live broadcast contracts with sky-high prices, including Mrs. 100 million yuan contract and the Androni couple's 100 million yuan contract. As long as we maintain our current results and attract more fans during the live broadcast, we don't need to push ourselves. Douyu people will take the initiative to come to us, and they will be the ones who are anxious at that time. That's right. Guo nodded, then looked at him. I need to pay more attention to you in this area. Don't worry. It's no problem. Li Hansheng smiled. He is not just thinking about the team. This is just one aspect. On the other hand, it is also the fastest way for him to make money. He didn't remember the lottery numbers, but he knew that he could still make money by buying a house or speculating in currencies. But the problem was that he needed capital. Where would he get the capital? Doesn't it have to be salary plus live broadcast? Everyone hopes that the material conditions of their lives can be richer. Li Hansheng's self-perception is very accurate. He is just a layman. For this reason, he doesn't mind deliberately pretending to be stupid during the live broadcast to create program effects. After dinner, everyone returned to the base. White Crescent did not force the last tactical review before the year, but directly announced a holiday. Starting tomorrow, you can arrange your time freely. Our first game after the new year is on February 20th. So our set gathering time is February 13th. Wow. Brother Hao. At this gathering time, there is simply no way for lovers to survive. Li Hansheng laughed and shouted. February 14th is Valentine's Day. What? Do you have a girlfriend? Guo Hao asked. No. A true bachelor. Then why are you making noise? I want to remind you that now that the team has performed well and is starting to become famous, you have also gained more attention. All kinds of people will approach you, especially women. Keep your eyes open. I don't want your personal competitive status to decline for some reason. Understand? Guo Hao emphasized this issue very seriously. Most esports players are underage. He became famous at a young age and gained so much attention and fans all at once. When he has insufficient self-control, it is easy for him to do some outrageous behavior. I understand the truth. Li Hansheng sighed. Brother Hao, why do you keep staring at me? Do I look like the kind of person who messes around with men and women? You don't look alike. But your face does. Guo Hao was helpless. Li Hansheng's outstanding appearance brought a lot of attention to the club. But it was also a hidden danger. This also meant that he would be the one most susceptible to temptation in the team. People, if a beautiful female fan really comes all the way to find you and asks you to treat her to a 6 yuan malatang meal, how can young men who are at their most energetic stand up to this? Is it my fault that I'm handsome? Li Hansheng helplessly spread his hands and shrugged. MD, what Brother Hao said is a bit shocking. Candy looked sad and angry, but he couldn't refute. Every time the topic of appearance comes up, he, Gao Dui, and Lu Mao are somewhat affected. He immediately turned to look at Gao Dui, trying to find a little comfort. But Gao Dui looked calm and didn't seem to care at all, which made him make a bold guess. Away! Could it be that you? Huh? What's wrong with me? You won't betray the organization. You have a girlfriend. Candy covered his chest, as if he was hit. What makes him sad is not that his rich and handsome friend likes to bring a sports car, but that this good gay friend who he regards as having a precious revolutionary friendship and will be together till old age also likes to bring a BBA. No way. Gao Dui, who always maintains a cool attitude, is actually a little bit shy? Huh. Li Hansheng said without hesitation. Away. Why don't you just admit it openly? It's not impossible to recruit B-Boy to join the team and join the operations department. It just so happens that the operations department is a little short of manpower recently. Oldly, Gao Dui was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously stepped back. Are you spying on me? Go away. Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. Who the L is spying on you? You don't need to know how I know. If you like it, just admit it openly, as long as it doesn't affect your state. How can a time traveler not know about Wei Shen and B-Boy?
There are not many couples in the esports circle who can be called model couples, because most couples in the esports circle eventually part ways, and even get divorced even if they get married. Ahem. Lee Hanqing's teammate Imp is a typical example. And Dai Sunya also has a say. It seems that both of them lost more than 300W in their divorce. On the contrary, the bad woman Yayumi, who was thought to be certain to kick Grandpa Lu away after his career hit a low point, would not hesitate to kick him away. But she never left Grandpa Lu. Gao Dui and B-Boy can be regarded as representatives of model couples. It's not confirmed yet. Gao Dui's coquettish attitude was hard to accept. After all, this kid usually has a cool and arrogant attitude of being the best in the world. Real or fake? Everyone's gossip souls suddenly burned brightly, and they surrounded Gao Dui to ask for more details. The first person to leave the team base was Imp. He needed to go back and apply for a work visa again. The time was tight. It was said that he had made an appointment with Deft and others to take the same flight home. As for the rest of the team, Gao Dui went out the next day, and it seemed that he had made some progress. Ming, Lu Mao, and Candy are exactly the same as Lee Hanqing, and they still stay in the base. They don't like to go back to their hometown either. Firstly, when I go back, I have to deal with all kinds of social activities with visiting relatives. In this era when esports is still regarded as a non-professional job, it is easy to be lectured and looked down upon by relatives. Secondly, I have lost touch with my friends. Friends of the same age are all enjoying life in high school or college, but they are already half of society. Even though they had a good relationship in the past, they can't talk together at all. Might as well stay at home in the base. There was no need to get up on time. So Lee Hanqing slept until almost 5 p.m. And the cook at the base had already returned to his hometown to celebrate the new year. If he wanted to eat, he had to order takeout. So Lee Hanqing wasn't very hungry at all.
MD, today is the first day of live broadcast, so I have to find a way to make things better.
Lee Hanqing quickly took out his mobile phone and contacted the superintendent in charge of the League of Legends branch at Douyu. He wanted the other party to help arrange a popular anchor, and the two parties could interact together to create a program effect. He wanted to add the other party's WeChat account privately to communicate first, so as to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings later. The super manager asked him to wait for a while the super manager went to contact the person now. He received a reply quickly, and Lee Hanqing added all the popular anchors in the League of Legends such as Grandpa Lu, Dis, Phone Momo, and Tuesday Gu. As for Miss AE, who was very popular at the moment, he didn't add it. Calculating the time, the agent would be exposed soon. Sooner or later, he would become a street rat, and he would feel unlucky if he got involved. The woman with many sons online was not from the League of Legends division, and Lee Hanqing was too lazy to take the initiative to contact her. Looking at the address book, after thinking for a moment, on the first day of the live broadcast, Lee Hanqing wanted to be more relaxed. So he immediately contacted Joe Tuesday Gu. The reason is simple. He prefers the appearance of Tuesday's pigeon, although Tuesday's pigeon is also a bit of a bummer. Fortunately, it only rips off the big brother on the list. The head-changing monster gained its first wave of popularity by hyping up CP with Xiao Mo. Lee Hanqing didn't want her to climb up the pole. Grandpa Lu is actually pretty good, but Lee Hanqing is afraid of being called brother by him. People who are called brothers by him seem to be basically cool. The most classic one is TBQ. When LGD was popular last year, they played with one brother every day and played TBQ in double queue. After LGD exploded, they immediately kicked him away and pretended not to recognize him.
Hello, Miss Tuesday Pigeon. Would it be convenient for us to do a live broadcast and interact with each other tonight, smiley face?
A moment later, Tuesday Pigeon responded.
Okay. I'll also take advantage of the popularity of the most popular man in the esports circle, Naughty. But can it be a little later? I'm still outside around 9 o'clock, so I might have to get home a little later to start the show. You can just tell me on WeChat when the time comes,
Lee Hanqing explained.
During the interaction, no matter what I say or do, it is all for the effect of the show. If I offend you, please forgive me. If you don't mind, it's best you can actively cooperate with me to make the program more effective. Okay, cute. But you can't be mean to me, frown.
No wonder she became the biggest harvester on the list. Who wouldn't be confused by the tone of her chat? She is really good at it. He just wanted to sigh. It was really cute. After explaining clearly, Lee Hanqing made the final preparations before the broadcast. He took a shower, put on his helmet, came to the mirror and looked at himself, who had become obviously more handsome, and then returned to his computer in the training room with satisfaction. Forward. Lu Mao and others have also woken up and are sitting in front of the computer.
Go! Go! Even if you don't take a shower, you have to wash your hair first. Right. On the first day of live broadcast, you can look like a human being.
Li Hansheng urged his teammates to sort out their personal image. By the time everyone was done with it, it was already past 7 p.m. Clicking on Douyu's homepage will reveal the advertisement that Top will launch today. The advertisement is in a very eye-catching position. Top's official Weibo has also informed fans in advance of the upcoming broadcast. Li Hansheng also placed a small advertisement for his live broadcast room when he was interviewed after the game yesterday. Fans have known about it for a long time, and some have even entered the
little dark room
in advance to wait for him to start broadcasting. The room number Li Hansheng asked for was 7777. The Douyu staff were still confused. It was either 8888 or 6666. What was 7777? Click in secretly to take a look. Good guy. The barrage has started to roll. Although there is no live content, the barrage is extremely popular. Li Hansheng was in a daze for a while, and it reminded him of the time he bought a barrage robot to spray the screen and spray him a month ago.
Wow! Brother Hansheng, there are so many people in your live broadcast room?
Ming widened his eyes and was very envious.
There are no people in my live broadcast room. It's okay. Sooner or later there will be more.
Li Hansheng comforted.
You will cooperate with me later to make the show more effective. I guarantee that someone will come to see you. I hope so. After all, I have played so few times.
Ming said slightly aggrieved. Lu Mao has basically secured his main position at the moment. No way. Ming's experience is too little. Lu Mao has already played LSBL for a complete year. Ming has never been exposed to professional games before this. No matter how talented he is, he still needs to be honed slowly. Until 8 o'clock. Li Hansheng was stuck in time and started his live broadcast on time.
Hello, cute brother.
The moment the live broadcast started, there was an obvious surge in the number of comments in the live broadcast room. The main reason is that there are many people swiping the screen, which affects the viewing experience. The dense barrage completely obscures Li Hansheng's face.
Ah!
Husband, you are finally here. CNM, UGDX, I miss you so much. I still miss the days when I blasted Brother Hansheng's barrages across the screen. Can I get out of the rice circle? This live broadcast room does not require female fans. That is, esports does not need women. You women will only affect the speed of my Brother Hansheng to draw his sword. Get out of here. Women are a disaster. I won't allow you to affect my Brother Hansheng's Taoist heart. Li Hansheng was stunned when he saw the barrage. How can this happen? Female fans are the consumption power, and female fans are the primary productive force in the live broadcast room. Since the show started, many female fans have gone crazy for gifts. Don't ask why you know it. Just look at the ID. What kind of little sweet wife or girlfriend does this old man have this kind of ID? Li Hansheng said quickly.
Ladies and sisters, don't be afraid. Although the brothers in my live broadcast room have bad mouths, they are actually not very good.
Almost stopping the car, Li Hansheng immediately changed his words.
Ahem. The brothers in the live broadcast room are actually elegant and easygoing people in real life. Don't look at them shouting at women to get out of here. But in fact, they long for a woman to save their lonely and restless souls. And then they will fight for her and shed blood and tears in order to have a small family of their own with her. You can think of them as those idiots who sit behind you in your school days, who obviously like you but don't know how to express their feelings, and who are stupid enough to only bully you to attract your attention.
Good guy. Li Hansheng was very formal and serious when he came up, which actually made the male fans in the live broadcast room feel a little embarrassed. Whoa, Brother Hansheng. Did you install a camera in my bedroom? It makes me sad. I really want a girlfriend. I'm so moved that I cry. I'm already crying. Where is Brother Ming? Don't say it's spicy. Don't say it's spicy. If you keep saying it, I'm going to break my guard against it. My husband is so good at literature. He must have been a novelist in his previous life. Right? It turns out that Shengbao has such a delicate heart. A boy with such a delicate heart must know how to take care of girls. Right? Woohoo! It feels like being Xingbao's girlfriend. You have to have saved the galaxy in your previous life to be Xingbao's girlfriend. The male fans were in tears, and the female fans were moved. The gift special effects of rockets and airplanes have never stopped. Duong, Duong, Duong. But it made Lu Mao, Candy and others beside him extremely envious. They are also live broadcasting. But how popular is it in the live broadcast room? What's even more distressing is that a small number of viewers kept coming to them to ask questions about Li Hansheng. Candy was a little off guard and couldn't help but complain.
If you want to ask Lao Li questions, go to his live broadcast room and ask them.
Brother Hansheng's side is too crowded, so he can't see it when I scroll through the barrage. There are few people on your side. Please help me. This is so heartbreaking. Old man. Candy completely broke through the defense and could only choose to ignore the barrage, being too angry to speak. The atmosphere is here. Li Hansheng decided to do some rectification first.
Thank you all for the gifts. Then someone wants to ask, why is the anchor so handsome, so good at talking, and so good at playing games? Today I will tell you my exclusive secret.
He winked at Ming and others on the side. Ming, Lu Mao, and Candy, who had already discussed it, immediately came behind Li Hansheng. And Li Hansheng also pushed away the gaming chair and stood up.
Come on! Tell the audience the correct answer. Because we all wear various brand clothing represented by Topless Sports Company. We have gained extra combat power.
Question mark. Holy shit. What kind of trick is this? Gui gui. My dead childhood memories are starting to attack me. It smells like TV shopping back in the day. Everyone understands. After all, Top is poor. Probably because of some endorsements and advertisements. Who asked? Who asked? Drag him out and beat him to death.
That's right.
Li Hansheng held the table hard and made a banging sound.
The viewers who watched the live broadcast today are lucky. Our team leader, Brother Hao, personally went to the headquarters of Tabla Company to beg for everyone. Welfare.
As he said this, Li Hansheng took out the draft of the welfare advertisement that Gua Hao had prepared in advance and prepared to read from it. This was also a way originally planned to attract traffic and attention to the parent company.
The original price of Sakuraji Hanamichi's AJ1 is 1,299. But the current price is only 1,298.
Halfway through the reading, Li Hansheng looked stunned in front of the camera. There was a confused silence. Fortunately, he responded very quickly. As long as I am not embarrassed, you will be the ones embarrassed. He tried hard to manage his expression, looked serious, and pointed his finger at the screen.
It is indeed a good thing. It is indeed the same genuine sneaker of Sakuraji Hanamichi. It's only $1 cheaper. This can completely show that our Taobao company treats itself. You have absolute confidence in the goods you sell. They are genuine products and have quality assurance.
The three people behind him, Ming, Lu Mao and Candy, had not received professional training. Although he didn't laugh out loud, the expression on his face was completely unbearable. He could only stand there awkwardly, wanting to laugh but not daring to laugh out loud. It was simply funny. Good guy. The face of co-writing the top team is only worth $1. Right? Wow. What a great benefit. It really scared the Lewin family. Stop talking. Stop talking. I'm going to buy it right now. Why don't I go and buy it? Sheng Bao is too cute. It's like pinching his face. Is this all Tobwa? That's it? Such a big company is so stingy. Right? Facing all kinds of ridicule barrages, Li Hansheng pretended not to see it. He had already developed this skill a month ago.
Brothers, if you are going to a certain treasure or a certain dong, please remember to search for the Tabla store. In addition to these brand products, there are also the same team uniforms of our team and some small peripherals. Everyone can buy them. This is the benefit I spent a lot of effort to ask Brother how to get for everyone. Everyone must grasp it.
This wave. All I can say is that he really tried his best. Li Hansheng glanced at the barrage and immediately frowned.
Huh? Someone actually said that they missed the wonderful advertising time. Brothers, please do your best.
Calling Ming and others behind him again, Li Hansheng started his live streaming mode again. He may not be sincerely promoting it, but simply wants fans to search for related terms and let the parent company see the terrifying traffic pool in the esports circle. Chapter 84. Is it a waste of time to learn if they don't agree with each other? An almost nonsensical forced live broadcast of goods. On the contrary, the popularity of Li Hansheng's live broadcast room has become even higher, and it is now close to 3 million people. Generally, during the primetime period, only Grandpa Lu, the number one brother on the platform, can enjoy the benefits of being more than 3 million people in popularity. This may not happen every day, and it is also linked to the number of gifts received. Li Hansheng sat down again, and he did not forget to advertise to his teammates.
If you are interested, you can also go to my teammates' live broadcast room and have a look.
He sighed.
Although they are usually very rebellious. How can a father blame his rebellious son? Get out of here. MD. Loudly. You GDX are taking advantage of us. Right. Brother Han Sheng. You, Jiangzi, are such a bully.
Li Hansheng just smiled and stood out to take advantage. He unhurriedly took out his favorite Feijai Happy Water from the freezer next to him. Even though the temperature was still very low, he just wanted to drink it ice cold. With a magnetic sound, Li Hansheng unscrewed the bottle cap without any hesitation. Just take a sip.
It's cool.
The slight tingling sensation in the throat and the cold feeling are mixed together. It's simply delicious.
Happy water without ice is just like tofu without sugar. I think Baishar is more refreshing.
Li Hansheng's short sentence immediately triggered a
war in the south and in the north.
In the live broadcast room? Sweet party must die a good death. Simply heretical. Be sure to add salt to the tofu. Long live the salty party. Long live the sweet party. Get out of the salty party. How much will Best give you? I'll give you double Coca-Cola. The Baishar in my house is used to wash the toilet. Right? No way. Is it true that someone would drink Pepsi-Cola instead of Coca-Cola? Li Hansheng wanted to laugh when he saw the friendly exchanges in the barrage. A saying that was popular before he traveled came to mind. Don't be afraid if there is no rhythm. The anchor will personally set the pace. I took a look at the time, and it was only 8:30. There was no message from Tuesday Pigeon, so it seemed like I hadn't arrived home yet. Then play a few games first to pass the time.
Brothers, in order to prove that I am a technical anchor and not a comedy anchor, I still have to show you my anchor skills.
Li Hansheng logged into his game account seriously.
If you want to see any heroes, post a barrage.
The screen in the live broadcast room was once again occupied by dense barrages, and Li Hansheng was overwhelmed by what he could see. All heroes can be brushed. I couldn't decide for a long time, but it became more and more complicated later on. And someone actually changed the name, gave gifts, and became a hero.
Thank you Ruiwen Bar for inviting Han Sheng to be the bar master for the Super Rocket.
Li Hansheng was stunned.
Oh? Why do I become the bar master?
The next second, someone immediately sent another Super Rocket.
Oh, thank you Nuashuba for the Super Rocket that the owner sent me when he wanted to step down and give way to Xian. Good guy knows Ho, and the brothers from Raven's Bar have expressed their feelings. Right. Male gun. Haven't the brothers from Jace's bar expressed their feelings?
But Chiabar reminded him of something. I immediately had a rough idea in my mind. His rank in the national server was not high, so he had just reached the master level. The main reason is that the Kangen Top server has not yet come out, so you can only play in one area. The official will not provide a super account. It is too tiring to play a super account in the first area. The training is basically in the Korean server. Firstly, there are many professional players in the Korean server. The people you meet basically choose popular heroes in the version. The experience accumulated against the popular heroes in the version is effective. If you are in the national server, you can encounter any monsters or monsters on the road. Big Head, Barbarian King, Dog Head, Werewolf. But the problem is that a hero like this may not be able to qualify even once in 500 professional games. What's the use of accumulating such landing experience? There are also some viewers who like disgusting people. Some professional players have no experience in landing with unpopular heroes, and they are defeated by the unique skills of unpopular heroes in landing. You will be able to set the rhythm immediately. What kind of professional players are not as good as anchors? Not as good as unique skills, etc. It's just disgusting. Then, there is the fact that the Korean server basically updates the version as soon as possible. The version update of the Chinese server will be delayed to a certain extent due to some reasons. In order to experience the content of the new version as soon as possible, professional players will also choose to play in the Korean server. Even many people don't touch the national server at this stage. It's a big honor for Li Hansheng to reach the master level. It shot in very quickly. Li Hansheng was in 1L and immediately asked for the top lane position. And then said with a smile,
"When I saw you talking about posting, I thought of a hero posting I recently saw. Those brothers whose mentality is easy to collapse or whose real life is too smooth. I suggest you go take a look."
Then, he locked in the hero he wanted to choose. Life and death are endless reincarnations. We live and they die. It's the desert god of death, Dog Head.
Recently, I just feel that my real life is going too smoothly. I keep winning games, winning MVPs, and the live broadcast is booming. So I decided to challenge the Dog Head.
He still likes the optimistic attitude of the old man from the Dog Head bar. When you lose the game, You don't blame your teammates, but you reflect on why the number of Q layers did not reach 3000. Classic quotes. If you stack Q to level 3000, nothing will happen. Can this hero also be played? Please note your name. Desert Death. Thanks. Good guy? My puppy head bar is so low-key. How could I be discovered? It's broken. The experience-based routines we have worked so hard to develop will no longer work. The anchor is really a villain. The dog head of S6 has not been strengthened. That is, there is no way to significantly reduce the CD of the Q skill after turning on the ultimate move. This results in the current version of the dog head not being very strong. You are inherently stupid. But against the Phantom God, you can stack Q. But you can easily get kite in team battles. Fighting warriors? People are chasing you and want to recruit more troops? But this time, Li Hansheng actually met Sword Girl. In fact, the hero Kodu is not very difficult to operate. It is more about how to get through the weak period in the early stage and perfectly stack up the layers of Q. Therefore, it especially tests the understanding of military lines. The master opposite him was really not enough for Li Hansheng. Although he went up to deliberately sell a flaw and lure the opponent to consume him. The opponent created a wave of slow line pushing, giving him the opportunity to control the line. And his own jungler did not give up on him. At level 3, he specially made a counter-crouching wave to prevent him from being jumped over the tower and ensure that he survived the most dangerous wave. Li Hansheng disgusted the opponent's Sword Girl to death. He won this game easily. But unfortunately, it was in the system's judgment. The master game no longer belongs to his segment. And even if he completes the game, he will not be rewarded with corresponding points. After finishing a game, Li Hansheng took a special look at WeChat. Why hasn't the pigeon arrived on Tuesday? Today's live broadcast mainly depends on her. It's like watching a crosstalk. It's not impossible to listen to a stand-up comedy, but it's just not as comfortable as a crosstalk between two people. It is naturally more convenient to have someone to support and cooperate with. But now I can only do stand-up comedy first. Fortunately, Li Hansheng still has alternative projects. He skillfully opened the QQ game lobby, clicked on Happy Landlords, and started to brag about the environment on a daily basis, matching the BGM of Happy Landlords. He really wanted to do that.
Brothers, originally I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. But now I have shown my cards and won't pretend anymore. At this time, I must tell you the story of how I once won 500 W Happy Beans with 20 W Happy Beans. I usually use 2 words to describe a gambling wizard like me. Gambling monster.
Question mark. Good guy. Those who didn't know thought it was 500 W Tala. 500 W Happy Bean. I was stunned when you shouted out 500 W Happy Beans. Why are you shouting so loudly all of a sudden? This sudden incident almost shocked the audience. But what Li Hansheng wants is this atmosphere and effect. This kind of startling live broadcast method is particularly suitable for live broadcast during this time period. The audience just wants to see your truest reaction.
By the way, this is a green and fresh live broadcast room.
Li Hansheng raised his right hand and solemnly emphasized.
I am determined to be sworn in with gambling and drugs. Playing landlords is just for entertainment.
The desire to survive is full. But the audience discovers blind spots one by one like Watson. Good guy. Huang, you didn't say a word. Haha. This is the bottom line of being a man. And you will defend it to the death. Right? Brother Hansheng is indeed a role model for our generation. Sheng Bao, you can't be a purple fool. You are a bad learner. After a proper joke, Li Hansheng smiled and took the matter over. He chose the most exciting gameplay of
Heaven and Earth Lazy
in Happy Landlord. That is, in each game, there will be a few random cards that are lazy. And lazy can replace any card except the big and small kings. In this way, it is easy for a person's hand to be full of bombs. In the first round, Li Hansheng did not call the landlord, nor did the other 2 companies. The system could only reshuffle the cards. However, Li Hansheng's second hand was very smooth and he successfully grabbed the landlord. Li's cards were Q and 3. He grabbed the 3 cards from the landlord, which happened to be a pair of Q and a 3. He also had a little king and AK bomb in his hand. With the rest of the cards, Li could make out a bomb and a straight. And finally a single card in a hand. As soon as he came up, he threw out his straight in one breath. The other 2 families didn't want it. He threw bombs again. But the opponent's A bomb caught him. The previous player's backhand was a 9. This time, Li Hansheng directly threw out the single J in his hand. In this way, he still has a bomb and a small king, so he can get through it casually. Isn't it finished if you fight like this? Is this worthy of being called a gambling monster? I think it's the boy who gives money. Brother Han Sheng. If we don't know how to play cards, don't play hard. I want to die when you look at me like this. Thank you, Brother Han Sheng, for curing my low blood pressure for many years. Watching you play cards makes my blood pressure really uncontrollable. Send it. I think it will be shipped directly to the next store. Li Hansheng sneered.
Brother, do you know how to play landlord? My next player didn't play a single card. But with 17 cards, can he beat me?
Seeing that the family hadn't played any cards for a long time, he quickly expressed his expression.
Poor Auntie a cappuccino.
Such a provocative behavior. The next family was directly attacked by a big king. Li Hansheng simply refused. Seeing the ridiculing content of the barrage, he curled his lips in disdain again.
If I lose today, I will swallow the computer on the spot. I don't believe that this person can defeat me with 17 cards. I don't believe it.
He was mid-sentence. I saw that the next player directly dealt out the remaining 16 cards in the form of 4, 5, 6, and 7 at once. Li Hansheng was stunned immediately. Can it still be purple? Eat. Eat. Give me the computer now. The anchor can't keep his word. Right? Hurry. I have the video on. And I just want to watch the anchor perform live and eat the monitor raw. Gambling monster? Pooh. Send money to the boy. Li Hansheng can swear to heaven. He was definitely not doing it intentionally. He just believed he would win. Result? However, this kind of scene was just a small scene. Li Hansheng was not surprised. He smiled without changing his face and said,
Hey, brothers, I was just kidding.
But the audience didn't care and remained unyielding. Just when Li Hansheng was thinking about how to divert his attention, someone sent him a message in the client. One look. Do you, Jackie Love? As expected of you. Ah Shui. Good brother. He could always help him out when he was having the biggest headache. Do you, Jackie Love? Brother Han Sheng. Brother Han Sheng. Come and queue with me. Let the brothers get some points. Specializes in killing the superior dogs in the first area. Brother. Let's wait for another day. I have an appointment with someone else today. Do you, Jackie Love? Question mark. Ah Shui had actually just started broadcasting at this time. He didn't know that Li Hansheng had already made an appointment with Tuesday Gidge to do a live broadcast and interact with the program effect. He only knew that Li Hansheng rejected his invitation. Do you, Jackie Love? Brother Han Sheng. You have changed. It's me. It's me first. It's obvious that I got to know you first. Whether it's adding you as a friend, hugging you, or dragging you into a group, it's obviously me who came first. Hiss. When Li Hansheng saw these words, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine, and he took a deep breath. This is wrong. He remembered that Ah Shui would find a girlfriend in the future. What is this sudden Bai Shui atmosphere? Good guy. Kill Mr. Bai. SH, Lei Bichi. East Malaysia mistress. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Something is quite wrong. Isn't Jack really cool? Emotional brother Han Sheng is a universal socket? Are men and women allowed to kill each other? I thought my opponents were only Jime people. But I didn't expect you guys to also covet my husband's beauty? It's broken. Li Hansheng looked at the barrage atmosphere that was gradually getting weird. Now I can't even wash myself off if I jump into the Yellow River.
Holy shit. You Winba. What the F asterisk CK are you doing?
Li Hansheng was immediately furious.
Go. 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 Who the H L wants to have sex with you? I have no problem with my sexual orientation at all. Absolutely not. Don't spread rumors and don't believe them.
Li Hansheng is really afraid that some Fujoshi CP fans will suddenly appear among his female fans. He didn't want what happened to LWX and LQS to happen to him in Ah Shui. Chapter 85. You are straighter than a steel bar. Do you, Jackie Love? When I used to look at the moon, I called her Xiao Tian. But now I have become an old person. I call her Yuanba. Oh, man. Li Hansheng also immediately realized that Ah Shui is very savvy. When you get the chance, just create a show effect. Right? But Li Hansheng really doesn't want this effect. Such a dialogue can easily make some female fans make up 1 million words of prohibited content in their minds. You can make up whatever you can think of. Some female fans don't have enough imagination. So it's a bit painful to write a novel and publish it online. Then some fans will insist on letting you read it. Looking at a novel written about 2 grown men. It's all about tigers and wolves. Who can stand up to this? Specialize in killing the superior dogs in the first area. Really? I will do it next time. In fact, the pigeon arrived home early on Tuesday. The reason why she did not contact Li Hansheng immediately was because she wanted to observe Li Hansheng's live broadcast style first. It is difficult for two people who have never met to create a good show without communicating in advance or giving a script in advance, like a variety show. She arrived home at 8 o'clock and watched Li Hansheng playing tricks for nearly an hour.
For someone who is so eloquent, you don't need me to show off.
Tuesday Gitch took a few sips of warm water to moisten his throat and lips.
Then let's get started.
She started her live broadcast first, and waited until a certain number of viewers flooded into the live broadcast room before she sent a message to Li Hansheng. I'm already fine. Then he faced the camera and looked at the barrage filling the screen in the live broadcast room. He whispered softly,
I won't sing for now. I have prepared a special program for everyone. I will play with a very powerful professional player later. Game!
Pros? It can't be Brother Hansheng. Gui. Hansheng brother just started the live broadcast, and there was a dream linkage. Right? Who is Li Hansheng? Noob? Is there such a #1 professional player? Brother. It turns out you also surf the internet? Is you GG or MM? Has your village just received TNE 3G? Tuesday Good did not answer directly, but took out his mobile phone and glanced at Li Hansheng's reply. She logged into her own game account and is said to be the Black Rose with the most sisters. She is also said to be the district with the most power levelers and princesses. After all, it's a classic. A sexy girl during the day, a spider leopard girl at night, and Black Rose's sister, who doesn't have a few tool-human-shaped wives and wild kings on the list to help with points. When I came to the YY channel given by Li Hansheng, I was immediately pulled down by him.
Hey! Are you there?
Tuesday Pigeon greeted in a low voice.
Yes!
Li Hansheng smiled and clicked on Tuesday Pigeon's live broadcast room. To be honest, Tuesday Good is not the standard internet celebrity face beauty. On the contrary, her face is a bit fleshy, and she has the style of a pure and cute schoolgirl. It's no wonder that it can take off quickly in the live broadcast industry. After IE, who was originally a substitute, was exposed and passed away, it should be Tuesday that Douyu takes over and becomes Douyu's new sister. But in order to fall in love with the top brother on the list, she forced herself to gather high-end circles and connections and went to Panda Live. The result is that the head-changing monster is cheaper. The positioning of the head-changing monster and Tuesday Pigeon are exactly the same. Both of them focus on singing and chatting in the League of Legends section. Many people are not willing to follow Tuesday Pigeon to switch platforms. So why don't they just go and see the head-changing monster?
Let me introduce you to everyone. The one who will lead us in Duo Q today is Noob, the hottest new player in LPL right now, Li Hansheng. In fact, you should all know him and have seen his live broadcast. Right.
Joe Gitch introduced solemnly.
Huh? I'm not complimenting you politely.
Tuesday Good still spoke softly, neither in a hurry nor in a hurry. He spoke at a moderate speed and did not shout loudly, giving people a feeling of spring breeze.
You want to understand things that don't exist, or exaggerating some things. That's called flattery. I'm just telling the truth.
Is this a way to save face? Then Li Hansheng was too embarrassed to give a simple introduction.
Ahem, Brother Ming. Today's female guest is an old acquaintance of everyone. Our Douyu platform recognized the #1 little singer Tuesday Pigeon. We will play together later. Don't make trouble, ha.
Brother Hansheng suddenly became so gentle that I couldn't even control him. Brother Hansheng, if you are kidnapped or threatened, just blink your eyes, and Brother Ming will call the police to save you immediately. Yu Shambao has never spoken to us gently like Jiangzi. Bad woman. Get out of here. We don't welcome goblins who seduce Shambao. For viewers who are accustomed to Li Hansheng's live broadcast style of being startled and nonsensical, it is really hard for them to adapt to the sudden seriousness of Jiangzi. But they will soon discover that it still tastes the same as before. Li Hansheng also specially created a Heimei account, in order to avoid being maliciously edited by some people. He deliberately did not bring Tuesday Pigeon to play in the rankings. It was just an ordinary matching mode. During the process of choosing a hero, the two still chatted politely, and even the audience could feel the vague sense of distance. Because there is no banning phase in the matching. All matches are randomly selected. Li Hansheng's family has a standard matching lineup. Top laner Teemo, jungler Juggernaut, mid laner Yasuo, and bottom lane Easy plus Nani. Entering the game, you can see that the opponent's lineup is similar, with Barbarian King in the top lane, Leopard Girl in the jungle, Yasuo in the middle, and Skate Shoes plus Cheen Girl in the bottom lane. The heroes in the middle and upper ranks are okay. Yasuo is a hero that we almost encounter in the lower rankings, because they are afraid of their own choice. And they are also afraid of the opponent's choice. One's own Yasuo is the happy windman, and the opponent's Yasuo is the wind swordsman. But it's hard not to doubt the jungler and ADC heroes. These two are Xiaodai's classic heroes. 10 leopard girls have 9 generations. And there is one generation within the generation. Skate Shoes is also the hero that top-rated ADCs like to use to kill at low levels. Because as long as this hero knows how to play, his ability to snowball with assists is comparable to Draven. And most importantly, he can also lead the rhythm. Looking at the ID on the opposite side again, it's great that the skateboard shoes are called Ixuebo. But Xin Nu's ID is called Shueshue, which is really hard to tolerate.
Good guy. This ID on the opposite side of the road is so strong,
Li Hanxing joked.
Bird food.
Tuesday Pigeon nodded.
But the black rose sauce purple situation is very common. And the matching mode is the hardest hit area.
Enter the game smoothly and start landing normally. Zhou Gij knew that she was not very good at playing, so she followed the standard younger sister's playstyle, learning AW at level 1 and hanging it behind Li Hanxing as a pendant. In comparison, the piano girl on the opposite side is a younger sister who knows how to play. At least she knows how to come up and play QA to consume. The two of them were directly pressed under the tower. On Tuesday, Gij suddenly discovered that there was a bit of silence in the voice. Doesn't this look like Li Hanxing's style? She immediately spoke out curiously.
Why don't you speak?
After a brief silence, Li Hanxing replied,
I tend to be irritable when I play games. I'm afraid of scaring you. It's okay. You usually play blackmail with your friends. Just play with me. Don't we still count as friends in your eyes? Don't be so nervous.
Good guy. Some indescribable scene suddenly appeared in Li Hanxing's mind. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a gentle sister next door who is enlightening his younger brother.
Are you sure?
Li Hanxing asked.
You have to be mentally prepared.
With such an obvious hint, Zhou Gij immediately understood it. She originally thought that Li Hanxing might use a greasy accent or ask some slightly more private topics. She realized that she was wrong. So wrong. Because the troop line has been suppressed under the defense tower. Xiao Huanmao is Q and passively increases attack speed. In fact, the difficulty of tower repair is not too high among ADCs. Tuesday Gij didn't understand. She had almost no understanding of the game. When she saw Li Han ascending the tower and replenishing the tower, she thought of the water friends, who told her during the water game that the support should help the ADC to replenish the tower knife. Without saying a word, she just went down with AQ, seeing the health of the soldiers under the tower drop a bit. Zhou Gij smiled innocently.
Hey, I'm awesome. So I can help your tower replenish it.
Praise?
You nurse didn't silence the other side, but you silenced me. Why? Did I do something wrong? Please use your little head and think about it. Do you think you did the right thing?
Tuesday Gu was a little confused. She could only reply with a hint of grievance.
I don't know how to teach me. You are so powerful. So why don't you protect me?
She has been competing against the dog-licking water friends all year round, and everyone has given way to her. In addition, her appearance is outstanding. And in reality, Tuesday Gij is not short of licking dogs. This kind of environment created her character. This is what the public often calls princess disease. It's not that she is really like this, but that the environment changes people. When you are in an environment where everyone obeys you along the way, you will also become like this. If you were a water friend, you would see her begging for protection in such a grievance. Maybe he would just say things like, I will protect you. Follow me obediently and the like. But Li Hanxing?
You all know how powerful I am. If it's going to be dangerous later, go ahead and die. Let me survive, so that we can win steadily.
On Tuesday, Gij suddenly felt a straight male aura coming over him. If you take a girl to play games just to win, you don't care about the girl's gaming experience at all.
Just stand under the tower and don't move around. I'll go up and replenish 2 bins and I'll be back soon.
Gui. Does the brother who sent you a rocket to ask Hanxing to teach you how to fall in love now regret it? Good guy. The steel bars at our construction site are not as straight as Brother Hanxing. Brother Hanxing. You Jiangzi can easily offend girls. Sheng Bao is so handsome. You all should learn a lesson. You are a bitch only if you lick a dog. Even though they had communicated with each other in advance. Tuesday Pigeon actually forgot about it once he got into the mood. She is very serious. Biting her lower lip. When had she ever felt this wronged? She secretly turned off YY's voice.
Huh? I understand. This guy definitely wants to show his unique side, and use counterintuitive methods to impress me. Hey, you guys watch. I don't believe he is really such a straight man.
Tuesday Gidge originally thought that the barrage would obey her, but she was dumbfounded. Ergo, there are not many straight men like Brother Han Sheng these days. You have to cherish them. That is, the Tiantian Water Friendship Competition is just a large-scale dog-licking online experience exchange meeting. Which is boring. Ergo, you don't understand. In this era where dog-licking is rampant, Brother Han Sheng is simply a breath of fresh air. Are you okay? Tuesday Gidge actually wanted to ask this question. Shouldn't her live broadcast room be filled with her fans? When her fans see her aggrieved, shouldn't they speak to her? In the past, whenever someone said something harsh to her in the game, the water friends would catch him and scold him. There's something wrong with this style of painting. She really got into trouble with Li Han Sheng. It's not that he is deliberately causing trouble, but he is always showing his presence. He pretended to go forward and consume the opponent's blood. But in the end, his own flash came out and Li Han Sheng handed over the treatment.
It's already hard for me to do 1v2 in the bottom lane. Don't let me go 1v3.
Li Han Sheng complained.
You are so good anyway. Why is there pressure on professional players in 1v3? If you let me go on the road, I'll give it to you whatever you want.
The ADC's development mode is destined to make it difficult to gain a huge advantage in the early stage. And Li Han Sheng still plays easy. If you want to gain an advantage in the early stage by playing easy, it is very blue. This way. After the army line was pushed into the tower again, the opponent's jungler smelled the smell and tried to escape the tower. The target is the wet nurse, who didn't flash.
Help me! Help me!
Zhou Gidge yelled anxiously, especially when he saw Leopard Girl's Q flying over. His whole body seemed to be frozen, and he didn't know how to operate.
I seem to have had a flash.
Li Han Sheng's words gave Tuesday Pigeon hope. Result? Leopard Girl's Q killed her with remaining HP. But the image of easy flashing to block Q did not appear.
Wow! Why didn't you save me? There was clearly a flash.
Tuesday Pigeon was very angry.
I just told you that I had a flash. And I didn't say that I was going to flash to save you. Are you mistaken?
Li Han Sheng was also very innocent. For a moment, Tuesday Pigeon couldn't tell whether Li Han Sheng was really angry with himself, or whether he was just trying to get results. Wait until the pigeons are revived and back online on Tuesday. Before she could speak, Li Han Sheng spoke first.
You should just hang behind me.
Dove raised his eyebrows on Tuesday. Did the straight man realize? Immediately climbed up the pole.
You mean you want me to hide behind you? You will protect me? Sure enough. I said it's impossible for you not to protect me. No.
Li Han Sheng denied it directly.
I just think that hanging behind me is zero effect, and standing next to me is side effects. In comparison, it is better for you to have zero effect. At least it will not interfere with me. Replenish troops.
Pigeon was extremely crazy on Tuesday. His facial expression said it all. Ha ha. Ergo. Give up. Brother Han Sheng is the man you will never get. I'm just kidding. You can't destroy my Taoist heart since I was born as a soloist. Brother Han Sheng. Stop it. Ergo. Gui. I just realized that Brother Han Sheng was chatting and resisting pressure. But he didn't fall behind at all with his last hit? Should say. Under such circumstances, it is really outrageous that there are still people who care about the content in the game. Chapter 86 Han Sheng. Our club has money. Li Han Sheng kept typing and found something wrong. He found that he had chosen the wrong person. How to say? Tuesday G's live broadcast style is that of speaking softly, chatting quietly with the audience, and singing. This style of live broadcast is good for one person. But once it is done in 2 rows to create effects, something is wrong. There will be a very torn sense of dissonance. What DuoQ requires is the kind of open-minded and crazy personality, regardless of whether you have this personality in private. This must be what you show in live broadcasts. He thought for a moment, and found that the one suitable for this style would probably be female anchors such as Zhou Shuilong, Dai Xiaomei, and Suozi. However, I have to finish my date even while kneeling. No matter how inappropriate the pigeon was on Tuesday, he had to get over it today. Li Han Sheng once again reduced the number of words he spoke and began to focus on this game. It wouldn't really be a shame to have a girl. Soon, he ushered in a wave of his own talent. The opponent's skateboard saw that Tuesday Pigeon was not very good at supporting, and after spending 2 waves, he was ready to jump the tower. Qi Nu opened R directly under the tower. Li Han Sheng reacted and used E to distance herself. But the Nani was pinned under the tower. The skateboard shoes wanted to cooperate with Qi Nu and kill the nanny directly. But the damage was just a little bit worse. Li Hanqing's treatment prevented the nanny from being killed instantly. Instead, the E of the skateboard shoe broke. However, the skateboard shoe, which was determined to killed the nanny by resisting the tower, and then flashed to distance itself. Li Hanqing had already used a backhand big move to lower the opponent's health. And at the same time, he was full of passives. He continued to chase with A, trying to get into the grass on the line with his skateboard shoes to block his vision. Result: Li Hanqing directly connects E to AQW. This is a little trick of Easy's skill, Arcane Leap, will automatically attack the enemy closest to him. At this time, it will automatically lock the opponent by default. As long as you don't actively move the mouse pointer, QW skills will be tracked automatically. The most suitable place for this technique is to fight against units with stealth capabilities, such as after a VN activates its ultimate move or a mouse activates its Q, or when the opponent wants to use grass to block your vision. The skateboard shoe was directly killed by Li Hanqing. And then Li Hanqing killed the opponent's piano girl. Li Hanqing also showed up the achievement icon angrily. This behavior seems to completely offend the other skater. Or it may be that the skater feels embarrassed in front of his wife. Directly starts spraying in everyone's channel.
Why are you pretending to be a match with your father? Your father is not planning to jump over the tower and kill you with a colored pen. Do you have a chance?
Li Hanqing was not used to this inexplicable taunting. Do you understand what the elegant and easygoing Zon people mean?
Oh, then you were killed by me alone with your wife. Sister, it's not good for you to find someone to double Q with. If you find such a colorful pen, you can't beat Easy with skateboard shoes. I can't even think about him. CNM, are you dead? Your father and I were the strongest king last season. If you have the guts, come and compete with me in the rankings? Oh, I put a gold-colored pen here and put it with me.
Li Hanqing immediately retorted. This proud, literary talent directly made the audience in the live broadcast room enjoy watching it. One thing to say. Wouldn't it be better to go to the Kerr show in the rankings earlier? That's right. Brother Hanqing. Please don't have sex with women in the future. It's so embarrassing that my toes almost gave me a 3-bedroom apartment. Don't you? Jiangzi brothers already have passion. Although it is not good to curse people. Sheng Bao is so handsome. Li Hanqing's hand speed attribute is not too high. And it is enough to deal with this kind of colored pen. Zhou Gij had a stunned expression on his face, and was still exchanging blows at first. But the opponent's hand speed was obviously not as fast as Li Hanqing's. And his literary talent was not as good as Li Hanqing's. Soon it became Li Hanqing's unilateral killing of the other party. She watched the show for a long time before reminding him.
Actually, you don't need to talk to him about that. Besides, if you act too irritable, you will easily end up with a girl.
What Tuesday Gij originally wanted to say was that Li Hanqing could easily lose female fans like this. But she is also a woman herself. So she understands the behavioral logic of women's double standards. If this were an average-looking male anchor chatting with others, the female audience would just think that this person is a low-quality internet-addicted teenager who cannot do without his mother in 3 sentences. And every sentence is extremely mother-like. But if it is Li Hanqing, women will automatically add fan filters to scenes where he curses, and will find 10,000 reasons for him to excuse himself. Very realistic. But this society is just Jiangzi. This is how it is even played in TV series. When I was saved by an ugly person, I just said, I will never be able to repay my benefactor's kindness in this life. And I will definitely work as a horse for you in the next life. If you are saved by a handsome man, you can just say, benefactor. If you don't dislike it, this little girl is willing to give her life. She can only change her words.
It's easy for you to not have a girlfriend like this.
Li Hanqing was concentrating on, confronting, with others at this time. So he didn't have time to talk to her. So he subconsciously replied,
Esports does not need women. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. If I find a girlfriend, I will be a dog.
Question mark. Tuesday Gij was stunned and immediately caught the loophole in Li Hanqing's words.
Hurry up and record the screen. If he finds a girlfriend in the future, send him this video. Huh?
Li Hanqing was stunned for a moment. Then asked,
What video? What are you talking about? Don't try to fool me.
Zhou Gij chuckled.
You said this yourself. If you want to find a girlfriend, you will be a dog. Really? A manly man? Keep your word.
Woof woof woof. Tuesday Gij was immediately confused by him. After all, he is a handsome guy and a popular contestant. How can he not have the baggage of an idol? So, Ergo. You haven't understood the truth yet. Men are dogs. MD. Brother Han Sheng's trick is amazing. That is. I am sworn in with gambling and drugs. What? Not allowed to touch women. That is absolutely not possible. Unexpectedly, he was tricked. The more Li Hansheng thought about it, the angrier he became. He had to make amends. He was too lazy to continue the confrontation with this skateboard shoe, and instead said,
Ergo. Don't talk to me like a bird. Talk to me like a human. What do you mean I'm talking about birdsong? Aren't you from Cantonese? Yes. That's alright. I'll say something, and you read it to me in Cantonese. Then you'll know whether it's the language of birds. Each country has its own national anthem. In Cantonese, you have to speak fast.
Zhou Gij didn't think much about it. After thinking for a moment, she read it in Cantonese. In order to prove that she was very good, she read it really fast. As a result, all everyone heard was,
goo 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 goo.
She herself felt something was wrong halfway through reading it. And then she realized that Li Hansheng was trying to trick him. But before she could speak, Ming, who is also from Cantonese, is not convinced.
Brother Hansheng, are you joining a group?
Ming complained angrily.
How come our Cantonese is the language of birds? Then just read this passage if you don't agree.
Li Hansheng shrugged.
Come here.
Ming also started to read seriously, but gave up halfway through. Ha ha ha. Sure, Siming is so cute. Suddenly I felt that apart from Sheng Bao, Top, Poo Poo and Ming Bao were both cute. Jime girls, tell Sheng Bao. Ming is too cute and hot. I can't go back and mess with him.
Xin, what are you looking at? You are smiling so happily.
In a college dormitory, a girl wearing pink cartoon pajamas hugged her legs and looked at the computer. The content on the computer screen was that Tuesday Ke and Li Hansheng were in the double row. Her roommate came over and asked curiously,
Aren't the live broadcasts you usually watch all girls? Why are you suddenly watching boys' live broadcasts today? Ha ha. Ergo is playing in a duo queue with someone. This boy is very interested.
Wang Xian pointed at Li Hansheng on the screen. Her roommate obviously had lots of dealings with handsome guys, so he seemed very indifferent. But he still complimented him.
He's quite handsome. Hey, it's mainly because it's fun.
Wang Xian clicked the mouse and went directly to Li Hansheng's live broadcast room and sent 10 super rockets in one breath. Then his slender fingers tapped on the keyboard.
Good job. Rewarded. You are really willing to spend money to watch the live broadcast.
The roommate obviously didn't like to surf the internet very much. He didn't understand her behavior very well, but he didn't say much and asked instead,
It's been such a long holiday. Why are you still here?
Not going home. Why go back? I don't have any freedom at home.
Wang Xian pouted, looking unhappy.
At least I am free at school. That's true.
The roommate smiled and shook his head.
I have already booked the flight ticket for the day after tomorrow. It's up to you.
Yeah. Wang Xian nodded. She picked up her phone and took a look at the class group. She found that all the boys in the class seemed to be discussing Li Hansheng's live broadcast. She couldn't help but click on the browser curiously, trying to find a little bit of information about Li Hansheng.
Hey, that's interesting. Is he so powerful?
After finishing the game, Tuesday Gij took a call and hurriedly went out. Li Hansheng looked at the barrage and then recalled it. According to the timeline, she should be in a relationship now with the first big brother on the list, a rich viewer bullfrog who is very famous in Douyu. But it's none of his business. After all, he can't imagine the happiness of brother number one. It just happened to help him out. If it was to create an embarrassing show effect, it would be better to do a stand-up comedy by myself. Li Hansheng calmly kicked Ming's chair with his foot, and Ming understood immediately.
Brothers, a wonderful game is over. Then someone asked, why can't I win against the opponent when I lead my sister? So that the sister I lead has no gaming experience?
Li Hansheng suddenly slammed the table and returned again. A surprising route. Grass. Why are you yelling so loudly all of a sudden? Who asked? Who asked? Stand up and I promise I won't beat you to death. Please. Brother Hansheng. Please give us a try. I can't go to Taobao and buy it right now. Is it time for the advertising segment that everyone loves to see again? In the next few days, Li Hansheng interacted with big anchors on the same platform such as Baboon and DYS one by one. The popularity has stabilized. And with his unremitting efforts every day, at least more than half of the people in Douyu know the name of Taobao Company. This day, Guihao, who had been busy all the time, called Li Hansheng to the office.
Brother Hao, What do you want from me? Don't worry. You sit down first.
Guo smiled and gestured for him to sit down, and poured him a glass of water.
Is this a good thing? Hey, how did you know? Looking at your glowing face. It definitely can't be bad news. Ha ha ha.
Guo burst into laughter and nodded.
Indeed. The company has invested money again. This time it is not a trivial matter, but a serious injection of large sums of funds. From now on, I finally don't have to worry about money. Worried? That is indeed good news.
Li Hansheng nodded.
Thanks to your kids advertising every day during live broadcasts these days, people in the company discovered through big data that the company's search index has skyrocketed. They held a meeting and felt that the esports circle, a traffic pool that brings together young people, has great potential. So they decided to increase investment.
This is indeed good news for Top. These days, it's easier to do things if you have money, and you have to spend money on everything you do.
I've already said that if you want traffic and attention, come to me. I'll make sure the arrangements are clear.
Li Hansheng waved his hand indifferently.
Okay.
Guo waved his hand.
Also, you can give out some benefits during the live broadcast these days. You have gained attention. But your advertising these days has made the company lose face. Everyone on the internet is saying that the company is easy to deduct. So it only gives 1 yuan in benefits. The company plans to give some actual benefits to save its reputation.
Ha ha ha. Li Hansheng burst into laughter. There is a saying that a large part of the reason why the company takes such a big blame is because he deliberately messed up during the live broadcast of advertisements. In fact, the 1 yuan discount was something Li Hansheng asked Guo to discuss with the company from the beginning. If a company as big as Tabo really wants to give out benefits, how can it possibly do something like give out a 1 yuan benefit? Isn't that just damaging its own brand? Now that the effect has been obvious, the company naturally cannot let this matter continue to ferment. Once some hats are put on, it is difficult to take them off. Once the image is determined, it will cost several times to save and make up for it.
Okay.
Li Hansheng nodded. Anyway, he only wants to deliver benefits, and there will be dedicated personnel to handle the follow-up contact and delivery team.
By the way, they have all booked tickets and are ready to go back. Do you really plan to celebrate the new year at the base?
Guo asked curiously.
Do you have a conflict with your family or something?
This question really stumped Li Hansheng.
No. He waved his hand and didn't explain anything.
He just vaguely brought the topic to pass. Seeing that Li Hansheng didn't want to answer, Guo simply didn't ask any more questions. In the adult world, no answer is the best answer. Chapter 87 My Dog-Licking Teammates. The following few days, Li Hansheng watched as there were fewer and fewer people in the team base. And in the end, he was the only one left. That would have been 10 years ago. Guarding such a large team base alone can feel a bit lonely. But it's different now. Li Hansheng can choose to live broadcast. Anyway, there are not a few people watching the live broadcast. He can also compete with the Spring Festival Gala for ratings on New Year's Eve. But he didn't do this. On New Year's Eve, Li Hansheng ordered a big meal for himself early. There are still restaurants open in the morning, but most of them are closed in the afternoon. He didn't want to be so miserable that he could only eat a set meal of instant noodles and ham sausage on New Year's Eve. In the afternoon, he used his mobile phone to go back and forth in various groups to grab red envelopes. In the top team's group chat, Guo handed out tens of thousands of red envelopes to the team members and staff to grab. 7 Wolves of Ionia here. Everyone is also giving out red envelopes. Lucky red envelopes. Whoever grabs the lowest will be given the next one. Everyone in the group has live broadcasts, and their popularity ranges from high to low. But because the scores are very high, the salary provided by the platform is not low. Everyone has money, and they all enjoy playing such a small game. They are obviously people with an income of millions, but they seem happy after grabbing red envelopes and earning 1,000 yuan. But as soon as mealtime came, there were fewer and fewer people popping up. Li Hansheng had no choice but to get up and sit in front of the computer to start his live broadcast. WTF? Brother Hansheng, a model worker. Gui, you were still at the team base on New Year's Eve. Brother Hansheng didn't go back to his hometown? Yuwa. Shengbao must be lonely in the base alone. Brother Hansheng. Happy New Year, Duck. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, Li Hansheng felt a little better. He smiled and said, Brothers, come and watch my live broadcast when you have time. Tonight we will compete in the Spring Festival Gala ratings in the live broadcast room. Halfway through the broadcast, Li Hansheng suddenly received a message from Sister Zhou. She wanted to take Li Hansheng to double Q together. During the S6 period, Sister Zhou was still a little anchor that no one cared about. At this time, Brother Yao Shui was not even popular yet. Her first wave of popularity came from Brother Yao Shui, the wife of Lu Bo, the female version of Brother Yao Shui. After she became popular, she did not put on airs and maintained a tomboyish persona. Then as her competitors all left or fell away, she gradually took her seat as Douyu's first sister. Just for the sake of popularity, Li Hansheng didn't refuse. As long as you can help organize the work and create show effects, he doesn't care. He immediately accepted the invitation, and the two played several games together. Li Hansheng found that it was much more comfortable to double Q with Sister Zhou than with Tuesday Pigeon. As an official commentator, Sister Zhou actually has pretty good personal game skills. At least she can reach the platinum level. This is already much better than the ones in the barrage. The audience must be strong. Secondly, she understands the plot very well. Even if she doesn't understand it, she can still cooperate with Li Hansheng to achieve good results. In the end, Li Hansheng didn't mind giving her an advertisement or something. Brothers, if you think Sister Zhou, who is playing double Q with me today, is interesting and plays well, you can go to her live broadcast room and watch her if you have nothing to do. Once I have a game after the year, the live broadcast will not be so frequent. After the broadcast, Sister Zhou also sent a message to Li Hansheng to express her gratitude. Li Hansheng didn't think anything of it. People with ability will become famous sooner or later because of their abilities. He was just following the trend. February 10th. Imp and the two Korean coaches returned to the base first, and it was a little lively. When Guahao learned that Li Hansheng had not returned home, he specifically informed the cook aunt and asked her to go to work early to cook for Li Hansheng. The base is not that deserted. Sister Zhou took advantage of the time when several popular female anchors were off the air during the Chinese New Year, and she paired up with Li Hansheng. With her down-to-earth style, she attracted the attention of many viewers. The popularity has stabilized at around 50 W. You must know that the popularity of top popular anchors such as Tuesday Pigeon, Woman with Many Sons, and Head-Changing Monster is basically just around 100 W. Sister Zhou has become mid-range in just 1 week. The top anchor is already pretty good. Li Hansheng, who was live broadcasting, suddenly wanted to do something big. Hey, brothers, Valentine's Day is coming soon. But the team said gathering time is before Valentine's Day. I'll call the boys who didn't come one by one to see what they are doing now. Li Hansheng showed a wicked smile. Okay, Brother Hansheng. You bad guy. Ha ha ha. Live on the phone to check the post. Right. Away seems to be in love. Focus on him. Shen Bao. So cute. I just want to take a break from playing games. Li Hansheng simply took out his mobile phone. And the first number he pulled out was Gao Dui. It didn't take long before the call was connected. Hello? Away. What are you doing? Is it convenient to answer the phone now? What's the inconvenience? I'm on the high-speed rail, and I'm almost at the Magic City. Oh? Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment. Why are you here so early? You shouldn't be. There's a competition coming soon. Why are you catching me at home every day if I'm not here for training? Are you okay? If you fart quickly, I'll die if nothing happens. Okay. Okay. Hang up first. After a bad start, Li Hansheng felt a little embarrassed. Could it be that Gao Dui and BB haven't broken through that level of relationship yet? In fact, on the high-speed rail. Away! Who's calling you? Sitting next to Gao Dui was a cute girl with a cute bun on her head, and her head gently resting on his shoulder. Loudly, I don't know why this kid is crazy, Gao Dui explained, his face filled with a sweet feeling of first love. During this Chinese New Year, he really broke the window with B-Boy, and told Guahao that B-Boy should leave LGD after the new year to work in Top's operations department. Such an office romance may have a certain impact. So in order to prevent his teammates from having other ideas, Gao Dui went to the base to train in advance, and used actions to show that he would not affect his performance on the field because of his love. Only, the combination of these two people is inconsistent no matter how you look at it. It's like a picture often used to make fun of on the internet. Big head. Beautiful girl. Subway.jpg. People around him looked at B-Boy like a flower stuck in cow dung. He looked at Gao Dui with a look of jealousy. This fat man was definitely very rich. We came to the conclusion that the rich fat man won over a sweet and lovely goddess by spending money. I don't believe it. These guys can be so honest. Li Hansheng continued to look through his address book. And the second name was SSM. Forget it, Sure Sen Ming. This guy is so gay that he probably won't find a girlfriend for the time being. Zhuan Mingho also sent me a message, saying that he is also on his way here. Why are my teammates working so hard?
That leaves the last person. Candy.
Bi Xiang Renjie is obviously a fellow villager with Awei. If Awei comes, but he doesn't come, there must be something wrong.
He called Candy directly? Really? It took a while before Candy answered the phone.
Brothers, there is something wrong with the speed of answering the phone.
In fact, Li Hanxing also retreated in his heart. Mainly because in his memory, Candy had a criminal record. After S7 became famous, they started to mess around and made some mistakes that men would make. S7's Wii team did not make it to the end and messed around with Candy during the World Championship. The sluggish state has the most direct relationship. Candy also started from Dragon Sun. Dragon Man became a prostitute whom fans despised. Because he released it directly, every movement was very clear. As soon as the call was connected, Li Hanxing immediately had the idea of hanging up. I heard gasping sounds like ah and hey over there.
Ah. Lao Li. Why are you calling me? What the HL? Xiang Renjie. What are you doing?
Li Hanxing could only bite the bullet and continue asking.
If it's not convenient for you to answer the phone right now, forget it. No. I'm practicing the unicorn arms.
As soon as Candy finished speaking, he heard a man's voice next to him.
Xiang Renjie. You move faster. Otherwise, how will you practice the unicorn arms?
The atmosphere gradually became tense.
Oh?
Li Hanxing was dumbfounded.
Are you practicing the Qilin arm? Or are you doing it with a man?
Pictures began to appear in his mind. And Li Hanxing simply couldn't imagine it.
Of course, two people have to practice the Qilin arm together, helping each other and guiding each other's movements. Then get busy. I won't disturb you anymore.
Li Hanxing immediately hung up the phone.
When did Xiang Renjie have such a hobby? He must be playing too wildly.
Gui Gui. I just said that something was wrong with the way Candy looked at Brother Hanxing during the game. The atmosphere has become tense. Brother Hanxing, you must protect yourself. Candy looked at his humble appearance. But he didn't expect him to be so wild. It would be great if it was Sheng Bao and Xiao Ming. The picture simply shouldn't be too beautiful. Jimei. I already have a picture in my mind. Li Hanxing was also frightened for a while. Could this be the change in the world line brought about by him as a time traveler? However, Candy immediately called him back, speaking in a burst of elegant and easygoing temperament.
Li Hanxing. You GDX. What are you thinking? The labor and management are hacking. So don't talk nonsense during the live broadcast, making it look like I'm gay. Then you're just talking about rolling iron honestly.
Li Hanxing breathed a sigh of relief.
I thought you were cheating on me. But it's okay if you don't. Go away. GDX. If someone spreads the news that I am gay, I will be the first one to kill you when I return to the base tomorrow.
Isn't this a misunderstanding? However, Li Hanxing also transformed into Watson and discovered a blind spot. If a man suddenly starts to show off and wants to go to the gym, then there is a high probability that he has a partner or is pursuing someone else.
Come up. Come up. Xiang Renjie. What the HL are you doing in the back? Come on. Don't sell me. Don't sell me. Just hedge against the other side and operate on the opposite side. Hack. Puff. I'll be a god forever.
As the opponent played GG, both sides also exited the game with a tacit understanding. And another custom game disappeared from the world.
Okay. Auntie made a midnight snack for everyone. Let's eat something first.
White Crescent Moon closed the notebook and signaled the team members to go eat. Due to the Spring Festival holiday in China, one version will be stopped in the middle of the version update, and two versions will be updated at once after the new year. That is to say, all the updated content of 6.2 and 6.3 will be released in one go. The competition server has also been directly updated to 6.3. The version changes a lot. After all, a slight numerical change can make a version of a popular hero no longer interested. And the availability of a series of heroes due to the counter relationship of this hero will also change. For Li Hanxing, the changes on the top lane are not big. It's nothing more than a certain degree of numerical weakening of Poppy, the boss of the three illusion gods. And it has nothing to do with him. When Top takes out Poppy, he usually sends it to support. And he hardly plays it. In his impression, the most critical revisions in the S6 season are the rise of the mage in 6.9, and the addition of the First Blood Tower bounty in 6.15. 6.9 changes to mages and AP equipment have brought about earth-shaking changes to the ecological environment in the middle lane. The 6.15 update has directly made the lane swap tactic a thing of the past, which is the best news for the top lane. Without the lane swap tactic, players have higher and higher requirements for landing, and often the outcome of the landing depends on can determine the direction of the early game. He had seen some statistics. The S6 World Championship is also a bid to form to some extent. That is, there are almost no comebacks in the S6 World Championship. Basically, whoever has the advantage in the first 15 minutes will win the game. In a top-notch duel with a strong dialogue, it is even scary that whoever gets first blood and whoever gets the first blood tower bounty has a high probability of winning the game.
Hey, please change the version quickly. I really don't want to play a line-changing game.
Li Hanxing sighed, and then stood up to eat. As soon as he arrived, he saw Candy pointing his cell phone at the dining table to take pictures, and happily sent them to others.
Boy, are you in love?
He sat next to Candy.
Humph.
Candy glanced at him with a proud expression on his face.
No. Otherwise, why do you think I would go to the gym? Who is your girlfriend? You don't know him.
Soon, Candy's phone vibrated, which should be a reply message.
Eating late-night snacks again? You're still eating so nutritiously. I'll transfer the fine of 1,314 to me. Let's see if you dare not take care of your body so much next time.
The voice is quite nice, but Li Hanxing always feels that it has a bit of a clipped sound. As for this content, before he could say anything, he saw Candy tapping the screen of his phone and immediately transferred money.
Good guy. I'm a damn good guy.
Li Hanxing was dumbfounded.
Your girlfriend is so considerate of you. You must not let her lose. That's for sure.
Candy didn't seem to hear what Li Hanxing said, but instead had a happy smile on his face.
Old Li, you also think she is very considerate. Right. She cares about me so much.
Li Hanxing didn't know what to say and rolled his eyes.
Ah. Yes. Yes. You don't see such affectionate girls very often. She could have snatched her away. But she just gave you.
Punishment of love.
Dot.
No matter how stupid Candy is, he can't understand Li Hanxing's voiceover.
Loudly. You kid. Don't criticize me.
He sighed.
I also feel that she treats me as an ATM. But you don't understand the feeling of love. Sometimes all you need is a look at each other. I feel like this is the person you want to spend the rest of your life with. I think this may be her test for me. Girls may be more insecure. I believe my sincerity will definitely impress her. You're so serious. I have to give you a cigarette when I see Fang Yang. Did you even observe you at close range for half a year before he played the role of Pighead? Yanzi! Yanzi! How can I live without you? Yanzi! TCH, you are a single man and don't understand the sweetness and bitterness of love at all. It's useless to tell you.
Candy waved his hand and really refused to eat the midnight snack. He got up and went back to the computer, holding his mobile phone. Jean giggled there. What else could Li Hanxing say? He can't interfere in other people's private lives, and even his parents can't control them. What can he do as a teammate? As long as it doesn't affect the state of the field. Love as much as you like. Mainly Candy is outrageous. And there is obviously a very clear example in the team. Wouldn't it be okay if he saw how B-Boy got along with Gao Dui? When did B-Boy get over Gao Dui in the name of love?
It's really outrageous. He is obviously a otaku who doesn't understand anything. But he has to taste the pain of love.
Therefore, the increasing attention in the esports circle is a test and challenge for players. Before, the attention is not that high, and the income is not that high. The public's first reaction to professional players is nothing more than an internet-addicted boy who plays games better. On the contrary, the players can maintain their original aspirations well and are relatively pure. It is unlikely that someone like Ruofling would go around soliciting sponsorship for the team and become so tired that he could fall asleep while sitting on the subway. Now that the attention is high, and the income increases, the temptation is greater. Not that every woman close to a professional player has certain ideas. But, what is certain is that most of them come for the attention of professional players. Especially some popular players. Who doesn't want to be a wife? After all, Principal Wang's ex-girlfriend surely had sex with these young girls. Setting a good example. How to use your boyfriend's traffic to achieve personal financial freedom and monetize your traffic. With the attention of professional players, I can do whatever I want. Not to mention that professional players are not short of money. At least the material conditions can satisfy this group of women who crave material conditions to the greatest extent.
I hope that the woman Candy meets will be more pure. She can just cheat her out of some money, But don't cheat on her feelings.
Li Hansheng shook his head. There is no substitute jungler in top right now. If Candy is really in trouble because of his relationship, the whole team will be affected. There won't be a good replacement on the market for a while. Actually, it's not just Candy either. How could Li Hansheng not be tempted? He has rejected countless friend requests these days. The self-introductions were all introduced by XX acquaintances. And I wanted to make friends. Ask yourself. If he were not a time traveler, he would just be an ordinary 18-year-old boy, suddenly becoming famous at a young age. It is not easy to stay true to your heart. Chapter 88 Sanctions from the Line-Changing Game.
Noob! Noob is here. Top's entire formation follows Noob and rushes directly into EDG's formation. Can it be operated? No. Noob was killed instantly. It's over. Noob falls. Without all the top members in the front row, no one can escape. 1 for 5. EDG can definitely beat Baron.
In the studio hall on the 4th floor of the Hongqiao Performing Arts Center, Wawa's voice alone covered all the others, conveying the fierce team battle situation to the audience. You can see it on the broadcast screen. Today's match is between EDG and Top. The showdown between the first place in Group A and the first place in Group B. The Top who completed the intra-group cycle before the year will usher in a cross-group showdown after the year. The first opponent is currently recognized as the strongest team in the country and the hardest to defeat. EDG. EDG's performance a year ago was actually mediocre, because their two core midfielders, the factory director and pawn general, did not play. The eldest Prince Ai lowly took the position of the factory director, and the middle lane was rotated by Beam and Athena. Result: facing Top, EDG directly put the factory director pawn general back into the main position, giving Top a blow to the head. If it's just that, it's okay. After all, the LPL's current mid-lane beast chess game is a perfect closed loop in which Godwin defeats Pawn, Pawn defeats Rookie, and Rookie defeats Godway. Imp in the bottom lane beat Death to tears in Korea, and even stepped on Death's corpse to win the first world championship in his career. In normal landing, Top is not afraid at all. However, EDG came up with the biggest killer move. Change the line.
This wave of opportunities is actually not very good. But in the past, Noob could definitely make up for the timing flaws through personal operations. But today it is not.
Okay.
Dot.
Wawa shook his head regretfully.
The equipment is not good. In the past, Noob was able to gain a huge advantage through landing, forming a double crushing of equipment and levels. However, in this game of changing lanes, he was not given a chance to landing. This equipment is not enough to support him in completing various tasks. Extreme operation.
Miller directly pointed out the most critical point.
If this continues, Top may suffer its first defeat of the season.
Chang Mao also expressed a little regret.
This is the price that the new team must pay for growth. The lane change is an unavoidable hurdle in the current professional arena. The experienced EDG completely made fun of the new Top. The two sides were not at the same level at all in terms of handling the lane change game.
Just this. Where are the Top fans of 10 years? Why are you pretending to be dead at this time? The labor and management have long said that the top teams are strong on the outside and weak on the inside. What can a team that has never played a lane change game pretend to be? Don't Li Hansheng like to show off? I saw what he said after the game. Oh, those who lose the game don't deserve to be interviewed. He. I feel sorry for your Gigi when the fan circle curtain blade is not out yet. Like shows? People who only know how to operate in the lane and have no brains are like this. They will be broken in front of EDG. After EDG captured the Baron, they had the equipment advantage to advance as a team again.
Fight. The worst case scenario is losing. Only by operating with the opponent can you have hope of a comeback. If you are timid, you won't get a chance.
Li Hansheng was not hit, and he was still very active in the team's voice.
I'm on board. Follow quickly.
When the opponent's foothold was not stable, and he wanted to get to the high ground, Li Hansheng suddenly came out. But he obviously didn't notice that a disjointed formation had formed between him and his teammates. And there was no way his teammates could follow him immediately. The picture that emerged was that he was delivering.
Is this Noob a little too impulsive? For young people, it's normal to want to come back from a disadvantageous situation. But you still need a little patience.
The commentators have actually worked very hard to help Li Hansheng find compensation. But the barrage will not let Li Hansheng go. The reality is so cruel. When you are awesome, no matter how much you brag, no one will say anything. And they will even cater to you. But once you lose a game, countless people will rush out and step on you. Deliver? Just give it away. Maybe I bought it. You laugh at Noob for paying for the food. And Noob laughs at you for paying the mortgage. Can Spinach Dog get out of here? If you lose, you lose. You still bought it. It's not good to buy it. You just have to make excuses for it. Can everyone who loses the game say that they bought it? No brainer. What about previous operations? Isn't Li Hansheng very good at operations? Why can't it operate? Do you understand maintaining the character? After a wave of damage. After the game. If the damage is the highest in the team, you can blame your teammates and say they are trash. Good guy. I didn't expect this guy Li Hansheng to be so thoughtful. Backstage, Guihao looked worried. He was not afraid of losing the game. After all, his expectation for the team was to reach the playoffs and win. But now it has exceeded his expectations. What he fears is the chain reaction after losing the game. What young players need is self-confidence. The blow of losing the game and the pressure of public opinion after the game can easily lead to a direct collapse of the entire self-confidence of young players. Although Li Hansheng has proven his mental endurance, the situation is different. Who can say for sure? Bai Yueyao also sighed, shook his head and said,
I didn't expect EDG to change lines so decisively. It seems that they have grasped Hansheng's weakness. There's nothing wrong with Hansheng's performance. Right. He even killed a wave of Koro 1 solo when his equipment had no advantage.
Guihao retorted.
His performance is indeed not a big problem. But this does not mean that he has no shortcomings.
Bai Yueyao explained.
In fact, in the previous games, Hansheng had many team battles that were not very good, and the main timing was not perfect. It's just that he had equipment and level advantages at that time. Even if the timing was not right, he could still force the operation. But now, he doesn't have that big advantage in the line-changing game. If he still maintains his previous playing style, this is a big problem. What should we do?
Guihao was a little confused.
There is no solution to this problem.
Bai Yueyao shook his head.
Either Riot will directly update the line-swapping tactic and abolish it, or Hansheng will have to adapt to the rhythm of the line-swapping game and adjust his own play style. With his experience in the game, things can only be accumulated slowly by playing games.
A large part of why the LPL has always favored top laners with strong pressure resistance is also due to the rampant line-changing tactics. The essence of the line-swapping tactic is to forcibly avoid the weak landing period through the line-swapping strategy, through the replacement of various resources. The landing period is directly skipped, thus transitioning to the operational period. It doesn't matter if I can't beat you on the road. I can just switch lanes with you. The test at this time is no longer your ability to operate in the lane, but purely your ability to withstand pressure. No matter how good you are, can you still kill the ADC and support in 1v2 in the early stage without equipment? You, the Emperor, are here, and the top laner in the lane-changing game can only act like a dog to resist the pressure. Under the line-changing tactic, all living beings are equal. What is tested at this time is the top laner's supplementary development ability, team fighting ability, and understanding of the army line. Because a comfortable line of troops must be given to the ADC to ensure the development of the ADC to maintain the team's basic output. The top laner must seek his own development opportunities in the cracks. This is also the reason why the three Phantom Gods are rampant on the top lane. Dashu, Titan, and Poppy have a lot of room to play when facing a lane change. They have very solid bodies, and are not as dependent on equipment as warriors. And they all have stable point control, no matter how developed they are. At least the lower limit of team battles is guaranteed. If you know Zhou and Ruiwen don't have equipment, they won't be effective in team battles. If you enter, you will be killed. The lane-swapping tactic makes the League of Legends game less enjoyable. You have skipped the landing phase. There are no detailed operations of the landing. The audience's rank is not high enough to understand the replacement of resources. They only know the two teams. It has been avoiding battles and developing until more than 30 minutes. A wave of team battles will determine the outcome. The audience loves to watch it.
Brother Hao, you don't have to worry. Just listen to the voice, and you will know that Hansheng is not affected at all.
Seeing that Guihao was extremely anxious, Bai Yueyao quickly comforted him.
Even in a disadvantaged situation, he is still actively looking for opportunities. This is a good proof. Generally, people with a broken mentality won't speak at all in a disadvantageous situation and just wait passively for death. How can they call on their teammates to actively seek opportunities for a comeback? I quite appreciate this. In a disadvantaged situation, you should be more proactive in looking for opportunities than the advantaged side. If you don't look for opportunities, you will die. That's right. Hansheng, this guy, looks unattractive, but he's actually very mature mentally. Maybe I'm just too worried.
Guo Hao waved his hand. Finally, Top lost the game against EDG with a score of 0-2. At the end, the person on the other side came over to shake hands, and the factory director took the initiative to pat Li Hansheng on the shoulder.
Brother, your operation is fierce, but you still lack some experience. So take your time. Thank you.
Li Hansheng replied in a neither humble nor condescending manner.
But the next time we meet is in the playoffs, and we will definitely win then.
Regarding Li Hansheng's harsh words, the factory director just smiled indifferently. He was one of the first professional players, and he has met many young players, including some talented teenagers with similar temperaments to Li Hansheng. He has heard too many such words. The director of the factory, who has a troublemaking physique, often used wise words in post-match interviews. When faced with the host's interview, he smiled contemptuously.
Noob's personal ability is beyond words. He has the potential to become a top laner like Salmon someday. But he is still too young now, and still has a long way to go. The future may be his, but now it belongs to me.
Such domineering words, and the drama of the return of the king directly caused countless piggies to respond enthusiastically. Ha ha. I'd just like to see the factory manager talk dirty. Esports Duncan. Right? Is the director hinting that Li Hansheng is Jane's? If you can't beat me, why don't you join a group? Big courage. How dare you, Black Moose? I see you don't want it anymore. The factory director still takes good care of his juniors, and even helps to say good things. But Noob's operation is indeed not bad.
The director is right.
Wawa nodded in agreement.
Noob has shown us his extraordinary potential. What he needs now is time to grow. I hope everyone can give the newcomers a little tolerance. No one can become the best from the beginning. Everyone has a growth process.
Miller's words showed his level.
The thing young people are not afraid of most is failure. Too smooth sailing may not be a good thing. Real growth is to be able to face only by learning from your own failures, and overcoming this hurdle can you become a stronger self. I hope Noob won't be obsessed with his ability in one game. Youth is his greatest asset. Come on!
Li Hansheng in the background looked at the factory director's proud look and didn't show anything strange.
Lao Li, there's no need to worry. It's just a regular season game.
Gao Du consoled him.
That's right.
Candy also comforted him.
No team can always win. Everyone is in a bad state today. I promise to help you catch 2 more monsters in the next game. At worst, I will give you a few more groups of wild monsters. It's just like that.
Imp nodded.
When I first played in games, I often lost. It doesn't matter. I just need to win in the end.
Imp also comforted me. It can be seen that these teammates really care about Li Hansheng, and are afraid that he will have some psychological problems. You don't need to think about it. They are all veterans of the professional arena. And they know that Li Hansheng was so high profile when he won consecutive victories before. And losing the game will inevitably lead to backlash. For fear that he will not be able to withstand it. Li Hansheng rolled his eyes.
You don't really think that losing a game will hurt me? Do you? Are you really okay?
Guo Hao was still a little worried. Under this situation, Li Hansheng acted too normal, which made them even more worried.
I'm really fine. Not only am I fine, I have to start a live broadcast when I get back.
Li Hansheng smiled.
Isn't it just that I was scolded? When my live broadcast room was full of barrages scolding me, I didn't react at all.
Lao Guo has a good saying. Whenever you become a public figure, half of your salary will be money from scolding.
If you really think I can't bear it, then treat me to a nice meal and take some practical actions instead of just talking and talking.
All right. As soon as these words were said, the entire top team immediately believed that Li Hansheng was still the same Li Hansheng. If there was really a problem, I wouldn't continue to be so shameless at this time. On the way home, the group of 7 Wolves of Ionia is also very lively. It's a pity that there is no Is/degree. You guys don't know my brother Hansheng too well. How could such a blow make him unable to recover? He is my dad on the road. There are only 2 people who can be recognized by me now. Look at the other one. Has Rookie been defeated? Zhanqi TV. Xiang. We all know that brother Hansheng is not that fragile. Isn't this because he is afraid of being criticized by idiots on the internet? But the lane-changing game is really disgusting. I want to sleep every time I play the lane-changing game. It's a pity that there is no Is/degree. Hey, the same move cannot be used against the Saints a second time. I believe brother Hansheng will be able to find a way to deal with the lane change game. At Topming, Shi Siming came out to speak. Hansheng, how is brother? Li Hansheng smiled but did not speak. Ashue's speaking skills are indeed very high. If nothing else, Just reading what he said makes people feel inexplicably comfortable. Arrive at the team base. Baiyue first called everyone together to conduct a post-game review, pointed out some of the problems the team faced, and then proposed directions for improvement. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock in the evening that I was busy. Before leaving, Baiyue specifically warned,
Han Sheng, your training volume is actually enough. You can take some time to see how Marin handled the lane change game in SKT last year. Find more, take a look at the LCK games.
Almost every game in the LCK is a lane-changing game, and it is in operation from the first minute of the game. With that said, Baiyue added,
the day after tomorrow is the game against RNG. They will definitely imitate EDG's tactics.
Having said that, there is actually no need for any more words later. There are two teams that have a grudge against Li Hansheng, QG and RNG. The victory over QG was due to a personal feud with Uzi. RNG? That is a battle of proof. Li Hansheng wants to defeat RNG to tell the opponent that it was a wrong decision to give up on him. This schedule is not friendly to Top. Just after playing EDG, they immediately played RNG, which was second in Group B. After introducing Mata and Looper, RNG's strength was no less than that of EDG. The games a year ago made their overall running and level even higher. Fighting against strong enemies one after another is a big test for Top, especially considering that EDG just gave the best response to Top. Line-changing tactics. If it doesn't work, just grab Top and switch lanes. Then grab Li Hansheng and switch lanes to make up for the lack of development and team fighting ability. RNG will definitely follow suit. Looper and Mata have sufficient experience in changing lines, and how to deal with them perfectly after changing lines. Looper's ability to withstand pressure is not inferior to the top blue-collar top laners in the country, and his own carrying ability is also very strong. If not handled properly, Top is very likely to suffer its second consecutive defeat in the league. When Li Hansheng started the live broadcast again, it was no different from what he thought. A large number of anti-fans and trolls poured into his live broadcast room, and the barrage was impossible to watch. If the anti-fans trolled him, his fans would spray them back, and both sides started to yell at each other. However, Li Hansheng still didn't show any abnormality. He was still playing games and bragging. The live broadcast lasted until about 3 o'clock in the morning. Li Hansheng, who usually works hard until 4 or 5 in the morning, returned to his room early for the first time today.
Hey, Lao Li went to bed so early today. It's not like him.
After Li Hansheng left, Candy discussed in a low voice.
I can't watch the barrage before his live broadcast. It might be a bit annoying.
Gao Dui has experience in this kind of thing. After returning from the S5 World Championship, the barrage in his live broadcast room was also unwatchable.
Then do you think he is okay? It shouldn't be so fragile.
Gao Dui shook his head.
How could this brat like Lao Li take the words of the online keyboard warrior to heart? Just wait and see. Prepare for the game the day after tomorrow. If you lose to RNG, Lao Li probably really has a bit of a nervous state.
And what about Li Hansheng? When he returned to his room, he immediately took out the system panel. Why didn't he panic? Why should cheaters panic? It's not like he can't deal with his shortcomings. Before, he was hesitant whether he should continue to strengthen his landing ability. At present, it seems that the landing operation of 90 is sufficient in China. So it is time to improve the attributes that lower the average score. Chapter 89. How much do you think I looked like before? The last time Li Hansheng used points to hit points was when he faced IG in the opening game of the Spring Split on January 15th. He used all the points at that time to improve his average hand speed. Now more than a month has passed, during which I played many league games. The points that can be obtained in the league are randomly between 5 and 10. This also makes Li Hansheng's current points accumulated to more than 3,000. Originally, he was still hesitating whether to continue to improve his landing strength and force the landing operation to the limit of 95 points, or to improve his reaction ability and increase his reaction ability to 90 points. But there is no need to hesitate now. The operational level is not his shortcoming now. His 75-point team fighting ability and 70-point development ability are his biggest shortcomings at the moment. The only way to improve these 2 points is to improve them.
If they are all raised to 80 points, 200 points are needed for 70 points and above. A total of 15 points are needed here, which is 3,000 points.
This also means that the points Li Hansheng has worked hard to accumulate for more than a month will be cleared again. But it's all worth it.
You guys like to use line-changing tactics to discuss me. You forced me to do so.
Li Hansheng cursed. He originally wanted to take the ultimate operating route, but his opponents did not give him this opportunity. Doesn't this force him to become a hexagonal carry top laner with no shortcomings in advance? brackets, only within the league, but on a global scale. If the average value is less than 90 points, it will definitely not be able to become a world-class hexagonal carry on the road. Clicked. Li Hansheng magnanimously consumed all the points he had accumulated. In this way, his attribute panel changed again. Host, Li Hansheng, enjoying the energetic buff. Host properties. Version understanding, 100 points. Operation ability, 90 points. Development ability, 80 points. Even if you experience a line change game, you can quickly supplement your development. Reaction ability, 80 points. Average hand speed, 90 points. Team fighting ability, 80 points. You will not lose touch with your teammates at the wrong time, and your ability to catch the opponent's flaws will be greatly improved. Comprehensive evaluation, A-. Facing competition within the league, you will no longer have obvious shortcomings. You are the top king of the league. Nice! After seeing the rating given by the system, Li Hansheng finally felt relieved. In this case, whoever dares to use line-changing tactics to disgust him, he will not mind giving the opponent a big surprise. Humph. Ah Shui said it right. The same trick will not be effective against the Saint a second time. If RNG wants to use lane-switching tactics to compare with me, then they are dead. The news that Top's winning streak was ended by EDG can be said to be the hottest news in the LPL League next year. The gangsters don't care whether Li Hansheng performed well in the game. As long as they know you lost, they can start complaining without thinking. Li Hansheng didn't give himself any reason. Losing a game in esports is the original sin. No matter what the reason is, losing is a loss. When losing the game, complaining about not eating well before the game, not sleeping well, and having a high ping rate are all excuses. It will only make people feel that they cannot afford to lose. Even during the live broadcast, Li Hansheng faced the full firepower of the black fans and did not avoid it. He did not use his authority to ban or block people, but openly let others scold him. One thing to say, at least Noob is not harsh, and he will be criticized honestly if he loses. Laughing to death. If you don't pretend to be dead after losing the game, why do you still have to talk so hard to get ridiculed? How crazy is he when he wins a game? The game between RNG and Top is coming soon. I'm very curious if Top loses again. Will RNG directly make fun of it? My uncle is from the RNG club, and the essay he told San Shao has been written a long time ago. Indeed, I am the table of the RNG club, and San Shao is the essay written on the table. The game of grudges is destined to be exciting to watch. How can a purely neutral audience refuse to be a fun person? No matter who loses or wins, it has nothing to do with them anyway. It's just for fun. The officials are obviously trying to stir up trouble. On the spectator poster released before the game, any spectators can see it. There is a line of text in the lower left corner of the poster. Hadong in 30 years. Heshi in 30 years. The meaning I want to express is quite obvious. It is probably that the LPL officials also know that Top is currently receiving a lot of attention, and RNG is also paying a lot of attention. There is such a grudge between the two, so they do not hesitate to personally lead a wave of rhythm. The audience did not disappoint the officials, and there were endless comments about the event before the game. RNG. I, Xiao Hansheng, am here for a 3-year appointment. The grudge I had when I was fired must be settled today. Doctor Strange just came back from time travel and told me. RNG 2-1 Top. If you want to make money, buy it with me. Is it Xiao Han's revenge for being kicked out of the team, or Nalan Hengshua's protection of RNG's reputation? Looper's real name is Jang Hyung-suk. LPL officials are eager for the increasing attention of this game. They must continue to expand the traffic pool of the entire LPL league to attract more capital and a steady stream of money, thereby increasing the commercial value of the entire league. But both parties participating in the competition were obviously not so happy. Who is willing to go on the court and play games with such huge pressure? The training room of the RNG team. The third major general who serves as the manager called the entire coaching staff over. Now RNG's coach is Fly. Asked the coach, "Are you confident in winning this game tomorrow?" The third young master showed a very kind attitude and motioned to the translator to ask his question. Fly answered conservatively, "It may not be guaranteed. No one can guarantee the outcome before the game is over." This answer obviously made San Shao very dissatisfied. He suppressed his smile and put on a serious expression. Didn't EDG already show the correct way of playing? Top can't handle the line-changing game. Tomorrow you will use line-changing tactics to fight Top. Is it okay? Third young master also knows a little bit about the game. At least he knows it very well. The line-changing tactic tests the top laner's pressure resistance experience.
And experience cannot be accumulated in a short period of time. It requires a large number of games to accumulate. Even if Li Hansheng is extremely talented, he still needs at least half a season to adapt. Right. In this case, RNG is obviously a more mature team, and there is an operation master like Mata, Xiaohu and MLXG. The top domestic midfielders who have high hopes have no reason not to win.
We must win tomorrow. This is a crucial game for the club. We can only win, not lose.
The third young master almost gave a fatal order. If he loses the game, wouldn't it prove that there is something wrong with his third young master's vision? He is the scheduled best general manager in the league this year. How could he have a problem with his vision? If Li Hansheng is not good, he is not good. Why should he compare with Looper, the world champion top laner? In the bustling hotel, it is now the last stage of winter vacation for students. The relatives who should leave have finished leaving, and this period of time is the best time to deal with gatherings in your own private social circle. Especially college students, who have not yet formally entered society, can still enjoy the care of their elders, such as generous New Year's money and red envelopes. And because they are adults, they do not need to hand it over to their parents, and can handle this special income during the new year by themselves. The decoration of this hotel is very trendy, and all the visitors are young people in smart clothes. A large white curtain hangs down in front of the lobby. The content on the screen is the broadcast of the LPL game. In 2016, League of Legends was at its peak in the world. The impact of chicken fighting and mobile games had not yet come, and traditional networks such as World of Warcraft and DNF were in decline. After several years of accumulation and league operation, let League of Legends accumulate a lot of accumulation and become the well-deserved king of online games. It is also the most talked about game among young people. The topics even primary school students talk about these days are that I, Garen, am fierce, and I, Yasuo, are happy. The owner of the hotel is also keeping an eye on reality, and uses this method to attract young customers. The winner today is definitely RNG, needless to say. Top is the strongest but the weakest. EDG took off their pants the day before yesterday. But I think Wei Shen is better than Xiaohu. Come on! Why are you bragging about Wei Shen? Who is better than Tangmin? I admit that Wei Shen is great, but League of Legends? Xiaohu is the strongest. Xiaohu and Xianghua are the strongest domestic midfielder partners in my opinion. RNG there is also an experienced veteran like Mana who will be the conductor. And Top will compete for the top spot. That's right. How could Imp have won the championship if he hadn't been assisted by Mana? He was crushed by the puppies in the lane.
At the dinner table, the boys were having a heated argument, and the girls were listening with interest. They may not necessarily understand the game, but they know the LPL, the competition, and players like Factory Director, Uzi, and Wei Shen. After all, there is a high probability that the boyfriend you find in college will be addicted to LOL, and you will know a little bit about it through your own eyes and ears.
But Top's top laner Noob is very powerful.
Wang Xian, who didn't want to speak at first, couldn't help but interrupt when her high school classmates talked about her favorite topics.
Wang Xian, this game is not about who is good looking and who is good.
When a male classmate saw that his goddess was interested in the game, he couldn't help but show off his knowledge of the game.
Newcomers like Noob are the most afraid. The most important thing is to change the lane, which is almost unsolvable. So RNG will win today. Really?
Wang Xian looked at the live broadcast with her beautiful eyes. The on-site director happened to give a close-up of Li Hansheng. In the screen, Li Hansheng looked very relaxed, and seemed not to be affected by the previous defeat at all. She held her chin with one hand, and continued to look at the broadcast screen.
I think Noob's character will not give in like this. That's not right. Xin, I remember you didn't pay attention to games before.
The girl who was traveling with her looked very curious.
I just don't play much, but I can watch live broadcasts and games,
Wang Xian explained with a smile, focusing on the game again. When the boys who were traveling with them saw that their goddess was so concerned about the game, and were optimistic about Li Hansheng, they immediately began to change their previous tone.
Xin is right. In fact, I think Noob has a lot of room for improvement. His operation should be able to defeat RNG. After all, Xiaohu is still too young. Unlike Wei Shen, who has experienced the baptism of the World Championship. I really can't tell today.
The girls who were traveling with him all rolled their eyes when they saw the male classmate's naughty face. Wang Xian just smiled and didn't answer. She took out her phone and took a look. Li Hansheng's live broadcast fan group was also in a lively discussion.
Brothers, Brother Han Sheng just said that we will win today. Let's just watch the show and...
That's it.
I just said that Brother Han Sheng can't let us down. Today, he is going to slap RNG in the face. So what about the Looper World Championship? Isn't it just that he took advantage of his early debut? You can tell by looking at his expression. I like Xingbao's confident look the most. Jimei, we have the same vision. Serious men are the most handsome. Based on the historical record of both sides, Top has the priority to choose sides. Oh, there are really not many players in the league whose historical record is worse than Top.
The historical record is actually the ranking of last year's S5 summer split. At that time, there was no group competition system, and the top 8 teams in the league could directly enter the playoffs. M3, the predecessor of Top, happened to be 8th in last summer split, while RNG was 9th. Just half a year has passed. RNG has gone from being almost the bottom team last year to becoming an upstart in the league. The most fundamental reason is the large-scale purchases during the winter transfer period. The addition of Mata and Looper brings the most valuable on-field experience to this young RNG team. The experienced Mata can provide the young players with the most correct help when they are on top.
Top still chooses the red side. Then RNG will be the blue side.
Ziyuan reported the side selection situation in a timely manner.
It seems that Top still wants to leave a counter position for the top laner. Aren't they afraid that RNG will also switch lanes?
Another commentator, Hao Kai, looked very surprised.
I think Top must have made a summary after losing the game and came back prepared today.
Sister Joe spoke to Top. Or to be precise, Li Hansheng.
We have to wait until the game officially starts to see the specific situation.
Ziyuan brought the topic back to the game itself.
After the year, the updated content of version 6.2 and 6.3 will be launched simultaneously. It will have a great impact on the professional game. Let's see. Will both sides come up with something different today? For example, Big Mouth, which was very popular in the Passerby Bureau, got a small enhancement, and should also got a redo.
The scene changes. Cut directly to the game screen between the two sides. RNG took the initiative to send Poppy to the ban position, while Top sent the Enchantress to the ban position with a backhand. Fly looked down at his notebook. Li Hansheng knew how to play Burpee. This was a record that the RNG coaching staff found with great effort. The RNG coaching staff feels that after Top loses the game, they may appropriately reduce the tactical proportion of the top lane and focus on the middle and bottom lanes. So they are deliberately wary of this move. Then they banned skateboard shoes. And Top's choice was to ban Mata's National Protective Cow. Although there is a small weakening of Nyoto in version 6.3, the mana cost of his skill is increased, and the cooling time is increased. But this only weakens Nyoto's early landing ability. The real bug of Nyoto is not affected. That is, the level 3 big bug. The damage reduction effect is up to 70%. In the last move, RNG chose to ban Rise, while Top's backhand banned Leopard Girl. RNG immediately grabbed the male gun. Among the 3 major carry jungle heroes, Leopard Girl cannot be released. Kindred has a small weakening in version 6.3. The mana cost of the Q skill has been fully increased. The damage of the E skill has been reduced. And the priority is not that high. Men's guns are naturally the best choice at the moment. Top's backhand directly locked the midfielder combination of Excavator plus Ice Girl with strong rhythm ability. RNG's response is very clear. Its backhand is Big Tree plus Czar.
RNG's first 3 players are very solid, and the overall lineup framework has been established. Just choose 2 team starting heroes in the bottom lane.
Result: Top's backhand locked the combination of Lulu plus Dazue. It attracted a burst of exclamation from the audience.
Wow! You really have a big mouth.
Sister Joe looked very surprised.
Sure enough, Top is changing his tactics. Giving him a carry character like Big Mouth is a good example.
After Dazue's redesign, turning on W will directly double his attack speed, and he can break through the upper limit of attack speed to 5.0. But no one cared about it at first, because W is a pure percentage damage. It is too weak in the early stage. In the early stage, everyone had 600 to 700 HP, calculating your 3% damage. How much damage can you do? Therefore, in this version update, Riot added a basic damage to Big Mouth's W, and transplanted the original Q skill's passive effect of increasing attack speed to the W skill. Big Mouth must focus on W in landing, so that Big Mouth can gain more attack speed in the early stage, thus improving Big Mouth's landing ability. It was this change that allowed Big Mouth to directly lift the manhole cover of the sewer, and became a popular choice in the bottom lane. RNG seems to have already made this expectation. They directly locked in Brown plus Rat with the last two hands.
MD. The opponent still wants to play a line-changing tactic.
Byakuya knew clearly when he saw these two selections. The Rat is no match for Big Mouth in the lane. But the Rat's team fights are even more powerful than Big Mouth's. After turning on Q to stealth, and using the extra range gained by the ultimate move, Big Mouth can shoot Big Mouth to death from a safe distance before Big Mouth even touches the mouse. When it comes to the shooter position, in team battles in the late stages, the competition is about who has the longer range. And the critical strike style ADC's late stage ability itself is better than that of the special effects style shooter. Braum's security door can very well limit the output of Big Mouth. And his ultimate move can also limit Big Mouth's pursuit and movement. Rat plus Braum can be crushed by Big Mouth plus Lulu in a normal lineup. RNG will definitely seek to change lines.
It's okay.
Li Hongqing smiled and waved his hand.
Brother Sheng, I am no longer the same person. It doesn't matter if I change the line. I'm just sitting here. Do you think I look like before? Okay. Then what hero do you want to play? We try to catch the opponent's line change. But we have to be prepared if the line change fails.
Byakuya reminded.
Give me Jace.
Li Hongqing said his thoughts categorically. Wherever you fall, you have to get up. He just wants to tell everyone through this game. Not only can he play lane switching games, but he can also use carry heroes to play lane switching games. With Top's last move, Jace was revealed. There was an uproar at the scene. Everyone was shocked by Li Hongqing's behavior. Chapter 90 Growth in 2 days.
Oh my god! Is this the kind of youth that won't look back until it hits the wall?
Ziyuan increased his voice.
He just refuses to admit defeat. If you have the guts, keep beating me. Noob perfectly demonstrates what it means to be a young player's stubbornness. It's good to have confidence, but once the hero Jace is switched, he won't be able to exert his strong suppressive power during the Lang period.
Hawkeye tried his best to make up for it.
It's also possible that Top has done a good job to prevent the opponent from switching lanes. Preparation? Since Noob dared to choose Jace with confidence, I think he should be ready.
Sister Zhou tried her best to help Li Hongqing.
Our league may be lacking a top laner like Noob. Player.
Although you look embarrassed when you lose the game, you look like Xiaoshui when you choose to carry the top laner instantly. Hey, I think Noob has figured out how to play the right circle. So he has to maintain his personality forcibly. Right? Regardless of whether you lose or not. You guys have to choose the carry role. At least the post-game statistics won't be too ugly. Some barrages really stink. They will only drool when looking at the top laners in the LCK. After finally producing a potential newcomer in their own league, they will try every means to slander them. Just because of this stupid behavior. I became a fan. Sheng Bao rushes forward. Mother will always be with you. There is no doubt that Li Hongqing still uses this role that is not so easy to perform in the line-changing game to make everyone give him enough Ruizabai. Fly never dreamed that Li Hongqing would dare to be so stubborn. Forget about Li Hongqing being stubborn. Byakuya is the coach. Why would he follow him too? This is what Korean coaches cannot understand the most. They prefer to treat League of Legends as a multi-line RTS game to carry out various operations, and make detailed plans for everything to be done in every minute after the game starts. The players on the team are like 5 robots, following their pre-prescribed instructions. The more this happens, the more they hate uncontrollable variables on the field. For example, a solo kill. Korean coaches do not allow players to frequently exchange blood with the opponent on the field. It is no joke to forcefully kill the opponent, because the emergence of a single kill means unpredictable variables on the field. The entire game plan may be directly invalidated.
Be sure to change the line.
At this time Fly can only give such instructions. On the other side, Byakuya took the initiative to help Li Hongqing squeeze his shoulders.
Hongqing, don't be stressed. Communicate more with your teammates on the court. Don't worry. Brother Sheng.
Li Hongqing looked confident.
We will win today. I said so.
White Crescent Moon just smiled and took off her headphones. The lineups of both sides were officially determined. RNG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. Top road, Dashu vs Jess. Jungler, Mailed Gun vs Excavator. Middle lane, Czar vs Ice Lady. Bottom lane, Rat plus Brown vs Big Mouth plus Lulu. With the cheers of fans from both sides. The screen also directly entered the Summoner's Rift.
Top is a bit difficult. They can't seem to enter the jungle.
Hawkeye immediately discovered the most critical point.
RNG has indeed stolen EDG's tactical ideas.
The line-changing game is not 100% successful. Just like when they first played against QG. Top forcibly invaded the jungle to defend against the line changing, leading QG to forcefully fight against itself. But why was the line change successful when playing EDG later? Very simple. The first level team ability of the lineup. This RNG has Braum, the king of first level teams. Even if top is in a team, they don't dare to enter the jungle. If they really want to fight 5v5, RNG's lineup will obviously have an advantage. You can't enter the opposite jungle, which means you can't do a ward position to defend against lane changes. This ward position can only be placed when you invade deep into the jungle. Now you can't even enter the jungle to take the lead. Arrangement? EDG relied on this move to forcefully defend its jungle area 2 times in a row. When you can't get enough vision information, you either blindly guess that the opponent will switch the duo to the top lane, leaving you in the jungle. But this is essentially gambling, with a 50% probability, because the other party may have predicted your prediction, and the duo will not move at all. In this case, whether you will be caught switching lanes depends purely on luck.
What are you going to do if you don't want to?
From a god's perspective, the mouse followed his teammates to the second tower in the middle, then walked alone to the upper half of the area, followed the big dragon pit, and came directly to the triangular grass on the upper road, and directly activated Q, lurking in the blocked field of vision. In the S6 era, the two game mechanics of stealth and invisibility were not yet distinguished. The mouse's Q is the same as the clown's Q, unless you use real eyes. You can't see him even if he stands in front of you. The mouse entered the invisible state, and walked directly into the upper wild area of Top's house without any worries, passing by the triangular grass, then walked up, passing by the stoneman camp along the wall, and then walked straight forward again. Finally, I placed an eye behind Top's second tower on the upper road. The position of this jewelry I was very tricky. It happened to be stuck in the blind spot between the second tower on the upper road and the upper Highland tower. At this moment, the people in Top had no idea that the rat was on the upper road.
RNG's design is perfect,
Hawkeye repeatedly praised.
They obviously had a careful plan. They used the deterrent power of Braun's first level group to prevent the top people from entering the jungle, and then used the mouse to activate Q to enter the invisible state. The feature allows the mice to go on the road alone to do eye work, so that they can know the situation of the top homes, branch roads at the first time and respond in time.
God's perspective. RNG's jungler, top laner, and support AFK at the second tower in the middle lane. This position clearly means waiting for Top's lane split before deciding on their next move. In the case of line change, the jungler must go to the line where his two-person lane is located. It is almost perfect to block 3 waves of soldiers. He takes the artillery troop line directly into the tower and demolishes one tower, and then changes the line back, when the first wave of minions rush down their own high ground in a neat line. RNG's line in the upper half was perfect to see Jace follow the minions up the road.
Go up! Go up! I can still use Q to steal away from him!
Wu Xian shouted slightly excitedly. The RNG duo immediately went straight to the road, and Dashu followed his jungler and headed straight to his stone man, preparing to brush all the way up.
In this case, Noob will be in danger. RNG is calculated mentally and unintentionally. Their top laner will follow the jungler to gain experience from the beginning. If Noob goes online first and then goes to the jungler, he will have at least 2 to 3 waves of jungle experience. If we can't divide it, even if we switch to a normal matchup, the big tree will be ahead in level, making it impossible for Jace to form effective suppression. Noob went to the jungle,
after following his own line of troops to the second tower on the top road. Just went straight into the jungle. The excavator originally in the middle road also immediately came to the stone man on the top road.
Let's look at the line splitting situation first. If the opponent doesn't change the line, I will go directly to the line. If the opponent changes the line, I will fight the wild monster with you.
Li Hanqing's thinking is also very clear. If he changes lanes, then he will stay in the wild area. If he doesn't change lanes, he will help the excavator to kill the wild monsters twice, and then go online again, which will not affect his ability to suppress the big trees in the lane. The invisible mouse turned on Q and walked around the line, and found that he didn't see Jace. So he simply retreated to a safe position, and told the news to Braun, who was hiding in the grass. Although the two teams did not face each other, the actions of the assistants on both sides were highly consistent at the first moment. Directly cross the center line, and use your body to block the advancement of the enemy's line, because there is a target to focus fire on. The opponent's 6 soldiers will quickly stand up in formation. At this time, if the support walks into the grass, it will result in that the enemy's line of troops surrounds the first melee soldier on the side, and the 6 soldiers on the side will attack the opponent's 3 melee soldiers in an even and orderly manner. One side has concentrated hatred. The other side has scattered hatred. And the soldiers are lost at different rates. The final result is that a wave of pushback lines will be formed, so that the ADC can always control the line of troops in a safe position as long as the tail knife is used, and effectively prevent the opponent's top laner from gaining experience. It is precisely because of this technique that the top laner in the lane change game will not try to gain experience, but will honestly get into the jungle to share the experience with the jungler.
RNG successfully changed lanes. There is no doubt that they have the upper hand from the start. Let's see how top responds. If they are still the same as 2 days ago, then there is a high probability that they will lose to RNG just like they lost to EDG.
After Hawkeye saw that the line change was successful, he began to fall in love with RNG. Not to be outdone, Sister Joe tried to make up for it.
Top is not an idiot. If he is targeted once, he will definitely find a backup plan.
Hawkeye smiled and explained,
There is no way. The line-changing tactic can be very good against players with strong laning ability like Noob, so that his advantages cannot be used and his strength cannot be used.
Line switching tactics. It means switching lanes between the top and bottom lanes, and through vision management, troop line management, and tower swapping, etc., to quickly get through the landing phase. The biggest benefit of the line-changing tactic is that it allows weak heroes to avoid the landing period. The ADC is the biggest beneficiary of the lane-switching tactic. It develops without pressure in the whole process, especially the late-stage ADC like the Rat. The early-game landing ability is too weak. If you don't want to be defeated in the lane when you select it, you can only change the lane to ensure the early-stage success. Development. In the line-changing tactic, there is no doubt that the top laner on both sides is the point that is sacrificed by the team. In the first few minutes, there was no chance to replenish troops and develop, so I could only follow the jungler and gain some experience. The top laner in the exchange game will be less developed than the top laner in the normal laning game. In terms of level, he will be ahead or even behind the ADC. Certainly, changing lanes also has an advantage for the top laner. 2. Avoid the landing phase. As a professional player, Hawkeye gave a more detailed explanation of the tactical behavior of EDG and RNG.
The fearsome thing about new player in previous games is his terrifying landing strength and strong ability to seize opportunities. You can't make any mistakes when facing him. Even if you don't make any mistakes in landing in many cases, he can still do it.
Forcibly use your personal ability to break through your top lane. But the top lane is not like the middle lane. The line is short. If you don't replenish troops, you can hide behind and collect experience. The top lane is long. Once there is a slight problem with the troop line, you want to gain experience, you will put yourself in danger. Switching lanes and getting through the landing phase is currently the best tactic to deal with Noob. The effect can be seen in the EDG game. And Noob also revealed in the game against EDG that he is not AA player with no shortcomings. At least, he has certain problems with his ability to supplement development after changing lanes and his teamfight thinking. EDG used this, and today's RNG is also using this.
Hawkeye has no problem understanding the game. Sister Joe originally wanted to help Li Hansheng make up a few sentences, but unfortunately, she didn't understand the game well enough. Faced with such professional answers from Hawkeye, she could only act like a
new bride.
The two sides seemed to have a completely mirrored start. Everyone on the field was doing exactly the same thing, and even the progress was the same. MD. Riot is really SEMA. Don't you know that a patch will eliminate the cancer of line-changing tactics? I feel sleepy every time I watch the landing game. What is the difference between League of Legends and Heroes of the Storm without a landing period? Just looking at operations and teamfights. I might as well just watch Heroes of the Storm. That's right. What I want to see is the mutual display of operations and solo kills during the landing phase. Who the L wants to watch you develop for 30 minutes? If League of Legends dies one day, it will be because of the cancerous tactic of changing lanes. And the most exciting content of the game will be gone. It's no wonder that the audience complains that the line-changing game is actually interesting for players who understand the game and the game between the two sides. But this group of players is still a minority. Most players just come to have fun and watch the excitement. The landing, solo kills, and showmanship are the most exciting points for the audience. How did Faker become famous? The championship is one thing. But isn't it because he killed all the mid laners in the world that year in S3? It also left behind a classic scene that is known as Unduplicated and explains why there are two tribulations in one game. Since the introduction of S4 and the popularity of line-switching tactics, There have been almost no particularly impressive Lang performances in S4 and S5 in the past 2 years. However, the sharp-eyed Ziyuan discovered something was wrong. The top laners of both sides follow their own junglers and start from the Stone Man all the way. But there is a subtle difference in the number of last hits. The big tree currently has 4 last hits, and it will most likely eat the minions next to the 2 buff monsters. The wild monster counter in S6 has not been modified. 1 wild monster counts as 1 last hit. Even the bird in F4 counts. A last hit. But Jace made up $10. The top laners of both sides were following the junglers in the jungle, and the source of the last hit could only be wild monsters. In other words, Li Hanxing ate 6 more wild monsters. So, what are these 6 wild monsters? F4 bird. The younger brother of the 3 wolves? Stoneman's younger brother? Without seeing it from a first-person perspective, no one can be sure. Candy gave up some wild monsters to Noob. Guan Ziyuan frowned. Is this top strategy to deal with the lane change game? From sacrificing the top lane to sacrificing the jungle to protect the development of their own top lane. But the excavator eats less. A little wild monster is no problem. The hero itself is not very resource intensive. For minutes into the game, both sides' duos had accumulated a large wave of troops, which happened to be at this point in time. The top laner and jungler have cleared all 6 groups of monsters in the jungle, plus river crabs, and come to the line to join the duo, ready to demolish the defense tower. The actions of RNG and top are very consistent. He gave the tower money to his top laner to eat alone. At this time, there was no first blood tower bounty, so there was no economic difference between pushing the tower first and pushing the tower last. Only, RNG is processed more carefully. Through their understanding of the military line, they allow the top military line to maintain a pushing back situation. This kind of troop line processing can allow the looper to go home to resupply equipment and come online again. The troop line will be stuck in front of one of RNG's towers, with the protection of the defense tower behind it, giving the big tree a perfect environment for development. Top's bottom lane has no way to deal with the troop line, because the RNG duo took the initiative to switch to the top lane. Now after pushing the tower, they can switch back to the bottom lane. But Top's duo lane can't be switched to the top lane. Going to the top means giving up the dragon. This version of the dragon is indeed not important. But the premise is that you cannot let the opponent accumulate the layers of the dragon buff too early. If you really let people superimpose the little dragon buff to 5 layers, and bathe in the dragon's blood, it will be too difficult to play. Therefore, Jace can only be moved to the top lane, which means that Jace will face a bad troop situation, and there is no defense tower behind him to protect him, and the whole person will be in an extremely dangerous situation. If RNG really wants to get on the road, it can easily find opportunities. Game time is up to 5 minutes. The top laners of both sides finally return to their normal top lane matchup. At this time, both Jace and Dashu are at level 3. But the ADCs of both sides are already at level 4. The ADC's level is higher than that of the top laner. So this magical situation can only be seen in lane-changing games. Although, in a few minutes, the top laner in the single lane will complete the lead again. But the few minutes used to overtake the level should have been the most powerful minutes for the top laner. When using one set, the top laners are very powerful, and most ADCs are not yet mature at this time. But once these few minutes are wasted, ADC can quickly enter the 2-piece period, and his combat effectiveness has initially taken shape, and he will not be helpless against the top laner. The line-changing tactic not only avoids the Lang period, but also forcibly shortens the strong period of the top order by a few minutes. Therefore, no matter how powerful the top laner is, facing a line-changing tactic, there really isn't much room left for you to perform. He placed the relay he bought out in the triangular grass area, and then Li Hanxing communicated with his teammates. You can help me make a ward position on the opponent's demon swamp frog, and then make a ward position in the river grass. I'm basically safe. Faced with RNG's strict defense, Li Hanxing is no longer the ignorant boy he was before, and he doesn't want to hack hard as soon as he gets started. Instead, you need to know how to stabilize yourself first. Let the other person's emotions settle down, and lower their guard against you. Then pursue a one-shot kill. Any hero who wants to achieve a solo kill in a confrontation or perform amazing operations in a team battle needs the support of equipment. Develop well and let your equipment keep up, which is the basis for all wonderful operations. Have you noticed? Ziyuan said in surprise. We are also facing a line-changing game. I always feel that Noob handled it perfectly today. Did he really complete his evolution in these 2 days?